With the Game Awards quickly approaching, it got me thinking of Elden Ring's Shadow of the Erdtree's Game of the Year win in 2024. The controversy over its nomination started a massive debate over whether or not DLC should have its own category. And honestly, with as huge of a fan of Elden Ring as I am, I have to admit I fall into the camp that believes it never should have been considered. With that said, the amount of content in this DLC was massive, enough to support a game on its own, if not for the fact that this is what we've come to expect when dealing with FromSoft expansions. As I thought back to last year's awards, I realized I never put together a compilation of all the lore and Shadow of the Erdtree that I explored on the channel. So in order to right this wrong, I've compiled every video I've made about the Land of Shadow, in order to make it easier for you to absorb and enjoy the various stories, explanations, and peeks at the history of the lands between that this spectacular DLC gave us. Let us draw back the curtain together and shed some light on this sprawling Land of Shadow. One more time. I think a lot of us wanted to come out of Shadow of the Erdtree with more answers than questions. And unfortunately, FromSoft kept the tradition alive, and left us more confused than ever about many aspects of the base game. While we certainly learned more about Marika's past and Miquella's intentions, saying that loose ends were tied up would be a bit of a stretch. Why was Miquella trying to give Godwin a true death? When did Marika and Radahn become one, or were they always one? What exactly was Marika pulling the golden strings from in the cinematic trailer? All questions we were given no solid answer to. However, one question seemed to be answered with the first piece of art released for the DLC. In this piece, we see Miquella riding on a spirit steed that's almost definitely Torrent, meaning he was most likely Torrent's original master. With this in mind, and with what we learn about Horn-steed society, I think we have enough information to tell Torrent's story, or at the very least, paint a picture of what exactly he is. When we first receive Torrent from Melina, we know nothing about the spirit steed, only that he's chosen us and that we should treat him with respect. It seems like in the very first cutscene we see, after either being killed by the grafted scion or falling off a cliff, Torrent decides that his travels with Melina have come to an end, and we will be his new master. As far as his former master is concerned, the only clue we ever get was given to us when meeting Ranni for the first time, while she's masquerading as the witch Renna.
Pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch Renna. I'd heard tell of a Tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed, and upon looking into the matter, the talk, I surmise, is of thee. Thou art possessed of the power, no? To call forth a spectral steed named Torrent. As I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee, by Torrent's former master. 'Tis a bell for calling forth spirits.
It looks like Torrent's former master, whoever that may be, left the spirit calling bell along with 3 wolves for whoever had the ability to summon his steed. This doesn't really give us anything to go on when considering who this master was. In fact, some believe Torrent's former master was actually Queen Marika, as many work under the assumption that Melina is her daughter, and it would have made sense for her to both bequeath Torrent's ring to Melina and want Ranni to give us an edge in reaching the Erdtree by providing us with the power to summon spirits. However, with Shadow of the Erdtree's announcement, it seemed all but confirmed that Torrent's former master was actually kindly Miquella. The very first image we saw promoting Shadow of the Erdtree was of Miquella riding on the back of our beloved spectral steed. Of course, we all assumed this would be explained once we played the DLC, which was, honestly, very silly on our part. We expected FromSoft to actually give us direct lore on Torrent. What was wrong with us? As it is in the actual game, this image is never explored, nor do we learn anything really about Miquella's time in the Land of Shadow, outside of his stripping away the pieces of himself that keep him from ascending to godhood. You could assume that one of those spirits was his connection to his steed, Torrent. Logistically, it makes sense that Torrent would act as Miquella's personal horse. as he's smaller than what you would expect from a steed, but just the right size for someone whose physical form can't age past childhood. When it comes to how Torrent came to be under Melena's care, I think we can tie that back to Miquella's time in the Land of Shadows. At this point, Melina is all but confirmed to be Mesmer's sister, as the description of Mesmer's kindling tells us it is the kindling that burned inside Mesmer the Impaler, a dark thing, eaten away at by a wicked serpent. Burns the sealing tree said to be found at the old Rao ruins. Mesmer, much like his younger sister, bore a vision of fire. We know Melina was left burned and bodiless, existing more in spirit than anything else, and those that bore a vision of fire were punished for doing so. This leads me to believe that Miquella may have met Melina in the Land of Shadow and bestowed her with Torrent, asking her to find a new master for his friend, before leading her back to the Lands Between. I think this is where theories can diverge when looking at this relationship. Did Miquella intend for a Tarnished to become the new master to his friend? Perhaps wanting to set in motion the events that would lead to the burning of the Erdtree? Or was Torrent simply an attachment he could not take with him in his quest for godhood? Perhaps Miquella needed a Tarnished to pave the way in the Lands Between, burning the Erdtree alongside Melina, in order to make his conquest easier. And us finding our way to the Land of Shadow is more coincidence than anything else. It's also possible he always intended for whoever Torrent chose to become the Erdtree's rightful lord, and to join his ranks, either of their own accord, or through Miquella's powers of persuasion. This would explain why Ranni wasn't trusted with the spirit calling bell for Torrent's new master, as well as the spirit wolves. After all, wolves are closely associated with guarding the highest nobility in the Lands Between. This also opens the possibility that Miquella's plans did not in any way clash with Ranni's, and they may have had some kind of arrangement, but this is a subject we can tackle another time. So we can say with some level of certainty that Miquella is Torrent's former master, but that doesn't explain what Torrent is. He's somehow a spirit, either living within the spectral steed whistle or simply answering its call. The whistle itself is a delicate goldwork ring, can be used as a finger whistle. Sound the whistle to summon and ride Torrent, the spectral steed. When it comes to what Torrent is, I believe the best answer to this can be found within the specimen storehouse of the Shadowkeep. As we make our way through this area, we're able to see a number of creatures that have been preserved through some means the Hornsteed had developed. And unsurprisingly, every one of them is covered in horns. I think the most interesting of these specimens is definitely the humanoid man, who happens to be as large as the stone golems we can do battle with. But the specimens I think we need to focus on look a whole lot like our trusty steed. These preserved creatures are a dead ringer for a deceased Torrent, only significantly larger. If we consider that they are older than the crusade against the Land of Shadow, which we can infer from Fire Knight Hild arguing alongside Salza to preserve the storehouse, then it's possible these creatures trace their origins back further than we can possibly know. If Torrent truly is one of these creatures, then he must have been quite young when he was turned into a spectral steed. It's fair to assume he wasn't always a spirit, and knowing how the Hornsteed's religious practices centered around spirits, I believe he was somehow tied to the spectral steed whistle, when he was much easier to manage. There's also the possibility that one of the enormous specimens we see preserved are Torrent himself, and his spirit is somehow shrunk down to be the proper size for the boy who was intended to be his owner, Miquella. All this aside, we now know that Torrent must have originated from the Land of Shadow, as the Lands Between does not seem to be home to this breed of horse with horns. The only example of a horned horse you could possibly tie him to in the base game would be the Ancestor Spirit, but I'm confident that those are meant to depict deer rather than horses, and we can even find a couple of specimens in the storehouse that more reflect these deer. So at the very least, we can confidently say that Torrent, before he was a spirit steed, came from the Land of Shadows, and his breed of horse is likely extinct, as they're now nothing but a memory, locked away in a storehouse, guarded by the very man who brought ruin to this land. Torrent is our closest companion throughout our journey through the Lands Between, More so than Melina, he believes that we are destined to stand before Queen Marika and repair the Elden Ring. He had the measure of us from the start, after all. His past may be steeped in mystery, but all that truly matters for Torrent is the here and now, acting as our steed and eating all the different kinds of raisins we're able to feed him. It doesn't matter that his entire species has likely gone extinct, or that he was once the personal conveyance method of Miquella himself. All that matters to Torrent is making sure we explore every inch of the lands between, so that we might sit upon its throne. Torrent is unwavering in his devotion to us, and as long as we respect him enough not to try and summon him in a land tainted by the flame of frenzy, where as a spirit himself he could be burned away forever, Torrent will always heed our call. This devotion runs so deep that even if we choose to take the frenzy into ourselves, he will continue to carry us on his back, until we burn the world to ash alongside the spirit steed's whistle. Torrent is the definition of ride or die, and this is a Torrent appreciation space. Thank you for joining me as I explore the history of the spectral steed and try to peel back the truth of who he is and where he came from. Do you believe Torrent is the last of his kind, reduced to merely a spirit that can be called by his golden whistle? Are the enormous horn-steeds we see in the specimen storehouse the same species as Torrent? Why was the connection between Miquella and Torrent seemingly dropped in the DLC? Did he like the berries while he was alive, or is that strictly a spirit thing? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Watch the button below light up as I ask you to like this video, and don't forget to subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The world of Elden Ring is one of symbols, and like all FromSoft properties, cycles. In the base game, we know Marika is considered a god, and had not one, but 2 Elden Lords during her time housing the Elden Ring within herself. While exploring crumbling Farum Azula, we were able to find Placidusax, an Elden Lord before Godfrey, who acted as a consort to a god which fled the land, never to be seen again, giving us what we believe to be the first god and lord in the lands between. Miquella's ultimate plan was to break the cycle and create a kinder world, by taking on his promised consort and ascending to godhood himself. But by casting aside every piece of himself, especially his love, seeing Trina, I believe he was likely to repeat the cycle as well. Even our Tarnished is set to create another loop depending on the ending we choose. This cycle defines the world we've come to know, and while Marika tried to break it by keeping the blessings of the Erdtree within the lands between, I believe Miquella was trying to break it by creating a new, but somehow familiar, time of abundance for all lands. In the early days of Elden Ring lore hunting, we all wondered what exactly the depiction of the Elden Ring in crumbling Farum Azula was trying to tell us. It shows a significantly larger Elden Ring than the one we've come to know, with many more runes and branching paths for those runes flowing downward. Underneath this depiction, we can see a young woman praying, surrounded by wolves. It's fair to assume that this woman was an Empyrean, as they're known to have hound-like shadows that protect them, but who she is exactly cannot be known for sure. This statue does not seem to resemble Marika, and the fact that it exists within crumbling Farum Azula seems to indicate that she is either Placidusax's god who fled, never to return, or perhaps a more ambiguous depiction of whoever would come to house the Elden Ring next. There are some who think she could be the Gloam-Eyed Queen due to the associations with death throughout Farum Azula, the Godskin duo and Malekith the Black Blade. And I can see that line of thinking, as the Godskins would have no other reason for journeying to the land between the storm outside of tracking down Malekith. All of this is to say that this is likely the oldest depiction of the Elden Ring we can find, and it shows us an Elden Ring without order, branching and flowing wildly. The cinematic trailer for Shadow of the Erdtree shows us a short scene of Marika taking golden strands from what many believe to be a serpent, and walking them to the Gate of Divinity. She then holds the strands before the gate as they twist in the wind, curving upward.
This is thought to be the moment Marika became a god, the moment the Erdtree and Shadowtree were born, and the lands between were separated from the Land of Shadow. I think what we're seeing in this scene is not only Marika's ascension, but also her adding her own rune to the Elden Ring. Just as we add a mending rune to become Elden Lord, Marika seems to have added the lower arc, or the basin, to the Elden Ring, stopping its wild flow of blessings and creating order. The rune arc tells us the lower arc of the Elden Ring is held to be the basin in which its blessings pool. Perhaps this shard originates from that very arc. It makes sense that these shards activate the blessings of the great rune we have equipped, and that this basin would stop the blessings of the Erdtree from flowing freely as they're depicted in Farum Azula. In this way, we see the Golden Order come to fruition, with Erdtree royalty deciding who and what should receive the blessings of the Erdtree. Marika may have believed that her actions would break the cycle of death the land had known, as she removed the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring, granting her people eternal life through rituals. However, in the larger cycle of gods and lords, she was simply the latest link in the chain connected to the Elden Ring, and it's likely she came to understand this over time. Whether she was stricken with grief over the loss of her son, or she planned to break free from the Elden Beast from the start, she shattered the Elden Ring, again attempting to break the cycle of the world, but for this she would be punished. Strung up on the arc represented by the top of the Elden Ring, forced to wait for a lord powerful enough to defeat both Radahn and the Elden Beast, so that the ring could be restored with their chosen mending rune. In doing so, our Tarnished has the opportunity to repeat the cycle, with a slight variation. We also have the option of breaking the cycle with either Ranni or the Frenzied Flame, but who knows which ending is meant to be canon. Next we have Miquella, who wants to create an Age of Compassion. He does this by following the exact opposite path of his mother. He works to achieve godhood before claiming the Elden Ring, or perhaps without it entirely, by discarding all of his divine parts and using the Gate of Divinity as his mother did. Interestingly, when we see Miquella in his godly form, his hair bears a striking resemblance to the version of the Elden Ring we're able to see in Farum Azula. His wild and twisting hair is almost a perfect representation of what the Elden Ring once was before Marika added her basin to the bottom, pooling the blessings of the ring. And I believe that Miquella's hair is a symbol of his intentions after achieving godhood. In Miquella's new age, Marika's basin would be removed, and blessings would flow directly from the Elden Ring to the land below, which means the order Marika imposed would shatter, just as the ring did under her hammer. That said, the cycle would absolutely continue again, as Miquella's Age of Compassion would institute a different form of control. The blessings would flow freely, but free will would be replaced with absolute devotion to the land's new god. St. Trina tells us that Miquella needs to be stopped, and this is why. By casting aside everything that made Miquella who he was, he inadvertently lost sight of what compassion is and where it should come from, becoming a divine being bent on control and power. As if we didn't need further proof of the intentionality behind his hair, just before facing Miquella and his promised consort in battle together, Miquella holds the shoulders of Radahn and is depicted just under the Gate of Divinity, a gate which has its tops curve upward, creating the very arc at the top of the Elden Ring that we see Marika hanging from, as if to say, "This is my new puppet, born from my gate." The Gate of Divinity is the base from which gods are born and shaped in the image of the Elden Ring. This gate shows us the upper arc and the center of the Elden Ring, the pieces that are visible consistently in every depiction. It would seem the god that emerges from this gate will act as the vessel for the ring, and in doing so become its new center, with the other runes simply filling in around them. These runes can be removed, destroyed, created, and applied, but the base is always the same, and the Divine Gate is both a visual representation of it and the creator of its vessels. While the cycle repeats itself, singing the same song with different lyrics, the gate stands, ready to ascend the next god and write the next verse. It's only by abandoning the Elden Ring entirely that these cycles can be broken. We can either burn the ring itself to ash along with its host, or allow Ranni to destroy it and follow our Empyrean Queen as we embark on a new quest, bereft of the light given by the Greater Will. These are the only two ways to break the cycle and abandon the Elden Ring. But is that really what's best for this land? Thank you for joining us for our thoughts on how the gods strive to break the cycle of the Elden Ring. Do you believe this is a cycle that goes back further than we can possibly know? Who was Placidusax's wayward god? Why did Marika hoard the blessings of the Elden Ring within her basin rune? Was Miquella trying to abandon the Erdtree and let the blessings of the Elden Ring flow through the earth itself? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
Usually we tackle the lore of specific enemies from Elden Ring, but from time to time I find something standing out in the world that I feel needs to be explored. Deep in the land of shadow, tucked away in an unassuming tunnel, we find a golden tree surrounded by perfumers. This tree radiates the same light as the Erdtree, but how did it get here? The land of shadow was locked away before the shattering, when the golden seeds of the Erdtree spread across the lands between. So it shouldn't be possible for an Erdtree to grow in this land. Yet here it is. An attempt at growing a golden tree in a place all forms of death find their way to. Why is it here? Why is it seemingly defended by perfumers? And how can it bring light to a land of shadow? Today, I will attempt to answer these questions by revisiting the perfumers and theorizing on their place in this puzzle. If we're going to even begin to tackle why this minor Erdtree is growing in the land of shadow, we need to start with the concept of a minor Erdtree in general. These trees sprouted up across the lands between after the shattering, when the golden seeds of the Erdtree fell to the land below and embedded themselves in the ground. These minor Erdtrees grew, but never to the degree of the original, despite the work of the Erdtree guardians who watched over them, likely tending to them while defending them from any who would approach. These Erdtrees were doomed to fail, as it seems there can only be one great tree per universe, and any others that grow eventually see their roots twist and turn before halting their growth altogether, much like the Halig tree. These minor Erdtrees would sometimes grow to have their own avatars that would fight on their behalf. However, those that decayed over time would instead give birth to ulcerated tree spirits, masses of flesh, wood, and branches which spewed golden fire from their fearsome maws. These creatures act as proof that an Erdtree has failed, and its connection to the primordial crucible has been tainted. This all raises so many questions about this particular minor Erdtree in the Land of Shadow. First, where did it come from? The golden seeds of the Erdtree did not fall to the ground until after the shattering, and the perfumers were not said to be conscripted into the ranks of Leyndell's forces until after the shattering as well. Before this point, they acted as healers of the sick and disenfranchised, so why are they here? The Land of Shadow must have been locked away long before the shattering, as Mesmer seems to have no idea of the events outside of the Shadowkeep, and he was sent on his crusade by his mother Marika. That means he must have already been sent away with his army before the death of Godwin the Golden. Also, if we consider that Mesmer was not given a great rune, that's proof that he must have left along with his forces before these golden seeds were spread across the land. I believe that amongst those sent to raise the Land of Shadow, Marika also conscripted a group of perfumers to conduct experiments, perhaps in an attempt to create a contingency plan where she would always have access to the power of an Erdtree. The Firespark perfume bottle is described as a perfume bottle remade into a weapon by perfumers of the Realm of Shadow. Attacks release perfume powder, producing sparks of fire. The crusade was a violent purge, and the perfumers were not called there to heal. There's our confirmation that Marika called upon a group of perfumers, much more likely to harm rather than heal, to follow Mesmer into the land of shadow. Both the lightning and chilling perfumer bottles tell us the same thing. From time to time, perfumers set out on journeys to pursue new aromatics and flower gardens. So it was that these perfumers set out to both find new plants for their practices that they could bring back to the lands between, as well as make themselves stronger, and fulfill the secret desire of Queen Marika to attempt to grow an Erdtree in secret. I believe that they were given something incredible to take along with them on their journey, something none but perhaps the demigods themselves had seen before the events of the Shattering. Seeds of the Erdtree. If Marika provided these perfumers with golden seeds, then it stands to reason they're the ones who planted them in various locations in the Land of Shadow. You see, the minor Erdtree that still maintains its golden glow in the cave where we find it is not the only example of a minor Erdtree planted in this land. In the Bellarat Tower settlement, we can do battle with Fire Knight Quaylin in an area housing a gnarled, twisted tree, reminiscent of the Shadow Tree itself. I believe this to be a minor Erdtree that the perfumers attempted to cultivate, but abandoned fairly quickly, as it retains none of its light and clearly started twisting in different directions early in its development. I would guess this particular tree never stood a chance as it was growing so close to solemn ground in the Land of Shadow, sitting right below and near a limb. Perhaps it was planted here with the intention of being close to where the pact was first struck between Marika and the Elden Beast, but clearly it did not work out. If you doubt that this tree was once an Erdtree, let's not forget that in Bellarat, we can do battle with an ulcerated tree spirit. We can find another minor Erdtree that failed to grow to its potential far below the Shadowkeep. You could argue that this is just a regular tree, perhaps one old enough to predate the Erdtree itself, but when approaching it, we're attacked by its protector, another ulcerated tree spirit. These creatures are born at the roots of Erdtrees, so it would not make sense for this battle to take place where it does, if this tree had no connection to honeyed rays of gold. While it is now brittle and blackened, the creature that lives beneath still spews golden fire from its mouth, meaning at some point in the past, this tree too held the strength of an Erdtree. While this one is also twisted, the leftover trunk makes it look as though it had grown quite large, which leads me to believe its blackened state may be due to the fire knights we find in this area. Perhaps they burned this tree in order to put a stop to its growth, and ensure the horn-scent would never be able to utilize its power. Maybe it was burned by Mesmer himself, as his flames are capable of burning divine trees, like the sealing tree that obscures a near limb. I think it's also important to bring up the sapling found in the Shaman village, Marika's original home, as it's not an Erdtree in and of itself, but it was born due to a prayer of Marika's, and keeps golden light radiating around this village where flowers thrive. In this case, the tree was not born from a seed, and thus would never grow. It holds a small amount of Marika's power, and that's enough to keep the village in full bloom, protected and warm. While this may not have anything to do with the potential Erdtrees planted in the Land of Shadow years later, I do believe it showed Marika it was possible for her golden light to thrive in the Land of Shadow. And perhaps this little sapling was the basis for future experiments, to see if she could separate herself from the Elden Beast and grow a new source of power. Getting back to the tree we find in the cave, this is the only minor Erdtree in the Land of Shadow you could describe as thriving. Just outside the cave where we find this tree is a statue of Marika with its head removed, much like other statues of Marika throughout the Land of Shadow. Upon entering the cave, we're greeted by Miranda flowers and come to the tree surrounded by perfumers. While this tree is incapable of growing larger due to its location, it is regularly tended to by these vassals, who I assume are responsible for its existence. I doubt anyone knew Marika was going to lock the Land of Shadow away as she sent the raiding party to bring the horn-scent to their knees. The perfumers here were trapped, unable to ever return home, and surrounded by people and monsters that wanted them dead. Perhaps the power of this minor Erdtree is how they survived, and develop the new perfume bottles we can acquire that are used for battle. If this tree was regularly maintained by their physics, pruned properly so that it could survive in the cave without ever growing too large, then these perfumers could essentially harness its power while keeping it in a state of arrested development. If the tree never grows, never matures, it never twists or withers to the point where its golden light fades. Unlike the minor Erdtree we find in Lanedale that looks eerily similar, this one never developed an ulcerated tree spirit. But this tree may not be powerful enough for the perfumers to make their way home, but it is enough to keep them thriving in a land where all manner of death eventually drifts to its shores. While the question of why these minor Erdtrees are in the Land of Shadow in the first place is open to interpretation, I believe this is the reason this particular minor Erdtree is found in these caves, and hasn't withered like the other potential golden trees we come across. This minor discovery that holds no bearing over the greater story of Shadow of the Erdtree is one of the most jarring details you can imagine, and all we really have is theories to explain it, as not a single item description mentions any attempt by anyone to grow an Erdtree in the Land of Shadow. So this is the conclusion I've come to, the theory that makes the most sense to me, and I hope it tracks for anyone else who is curious about this deeply confusing detail with no official confirmation. Thank you for joining me for this exercise in futility, where I desperately fumble for some kind of answer to a question not enough people in the lore community have tried to unravel. Why do you think there's a thriving minor Erdtree tucked away in the Land of Shadow? Are the other gnarled and twisted trees we come across failed attempts at growing an Erdtree in a land where death thrives? Are these perfumers the only reason an ulcerated tree spirit hasn't laid waste to this cave? Let us know your thoughts and theories about this unsolvable mystery in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. There are so many monsters in the Lands Between and the Land of Shadows that are ready to tear you limb from limb the second they get a whiff of Torrent coming up the trail. It's a wonder we can travel uninterrupted at any point during our journey. The thralls of the demigods, the flora and fauna of the land, and the enemies of all that is golden do not discriminate between whether or not we can be friend or foe. They simply see a tarnished and attack. This makes it incredibly refreshing when we meet enemies that have no interest in destroying us because we look at them sideways. In the base game, you're likely to encounter this phenomenon for the first time when you see a spirit jellyfish, and Shadow of the Erdtree does something similar with the topic of today's video, the spirit eels. These adorable worm boys have been a fan favorite since the first trailer showing them off, and while there's not a single written piece of information about them in-game, it's still possible to speculate on who or what they may be, because as always, context and theming can point us towards at least a somewhat informed theory. The spirit eels are some of the oddest creatures we can encounter in the Land of Shadow, not only because most of them are so passive, but because of their vaguely human-like features. In the base game of Elden Ring, we meet the spirit jellyfish, who use the same gimmick of being mostly passive, and are even confirmed to be the spirits of those who were once living. But the only human aspect of them are the voices we can hear by following their quest. Unlike the jellyfish, the spirit eels still retain an aspect of what they likely once were in the form of their somewhat human faces and tiny arms. As revealed by Zully the Witch, they even have tiny little legs just below the surface, making it seem as if they're sitting straight up and enjoying the breeze from where they are planted. In my opinion, the human aspect of these creatures opens up a larger story around them, especially when we consider their more animalistic traits. While the spirit eels don't seem to like confrontation, they're not shy about fighting back if you strike first, and they're surprisingly strong when they do. They may throw their heads around to strike you, some may even explode like a landmine, but others will betray their inspiration by attacking us with long, almost hair-like strands that are expelled from their mouth. These threads and their method of attack are clearly an allusion to sea cucumbers, an underwater creature that will catch prey by pushing out its own intestines to paralyze and kill its food. This continues a tradition we've seen in Elden Ring, where people and creatures touched by death seem to have some kind of connection to ocean life. Much like Godwin, the Prince of Death takes on an almost mermaid-like appearance with a scaled fin, others that have lost their lives take after creatures of the sea. If you have the gall to attack and kill one of these adorable creatures, there's a chance that they'll drop a grave or ghost glovewort, which may not make much sense if you know them as items that can only be found in catacombs or purchased from the Twin Maiden husks. These items are described as white flowers that bloom in catacombs, each a soundless bell used to summon spirits, or it's said that a spirit nestles close to it. If all that's necessary to have glovewort grow is a proximity to spirits, it explains why both the spirit eels and their cousins in the lands between, the spirit jellyfish, are able to drop these items. The spirit eels themselves are the spirits nestled closely to the glovewort. That very same spirit you cut down is the one being used in the spirit tuning ritual that makes your favorite summon stronger. You're trading their soul for one that's more useful to you, you monster. Near the Fort of Reprimand, we can find a pack of danger noodles surrounding a turtle, which is very confusing, and must have some kind of significance, but I have no idea what it may be. This turtle seems unique compared to others in the Land of Shadow, and for whatever reason, these spirit eels seem poised to protect her from any who would come close. It makes me wonder if perhaps our friend Muriel originates from the Land of Shadows, and this turtle belongs to the same family as our favorite dog. If this were the case, perhaps the spirit eels know the role an intelligent turtle could one day play in helping the land believe there is no heresy, and that indeed, all things can be conjoined, even life and death. Most of the spirit eels you encounter are either already pointing upward, waving in the breeze, or will extend themselves after you pass by them. I believe there's a reason that these creatures are so subdued and stare toward the sky, and it's related to the suppressing pillar found in the Land of Shadow. After making your way to the top of the pillar, you'll find a headstone saying this is the very center of the lands between. All manners of death wash up here, only to be suppressed. We've mentioned this statement before, and it's always made perfect sense to me with the understanding that so many different forms of death are found in the Land of Shadow. We have the ghostly horn-scent wandering Bellarat in the overworld. There are dead dragons littering the jagged peak. There are so many boats full of corpses that have made their way to the Land of Shadow that we have an entire chasm full of them, and the dead within have turned to putrescent masses. The spirit eels are simply another form of death brought to this land, and perhaps it's the suppression that the tower refers to that keeps them so docile. We know they can become aggressive when agitated, but if the pillar is keeping that anger suppressed, their bobbing and weaving in the breeze could make sense. Either that or these spirits are just very chill. After learning all I can about the spirit eels, I can confidently say I have no idea what the rationale was behind the creation of these enemies. Yes, they are another form of death given an aquatic theme, very much in line with what we've seen in the past, but where they come from, who they were, why they became eels rather than any other form of death, is impossible to know. Why do some of those who die in the lands between have their spirits become jellyfish? And why is the phenomena of spirits becoming eels strictly relegated to the Land of Shadow? There's so many questions surrounding these creatures, and unfortunately, no real answers. All we can confidently say about these friendly noodles is that they're another form of sea-based dead, and if you go out of your way to kill them while they mind their own business, there's something wrong with you. So what do you think the spirit eels are? I've seen many compare them to Kodama or tree spirits, but I don't personally subscribe to this theory, as while their faces are reminiscent of the spirits from Princess Mononoke, that's only one interpretation of what Kodama look like. and I don't see any strong parallels between the spirit eels and trees. Do you think the spirit eels were once people, or can any spirit become an eel? Why do you think death and sea creatures are intertwined in Elden Ring? Be honest. Did you attack a spirit eel unprovoked? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Watch that button light up as I say like this video, and if you think we've earned it, please consider subscribing and hitting the bell notification so you never miss out on our weekly lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Video game DLC is notorious for reskinning enemies when they need more fodder for players to tear through on their way to new content. Some like to accuse FromSoft of engaging in these practices, especially when it comes to Elden Ring. I think there's an argument to be made that reused assets can often dull some of the excitement when exploring a new place. But something I believe these games have always been able to do well is give us lore reasons for why we're fighting the same enemies again. We can encounter fire monks in Liurnia well before we meet them in the mountaintops, but it's not because the area needed enemy variety. It's because they chased Radahn, Thief of Fire, to this part of the lands between. Godwin the Grafted is most certainly a reason to throw us another Godric fight later in the game, but he also reveals a little more about Godwin's lineage. In Shadow of the Erdtree, there was a reused enemy that I never gave a second thought to, because it seemed so blatant. I originally decided they didn't need their own video, but after closer inspection, I think their mere existence in this land tells us a little more about their base game counterparts. Today, we're going to talk about the Shadow Militia, and what we can learn about their place in this world, before their brothers made it to the lands between. In Elden Ring, the Vulgar Militia's armor tells us it is armor worn by lean, mean, and filthy militiamen, freshly singed battlegrounds effusing with the stench of the dead, forbidden lands that will be excised from the memory of history. This is where the Vulgar Militia serve, as untiring, unsung watchkeepers. They're also said to be the undecorated stewards of rancid, scorched battlefields that none dare approach, and forbidden domains better forgotten by the rest of the world. In essence, we saw the Vulgar Militia as scavengers of the battlefield. They would go to wherever there were dead bodies to loot and take what they could while also attacking travelers from the shadows with underhanded tactics, like smoke bombs and ambushes. However, with the context of Shadow of the Erdtree, I think it's important that we consider who is actually in charge of this militia. When making our way through the Shadowkeep, we find small men wielding the armaments of the Vulgar Militia just outside of where we face the Golden Hippo. The only discernible difference between them and the militia we know from the base game is the appearance of their armor. Rather than it being jagged, aged, and torn, it looks well maintained, almost regal by comparison. Its description is slightly different than that of the Vulgar Militia, telling us it is armor as dark as shadow, worn by vulgar militiamen, freshly singed battlegrounds effusing with the stench of the dead, forbidden lands that will be excised from the memory of history. What better place than the realms of shadow, then, for such an army? Given its upkeep, and the description implying they're right where they belong, the Vulgar Militia originates from the land of shadow, and is only seen as vulgar due to the Golden Order labeling them as such. While the Shadow Militia is found in the Gravesite Plains, a place littered with dead, they're also found in very particular areas of the land of shadow, such as Shadu Altis, the bridge outside of the Shadowkeep, and the Specimen Storehouse. These members of the militia are not seen to be in opposition to Mesmer's forces, and we know it's fairly normal to find factions on opposite sides of each other, fighting amongst themselves in the lands between. This tells us that Mesmer's forces and the Shadow Militia were working together in a way that mutually benefited both parties. I don't believe that these men were among those that marched with Mesmer into the land of shadow, but their militia certainly joined forces with them along the way. We know the Horn-steed cared little for those outside of their race, butchering shamans as they saw fit for their religious practices. So perhaps the militia was subjected to a similar kind of cruelty, which made them partial to following the Golden Order. While none of their item descriptions tell us anything that would solidify the lore behind their true appearance, their connection to Mesmer's forces is undeniable. With that said, there is another place we can do battle with the Shadow Militia, just outside of the Divided Falls. The Divided Falls is where we find the entrance to the Darklight Catacombs, an area that leads to the Abyssal Woods, where the flame of frenzy has tainted the land, leading to Midra's Manor. These catacombs are defended by imps, spirit callers, and ultimately, Jori, the Elder Inquisitor. But before any can even reach the entrance, they're ambushed by the Shadow Militia. These members of the militia are not posted here because this is a place of death, where there are plentiful bodies to loot. In fact, they'd have a better chance of that in the Abyssal Woods themselves. No, they were stationed here for a reason, as the first line of defense, leading to a land effused with the stench of death. It's possible they were stationed here by Mesmer, but if there was one thing the Golden Order and the Horn-steed agreed on, it was the danger the frenzied flame posed to the world. So whether they were put there on the orders of Mesmer, Marika, or the Horn-steed, this was a station they were given, not a place they themselves chose to wait in order to ambush passers-by. If we accept the idea that the Shadow Militia is the original name of the Vulgar Militia, then the question becomes, how did they come to be known as Vulgar? I believe this is due to their ties to the Land of Shadow. I don't think any member of this militia was ever meant to be in the Lands Between when the Land of Shadow was locked away. If nothing else, this militia is made up of survivors, and I think it's fair to assume some may have even seen the writing on the wall and made their way to the Lands Between ahead of this event. From here, Queen Marika and the Golden Order couldn't have these men be known as the Shadow Militia. The Land of Shadows was supposed to disappear, become a footnote in history, only known to those who lived it. This place was meant to fade from memory, so the sins of Marika's past would stay buried forever. So the militia was slandered. They were not protectors. They were monsters who thrived in lands of battle and decay. Tales were told of the monstrous, vulgar militiamen who would carve you up with their long-bladed weapons and eat your flesh. This is why the Vulgar Militia saw tells us. The saw is said to also be used to cut up bodies to feed the militia, but there are no first-hand witnesses to confirm the dire rumor. There are no first-hand accounts because it's not true. It's Golden Order propaganda. I feel there is no greater evidence of this theory being correct than one of the areas we can face the militia in the base game of Elden Ring, along the path between the Forbidden Lands Grace and the Grand Lift of Rold. Upon using the medallion halves to activate the Grand Lift of Rold, we are taken to an area that looks much like the many catacombs found in the Lands Between. After walking out of this place, we are attacked by members of the Vulgar Militia, who again seem to be stationed here. Almost no one knew the secret of this lift, and it stands to reason that any who'd blocked this path were placed here on purpose. They defend the only corridor between the Tarnished and the Forbidden Lands, where we can find the entrance to Elfheil, Brace of the Erdtree. Miquella was said to be creating a haven for all those discarded by the Golden Order, and the Vulgar Militia got the memo. After all, who is the only person who would know their true origins in the Land of Shadow and still offer them safe harbor? Miquella, the boy who sought to walk those lands himself. While it may not seem like much was told to us about the Shadow Militia through their armor and weapons, sometimes written lore just isn't enough to get the whole picture. By taking a closer look at where we fight these enemies, and why they would be found in these strange places that seem to run counter to what we know them for, we can better understand just how much of their lore is actually lies told by the Golden Order. The Shadow Militia fought alongside Mesmer. They're not ransacking the land for its goods. The Vulgar Militia may sneak and steal, but they do it to survive, not out of some malicious, cannibalistic intent. These strange little men are another victim of Queen Marika and her crusade against the Land of Shadow. their history almost completely rewritten, with the only nugget of truth left to us being that they serve in forbidden lands that will be excised from the memory of history. The truth of these people has been hidden away so well that none of us playing the base game would have any way of knowing they were anything more than murderous little imps. Thank you for joining me as I revisited the Vulgar Militia, now that we have the context of the Shadow Militia, to better understand their whole story. What do you think the militiamen are? As even with this new information, we still don't know why they're so small. Do you believe the name Vulgar Militia is a bit of rebranding by the Golden Order? Why does the Shadow Militia stay loyal in the Land of Shadow? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Watch that button light up as I say like this video, and if you think we've earned it, please subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. One of the most fun aspects of Elden Ring, in my opinion, is the Elden Drip. While many players will be trying to min-max their build with armor that best complements their playstyle, others, like myself, just want to look cool. It's a role-playing aspect in the game that adds a fun layer of customization to your tarnished outside the face and body sliders. The more pieces you collect, the more options you have, and in true FromSoft fashion, this armor is going to give us insight into the lore that in many cases isn't found anywhere else. Thankfully, almost every set we see in-game is available for us to try on ourselves. But one in particular was well loved by the community in the early days, even though it couldn't be obtained without hacking the game, and was only seen on a single, ghostly NPC waiting outside the Colosseum. Thankfully, this armor was brought into the game proper with the release of Shadow of the Erdtree. But something was different. The name was changed, and the description had deeply interesting information altered. Today, we're going to take a look at the Highland Warriors, a faction we never do battle with ourselves, and figure out who these people truly are, both before and after their set became available to everyone. The Highland attire is found in the middle of the woods between the Shadowkeep and the Morth Ruins, along with the rest of the Highland set. This armor tells us it's the traditional garb of Highland warriors, made from woven fabric and finished with a blue patterned cloth. Highland warriors are known to be hunters of bears. To them, there is no act more glorious than the subjugation of a savage beast. The headband in this set adds that it is made of woven leather. The white feather represents their home settlement. Given that we never do battle with these warriors ourselves, we don't know which weapon they preferred. However, in the base game of Elden Ring, you can find the Highland axe in Stormveil Castle. We'll touch on this more in a little bit. If you're willing to brave the bear-infested forest northwest of the ravine north side of Grace, you'll find the Gloried attire, which is essentially just the Highland attire, but with a red sash worked into the outfit. This new piece of material does serve a purpose, as the description tells us this is a traditional garb of the Highland warriors, made from woven fabric and finished with fur. This garment is made from fabrics with both blue and red patterns. Red pattern fabrics were allowed only to those who hunted bears, the greatest and most glorious of the Highlanders. With all this talk of bears, you might assume Red Bear may have been a Highlander, but his armor confirms he was once a Redmane, so this connection falls through fairly quickly. This is all there is to know about the Highlanders as they appear in Shadow of the Erdtree. They were brave warriors who hunted down rune bears to prove their superiority. However, they never sought to model themselves after a bear's strength, seemingly believing that their own strength was superior, and granting those among them that proved it their red patterns. That's rap, right? Not quite. Because while this faction of warriors seems incredibly simplistic, the original description for their armor complicates things. Before they were known as the Highland Warriors, this set was called the Braves Battlewear. It was identical to the set released in Shadow of the Erdtree, save for its description. Battlewear fashioned from leather armor adorned with a large sheet of cloth. Garb worn by warriors of the frigid uplands. The red cloth signifies participation in the Long March long, long ago, and this ceremonial garb beseeches the favor of the warrior king who led them. This would mean that the Highland warriors are actually followers of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, and they followed him during the Long March, where he led the Tarnished away from the lands between after their banishment. Keep in mind, we are going to start treating this item description as gospel, even though it was changed for the DLC. Because while you could make the argument that this is now non-canon, I believe there's an important detail that was left in the base game that ties these two descriptions together: the location of the Highland axe. The Highland axe is a single-sided axe used by the warriors of the Highlands. Brave combatants begin battle by crying out their names. Roars are enhanced by this weapon. This weapon already ties the Highland armor to the Brave set, as it specifically calls them brave combatants, as well as tying them to Godfrey, as we know all too well his propensity for crying out during battle, as well as his fondness for axes. And he utilizes roars more than most when it comes to his fighting style. As if this isn't enough, what truly connects the Highland warriors to Godfrey is the fact that this axe is found in Stormveil Castle, just in front of the enormous portrait of the Elden Lord. Keeping all of this in mind, it's clear that the Highland warriors were originally meant to be forces in the army of Elden Lord Godfrey. However, after he was exiled, many of these warriors either left or met their end traveling the lands between and the Land of Shadow. In fact, one particular Highlander used to be stationed outside the Colosseum, begging to be let in so he could do battle, something that would have earned the approval of his lord. So the next logical question in my mind is, does this mean the Highlanders were all tarnished? I think the answer is no. I doubt every Highlander was tarnished, as we know people from all over became tarnished, such as Vike the Dragonspear, who had no ties to Godfrey previously. The tarnished are simply those stripped of grace, who followed Godfrey as he left the lands between. But it's fair to assume even those that were not tarnished, but fell into the service of Horaloo, would have continued following him after his exile. From here I believe there are a couple of questions. Why change this lore, and why put an emphasis on the Highlanders fighting bears? If we step away from the question, why bears, for a moment, we see that the Highland attire, while specifying that they were known for hunting those bears, also says there's no act more glorious than subjugation of a savage beast. Taking a look at Godfrey, we see the truth of that statement, as he's defeated Sarosh, and wears the beast regent like a cloak, while he acts as Godfrey's advisor. I'd say Sarosh was thoroughly subjugated by Godfrey, and that speaks to his lust for battle and glory as the leader of the Highland warriors. Interestingly, defeating Sarosh did not grant Godfrey a red sash, which makes sense as the sash originally had no connection to their practices of beast hunting. I think what made the developers remove the original description from the Brave set was timing. At one point, I'm sure these enemies were meant to be integrated into the game, but their presence may have contradicted an idea found in the finalized lore. And if they were going to finally bring this set into Shadow of the Erdtree, they wanted to remove any allusions to Godfrey, as he's not addressed anywhere in the DLC, and was likely not Elden Lord when the Land of Shadow was sealed away. Perhaps the developers saw the landscape they were building and realized, bears. Bears were the perfect option for warriors wishing to go stronger and test themselves, due to the ferocity of the rune bears, and the great red bears of the Land of Shadow. By changing the meaning of the red sash to be about hunting bears rather than the Long March, they could distance these warriors from their original incarnation. But if they were meant to be changed entirely, why leave the only weapon named for their people in front of Godfrey's portrait? FromSoft is no stranger to altering small details of their base game through updates, so it's odd to me that they would leave this weapon's description and location unchanged. Perhaps those that joined the Long March were only allowed to do so if they felled a bear, earning them their red fabric and a place at their lord's side. The easiest explanation for why these two stories are hard to reconcile is that we're meant to accept this retcon for what it is. But it's hard to do that when not every piece of the original lore has been scrubbed away. Environmental storytelling matters, and shouldn't be ignored when the details have the potential to carry so much weight. So while FromSoft wants us to put aside the gloried attire's previous life as the Brave's battle wear, I will continue to believe that the Highlanders were what remained of Godfrey's forces, that these warriors hunted bears to prove their strength, that they might join their lord in exile. Perhaps some of these warriors entered the Land of Shadow hoping to prove themselves, and were taken down by the ferocious bears that stalked its plains, and their defeat is the only reason we even know of their existence. In this scenario, the rest of these warriors were able to join the march, and that's why we never encounter them as enemies or allies within the game. All that's left of the Highland warriors is their armor, a shadow of what they used to be and who they used to serve, as well as an axe, sitting in front of a portrait of the man they called Lord. Thank you for joining us as we explored the Highland Warriors, a faction that we never really get to interact with as we make our way through the world of Elden Ring. Do you believe that the original descriptions of these warriors' armor should be ignored outright, or do they still have some validity? Why do you believe the description of this armor set was changed for Shadow of the Erdtree? Why make Redbear a Redmane soldier when you're already setting up a faction that hunted bears? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Watch that button light up as I ask you to like this video, and don't forget to subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. As we travel through the Land of Shadow, we're surrounded by death. One of the earliest enemies we can encounter are the translucent inhabitants of this land, that must have already succumbed to a form of death, if they're nothing more than wandering spirits. But death does not only express itself through the foes we face. Across the plains hidden behind Marika's veil, there are innumerable gravestones, some made of stone, and others that are spectral in nature. These spirit graves can be found all along Shadow Altus, and are defended by fearsome birds that bear more than a passing resemblance to a certain faction, which served a long-forgotten deity. Today we are discussing the gravebirds, and their mission to defend the dead of the Land of Shadow, as they indulge in their eternal sleep. The gravebirds are found throughout the Land of Shadow, and you're likely to encounter them for the first time in the Belorat Tower settlement. These particular enemies have been known to us since the first gameplay trailer for Shadow of the Erdtree, and look to be mini deathbirds, with significantly larger beaks. Their wild attack patterns can be hard to predict, and they're able to assail us with spectral rings of white light in order to strike from a distance. Interestingly, while they don't utilize any kind of death sorcery, they can spew ghost flame from their mouths. If you're paying close attention, you'll notice in the details of their form that they have intricate stonework along their bodies. Any piece of the gravebird's armor will explain the meaning behind this detail. Stone armor with a tinge of green, one of a set of armor pieces cast in the image of the gravebird. Gravebirds are ancient golems, created to guard the spirit graves, built where all manners of death ultimately drift. The gravebirds are not living creatures themselves. Much like the stone golems, they're automatons, brought to life in the Land of Shadow to serve a specific purpose: the defense of spirit graves. Across the Land of Shadow, we have the opportunity to find spirit grave stones. These items are described as a piece of gravestone that has started to turn into a spirit, mainly found on the gravesite plane. In places to where the dead have been brought since antiquity, the oldest gravestones turn into spirits and then fade away. These spirit graves defended by the gravebirds were once actual headstones, and over time, the spirits of those buried below them entangle themselves in their stone, making them fade slowly from existence. It seems as though it was the gravebird's job to stay with these stones until they faded, lest someone disturb their rest. I think these automatons were needed because the headstones do hold some form of power before they start to fade, as the spirit gravestones we can find are actually used to create other items. The polterstone, sunwarmth stone, and a bit of surging frenzied flame can all be crafted from the spirit-infused rock. And I believe those that used these spirits for their own ends were likely seen as heretics by the horn-steed, who revered spirits in their religion. This means the gravebirds were created for the express purpose of driving off these spirit poachers, and punishing those that would defy horn-steed traditions by disturbing these graves. When it comes to their appearance, the gravebird ashes tell the story. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirit of a gravebird, the spirit of an old golem and spirit grave keeper, who flies with stone wings and spouts ghost flame. According to legend, the gravebirds were crafted to be kindred to the deathbirds. It's rather straightforward. The crafters of these golems clearly revered the strength of the deathbirds, and saw their creation as a way of helping these creatures conduct their rituals with the dead. I think calling them kindred is an important distinction to make, because that means they weren't meant to be mere servants, but more like family or copies of the ghost birds. Perhaps, if we subscribe to the theory of the horn-steed being tied to their creation, these golems were meant to be an evolution of the ghost birds. Their death rituals involve burning the dead, spirits and all, in ghost flame to complete their cycle, but the gravebirds would defend the dead from any that would disturb their spirits. Similar purpose with a different agenda. If you're brave enough to dive headfirst into the nests of these creatures, you can actually find pieces of the gravebird armor set, which gives you the appearance of a gravebird draped in the feathers of their kin, the deathbirds. This armor doesn't tell us much we don't already know at this point, but the fact that it exists is interesting to me. It's clearly unique, as no one else we encounter in the Land of Shadow wears this set. And it makes me wonder if it perhaps belonged to the person responsible for the creation of the gravebirds. Why else would each piece of armor be found at the various locations where gravebirds congregate? Now, each piece is found on a corpse, so that could work against this theory. However, the fact that each corpse only has one piece could also mean the armor was delivered to these locations on purpose, perhaps on someone's orders, or maybe as a final show of respect after the passing of the gravebird's creator. It's equally possible that these bodies where we find the armor once held full sets, and these are the keepers of the spirit graves mentioned in various item descriptions. If this is the case, then these people would have essentially controlled the gravebirds, and upon their passing, the golems simply continued to follow their commands, protecting the spirit graves of the Land of Shadow. Either way, I believe the locations of these armor pieces are intentional, and help tell a story we don't have all the pieces to. There is a sorcery that the gravebirds have access to that may seem familiar if you gathered incantations during Elden Ring's base campaign. The Rings of Spectral Light are a sorcery practiced by the keepers of the spirit graves, where all death ultimately drifts. Creates rings of spectral light that fire in unison. The rings of light have the same qualities as ghost flame, and deal magic damage while also causing frost buildup. The name, Rings of Spectral Light, is likely to make you think of Radagon's Rings of Light, the Triple Rings of Light, or the Discus of Light. Knowing that two of these incantations were actually created by Miquella as gifts for his father, leads me to believe that Miquella has always had more knowledge of the Land of Shadow than others, and may have even been using that knowledge to help him develop his own plans. These Rings of Spectral Light come from an old order, that of the Gravebirds, as they strike with the same qualities of Ghost Flame. So perhaps this skill they learned by mimicking their kindred was itself mimicked by the Golden Order. It wouldn't be the first time they found something of use in heresy and bent it to their own ideals. The Gravebirds exist for the singular purpose of defending the dead, and from what we see in the Land of Shadow, it seems they're quite proficient in their job. The gravesite plain, as well as various other areas of this land, are brimming with ghostly gravestones, meaning that those who would use them to their own ends have been fended off for an untold number of years. While the Gravebirds are nothing more than stone, machinery shaped in the form of death itself, they are formidable opponents that can use their numbers against any who would disturb the rest of those spirits that have found themselves bound to their gravestone. In my eyes, this makes them an enemy that shouldn't be put to the blade as we ride by them. They serve a noble purpose in a world where so many have forgotten what nobility means, and we should leave them to their never-ending work. Thank you for joining me as I broke down what little we know about the gravebirds, the protectors of spirits across the land of shadow. What did you think of my thoughts and theories? Who is the mysterious creator of the gravebirds, and were they the same driving force behind other golems in Elden Ring? Are the corpses we find the gravebird armor set on thieves or acolytes? Why do those buried beneath gravestones in the land of shadow see their spirits intertwined with stone? Let me know your theories in the comments. Watch that button below light up as I say like this video, and if you think we've earned it, please consider subscribing and hitting the bell notification so you never miss out on our weekly lore dives. We'll look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Those that live in death have a stronger foothold in the lands between than you would imagine. With the death of Godwin and subsequent rise of his corpse as the Prince of Death, these enemies have spread across the land, and the ancient practices meant to wield the power of death itself have only become more pronounced. Deathbirds stalk the night, and people like Necromancer Garrus have found different ways to bend death to their will. It should come as no surprise that in the land of shadow, a land where all forms of death wash upon its shores, that the power of death is alive and well. Whether it be in the form of the Deathrite birds wielding their ghost flame, the gravebirds and their rings of spectral light, or Godwin's personal cadre of death knights, death can still sink its claws into you as you explore the shadows. And there's one group wielding this power that's more mysterious than any other: the Catacomb conjurers. Today we try to decipher what exactly these skeletal sorcerers are, because there's more to them than meets the eye, and the lore tells us almost nothing. The Catacomb conjurers are tall, skeletal beings found in the catacombs of the Land of Shadows. You may mistake them for those that live in death, but the truth is that these enemies are still alive. Their skin is paper thin, pulled back against their bones like mummies, and they maintain long gray hair and beards. If I had to compare them to anyone else in the lands between, it would be the wandering merchants who were locked far below Lanedell for worshipping the frenzied flame. They share this mummified look, and are still capable of wielding their own magics. I have to assume something similar happened with these conjurers, that they were once regular men who stayed within the catacombs for their own reasons, and over time, without the ability to truly die, they became the terrifying creatures we see before us. As further confirmation of the fact that these enemies are not one of those who live in death, Zully the Witch has shown us that sorceries targeting those that live in death have no effect on them, so these men really are still alive in this horrific state. In talking about the appearance of the conjurers, it's impossible to ignore the fact that each of them seems to have a child nestled under their cloak, holding onto their decrepit form. It doesn't look like this is a symbol or a piece of their clothing either, because it too has the same pulled back flesh of the conjurers, even if it's colored differently. I've read some theories that the conjurers call upon their power over death from these babies, using them as a catalyst of sorts, and I think there's an argument to be made here. The Prince of Death's staff is said to be a staff embedded with sullied amber, said to be a very part of the Prince of Death. It's easy to assume the sullied amber is what allows you to cast magic through the staff, but there are no other examples of amber glintstone throughout the lands between. So perhaps it's the dead flesh of Godwin himself being used as a catalyst for our magic. If this is the case, then the Catacomb conjurers are doing the same thing with these babies. Perhaps because their lives were so short, and they were touched by death so quickly, they could be used to cast the magics associated with the power of death. I believe this lends credence to their title as conjurers. If you're familiar with Zully's video exploring these enemies, you know that their actual name in the files of Elden Ring is the Catacomb Sorcerer. However, if you take a look at the Elden Ring Books of Knowledge, Volume 3, we see the only canon confirmation of their title is actually Catacomb Conjurer. The names may seem interchangeable, But I believe this is an important distinction, as a conjurer is more closely related to the idea of summoning spirits. All of the spells used by these enemies summon the crest of death, and they wield ghost flame, which means that while they themselves do not live in death, they are touched by these old practices. If they're using the corpse of a child to cast their magics, it makes sense they'd be referred to as conjurers rather than sorcerers, as they use death to summon the spirits of those that have passed to fight on their behalf. The weapons they hold are particularly interesting, because I don't think we've seen anything else like them in the lands between. They look more like religious implements than a staff being used to cast sorceries, one being a dagger, while the other looks vaguely like a short staff. Both of these items bear a distinct lack of glintstone, meaning that the sorcery they wield does not use the amber of the cosmos to call upon their power, even if one of their spells essentially creates glintstone shards that bounce from the walls. A telling thing about this particular sorcery is that while it resembles glintstone shards, they're surrounded with the gray light of death rather than blue. I think that speaks towards this ancient order of conjurers finding an understanding of the cosmos through death rather than studying the night sky. Perhaps these are some of the earliest adherents to the deathrite birds, and their entire understanding of the universe boiled down to the cycle of life and death, learned from watching the birds rake the ashes of the dead from their kilns of ghost flame. We have very little to go on when it comes to determining the true purpose of the Catacomb conjurers, but with what we can learn from contextual clues, I believe they were servants of death, much like those priests who wielded death ritual spears, and became guardians of the deathrite birds by forming their wings. The religious practices of death in a time before the Erdtree must have had some kind of hierarchy, and I believe the Catacomb conjurers were a step below these priests. Instead of offering their lives to the deathbirds in exchange for their eventual resurrection, the conjurers set out to wander the catacombs, where the dead were buried, perhaps making sure no one disturbed their peaceful rest. This would explain why their dagger and scepter are much more reminiscent of religious relics than actual weaponry. Their magic was only meant to punish those who would dare disturb the dead in an attempt to pillage their final resting place. There is the question of whether or not they now serve the Prince of Death, as he's come to inhabit the Land of Shadow. But I'm going to say no. I don't believe they do. In the Darklight Catacombs, we can find the corpse of one of Godwin's Death Knights, and the only way to obtain their armor is to loot this one dead knight. However, it's very likely that in your excitement to pick up the armor they left behind, you didn't catch the actual culprit for their murder. A catacomb conjurer stands against the wall opposite this corpse, and if you aren't careful, he'll put an end to you as well while you try to claim your prize. I believe the implication of this corpse's placement is that the conjurer killed this Death Knight, and if they were aligned with the new Prince of Death, I sincerely doubt we'd see this kind of infighting, especially since these knights are part of Godwin's personal guard. With this said, I truly believe the Catacomb conjurers serve an older order, and have no particular interest in this new god, claiming to be prince of the very death they wield. This is where I normally try to wrap up the story of the enemy we've been digging into, but in this case, there isn't much to say, as all the things we can learn about the Catacomb conjurers are completely unconfirmed in written lore. These are all my thoughts on who they were, the power they wield, why they're found in the catacombs, and the faction they truly belong to. But in truth, your guess is as good as mine. Do you believe that these enemies are truly called the Catacomb Conjurers? Or do you take issue with the Elden Ring books of knowledge? Is the baby attached to their chest still alive just as they are? Or is it a corpse used as a catalyst for their magic? Were they members of the same order that worship the deathrite birds? Or do they belong to something much older? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Watch that button below light up as I say like this video. And if you think we've earned it, please consider subscribing, hitting the bell, and setting notifications to all, so you never miss out on our weekly lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Land of Shadows is home to many terrifying creatures. The gravebirds, avian golems built to resemble the deathbirds and guard spirit graves, attack us wherever we find them. The blood fiends have been twisted into rat-faced, omen-like creatures by the Mother of Wounds. The curse blades come for our lives with their murderous dance, weaving their weapons with their gangly limbs. It would be easy to dismiss the manflies as another disgusting enemy, meant to unnerve you as you explore this land. However, there's much more to these poor souls than meets the eye. These horn-sent, afflicted with a terrible disease, lose their humanity slowly but surely, and become nothing more than mindless creatures out for their next meal. But how did they end up this way? And where did this disease start? Today, we tell the story of the manflies, and share our thoughts on the origins of these cursed souls. We can encounter the manflies fairly early on our journey as we explore the first open field in the Land of Shadow, and come across the ailing village. These creatures clearly hold a human form, but they've sprouted extra fly-like appendages, such as skinny insect arms and fly wings. Their spines have also elongated, pulling and stretching their torso. Their skin has gone white and their bodies are loosely covered in shrouds and wraps, as if they were patients to someone watching over them. This makes sense when we consider the ailment talisman, which is described as a talisman depicting a soul taken by sickness. When the weak were infected with the dreaded fly sickness, they perished well before the metamorphosis could take hold. Oddly, those who cared for the infected and made certain they were given a proper burial were never afflicted themselves. This confirms that the flymen are not their own species in the Land of Shadow, but rather people afflicted with a sickness that transforms them into these creatures. We'll get into those that cared for them later, but for now, we can take this information to mean that those who cared for the flymen before they fully transformed wrapped them in these bandages. The affliction that some of the horn-sent suffered from must have been agonizing, but the pain and suffering would stop, as the flyman Ashes explained. Afflicted horn-sent eventually metamorphosized into a fly-like form. It was believed that the moment the transformation took place, they were relieved from their suffering. Once a horn-sent reached the final stages of this illness, and their body had become fully transformed, the pain of this disease would supposedly subside. But the words, "it was believed," are doing some heavy lifting here. It's possible the manflies are still in agony, but the part of them that was human is now gone, and they have no idea just how horrific their transformation has been. If the completed transformation somehow dulled their ability to show emotion, then if they were still feeling the pain of the disease, we'd have no way of knowing. I'm inclined to believe they truly can still feel this pain, due to the invaluable crafting material they can drop, known as fly mold. A species of fungus known for its deathly sweet stench, found by hunting manflies. Cultivated using the flesh and blood of the manflies, it can serve as pot innards. Fly mold is an integral ingredient in numerous hefty pots, such as the fetid, fly, poison, and rot pots. If their very flesh can be used to spread all manner of pestilence, I think it's fair to assume living with that flesh is torturous to the manflies. While these creatures can be encountered throughout the Land of Shadow, we can actually find their origin point in the manfly village, where many of them reside, surrounded by corpses of giant insect-like creatures. An item the manflies have a chance of dropping, which can also be found in this village, is the silver horn tender, an old currency used by horn-sent, made by coating spiral horns with silver. These trinkets were once symbolic of society's upper echelons. If any manfly can drop this item, it means that those who were afflicted with this disease can be associated with older families of the Land of Shadows, which once held some level of status. But this isn't the only interesting thing we can find in the village. Among the manflies, we can find a horn-sent spirit with the ability to cast Swarm of Flies, an incantation associated with the Formless Mother. A Blood Oath incantation, shared from the Lord of Blood's power, releases a swarm of blood flies before the caster to assault foes. The vile swarm deals damage and builds up onset of blood loss. The new palace of the Lord of Blood lies in a swamp of festering blood, and these flies are said to spawn from excrement in that land. I and many others believe this man is one of the doctors mentioned in the ailment talisman, and the fact that they were never affected by the sickness, and that they have the ability to cast this incantation, indicates that they may have been the ones to spread the manfly disease in the first place. I think it's fair to assume that these doctors are responsible for the proliferation of the manflies, but I believe their tie to the Formless Mother is tenuous. Yes, they use a Blood Oath incantation, but we've seen through the Blood Fiends what the Mother of Wounds does with her followers in the Land of Shadow. This aside, we can see that fly mold is versatile. The flesh of the manflies is not specifically associated with one outer god. It can be used to create pots that spread blood loss, but also poison and rot, associating these enemies with both the Mother of Wounds and the Goddess of Rot. With this in mind, I believe the use of Swarm of Flies here is more thematic rather than creating a direct tie between these doctors and the Formless Mother. It's possible they may have tapped into her power, but I don't believe they are in any way her acolytes, not like Luminary Moog, his dynasty, or the Blood Fiends. It would seem the manflies were nothing more than an experiment for these physicians, and their affliction may have never been contagious in the first place. The details we have come together to paint a picture of a very controlled disease, spread through the practices of physicians trying to learn something, and believing this particular transformation held the answers they were seeking. Perhaps this was an attempt to bring the horn-scent closer to their religion, as wings and more animalistic traits are deeply associated with the primordial crucible. It's possible these doctors were studying a form of religious salvation. What if those horn-scent that never grew horns of their own were looking for a way to bring themselves closer to the crucible? If they could not have horns, what other vestiges could they obtain? Maybe wings? What if the manflies were unwitting pawns in the experiments of these doctors, believing they could somehow become closer to the divine body their churches coveted? What if the manfly village is full of the upper echelons of horn-scent society, because they believe their money and influence could pay for divinity, and the result was this horrible amalgamation of man and fly? Maybe the manflies truly were afflicted with a terrible disease through no fault of their own. But it's also possible these are the just deserts of those who tried to take a shortcut in an attempt to become divine like their tutelary deities. We'll never know the truth, but one thing we do know is that no one truly survives the transformation. They simply continue existing until someone has the decency to cut them down and end their suffering. Thank you for joining us for this breakdown of the manflies. What do you think of our theory about the richer people of the Land of Shadow attempting to pay their way into divinity? Where did you first encounter the manflies? Do you harvest their mold for your pots? Do you believe they're associated with a specific outer god, and why? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Shadow of the Erdtree introduced us to many new enemies, as well as a land forgotten by those who lived under the rule of the Golden Order, thanks to Marika's Veil. While the Land of Shadow is a unique landscape with its own rich history that harkens back to a time well before the demigod's rule, we can still find echoes of the base game of Elden Ring through our journey. Some of these are blatant, like the truth behind Mikola and St. Trina, but others are more subtle. As we learn of Marika's past, and by extension that of her people, the shamans, we learn of the horrifying atrocities they were forced to endure. Their flesh melded harmoniously with others, and this aspect of their being was needed by the horn-scent in order for them to pursue godhood. So it was that the shaman were carved to pieces and stuffed inside jars, as was their lot in life under horn-scent rule. But what I want to focus on isn't the ritual itself, but the people performing the ritual. These men were known as potentates, and if you follow the story of our little friend Jarbairn, you know this title means something completely different in the lands between. So let's discuss who the potentates were in the Land of Shadow, and speculate on why that title was given to those who protect the jars in the lands between. The greater potentates are enemies found while exploring the Bonny village in the Land of Shadow. They each wear the caterpillar mask and nothing else, likely as part of their ritual murders. This item is a grotesque mask constructed from countless solidified caterpillars, a ritual implement of the greater potentates of Bonny village, used to ward off thoughts of impurity, doubt, temptation, and other wickedness one is vulnerable to while absorbed in divine ritual. This mask is also famously worn by Hornscent, but I don't believe this means he was among the potentates, particularly because he does not share their affinity for large butchering knives, instead focusing on slim blades that allow him to attack with speed. He would have needed this mask to focus on his goal, to keep doubt from his mind as he pursued Mesmer the Impaler. The Bonny Butchering Knife is a weapon of the greater potentates of Bonny Village, an outside butcher's cleaver used to dismember human bodies in the making of the great jars stored in the jails. The Bonny Village is overflowing with these jars, and it was the job of the potentates to cleave the shaman limb from limb and add them to these jars, so that their flesh would meld as part of their rituals. Every one of the jar-inert enemies we face is an amalgamation of shaman parts, stuffed within the jars by the greater potentates. As far as we know, only one potentate escaped his role as a butcher, and went on to write cookbooks for different ways we can utilize jars. All the greater potentates' cookbooks tell us they are a record of crafting techniques of the greater potentates who roam the lands near and far. Haunted by the grotesque practice of his village of birth, he stuffed great pots with all manner of things. So while he escaped a life of stuffing living, breathing people into jars, he still found ways to use his skills to create, essentially, projectile weapons. So we know the potentates of the Land of Shadow were religious fanatics who needed to literally cover their faces in order to stomach their work. But why were they stuffing people into jars? Upon killing the jar innards, we have a chance of acquiring innard meat, which tells us this is what becomes of the condemned, who get sliced up and stuffed into jars to become saints instead. The ghost at the whipping hut also refers to shamans being granted sainthood by being stuffed into jars. So this ritual was likely intended to create a saint who could lead their people through the divine gate. Some even believe Queen Marika herself was the only successful jar saint, but I'm not completely convinced of this. We now have a solid understanding of who the greater potentates are and why they hack and slash the bodies of shaman and stuff them into jars. But what does that have to do with the idea of a potentate that were presented in the base game of Elden Ring? Upon meeting Jarbairn, he asks us if we're going to be the new potentate of Jarburg, and offers to take a look at our hands. After seeing how rough they are, Jarbairn tells us a potentate needs to have slick, slidey hands, which is deeply counterintuitive to what Shadow of the Erdtree showed us of the potentates. In fact, it's Diallo's Hoslow who comes to be the new potentate of Jarburg, telling Jarbairn he will care for the jars, but won't fight because he is a coward. He does betray this notion by fighting off the jar poachers at the cost of his own life, his soft hands finally winning a true battle, and inspiring Jarbairn to set out on his quest as a warrior jar, adopting his catchphrase, "The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood." So here we have a potentate that is essentially the polar opposite of what the potentates were originally meant to be. Not a murderous butcher, stuffing jars full of innards, but a gentle protector, doing his best to watch over and polish the living jars that don't seem to contain living, melded flesh. In order to understand why this title reflects two completely different groups of people, I think it's important to call out the difference between the jars in the Land of Shadow and the lands between. In the Land of Shadow, shamans were torn limb from limb and stuffed into jars, having their flesh melded together and eventually bringing new life from inside their prison. In the lands between, the living jars don't deal in living flesh. They collect the remains of the dead in order to make themselves stronger. They don't do this to grow a new amalgam of life within their jar. They themselves are alive. The flesh within is simply a source of power. It seems ludicrous that Marika would bring this practice of filling jars from the Land of Shadow to the lands between, when you consider how many of her people must have been subjected to this horrific practice. But perhaps she wished to take back this torturous ritual, instead making it a part of her cycle. This is more theory than anything else, but if you look at the minor Erdtrees, they're often surrounded by broken or cracked jars. And I don't think it's a big leap to assume that most living jars were meant to end up beneath a tree sooner or later. Instead of being filled with living flesh to birth a saint, these jars were sent out to collect the remains of the dead in order to bring them and their spirits to the Erdtree. This would keep the cycle of spiritual death and rebirth moving. This does not account for warrior jars like Alexander and Jarbaron, but they seem to be the exception rather than the rule. Even the warrior jars don't seem to attack humans unprovoked. They instead seek out the remains of great warriors and add them to their own innards so that they might become stronger. In this way, I believe Marika took a symbol of oppression and twisted it to her own ends, making what was once a horrifying sentence for her people and modifying it to keep herself in power. So with the jars now serving a significantly less violent purpose, they needed people to shepherd them along in their duties and make sure no harm came to them as they reached their destinations. This is where I believe the new potentates would come in. The jars have always been, and continue to be, religious implements. But in Marika's new world, they would be treated with a kindness that their previous iteration was not. Before the Shattering, the dead were respected, because they were part of the divine cycle of the Erdtree. So those that walked with jars were not warriors, but soft-handed attendants. The title of potentate was subverted, taken from something deeply violent to something more tender in order to bury the past, as Marika often did. These new potentates were meant to serve the jars in a way, rub them down, keep them in good working order so they might fulfill their purpose. Perhaps keeping the practice of jars carrying flesh and reinterpreting it as a respect for the dead rather than a horror for the living was a way for Marika to cope with the terrible practices her people endured, and a show of respect for the shamans, taking a fate they had thrust upon them by the horn-scent and fundamentally changing it into something she believed maintained a world of prosperity for all. We can't know for sure why the practice of creating living jars was brought to the lands between, but I like to think of it as an example of the abused taking back their agency, and maybe even a middle finger to those who oppressed them before their rise to power. It seems to me like the kind of thing Marika would do, taking the title of potentate, which was steeped in blood, and instead making them the protectors of jars, rather than the people filling them. Thank you for joining us as we explore the potentates of the Land of Shadow and the lands between. Do you have any thoughts on our theories here? Why do you think Marika kept the term potentate when creating her rule in the lands between? Is Anastasia Tarnished Eater in any way tied to the potentates of the Land of Shadow, given that she wields an identical cleaver? Was this much thought even given to reusing the title of potentate, or am I just going crazy? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Watch that button light up as I ask you to like this video, and don't forget to subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. When we make our way to the Finger Ruins and Shadow of the Erdtree, it's easy to become awestruck by what these structures could mean for the Fingers, the cosmos, and the overall lore of Elden Ring. We visit these places through the quest we take on for Ymir, the sorcerer who wished to become a new mother to the Fingers and shape the future of the world. In order to do this, he must take the place of Medr, the daughter of the Greater Will and the source of the Fingers. Medr relays what she believes to be the guidance of the Greater Will through the Finger Readers, as well as acting to mother to the Finger Creepers, which seem to have very little agency of their own. The Fingers and all enemies associated with them are eldritch horrors that will haunt your dreams if you spend too long dwelling on their appearance. So let's do exactly that and talk about the Lampreys. These fishy, leech-like enemies are only found in the Finger Ruins, and are the originators of Finger sorcery. Through them, Ymir and his peers started to unravel cosmic truths. But what exactly are they? And why is Ymir the only priest we find able to use their sorceries? As we explore the Finger Ruins for the first time, you're likely to be lulled into a false sense of security. These ancient ruins are vast, and you may not see these less obvious enemies skulking around. However, as soon as they see you, all bets are off. These leech-like monsters are able to bind you in place, and even teleport directly to you in order to feed on your flesh. Aside from this unnerving and deeply annoying attack, they can cast sorceries that carry no real color. Once we learn them from Ymir, we know that these are actually the Finger sorceries, Glintstone Nail and Nails. They tell us they are the Glintstone sorcery of Count Ymir, High Priest, one of the Finger sorceries, said to have been discovered in a hallowed ruin, flings multiple magic nails that crumble during flight. Count Ymir boasts that this is mere child's play, an echo of a greater truth. The fact that these enemies can cast a sorcery directly related to Ymir tells us two things. One, they are intelligent. And two, while they're connected to the Fingers themselves, they also have some connection to Ymir. If we do a little digging around the Cathedral of Manus Medr, we can find a glinting nail, a consumable item that can also be crafted, which allows you one cast of the Glintstone Nail sorcery. It's described as a nailstone with shining fingerprints floating above, and tells us, the lampreys that guard the Finger Ruins resemble fingers far more than they do humans, and so the Finger Weavers imitated their sorcery. These Finger Weavers are also mentioned when finding one of their hovels and obtaining the Finger Weaver's cookbook. A record of crafting techniques left by a determined student of the Finger Ruins. His brush with the sublime all but shattered his mind, though he was left capable enough to leave these few precious words. It would seem those that studied the Finger Ruins were known as Weavers, and it's not a stretch to assume Ymir was one of them, if not their leader. Now we have a connection between the Lampreys and the Sorcerers. They saw the Lampreys' ability to cast these unique finger sorceries, and found ways to replicate them. This begs the question, if Ymir is the only person able to utilize these sorceries, what happened to the rest of the Weavers? Upon killing the Lampreys, they have the chance of dropping two different items, the Pearlescent Scale and the Finger Mimic. The scale is described as a glassy and glistening fragment of pearlescent hue, found by hunting lamprey. These retrograde scales are found embedded deep within the skin of lamprey. Typically, you would think that a scale would be representative of a tie to the primordial crucible, and the term retrograde could bolster that assumption. But the look of these scales is much more otherworldly, resembling more a wing of a stele than the scale of a creature tied to the crucible. In this case, retrograde would be a more literal term, meaning these scales are underneath the skin of the lamprey. The Finger Mimic is described as a light pink mushroom resembling a wizened finger, exceedingly rare to find, used by those who wish to become fingers to induce hallucinations. They call these mushrooms the stillborn of the two fingers. While the pearlescent scale can only be found by killing lamprey, the Finger Mimics can also be found growing from the ground in the Finger Ruins. You would think these two items do little to link the lampreys and the Finger Weavers, but when combined using the methods of the Weavers, they create the Fingerprint Nostrum, an incredibly interesting item that may hold the secret to the ultimate fate of the Weavers. The fingerprint nostrum is described as a bullus engraved with whorl-like lines, boosts mind, intelligence, faith, and arcane at the cost of gradual HP loss. A secret medicine of those who attempt to turn their human bodies into fingers. Ingesting causes something to wriggle within. I believe the finger weavers, those that studied the ruins and are tied to Count Ymir, reached a point where they themselves wanted to become fingers, and they did this by hunting the lamprey for their scales. By ingesting fingerprint nostrums, they cultivated new life in their bodies in an attempt to achieve their goal. There are two possible outcomes in my estimation when it comes to their ultimate fate. Either they themselves became lampreys, or they unknowingly completed the life cycle of these monsters by allowing their babies to grow inside them until they burst forth from their bodies. Either way, the research of the finger weavers culminated in the birth of new lampreys. We can see the fruits of their labor ourselves, as there are two different kinds of lamprey we can encounter. Those with blackened skin, that likely originated from the ruins, and those with much paler skin, that look as if they are newly born. While this gives us an idea of how lamprey came to thrive in the finger ruins, and how they found life through the finger weavers, this doesn't explain where they came from in the first place. But perhaps their name holds the answer to that question. Lamprey are real jawless fish outside the world of Elden Ring, and their name is derived from the Latin lampetra, which may mean stone liquor. Given that these creatures are only found in areas where finger stones spring forth from the earth itself, perhaps they originate from the cosmos, a type of hanger-on that made its way to the lands between at the same time as Metter. These parasites, with scales embedded deep in their flesh resembling the creatures of the cosmos, simply hitched a ride, and were born from what signs of life once resided in the finger stones. Perhaps the stones were once living organisms, and the lampreys are the reason they're now nothing but rocks pointing toward the sky. Another example of life from outside the lands between, finding a way to thrive in this land. However, the origins of real-life lampreys open up another possibility. The lampreys in the real world actually trace their roots back to the late Devonian period. And who do we meet in the Land of Shadow, other than Crucible Knight Devonia? Perhaps they were native to this world, but by feeding on the finger stones, these parasites grew the scales of the cosmos inside their bodies, and took on a finger-like appearance. Either of these origins is possible. The question is, which do you think is more likely? The origins of the lampreys are murky, and it would be impossible to say for sure that we've pinned them down. But I believe these to be the most likely answers given the clues we have. These creatures feed on whatever life they find, either from the inside or the outside. They suck the blood from our tarnished should they catch us in their grasp, and fed on the insides of the weavers, who thought ingesting their essence would make them fingers. These creatures, who the weavers studied, believing them to be closely related to the fingers, are likely nothing more than parasites, who only resemble fingers because those are the creatures they were able to feed on. It calls to mind the xenomorphs of the Alien franchise, and I don't think it's a stretch to say they may have been a piece of the inspiration behind these monsters, along with real-life lampreys. With everything we were able to piece together about them, I think it's fair to say that whether you believe they came from the stars, or they're native to these lands, the lampreys are one of the oldest living creatures in the Land of Shadows. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the lampreys, the worm-like, finger-like, fish-like bloodsuckers of the Finger Ruins. Do you believe the lampreys find their origins in the stars? Or did they take on the pearlescent scales by feeding on cosmic creatures? Was Count Ymir the leader of the Finger Weavers? And did he purposefully refuse to ingest the fingerprint nostrum so he could study its effects on his followers? Why did the lampreys never leave the Finger Ruins and explore the rest of the Land of Shadow? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Formless Mother is the outer god benefactor of luminary Mohg and his dynasty. When he stood before her underground, deep below the capital city of Leyndell, his blood boiled in a way that intoxicated him. His banishment to the shadows, his role as guardian of the path to the Three Fingers, even his accursed body, didn't matter anymore. After meeting this outer god, he understood her craving for wounds and built a dynasty on the foundation of worshipping her. His sacred spear, his instrument of communion with this god, came to be known as a symbol for his dynasty. So of course, it's more than a little jarring to be exploring the land of shadow and stumble across monsters performing rituals with their own spears, where they pierce the flesh of the Formless Mother. It would seem Mohg was not the first person she came in contact with when trying to stake a claim on the lands between. The Blood Fiends and their connection to blood sorcery likely predates Mohg finding the Mother of Wounds deep below Leyndell. So let's explore these early worshippers of the Formless Mother and study the wounds they open. The Blood Fiends seem to be a singular race in the Land of Shadow, and while their physicality is slightly reminiscent of the Omen we see in the Lands Between, they're completely devoid of horns, their faces taking on a more rodent-like appearance, with two large front teeth and pointed ears. I think it's fair to say that there are no other creatures in Elden Ring that look quite like this, and we get an idea as to why from defeating the Bloodhound Chieftain and receiving the Blood Fiend Hexer's ashes. This spirit conducts blood boon rituals with a sacred spear, casts blood flame hexes, and takes a singular pleasure in letting the blood of foes. Long ago, a subjugated tribe discovered a twisted deity amongst the ravages of war, and they were transformed into blood fiends. The Mother of Truth was their savior. While we can't know for sure, I believe it was at least possible that the Blood Fiends may have been an offshoot of the Demihumans. We can certainly describe the Demihumans as a subjugated tribe in the Lands Between, but we don't see any examples of this in the Land of Shadow, outside of Onze, the swordsman who locked himself away in the Bellerat jail. When considering the idea that the Omen are a cursed form of horn-scent, it does create a parallel to what the Demihumans may have been twisted into once they were transformed by the Mother of Truth. However, after speaking with other creators in the community, I believe there's a stronger theory as to the origins of these monsters. The Outer God Heirloom is a talisman engraved with the lore of an outer god. The clan, who lost everything in the Great Fires, peered upon the corpse of their ancestor, normally an act of sanctity, and saw in its shadow a twisted deity. The clan had suffered such torment that the horrible thing was taken as an object of worship. This sounds a whole lot like the description we've just read of the Hexer Ashes, but I believe there must be some mistake here. I was floored after speaking with Moxie Watson, Last Protagonist, to confirm that the original Japanese translation of these two items still aligned very well. This means the most likely origin of the Blood Fiends is actually the horn-scent. The corpse of their ancestor mentioned in the talisman seems to be a tutelary deity. The corpses of the ascetics trying to reach divinity, which hold divine spirit ash. After their land was razed by Mesmer's forces, some horn-scent saw the Mother of Wounds in the burning visage of one of their most sacred practices, leading them to her and transforming them into the Blood Fiends. Make sure to check out Last Protagonist's video diving into this, as I believe it lays out the theory better than I do here. Moxie also brought up an interesting idea that the Blood Fiends could be some form of what comes out of the jars as successful transformations, due to their smooth, round bodies, showing how we can interpret different origins with the info that we're given. All this said, there are a couple of issues I take with the idea of the Blood Fiends being horn-scent, even though it is the strongest possible origin we have. The Blood Fiends take on the appearance of rodents, as mentioned earlier, and are severely deformed, their bodies seeming more omen than anything else. Why would they look like this? Also, for former horn-scent, there's a distinct lack of horns on any of the Blood Fiends. In talking to Last Protagonist,
He mentioned this could be due to the purification rituals they undergo with the mother's blood. And while I agree that this could explain the discrepancy, it really is just speculation. This also brings to mind the Sanguine Nobles, members of Mohg's forces who are growing horns on their bodies. These members of Mohg's court take on an omen-like appearance, but many believe that this is due to the blood that they've been infused with by their master. It's interesting that by purifying the blood dropped by the Mother of Wounds, one may be able to rid themselves of horns, even if it leads to the twisted bodies of the blood fiends. But when Mohg shares his accursed blood with his followers, they sprout horns. According to the Mohgwyn Spear, she is an outer god who bestows power upon accursed blood. Maybe her connection to the blood fiends is what allows her to grant this power to Mohg. After all, the blood of the horn-scent is considered accursed in the lands between. When looking at these creatures, we see most can be found topside, wielding a weapon called the Blood Fiend's arm. This bludgeon is described as an arm pulled from the corpse of one of their kin, and wielded as a makeshift weapon. Having been sanctified by a blood ritual, this armament is capable of spraying blood stored within when executing a strong attack. The Blood Fiends don't seem to be overly concerned with the lives of their kin, as so many of them are found feasting on their brothers. The fact that these weapons are so common among the Blood Fiends leads me to believe that every one of them has been sanctified by a blood ritual, meaning this damaging blood exists within all of their bodies. In fact, we can catch these monsters practicing a blood ritual in the Rivermouth Cave, near the ancient ruins base, and within the Rao ruins. A leader chants and stabs into the air, as if to cut into the Mother of Wounds herself. This isn't new to the Tarnished, because to enter the Land of Shadow, we must defeat Mohg, who practices this very same ritual. We are witnessing the process by which the Blood Fiends worship the Mother of Truth, and gain strength. The Blood Fiend at the front of this ritual is a hexer, and wields the Blood Fiend's sacred spear, stabbing it into the air, as one of his tribe sits before him, seemingly ready to open a wound for their mother. Great Spear of the Blood Fiend Hexers, one of the most significant implements used in their blood rituals. Sacred spears of blood are the instruments of communion with an outer god. The Mother of Truth desires a wound. It would seem that this ritual we found ourselves observing is one in which the Blood Fiends are trying to commune with their god. However, I'm willing to bet the Mother of Wounds is not able to speak with them directly, due to the veil cast over the Land of Shadow, obscuring its presence from the lands between. This would mean the Blood Fiends are continually reaching out to a god that can't hear them, and who's much more busy leading Mohg, at least until Miquella's influence took his senses from him. Even so, the ability Blood Fiend's boon does seem to imply that at one time, these creatures were closer to the Mother than Mohg ever was. It's similar to Blood Boon Ritual, which creates explosions of blood, but it's much more controlled, as if the Blood Fiends are practiced in how to wield this power, and can control where they want the Mother's blood to go. The Blood Fiend's fork tells us how they offer their own wounds to their mother in order to slake her thirst. Weapon used by the Blood Fiends, 3 tines of carved bone spear the victim to provoke blood loss. A ritual implement for blood offerings to the Formless Mother. At times, the Blood Fiends would spill even their own blood using these forks. Just as Luminary Mohg wants his forces to spill blood to fill his pits, the Blood Fiends let what blood they can to appease their mother, even going so far as to offer their own life essence to feed her craving. The literal river of blood we find ourselves standing in during this ritual was most likely not created from the Blood Fiends dragging people down into their lair, but rather a mixture of both their blood and that of the Formless Mother, which they're able to spill when their rituals succeed. The Blood Fiends can sometimes drop sacred bloody flesh, a raw meat soaked with blood, a delicacy of the Blood Fiends, temporarily boosts physical attack power and arcane. When blood loss occurs nearby, further boosts attack power. The blood is said to have fallen from the Formless Mother's wound. Never will it dry, never will it rot. As we saw with Mohg during our battle, stabbing into the air to produce blood, and pulling flaming blood from seemingly nowhere, is exactly what the Mother of Wounds wants.
Both he and the blood fiends spill her blood in order to make themselves more powerful. It seems when performing these rituals, the blood of the mother herself will fall from the wounds they inflict with their spears, and that blood is then used to soak a piece of flesh, literally taken off of one of their own. By ingesting this flesh, now purified through the mother's blood, we're able to boost our physical and arcane attack power, gaining the strength of the mother herself, then being granted even more power when we trigger blood loss in our foes. Through her own wounds and craving for even more bloodshed, she empowers her followers to continue their worship of her. I wish there were more to say about the blood fiends, but this is seemingly it outside of the description of the sanguine amaryllis. A blood flower with meaty petals, grown by blood fiends in pools of blood. Perhaps even the fiends admire blood's beauty. This item implies that beauty can sprout from the blood spilled in the name of the formless mother, and that the blood fiends, while they look simple and deformed, have the capacity to admire the resilience of these flowers. This hints at a richer internal life within the blood fiends you wouldn't expect. It's interesting to think these heavy, rodent-looking monsters could look at a flower blooming from the very blood they spill and feel something deeper. An admiration for how this plant is able to thrive surrounded by blood, just as the blood fiends hope to. Perhaps there is more behind their appearance than there seems to be. However, there are no blood fiend NPCs or friendly characters in Shadow of the Erdtree, so we must piece together what we can to make sense of them. They simply overrun the areas where they're found, such as Prospect Town where they likely originated. Then again, if they were previously horn-sent, perhaps these lands were already their home, before they were twisted into the monstrosities they are now. I think it's interesting to note the importance of plants in the lands between being reminiscent of their gods. We know that the nectar-blood burgeon is a young shoot heavy with velvety purple nectar, said to burgeon forth where the nectar-like blood of abandoned Trina pooled. Now we have the sanguine amaryllis, another flower that only blooms in adversity, surrounded by the blood of the Mother of Wounds and cultivated by the blood fiends. Each of these items shows how the blood of gods holds a power our blood does not. Through blood alone they can create life, and it seems the blood fiends understand this, going so far as to give the Mother of Wounds a foothold in the Land of Shadows by growing her very own flowers. I find that no matter how many times I look at the blood fiends, I'm struck by a sense of pity. These enemies may have once been hornset driven away by the forces of the tower and forced to cower below ground, all because they found their new god in the flames of their old deity. Or rather, she found them. If the story of Luminary Mohg is any indication, it seems as though the Mother of Wounds wants to seek out those who have been shunned by their society, making them easier to manipulate, so that she might invite her wrath on the lands between and the Land of Shadow. Before she convinced Mohg to be her vassal, she had the entirety of the blood fiends walking the Land of Shadow, finding people worth running through with their spears so they might appease her with blood offerings. The only reason the blood fiends are found in this sorry state is because the other horn-sent have made a habit of subjugating the races around them. And without the influence of Mesmer, the blood fiends would have never made contact with the formless mother, never felt the strength of her flesh, and never would have started offering the blood of others and themselves up to her. This is the sad state we find them in when we reach the Land of Shadow, and there's no changing their fate now. Best to avoid these creatures and their rituals, lest your own blood join the pools they've cultivated deep below the Land of Shadow, where the rivers run red. Thank you for joining us for this breakdown of the Blood Fiends, one of the most monstrous creatures we face across the Land of Shadow. Do you believe the Blood Fiends were once demihumans, horn-sent, or were they their own race? Why did the Mother of Wounds move on from them to Mohg? Was Mohg aware that he was not the first vassal of his outer god? How does the Mother of Wounds keep reaching those who can spread her influence? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more
Elden Lore. In the past, we've discussed the Demihumans of the Lands Between and their societal structure. What we learned in our research is that the Demihumans are primarily a matriarchal society, with the men of their tribes working for the benefit of their queen. One thing we determined is that our friend Bach was an anomaly due to his intelligence and timid nature, which is what led to his expulsion from his tribe. Our theory, based on the evidence available, was that the men of the Demihuman tribes were not given the opportunity to gain any kind of higher intelligence, as they were relegated to simple muscle, while the Demihuman queens studied glintstone sorcery, even building a relationship with some Raya-Lucarian sorcerers. However, our time in the Land of Shadows proves that things were not always this way. The Demihuman swordsmen and their queen call into question what we know about their society, possibly acting as a glimpse of what they may have been well before Marika's ascension. When exploring the Land of Shadow, you're likely to come across the many jails which house the abominations the Horn-Sent One had locked away, such as the Shaman Fleshpots and the Lamementor. However, at the bottom of the Ballarat jail waits a creature whose exile was self-imposed due to a greater knowledge that he believed could lead to ruin. The Demihuman swordsman Onze has sequestered himself deep below ground and would likely continue to live an isolated existence if not for our interruption. After we enter his boss chamber, he shows us a different side to the Demihumans that we hadn't seen up to this point. His attacks are controlled, intentional. He's able to parry our blows and use those windows to attack. Instead of carrying a crude instrument made of bone or a club, his star-lined sword glows with glintstone magic and is wielded as a master befitting of his name. Not only does he have the ability to slash at us with glintstone lines radiating from his sword, but he can slash once, creating multiple strikes causing frost buildup, and even grab us, throwing our tarnished aside, using a magical ring. Clearly there's more to Onze than meets the eye, as his mastery of this finesse weapon, and intelligence to use glintstone sorcery, defies any expectation we'd have of male demihumans. After we defeat him, we're granted the spirit ashes of one of his disciples, Yosh, and learn the story of Onze. Onze, a master swordsman who devoted himself to the star-lined sword, realized that only ruin awaited at the end of the procession of stars, and imprisoned himself in order to forestall it. However, Yosh, an apprentice who absorbed his technique, stubbornly refused to heed his master's words, and spent his entire life at his side in defiance of his self-imposed seclusion. It would seem that Onze may have been the first demi-human swordsman, and even if he wasn't, he was the only one to fully devote himself to the study of his star-lined sword. We'll talk a bit more about the origins of this sword momentarily, but for now I want to focus on Onze and Yosh. From his spirit ash, we learn that Yosh was an apprentice of Onze, meaning that in the Land of Shadow, demi-human men were not only intelligent enough to learn the art of swordsmanship, but they were given enough leeway in their society to be allowed to train an apprentice in these arts. While their society was still matriarchal, the men were given more freedom to grow as individuals. If this all seems a little out of left field, make sure to check out our video on the demi-humans for further context. Onze studied his sword enough to understand that this procession of stars would ultimately lead to ruin, and determined that the only way to prevent that from coming to pass was to lock himself away, letting the knowledge of these arts die with him. However, that did not sit well with his apprentice Yosh. Yosh followed Onze into exile, and somehow became nothing more than spirit ash. Due to this ash's ability to use star-lined glintstone sorcery, I believe that Yosh mastered Onze's techniques and attempted to leave the Ballarat jail. In turn, Onze, trying to prevent calamity, turned his blade on his apprentice. Now that this knowledge lived with another, Onze could not allow it to leave the jail, meaning Yosh would never see the light of day again, a fate he brought upon himself for refusing to heed his master's request for seclusion. We can find a Starline sword for ourselves in the Cerulean coast, where we encounter another Demihuman swordsman, and the tribe of Demihuman Queen Marika, a name which clearly plays on Marika, but I don't believe has any true significance. The weapon tells us it is a sword encrusted with a line of stars fashioned from small pieces of crude glintstone, weapon of the Demihuman swordsman. When bestowed with this weapon by their queen, the swordsmen swear to find the truth that lies at the end of the procession of stars. This would mean that Yosh and Onze likely received their swords from Marika, who believed the strength of her swordsmen, along with their penchant for intelligence, was her best chance of unlocking this blade's secrets. While Marika still led her tribe, and the male Demihumans acted as warriors, she did not stop her men from gaining greater intelligence. She wanted to better understand the stars, and her chosen swordsmen were meant to help her in gaining this understanding. It just so happens that Onze didn't like what he saw when he gazed into the truth of the stars. Given that the glintstone in these swords is described as crude, I believe these practices are from well before the Demihumans came into contact with the sorcerers of Raya Lucaria, which may be a hint as to why the Demihumans of the Land of Shadow vary slightly from those found in the Lands Between. We know that at some point in the past, the Land of Shadow was cut off from the Lands Between. This would have been after the birth of Radahn and Renala's children, as Mesmer was said to have a brotherly relationship with Radahn during his studies of gravity sorcery. But it could have been before the birth of Melania and Mikola. During this time, it's likely Raya Lucaria had already made allies of the Demihumans of the Lands Between, as Azor and Lusat were likely expelled from the Academy before the Shattering, when Renala was still in her right mind, and was not yet bewitched by the Amber Egg. This would mean that the Academy didn't travel to the Land of Shadow, which makes perfect sense when you consider that the only sorcerers we encounter there are those that accompanied R'hllana when she chose to follow Mesmer. And even then, they can only be found in Castle Ensis. The Demihumans of the Land of Shadow never made contact with the Academy of Raya Lucaria, meaning their society was left untouched by outsiders. This means that the tribes we see in the Land of Shadow are a better representation of how Demihumans were meant to live without the interference of the Golden Order or Raya Lucaria. While they were still a matriarchal society, they allowed their men to gain intelligence and study the stars under the orders of their queen. It seems that if Bach was born in the Land of Shadow, he may have had an easier life, as his mother would not have been punished for teaching her son fine skills and proper speech. As the matriarch of her family, that was her decision to make, and the men of her tribe were not barred from such things. In this way, we see another example of how the influence of the Lands Between twisted the societal structures of those living there, leading to deeper subjugation of a people capable of seeing the true danger that lay beyond the stars, a people intelligent enough to glean its truth
without the use of the primeval current,
and wise enough to know that the knowledge itself would lead to nothing but ruin. Thank you for joining us for this look at Onze, Yosh, Marika, and the Demihumans of the Land of Shadow. What did you think of our breakdown of these concepts?
How did Onze find the truth in the Starline sword without accessing the primeval current?
Did Onze strike Yosh down so the knowledge of the stars would never leave the Bellarat jail? Why did they name a Demihuman Queen Marika? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
Marika's hammer has always been an interesting weapon to me. As far as weapons for central antagonists are concerned, having Radahn wield Marika's hammer rather than a more traditional sword or any kind of blade makes sense when we consider that Marika used it to shatter the Elden Ring. But why did she wield a hammer in the first place? With the additional context provided by Shadow of the Erdtree, We learn that blacksmithing and forges may have once been central to society in the Land of Shadow, as this form of smithing was considered a divine act. So why do we see so little of the forges when we make our way through this place? And why are the only creatures practicing the smithing arts automatons? Today, we're going to take a look at the golems of the ancient forges, and learn all we can about their creations, and the significance of the forge to the Land of Shadow. The golems we encounter whenever exploring the forges of the Land of Shadow are massive stone creatures with no face that attack you on sight, trying to crush you beneath their fists. While fighting them, you can see that their weak point is on their back, and it seems to be a cracked open piece of their body. Upon closer inspection, you can see a bright red crystal material beneath. I would venture to guess that whatever that crystal is, it's what's bringing these golems to life, or rather, their version of life. In Telu's ruined forge, we can find the ashes of Telu himself, which brings to light what little history of these creatures we can truly uncover. Used to summon the spirit of Telu, the golem smith, the spirit of a stalwart stone golem who launches his own fists as projectiles. Telu was said to be the runt of the litter and the first to stop moving, but it was he who became the guardian deity of smithery. These ashes tell us that at some point the golem smiths stopped moving entirely, possibly when their power source runs dry, as there doesn't seem to be anyone maintaining these forges outside of the golems themselves. But his status as guardian deity is confusing. If we look at the base game of Elden Ring, precious few characters are ever associated with smithing. Marika and Radahn in the way that they shattered and tried to reforge the Elden Ring. Hugh, who creates our weapons for us. Eiji, Ranni's trusted advisor. And the fire giant who watches over the ruined forge in the mountaintop of giants. You would think that the fire giants and their forge would have some kind of positive connection to the horn-steed, given their shared practice. However, this is not the case, as the furnace visage tells us it's a smaller imitation of the furnace golem's visage, a stone mask surrounded by curled horns, depicting the fell god of fire that haunts the sagas of the horn-steed. This fell god of fire is likely the same one worshipped by the fire giants, putting these two people at odds with each other. It makes you wonder if the forge truly was a ritual of the horn-steed, or of a people who lived in this land long before them. The smithing talisman found in the ruined forge of Starfall Pass tells us it's a talisman depicting an ancient smithing hammer, inscribed with a smith script. In ancient times, smithing was a divine act, and blacksmiths interpreted the script they perceived in the wrinkles of molten steel to imbue weapons with souls. Given this description, it seems as though the forge acted much like the primordial crucible. It was a gathering place for souls that had passed on from the life they knew. If we consider that the forge may have been a way of bringing the horn-steed closer to the crucible, then it could make sense that they had their own rituals and practices related to it. However, it also seems that each forge has an altar where we can find the forge's most treasured item. We know these are altars thanks to the anvil hammer, which tells us it is one of the treasures of the ruined forges, a tremendous hammer that incorporates as its head the red-hot anvil of the forge. It is said that the anvil's shape is inspired by that of an altar, and that long ago, it was indeed used as such in rite and ritual. Altars to the forge are not found anywhere in the Land of Shadow outside of the forges themselves, so again, it's possible these places were left to rot after the horn-steed became the dominant culture of the land. Keeping this in mind, it seems as though Marika either co-opted the imagery of a smith after ascending to godhood, bringing people back to the old ways, so to speak, or there could have been a deeper association between the forges and the shamans, though there's little evidence to back that line of thinking outside of her very own hammer. All of the smith script weapons, including the golem's fist themselves, were created using the smithing arts, which as we know imbued souls into the weapons themselves. This allows these weapons to return to their users after being thrown, so that they're never far from your hand. If we take this concept back to the primordial crucible, perhaps the lava itself within the forge was seen as a melting pot of all life, as anything dropped in boiling magma would simply melt into it. The blacksmiths of these forges would interpret the script they perceived in the wrinkles of molten steel, so that means that life must have flowed through it. The script simply allowed them to imbue the souls into their weapons. I believe proof of this can be seen in the living magma enemies, as even though there's no direct lore descriptions associated with them, I think it makes sense that enough souls swirling together in the magma could cause a sort of consciousness to spawn within the fires themselves. While I don't believe it's possible to say definitively that the Horn-Sent once practiced these smithing arts as a way of communing with the Crucible, it is one explanation for the forges. However, I keep coming back to the idea of Marika's hammer. Her weapon was said to be a stone hammer made in the lands of the Numen, outside the lands between. And if we accept the idea that the Numen was simply another name for the shamans, then that would mean her hammer does come from the Land of Shadow. I think this smith script practice predates the Horn-Sent, and was used by Marika as a symbol of her people, the shaman, whether that was true or co-opted from an even older civilization. She clearly had love for this practice, taking the hammer as her weapon, and even providing her son with a smith script spear. While the description of Mesmer the Impaler's spear says nothing about smith script, it shares the ability to return to his hand after being thrown, and I believe that this same practice of infusing souls into weapons was utilized here. It would seem there's no way to know for sure where the practices of the golems' forges originated, whether they belonged to the fire giants, were crafted by the Horn-Sent as a means of being closer to the Crucible, or the remains of a civilization long since forgotten. One thing we do know is that these golems still roam the forges, going about their practices, and crafting to the best of their ability. These automatons will continue to smith and forge until the day comes when they run out of power, and are forever still, just as Telu, the deity of smithery. But I want us to consider one last thing about the golems that tend to the forge. If they're simply mindless creatures going about their programmed business, how was Telu able to become Spirit Ash? Do the golems truly take on life of their own, or are they themselves bound by smith script? Perhaps that power source within the golem is the soul of someone returned to the forge and written upon their new form. If this is the case, that means these souls are trapped, unable to speak without a mouth, unable to take any agency over their own existence, cursed to smith in silence until the day their golem finally becomes still. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the golem smiths and the smithing practices found in the Land of Shadow. What did you think of our theories on the origins of smith script practices? Are the golems infused with a soul, only to have them endlessly forge more souls into more weapons? Did these practices start with the Horn-Sent, the fire giants, the shaman, or another mysterious people, long since lost to history? Did you dabble with any of the smith script weapons on your run through the Land of Shadow? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. There are only so many unique enemies in Elden Ring. Most of the people or creatures we fight can be found in multiple places across the world. There are a number of named dragons, but you're likely to face multiple versions of the same battle. It seems unique enemies are mostly relegated to our most important fights. Even the demigods themselves are subject to being reused, as we can see from battling projections of Mohg and Morgoth, as well as fighting Godric the Grafted again in the form of his kin, Godfroy. All this to say, when we find an enemy that is wholly unique, it tends to be met with no small amount of fanfare, and you wouldn't expect to find someone like this in a simple jail. Except we do. As we explore the Land of Shadow, we can come across a jail, which houses a wholly unique enemy, known as the Lamementor. An enigma with little to no background, who has been trapped here by the horn scent. Today, we dive a little deeper into the Lamementor and try to piece together what exactly it is and why it terrified the horn scent down to their very core. The Lamementor is the boss found at the end of his own personal jail. This is easily the most complicated jail we can explore in the Land of Shadow. It has us moving back and forth through its halls and ladders, finding the keys to different locked-off areas, until we finally make our way to the bottom, to the Lamementor themselves, whose mask explains why the security around this place is so obtuse. A stone mask twisted into an expression of rapturous grief, used while disrobed to transform into a Lamementor. The change cannot be undone except by death. Using this mask while already transformed causes the head to swell in size. This transformation tallies with the state of a denizen of paradise, but the people of the tower denied and hid it from the world. In their foolishness, they viewed true bliss with deep fear. It would seem the Lamementor, finding bliss in their transformation, deeply terrified the horn scent of Enir-Elim, so they made it as complicated as possible for anyone to reach them, in a jail designed specifically to keep them locked away. The big question here is why? Why did this singular person warrant the creation of their own jail? When looking at the Lamementor, you would think they are the ideal that the horn scent should strive towards. They have large horns sprouting from all over their body, tying them to the divine, as the horn scent believed only divine beings would sprout horns. The specimens preserved in the Shadowkeep storehouse show us examples of both horn scent and creatures that reached this divinity and sprouted horns all over. That said, the Lamentor's horns grew not only from their body, but their eyes, blinding them. This blindness seems to be at the core of the Lamentor's sorrow, as well as their bliss, as we can tell from the lamenting visage and its ability, blindfold of happiness. A stone lantern carved to resemble a lamenting human head, the eyes vacantly beaming out light, can be raised up when equipped in the left hand, illuminating more of the surrounding area. The unusual expression somehow imparts a sense of contentment, the languid ease of one who needs not sight. Swing the head while covering the eyes, unleashing a wail of lamentation, while temporarily making the user of this skill harder to see. To those who seek happiness, blindness is bliss. Interestingly, the Lamentor's visage only shows a horn coming from its chin, with its head completely devoid of them. To me, this implies that the head may have been carved before their horns were fully formed, and the empty eye sockets streaming with light may mean that the Lamentor's eyes were not gouged by their horns. Rather, they were never there at all, and the horns grew from the empty sockets. The face also imparts contentment, not sorrow, which the Lamementor would come to be known for. So it makes it seem as if their blindness and the growth of their horns affected their mental state over time. The idea of finding bliss in lamentation was terrifying to the horn scent, and while the Lamentor's many horns would have normally been seen as divine, it's the rest of its body that likely raised red flags amongst the people. The Lamementor has the same red hair as the giants in various places on its body, and if you look at its back, you can see the outline of a face, much the way the fire giants had on their torsos. The fire giant we face is able to open an enormous eye in its chest, but the Lamementor doesn't seem to have this eye on its body, as its main trait is its blindness. It was almost definitely this twisted form of divinity that scared the horn scent, that their ultimate goal of growing horns and becoming closer to the crucible could be tainted by the giants was obscene and terrifying. After all, according to the furnace visage, the fell god of fire haunted the sagas of the horn scent. It should not exist in one so close to divinity. How can this creature be both horn scent and giant? The answer can be found within a talisman, the talisman of all crucibles. a giant mass of intermingling crucible attributes, reduces damage taken from critical hits and headshots, and improves the effectiveness of rolling and backstepping, but also increases damage taken at all times. Rumored to have sprouted upon giants, and is known as the Mother of Crucibles in ancient tower lore. With the discovery of this talisman, we learn that the horns of the crucible could also sprout from giants, possibly explaining the enormous horn scent found in the specimen storehouse of the Shadowkeep. It would seem even the mortal enemy of the horn scent and their fell god could be tied to the very crucible they worship, and the Lamementor is living proof of that. Through no fault of their own, the Lamementor came to be touched deeply by the crucible, so much so that they acquired not only horns, but vestiges of the fell god of the giants. And it looks as if this contradiction to the beliefs of the Hornsent shook them to their core, and led to their imprisonment of the Lamementor. Perhaps that is why they weep in bliss. They understand a fundamental truth the rest of the Hornsent couldn't reach, and they were only able to do so due to the blindness that afflicts them. One of the aspects of the Lamementor that's hardest to explain is the black flames present when we transform into one ourselves. Typically, black flame would be associated with the Godskin Apostles rather than the fire giants, but I have a theory. The black flame we see when transforming into the Lamementor is its own separate entity. In this case, black flame is what we get when commingling red fire and the spiritual attacks of the Hornsent. When we fight the Lamementor, they can attack us with these black streams of power that could be construed as both flame and spirits, and they come from where their eyes should be. During the fight, this same flame is able to create copies of the Lamementor, much in the way Morgott and Mohg are able to create projections of themselves, a power those with horns seem to be capable of. In the case of the Lamementor, I believe these clones are like the echoes of their cries, the eternal weeping that surrounds you in their presence. There's one last item that can be associated with the Lamementor, and it's found within their jail, the prattling pate of lamentation. Twisted clay sculpt in the shape of a human head emits a blissful lamentation. The voice resounds, seeping into the brain, weeping, 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 ever weeping. The fact that this exists is fascinating, and the weeping it creates can be heard while fighting the Lamementor. It leads me to believe that while most were terrified of this abomination of their understanding of their very own religion, there must have been someone who saw a benefit to creating this pate. I don't believe the Lamementor themselves created it, as they're locked in the depths of the jail, so that means there must have been some who understood the bliss of their lamentations, perhaps due to being forced to hear it time and again. The pate mentions that the voice resounds, seeping into the brain, so perhaps, if one spends enough time listening to the cries of the Lamementor, they begin to understand the bliss they are experiencing. Either that, or it drives them mad. It wouldn't matter to the Hornsent who are not yet afflicted with this knowledge. They would see those who were as heretics to be thrown into the jail as well. The Lamementor is a singular anomaly in Shadow of the Erdtree, and there isn't nearly enough written about this enemy to understand the true depths and implications of its lore. A creature both Hornsent and giant, with no vision, locked in an eternal lamentation that it perceives as bliss. What kind of horrible truth does the Lamementor have to share with us? And why would the Hornsent lock them away instead of doing away with them entirely? Perhaps they feared putting something so close to the divine to the sword, even if it was twisted from their understanding of what a deity should be. Regardless, we'll never know why the Lamementor weeps, and we'll never know why its weeping, its bliss, is so infectious. Another horrifying truth that will forever stay a mystery. That is, unless you've started to experience the bliss of blind weeping for yourself. Thank you for joining us as we speculate about the truth of the Lamementor. Do you believe the Lamementor was once a horn-sent ascetic who got too close to the Crucible? Why did getting so close to the perceived divinity of the horn-sent make giant's hair and a face form on the Lamentor's body? Do you believe the Lamementor was always blind, or did they lose their eyes to their horns? Let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Many believed that Godwin the Golden, the Prince of Death, would have a large role to play in Shadow of the Erdtree. It made sense, as we saw evidence that Miquella was seeking to give his brother a true death through the power of the eclipse. Both the item description of the golden epitaph saying, "O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death," and the dialogue from the ghost in Castle Saul, saying they will never see the Erdtree due to this comrade remaining soulless, lead to a concrete connection between the two golden-haired sons of Marika. However, when we finally made our way through the Land of Shadow, we found little trace of Godwin at all, and it was revealed that the promised consort was none other than General Radahn. Of course, little trace does not mean no trace at all, as Godwin's corpse seems to have seeped even into this sealed-off place, and it's guarded by a new faction of knights we never encountered in the lands between. The Death Knights stand guard before these faces of Godwin, and it seems as though these champions create questions around the timeline of the Shattering and the age of the Duskborn. The Death Knights can be found in the Scorpion River and Fog Rift Catacombs in the Land of Shadow, each standing in front of a visage of Godwin, the Prince of Death. Upon defeating them, they drop their weapons, the Death Knight's Longshaft Axe and the Death Knight's Twin Axes. Both of these weapons are said to crackle with lightning, the power of the capital's ancient dragon cult, and they each tell us the knight, once the personal guard of Godwin, was also the protector of the Prince of Death's cadaver surrogate. This is straightforward enough. These two knights were once part of Godwin's personal guard, who clearly failed in their duties on the Night of Black Knives. Given their failure, they decided to protect the undead body of their lord as it spread through the land. While exploring the Scorpion River catacombs, we can also come across an incantation they wield, Knight's Lightning Spear. One of the incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult summons a lightning spear while also manifesting ancient dragon crests. On throwing the spear, the crest will launch additional spears, an incantation that was taught only to the most accomplished knights, and now a lost art in the lands between. This tells us that the strongest warriors fighting underneath the banner of the ancient dragon cult have long since left the lands between. Perhaps this incantation was developed by Godwin himself alongside the ancient dragons, which would explain why it's faded into obscurity, as there's no one left to pass it down. Both of these knights can also drop amber medallions, which tells us these medallions of the largest variety were conferred to Godwin's inner circle of distinguished golden knights. These item descriptions prove that the Death Knights were once closer to Godwin than anyone else under his command. Much like the Golden Knights of Leyndell, the Death Knights are able to call upon lightning during battle. While they seem to do so through the use of incantations, it's also possible they're utilizing Dragon Bolt grease. Typically, when we use this item, it coats an armament in lightning, which is seen until the effect fades away. But I think it's fair to say this is a gameplay cue, and it's possible the Death Knights are utilizing this tool as well, as they don't cast any kind of incantation while attacking with lightning. Dragon Bolt grease is said to have been a favored tool of the Dragon Cult Knights who once served the Prince of Gold, creating an undeniable connection that confirms these knights once protected Godwin, as yellow lightning was the symbol of Godwin's ancient dragon cult. They also use the ability Blink Bolt in battle, which is described as a skill used by the Golden Knights who served Godwin. From a low stance, the body is transformed into a bolt of lightning, and charges straight ahead at fulgurous speed, even further confirming their allegiance to the Golden Demigod well before his death. But this leaves us with more questions about these knights. It's once we find their armor for ourselves that we learn a bit more about them. The Death Knight armor set can be found while exploring the Darklight Catacombs. This armor is taken from a Death Knight who's been struck down in battle, meaning there are only 3 confirmed Death Knights we know about and can encounter. This headpiece tells us it's the Golden Helm of the Death Knights, whose own death masks served as the visors of their armor. Enhances skills and incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult. The decayed golden wheel that adorns it represents their unbroken loyalty to Godwin, he who became Prince of Death. There's even more we can learn from the Death Knight armor. Golden armor of the Death Knights adorned with an antiquated depiction of the Erdtree. These knights, once Godwin's personal guard, quested to find their transfigured master's cadaver surrogate for the coming age of the Duskborn. So it is these knights ventured out from the capital wearing their own death masks, likely labeled as failures for not protecting their lord, and heretics for believing that the undead corpse of their leader would be the catalyst for a new age in the lands between. But hold on, how did they know about the age of the Duskborn? This new age can only come to fruition through the efforts of Fia the Deathbed Companion creating a mending rune. Also, how did these knights end up in the Land of Shadow if the shattering took place after the loss of Godwin the Golden? It seems as if the mere existence of these enemies calls into question the timelines we've come to understand of the Lands Between's history. Fair warning, we're going to speculate heavily to make sense of this, as there are no other in-game explanations as to how these facts and descriptions can neatly fit into our current understanding of the world of Elden Ring. At first, I believe the only way the Death Knights could have made their way to the Land of Shadow is if they had come alongside Mesmer's forces. However, in researching for a future video about R'hllana, the Twin Moon Knight, I realized that Mesmer's march had to have taken place sometime between the exile of Godfrey and the Tarnished, and the appointment of Radahn as the second Elden Lord, due to the Carian Queen not yet being bewitched by the Amber Egg when her sister left for the Crusade. If we also take into account Godwin's brotherly relationship with Miquella, it seems as if he was not murdered until well after the raising of the Land of Shadow. This means the Death Knights somehow entered the Land of Shadow after it was locked away, and the only being we know of capable of making a portal between there and the Lands Between is Miquella. Perhaps he allowed these knights into the Land of Shadow to search for traces of their lord, and that's the reason we can find them in the catacombs. An altruistic act from kindly Miquella to the knights who once defended his brother. We find many golden knights in Leyndell capable of using incantations of the ancient dragon cult, so it stands to reason they may have been members of the cult in days long past, who actually served Godwin the Golden. It would seem a small portion of these knights, those that were closest to Godwin, wanted to find the remains of their master, and believed that his visage would someday lead to a new age for those who live in death. Marika, or perhaps Radahn, saw those that live in death as an aberration, a stain on the Golden Order that needed to be eradicated, and these knights would be a thorn in their side, holding on to their devotion to Godwin even after his soul was destroyed. Those closest to the Golden Sun may have been sent away, either for their failure or their new ideas about the Prince of Death. But either way, they ended up in the Land of Shadow, where they found pieces of their lord that they believed would one day lead to an age where those who live in death would have their time in the sun. This leaves the question, how did they know about the age of the Duskborn, and how it would revive their lord? Or rather, are they the ones who devised it in the first place? We know from the base game that Fia is striving to bring about a world where those that live in death are no longer persecuted by the Golden Order. But where did this belief stem from? How did she learn of the Prince of Death? We know she was the one who pointed Roger in the right direction for his studies, and she's ultimately the woman who births the Mending Rune of Death by lying with the body of Godwin. There are some who theorize Fia was a dragon, specifically Fortisax, but the intro of the game confirms she's tarnished, and as far as we know, dragons can't be tarnished. Also, thanks to the Bale questline in Shadow of the Erdtree, we see what humanoid dragons look like, and their appearance is less than human. As far as I can tell, the only way for Fia to know of the Prince of Death and begin her pursuit of the Age of the Duskborn would have been for her to interact with a member of the Death Knights after her exile from her homeland. Imagine if a Death Knight, banished from the lands between for believing their lord would someday lead those who live in death, came across a young woman, a deathbed companion, with the power to grant another life to the dead, and a tarnished nonetheless, on her way to the lands between. Wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity to tell her of your lord, Godwin the Golden, the paragon of the Golden Order, now the Prince of Death? She still wished to be a deathbed companion, even if she was exiled from her home. So what better noble to lie with than the golden son of Queen Marika herself? This would explain why Freya is seeking Godwin, and why she wants to create a new world, an age of the Duskborn, that sees death restored to the land, and ends the persecution of those that live in it, those who will one day rally under the banner of your lord, as you once again join his side, standing as a member of his personal guard, a Death Knight, ready to defend Godwin in his new life. There's one last area worth calling out when it comes to these enemies, as suggested by Moxie Watts. There's a striking resemblance between the helm of the Death Knights and that of Ensha of the Royal Remains. People have long speculated who the soulless king and ancient lord Ensha's armor refers to may have been, and Godwin was a popular contender, even though the armor specifically says the name of the lord in question was Ensha. If we place these two helms next to each other, we can see very similar skulls with gray, stringy hair. However, the Death Knight helm specifies that the skull seen below the armored part of the helm is their own personal death masks, unlike Ensha's, whose skull is said to belong to an ancient lord. All in all, it's worth calling out the similarities, but I personally don't believe there's a strong connection here, aside from the visual motif of skeletal remains. I believe this is the only way to make sense of the Death Knights having knowledge of the Age of the Duskborn. It must have originated with them. Freya works to bring about this age because she was made aware of the ultimate lord for a deathbed companion, a well-kept secret of the Golden Order she'd have never found through the guidance of grace alone. The events of her questline had to have been set in motion by someone, and now that we know these knights once served as Godwin's personal guard, and went on to seek his corpse long before the Tarnished returned to the lands between, this is the only series of events that makes sense to me. Of course, this is only my interpretation, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on how the Death Knights could have possibly known that their lord could one day rise again, and bring about a new age for the lands between, one they knew to be called the Age of the Duskborn. Thank you for joining us for this exploration and speculation surrounding the Death Knights. What do you think of our theory on their connection to Freya, the Deathbed Companion? How do you make sense of these knights only appearing in the Land of Shadow when we know they once belonged to Godwin's personal guard? Are they themselves living in death behind their masks? Why does their armor go so hard? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. And check out Raid Shadow Legends during their Asgard Divine event. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. When you think of dragons in the Land of Shadow, your mind immediately goes to Bale the Dread. It's understandable. His questline was easily one of the most memorable in Elden Ring, answering questions about the ancient dragons and giving us some of the best acting we experienced in the game. However, Bale is not the only dragon we face, and the others found in the Land of Shadow seem to tell stories of their own, even if they aren't as grandiose. As we make our way across this darkened land, which finds all manner of death find its way to its shores, we encounter ghost flame dragons, as well as drakes, that utilize both flame and lightning, and even an ancient dragon guarding the way to Bale the Dread. So today, we're going to take a closer look at these dragons and tell their tales, because even if the story is short enough to be told at bedtime, it's still worth telling. After playing through the base game of Elden Ring, I'm sure we all became accustomed to wandering into dragon fights. The drakes we could face across the land were many, and we all expected to find our fair share once we entered the Land of Shadow,
However, when exploring the overworld, you won't come across your run-of-the-mill drakes. In the Gravesite Plain, the Cerulean Coast, and Morth Highway, we can do battle with ghost flame dragons. These drakes now have little flesh to speak of. They were clearly wrapped in burial shrouds upon their death, as we can see their eyes are still covered with these black linens. The incantation Ghost Flame Breath tells us a little about these creatures. One of the incantations of Dragon Communion transforms caster into a dragon to spew ghost flame breath from above. The land of spirit graves is home to all manner of dead, and even the corpses of fallen dragons found their way there. Several of them were endowed with such vivacity that even in death, they could not fully die. It seems this may be the result of trying to burn particularly powerful dragons in ghost flame. We know that the rituals of the deathbirds used to rule in this land, just as they once did in the lands between. And we also know that dragons who fight on behalf of Baal followed him to the land of shadow to rest upon the jagged peak. I believe these ghost flame dragons are born of the remains of those who fought for Baal and were defeated by the Drake Knights. The incantation description could be seen as contradictory to this idea, saying that the corpses of fallen dragons found their way to the land of shadow. But I believe this turn of phrase doesn't invalidate the idea that the dragons were killed in the land of shadow. We know that Drake Knights resided in this land, as we can come across Egon and the ancient dragon man who was once a Drake Knight. Along with this, we know drakes resided at the jagged peak, as we can see numerous corpses on the path to Baal. This means there's a distinct possibility the ghost flame dragons we find in the land of shadow were killed while searching for food away from the peak, and burned in ghost flame, as would have been the ritual at the time. Given that we know the Drake Knights were established after the battle between Placidusax and Baal, the timeline does work here, as they could have been killed before Marika's ascension. So it is that these ghost flame dragons survive in the land of shadow amongst the graves, until we find them and cut them down for their hearts and ancient dragonstones. It would seem we aren't the only ones interested in killing these dragons, as one of them could be found being attacked by a group of Mesmer soldiers of the Golden Order, who would see its ghost flame breath and dedicate themselves to killing this blasphemous representation of death that stood in stark contrast to the Golden Order. Unfortunately for them, it's likely the sheer strength of this drake would wipe them out entirely unless we enter the fray. With this said, this isn't the only instance of a dragon already being locked in battle when we find them in the Land of Shadow. When we first find our way out of the Dragon's Pit, we are confronted by the Jagged Peak Drake. A straightforward battle against your typical drake, surrounded by the corpses of many of his brethren. Whether or not you engage in this battle is completely up to you, and it doesn't have any kind of larger lore implication. We know Baal is at the top of the peak, and the drakes trace their lineage back to him, so it makes sense there would be one protecting the road to its progenitor. What's really interesting is that as we make our way up, we encounter two more drakes fighting against each other. The obvious question here is why? If you pay attention to their clash before diving into the fray, you'll see that only one is called a Jagged Peak Drake, and it's the one breathing fire. The other drake actually has the ability to call down red lightning, a skill typically unique to the ancient dragons. With nothing more than visual cues, Shadow of the Erdtree has presented us with a fascinating story. The Jagged Peak Drake, who is defending Baal at the top of the mountain, is locked in battle with a drake that has actually defected to the ancient dragons. The drakes were shunned by the ancient dragons after Baal's attack against Placidusax, and were so deeply reviled that the ancient dragons created Dragon Communion, so others would hunt drakes for their hearts. However, right here we can see at least one drake that was accepted by the ancient dragons, a traitor to his own kind, much like another dragon in FromSoft lore who betrayed his own. I only wish this dragon was given a name, or some kind of written lore, because I would have loved to learn more about him. After this battle, we again continue up the peak and meet another enemy standing between us and our prize, the ancient dragon, Senisax. Senisax is a bit of a mystery, because you would assume that an ancient dragon would be on their way to kill Bael themselves. Perhaps all of the drake corpses littering the peak are due to Senesax's lightning. This may be your knee-jerk reaction when first encountering this ancient dragon. However, there's a craftable item we can create in Shadow of the Erdtree that tells a different story. The red lightning pot tells us it's a craftable item prepared using a ritual pot. A cocktail of red fulminating materials is sealed inside. Throw at an enemy to inflict lightning damage that links to surrounding enemies. The ancient dragons who betrayed their lord to side with a tyrant were known for wielding branching red lightning. There were ancient dragons that actually sided with Bael, likely due to their frustration that their lord refused to act on anything until his god returned to him. In case we needed any more proof that Senesax was among these defectors, he attacks us with branching red lightning. So this means that the dead drakes all around weren't killed by this ancient dragon. They likely fell to another's hand, while Senesax continued to prevent any who would approach the peak from reaching his new master, Bael, the dread drake, who was able to wound their previous lord. Again, I wish we could have learned more about Senesax, as named ancient dragons tend to have some level of importance or gravity in the history of the Lands Between. And unfortunately, all we can learn about this one is their allegiance. These new drakes and dragons in Shadow of the Erdtree have been called out by many as simply reused assets. I can understand that argument, as we've already fought so many of them in the base game of Elden Ring. But I'd argue, when they're given this level of care and attention to why they exist in this land, I don't think we should be against their inclusion. This investigation into the lore of these enemies revealed to me that these were not simply asset flips, giving us more large-scale enemies to face across the map, but they were instead thoughtful inclusions, meant to be a part of the world-building of the Land of Shadow. The Ghost Flame Dragons roam the land, essentially fossils, remnants of the old order that was wiped out in the Lands Between, but still has some level of control here where the Golden Order is spread thin. The Drakes of the Jagged Peak defend their master, who's directly tied to the lore of Elden Lord Placidusax. An ancient dragon stands tall, choosing its own path against its lord by siding with Bael. Each of these stories is wildly interesting, but easily missed. You just have to be willing to look a little more closely, and suddenly, what seems like nothing more than reused assets becomes a richer, more vibrant story. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the dragons found in the Land of Shadow. Did you defeat all 3 Ghost Flame Dragons? Did you notice that the dragons fighting each other on the Jagged Peak had different movesets? Did you realize Senesax fought for Bael? Or did you think he could be responsible for the many dead drakes along the road? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The ancient dragons have always been a mysterious piece of Elden Ring's lore. We know that they reside in crumbling Farum Azula, but their history stretches far back to a time before Queen Marika and the Golden Order. These dragons once attacked the capital, with Grandsax bringing calamity to their doorstep, making his strength the only thing to ever bring the walls of Leyndell toppling down. This act caused the war with the dragons, where Godwin the Golden stepped up to become a hero, not through bringing death to his enemy, but by befriending him and bringing the ancient dragons into the fold. This was the birth of the ancient dragon cult, where Lanciax would give herself a human form, sharing her knowledge and providing the knights of the cult with the very lightning the ancient dragons wielded. However, as we now know, this is not the only strength bestowed on the people of the Lands Between by the ancient dragons. In an interesting turn, it seems dragon communion came from the ancient dragons as well, and the priestess who started it all awaits us at the bottom of the Jagged Peak, at a site which was likely the very first altar where people were able to partake in the consumption of the very heart of a dragon, or rather, a drake.
As we make our way out of the dragon's pit, we fight against the jagged peak drake. A taste of what's to come as we find ourselves at the bottom of this enormous mountain. Clearly, this is a place of dragons, and we must choose which direction to explore once the coast is clear. One of these paths leads directly up the mountain, where we encounter battles leading to a confrontation with a certain dread drake. But if we instead choose to explore the other end of this area, we find something incredible. There before us is the largest dragon that can be encountered anywhere in the Lands Between and the Land of Shadows, lying dead over a massive altar of dragon communion. We know this is the largest dragon around thanks to Zully the Witch, and we can even see it on our map when exploring the area. As magnificent as this sight is to behold, it seems this altar has someone standing before it. A humanoid dragon who wishes to speak with us about something enticing.
True. Picture yourself feasting upon a dragon's essence, on the throbbing heart of the oldest, vilest dragon of them all. It would be the purest form of communion, the fullest sating of your hunger and your consummation as a dragon whole.
We can then choose whether or not we're ready to learn more. If we're not, she says.
Perhaps you have yet to feel true want. I am patient. There will come a day when hunger knocks.
But if we are ready, she says,
as it should be. Now, seek the jagged peak. There you will find Bale, the oldest and vilest of all dragons, land-bound warrior. Follow your desire and slay the foul beast. Devour its throbbing heart. I will grant you the strength required in the name of my lord, Placidusax.
She then bestows upon us an ancient dragon's blessing. Favor bestowed by the Dragon Communion Priestess in the name of the Dragon Lord Placidusax. Each night the priestess offers her own sleep to her lord, and in turn, receives the power of his favor. It seems this power comes directly from Placidusax, and through his priestess, we're able to make it our own. This calls to mind the story of Lanciax told in the incantation, Lanciax's Glaive. Incantation that channels the power of the ancient dragon Lanciax. Creates a red lightning glaive and sweeps the area from above. This attack unleashes trails of lightning. Lanciax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said that she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult. It would appear the dragon priestess has also given herself a more human form in order to speak with us. And now we have an idea of what Lanciax may have looked like before she reverted back to being an ancient dragon. If we speak with her again, she can tell us of Bale the Dread.
Time long past, Bale turned upon the Dragon Lord. The foul traitor assailed our master and inflicted a grievous wound, only to make a hasty retreat, becoming a sworn enemy of the brood. Since that day, Bale and his bloodline, the Drakes, have served as sacrifices for Dragon Communion, land-bound warrior. My lord, Placidusax, has shown your kind what must be done. Seek communion. Sate your boundless appetite. Feel the euphoria of a dragon's essence taking root in your meager frame.
This has some interesting implications, because it would mean Dragon Communion predates the ancient dragon cult, meaning that the people of the Lands Between were already working on behalf of the ancient dragons when they attacked Leyndell. However, it's important to note that not only humans were capable of communion, as we do fight Magma Wyrm Theodorix, who was previously a troll warrior. Perhaps this power of Dragon Communion was used as part of the conversation Godwin had with Fortisax to win his friendship after their battle. It seems as though the priestess's use for us begins and ends with our ability to kill Bale and devour his heart, just as the Drake Knights do. And if we ask her about one of their order, she will share her thoughts. Should we want to know more about Egon, she tells us.
Remember that name well. The broken drake warrior, driven by bottomless hunger and fiery ambition. Precisely what the Dragon Lord envisaged for men who partake in dragon communion. The mad hunger and fierceness of spirit that only flows from those young and short of sight. He rather reminds me of Bale. In fact, such thoughts are unfathomable to ones as old as we.
This dragon woman seems to know more than she's letting on about communion as a whole, and has a working knowledge of the living Drake Knights. Unfortunately, if we then proceed to do as she requests and defeat Bale, these mysteries are forever out of our reach, only partially answered by an item found upon returning to the altar, the Priestess Heart. The stone heart of a dragon communion priestess, used while disrobed to turn one's flesh into an ancient dragon. The change cannot be undone except by death. Using this heart while transformed temporarily boosts incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult. The priestess was once an ancient dragon herself, but sacrificed that form for feeble flesh to aid in the destruction of Bale the Dread. Much like we know of Lanciax, who took human form to share her knowledge with the ancient dragon cult. This priestess took human form in order to dedicate herself to the destruction of Bale. This would be the end of the road for our quest. However, there is a way we can learn more about who this dragon is, and it's done with a little help from our friend, Tiolye. Assuming you were able to start Tiolye's quest before kindly Mikola shattered his own great rune, you should have acquired Tiolye's concoction. A condensed somniferous elixir, purported to be capable of putting even an ancient dragon to sleep. For an ordinary mortal, a single sip would assuredly result in swift and certain death. Tiolye thought of St. Trina's sleep when he created this, but the ebony sleep he concocted had not the sweetness of nectar, nor the gentleness of rest's embrace. It's important that it calls out the capability to put an ancient dragon to sleep, as if we speak with the ancient dragon priestess at night, we can learn something interesting.
My dear Lord Blessidusax, tonight, like every night, my solace is yours. May it grant you sleep in your place beyond time.
It would seem that she offers up her sleep to her lord at night, which perhaps helps Blessidusax with his slumber beyond time. So what would happen if we were to put her to sleep, breaking that connection? It turns out that if we do, after defeating Bale, the priestess will be standing at her station, distressed at the fact that she succumbed to the allure of sweet slumber. Speak with her again when we return from the battle, and she says,
I have broken my pledge. I succumbed to the deep slumber that was meant for my lord. It was a craven act of a foul and lowly beast. Forgive me, good warrior. My lord will no longer look upon me. I have fallen from grace. An old dragon, no longer. Go on. Leave me be. Finally, our wish is granted. Our dream, long yearned for, has come to pass. My lord was blessed with great insight. He saw in the insatiable hunger and fierce spirit of man the very things that would fell Bale, our wretched nemesis. Warrior, you soar with the strength of dragons, whereas I am fallen. Leave me be.
During this conversation, we'll be granted an incantation and learn this dragon's name, Florisax. We could do as she asks, leave this dragon communion priestess to wallow in her self-pity, a prison of our making. But we also have the choice to confess our grievous crime.
The truth never in all my years, how could you inflict such cruelty? No, that is not for me to judge. Whatever your hand in it, it was I who succumbed to the sweetness of slumber. The fault lies with me. I may be fallen, but I need not surrender my honor. On second thought, I believe you do owe me something for the transgression. On a mere whim, you've stripped me of my one and only law. As such, I require another. You. One day, may you become a dragon whole, a lord of your own making. Lead me, and I will follow, my good lord.
She will then fade away with the breeze, turning herself to spirit ash, that she might better serve us upon our quest to become Elden Lord. The ashes themselves and her incantation provide even more background on the Dragon Communion Priestess. The Dragon Bolt of Florisax tells us it is the special incantation of the ancient dragon Florisax. There was a time when the Priestess never knew love, and thus never used this incantation herself. Love, it seems, is a human concept, not known to most dragons, which makes Lanciax's love for Vike all the more rare and magnificent. The ancient dragon Florisax ashes tell us, Florisax assumed this spirit form to offer her service to a new lord. Long ago, Florisax assumed human form to share dragon communion with the world. Now she has acquired a human heart. It seems that by taking her place as vassal to a human lord, Florisax now has a human heart, one capable of loving us. Using the incantation unique to only her for the first time in her life, for our sake. What's more interesting is that we now know that it was Florisax herself who brought dragon communion to the masses. She was the catalyst for so many who fell to the appetite for power that came with consuming a dragon's heart. I'd be interested in knowing if after she comes to serve us, she still wants us to consume the heart of Baal the Dread. For as we know, if we do this, we're destined to succumb to his flames sooner or later. A fate we doubt our new vassal would be very pleased with, after we severed her connection to her previous lord. Florisax, the priestess of Dragon Communion, deliverer of this practice to the lands between, spent more years than we can possibly know, standing beside her altar, sacrificing her sleep to her lord, leading warriors to their death with stories of ultimate power, only attainable through the slaying of Baal the Dread. Her ultimate mission was always to avenge the grievous injury inflicted upon her lord by this loathsome drake. Truly one of the most devout undertakings. She spent every single night offering up her sleep to a lord beyond time, desperately in need of rest. Unfortunately for Florisax, our tarnished is nothing if not curious, and we can't pass up the opportunity to see what every item in our inventory can truly do. On a whim, she was put to sleep and disowned by Placidusax, and she inexplicably chooses to follow us. Perhaps because she spent so long serving a lord, she doesn't know what to do without one, and so her story ends as naught but spirit ash for us to use at our discretion. Her single incantation bestowed upon her new lord, one that allowed her to feel the love oft known to humans. Who's to say if this is a good or bad outcome? But this servant will continue to serve, for as long as we will have her. Thank you for joining us for this week's episode of Elden Lore. Did you enjoy our deep dive into Florisax, the ancient dragon and priestess of Dragon Communion? Do you believe Florisax acted of her own accord when bringing Dragon Communion to the lands between? Did Placidusax actually sever ties with her over sleeping, or is this something she assumes to be true? Does she know that Dragon Communion is now considered ruinous in the lands between? She's been trapped longer than we can know in the Land of Shadow, so perhaps she has no idea that her Drake Knights have been becoming magma worms. Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. Thanks again to neonscience.com for sponsoring this week's video.
And don't forget to check them out.
We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. There's always been something missing when discussing the dragons of Elden Ring. There was always a distinction between a dragon and an ancient dragon, and there's always been two forms of taking a dragon's power, through the rites of the ancient dragon cult, which were given freely, or by tearing out the heart of a dragon and consuming it for communion. I think it's safe to say we've all seen the typical dragons of the Lands Between, the drakes, as a less evolved, less powerful form of what should be considered a dragon. But thanks to Shadow of the Erdtree, we now have a definitive answer as to why these two types of dragons exist, as well as why the Drake Knight armor set is found in crumbling Farum Azula. Long ago, the Elden Lord Placidusax faced a foe who was ever so slightly too strong for him, and from their glorious battle arose Dragon Communion, the Drake Knights, and the Magma Worms. Today, we dig into Baal the Dread, his history, and how his actions altered the course of dragonkind in the Lands Between, forever. Long ago, well before Marika's time as a god, Dragon Lord Placidusax ruled over the land from his seat at the heart of Farum Azula. During his reign, he ruled over the ancient dragons and the drakes, as well as possibly beastmen and some humanoids given the history of Dragon Communion, but we'll get to that. The remembrance of the Dragon Lord tells us, the Dragon Lord, whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time, is said to have been Elden Lord in an age before the Erdtree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return. This implies that Placidusax may have actually taken orders directly from the Greater Will itself before it fled the land. And once that guidance was gone, he simply refused to take action on anything without it. As you can imagine, this must have led to some level of unrest in dragon society, and this is when Baal comes into the picture. Baal the Dread was presumably the general of the Drakes under Lord Placidusax's command, but he had his own machinations of taking the skies for himself. According to the Dragon Priestess, Baal attacked Placidusax, causing a grievous wound.
Time long past, Baal turned upon the Dragon Lord. The foul traitor assailed our master and inflicted a grievous wound, only to make a hasty retreat, becoming a sworn enemy of the brood. Since that day, Baal and his bloodline, the Drakes, have served as sacrifices for Dragon Communion.
The Talisman of the Dread paints a slightly different picture. Talisman depicting the dread dragon of the Jagged Peak, whose roars cause the peak's molten fury to boil and churn, raises potency of magma. Baal was the foul dragon's name, a terrible harbinger of destruction, whose challenge to the ancient Dragon Lord ended in grievous mutual injury. So this tells us that it was not simply a matter of Baal attacking and running away, but a battle took place between the two in earnest. We can see the results on both dragons, as we finally know why Placidusax is missing heads. Upon looking at Baal, we can see he's missing a leg, his wings are torn with protruding bones, and two of the heads of Placidusax are still embedded in his body. It seems Baal managed to take a bit of power from his former lord with him when he fled, as he can now summon ancient dragon wings, replacements for his own, which were destroyed in his battle with Placidusax, which allow him to soar through the sky and rain fire down upon us. I believe that sometime after this battle, Placidusax entered a long sleep, and that's where we find him, resting beyond time. While the Dragon Lord licked his wounds, Baal found himself beaten and bruised, but with new power and purpose. He fought his lord and lived to tell the tale, earning the title, the Dread. It's at this point I believe he and Elder Dragon Grail, the mother of all dragons, began to populate the lands between with dragons, or rather, drakes, so that they might outnumber the ancient dragons before another attempt at taking Farum Azula for themselves. The ancient dragons did not take this attack on their lord lying down, however, and they developed what would come to be known as Dragon Communion, and founded the Drake Knights. You can find the armor of the Drake Knights in Farum Azula, and it tells you it features the spoils of a dragon catch as an emblem of pride, as both dragon hunter and partaker of communion. These knights were overseen by one of the ancient dragon men, and the dragon hunter's great katana tells his story. Great katana with spines of gravelstone along its blade, wielded by the ancient dragon man of the dragon's pit, has an anti-dragon effect. Formerly a dragon communion warrior, the ancient dragon man was once arbiter of those worthy to devour the dreaded one. So this ancient dragon man is actually a successful dragon communion warrior who did not get to the point where he would become a magma worm. But given time, this could still be a possibility for him. It was this ancient dragon man who would watch over the Drake Knights and choose who among them were worthy of facing Baal in battle, as the ultimate goal of this practice was to take the heart of Baal himself and consume it in the purest form of dragon communion. While on track to face the dread dragon ourselves, we encounter the Drake Knight Egon, who wears rags and curses Baal as he slowly crawls his way up the jagged peak. I won't get too in-depth about this man, as he deserves a video on his own, but it seems as though he may have faced Baal before, and had his legs taken from him. The Dragon Priestess will tell us that he's an ideal Drake Knight, and exactly what Placidusax envisioned for those who take part in Dragon Communion. A dogged warrior, filled with the fury of a dragon hunting down his prey relentlessly. We can even summon him when we step foot in Baal's arena, and he's eager to do battle with the drake that wounded a lord.
Curse you, Baal!
Along the path before we reach the summit, we have multiple opportunities to pick up a crafting material called Dragon's Calor Bloom. This item is described as a flower with an uncanny shape, coursing with hot blood, exceedingly rare to find. A single flower is said to blossom only once, from the hearts of dead warriors who oft partook of the Dragon Communion. We can even pick one of these up directly from a corpse. So we can see Egon isn't the only Drake warrior to struggle up the jagged peak, and it seems as though none of them have made it back down alive. Once we face Baal in battle, we see just how fearsome the first Drake truly is, and this is after having his leg taken by Placidusax. His flame can burn us to a crisp, and in his second phase, he calls upon the power of the ancient dragons that he is presumably pulling from the heads of his former lord, which are permanently embedded in his body. It's a hard-fought battle alongside our Drake Knight companion, but eventually, we wrench the heart from the vile Baal the Dread himself, so that we may partake in the purest form of communion. But the descriptions of the incantations we can learn from his heart are suspicious. Both tell us, even after being consumed, the throbbing heart of Baal continues to resist its subjugation, never weakening. One day, the fire within will consume the very body and soul of its communion devourer. One day. While we can fulfill the wishes of the Dragon Priestess, who we will also explore in another video, it seems as though following through with this particular act of Dragon Communion comes with its own consequences. We know that overpartaking will turn you into a magma worm, and we've met a dragon man who partook successfully and was granted strength. But if we choose to feast on the heart of Baal, our path is set, and we will be the catalyst Baal the Dread needs to walk the land again. It's possible this description means his heart will eventually reduce us to cinders, but I believe that eventually, our flesh will become Baal's, his heart burning away the tarnished that once was, so he can emerge again, and lead his drakes into an age ruled by the lower-born dragons, just as he tried to do when he attacked Placidusax. Perhaps it's best to simply ignore our hunger, and let this final act of communion pass us by. The story of Bale the Dread put a neat bow on top of a lot of lore questions from Elden Ring, which is not something we've come to expect when it comes to FromSoft. Thanks to Bale, we know Placidusax's injuries did not come from Godfrey, but from the first Drake himself. We learn that Dragon Communion originated with the ancient dragons of Farum Azula, and was actually a form of punishment against the Drakes, meant to ultimately lead to the end of Bale. Also, Dragon Communion does not have to end with a transformation into a magma worm. It truly is possible to become a dragon, as long as you don't overindulge your appetite. Lastly, we learn that the Drake Knights were a faction started by the ancient dragons, which means that during their reign, there must have been humans, and that the tradition of Drake Knights stretches back farther than most other things in the lands between. So many answers come back to the story of Bale the Dread, who stood against his lord for the betterment of his low-born people. While he did not come out unscathed, I think it's fair to say that Bale earned his title that day, and all should fear the dread father of the Drakes. Thank you for joining us as we unraveled the story of Bale the Dread, the father of Drakes and betrayer of Dragon Lord Placidusax. Do you believe the Drakes were always a lower class to the ancient dragons, or did they originate with Bale himself? When did Bale and Egon do battle, and how long was he left clawing his way up to the jagged peak? Did you run Bale through with a hail of harpoons? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In the course of completing one quest in Shadow of the Erdtree, we learn the story of Placidusax's injuries, the dread Drake who caused them, the beginning of Dragon Communion, and the origins of the Drake Knights. Thanks to Florisax, the ancient dragon priestess of Dragon Communion, we know that this practice was created in order to hunt Bale and the Drakes he begot with Greol, as revenge for his attack on her lord. The Drake Knights were the first to engage in communion, and would spend their lives chasing the strength of dragons, struggling to make it their own. We even fight against one of these warriors who succeeded, and was able to become a humanoid dragon man. But it seems not every Drake Knight traces their roots back to Farum Azula. Some are much like us, who pick up communion along the way, discovering this strength without any prior knowledge of its origins. While it seems Eleanor the Violet Bloody Finger may have understood what a Drake Knight truly was, raised in the tradition, the other Drake Knight we can now meet likely did not. This man, covered in rags and dragging his useless legs behind him, probably became a Drake warrior by chance. Today we will tell the story of Egon and his deep-seated hatred for Bale the Dread, which led his spirit to the top of the jagged peak. As we explore the Land of Shadow, we come to the Pillar Path Waypoint Site of Grace, and after resting, we hear a voice crying out in pain. We follow the cries and come upon a man dressed in rags, who seems to have been through a fierce battle.
The pain. The pain. My arms, my legs, each lies a bloody ruin. The pain. The exquisite pain. Bale! Vile Bale! Oh, terror incarnate! There is life in me yet! I will soon feast upon your heart! Mark my words! You too shall know fear!
At this point, we have absolutely no context for who either this man or Bale are. but from his comment about feasting on Bale's heart, we can reasonably assume this man has met a terrible fate at the hands of a dragon. This assumption is somewhat bolstered as by following the path ahead of him, we're invaded by an ancient dragon man and find our way to the dragon's pit. As we're making our way out of this cave, we do battle with the ancient dragon man again and find the exit, now faced with Jagged Peak, a mountain inhabited by drakes and dragons that we must now scale. Before starting this climb, though, we can meet the Dragon Communion Priestess, Florisax, who tells us the story of Bale the Dread, the one who attacked Dragon Lord Placidusax, leaving him with a grievous injury. From here she explains,
Since that day, Bale and his bloodline, the Drakes, have served as sacrifices for Dragon Communion, land-bound warrior. My lord, Placidusax, has shown your kind what must be done. Seek communion. Sate your boundless appetite. Feel the euphoria of a dragon's essence taking root in your meager frame.
So now Egon's cries make sense to us. He cursed Bale the Dread, the first drake, meaning he's already done battle with this fearsome creature, and lost quite spectacularly, having his legs taken from him and leaving his body a bloodied mess. Moving on from this altar, we do battle with two drakes that seem to be fighting each other. We can let them duke it out for a while, but inevitably we must get involved and fell both of them. Once we do, we hear a familiar voice calling out to us.
What a sight! A warrior true, if ever one there was. A fellow Drake warrior! Egon. Piteous Egon. Do you not remember? Conjure your past, how once you were, when fear was yet foreign to ye.
Watching our battle with these drakes seems to have sparked something in Egon. He tells himself to remember who he was before he feared Bale, the man he built himself up to be, that we can catch a glimpse of a bit later on. Should we speak to him, he asks a favor of us.
Drake warrior, dear friend, grant me this one wish. Take this finger, my finger, scale the jagged peak, face Bale the Dread, and when you do, summon me. Summon my soul. My limbs are limbs no more. My heart is twice over filled with fear. But a Drake warrior I remain, and my soul yet lies on the mountain. Proud Drake warrior, I beg of you, scale the jagged peak, face Bale the Dread, and when you do, summon me. Summon my soul.
What's fascinating about this is that it's the first time we've used someone else's finger to summon them. We can place our own signs with a finger and invade others with a bloody finger, but this is something entirely different. I think, perhaps, the implication is that from a story perspective, we can write Egon's sign for him once we enter Bale's arena, and use it to summon him, as he realizes there's no way he will make it to the summit on his own. We were already on our way to face Bale ourselves, so why not bring Egon along for the ride and fulfill his wish? After this encounter, Florisax can actually tell us more about our new compatriot.
Remember that name well. The broken Drake warrior, driven by bottomless hunger and fiery ambition. Precisely what the Dragon Lord envisaged for men who partake in dragon communion. The mad hunger and fierceness of spirit that only flows from those young and short of sight. He rather reminds me of Bale. In fact, such thoughts are unfathomable to ones as old as we.
She sees Egon and his ambition as not just a trait of the ideal Drake Knight, but a mirror to Bale himself. Though it seems Egon was not always like this. The Drake Knight armor tells us, from birth, Drake Knights speak not a word. They spend their lives pursuing the strength of dragons, for its sublime beauty and inspiration of awe. We can't exactly associate this description of a Drake Knight with Egon, as he clearly knows how to use his voice and express himself. By looking at his armor and weapons, we can paint a picture of who he was before he became a Drake warrior. His armor is described as Armor of the Broken Drake Warrior Egon, from a set comprised of a miscellany of parts. Filthy belongings are attached to this tattered piece of protective wear. The poor scavenger of battlefields found honor through dragon communion. It seems as though Egon was nothing more than a scavenger. His gauntlets and loincloth reference this by telling us they are remnants, stripped from a corpse found in the aftermath of a battle. Much like the vulgar militia, Egon would scour the remains of a battlefield in order to get by. And given what we learned from his armor, it seems as though he once came across the heart of a dragon while pilfering from the dead. After doing so, he must have found his way to an altar of dragon communion, feasted on the heart, possibly guided by Florisax herself, and felt the strength of a dragon flow through his body. It was then he became a Drake warrior, not by birthright, but much like us, by pure chance. Egon's greatbow is a symbol of who this man became once he took the power of a dragon for himself. Weapon of Egon, the broken Drake warrior, a greatbow fashioned from 2 dragon bones bound with coarse rope, covered in gashes left by claws. Imbued with Egon's obsession, enhancing the power of Egon's harpoon. Egon fashioned his very own bow. This is not a weapon lovingly crafted by a smith. This is a weapon cobbled together from the very bones of the creatures it's intended to kill. This warrior did not just take the strength of dragons through communion. He used every piece of them to build up his arsenal, preparing for a battle with Bale the Dread. Unfortunately, it seems his first attempt at felling the father of drakes ended with his legs destroyed, his arms a bloodied mess, and his soul lost in despair. Upon seeing us do battle with 2 drakes, Egon was reinvigorated. He gave us his furled finger and started preparing for the fight ahead. Luckily for him, there were plenty of materials around to craft his latest weapon, Egon's harpoon. Great arrow that bristles with sharp gravelstone pieces, has an anti-dragon effect. The broken Drake warrior Egon made these one by one in the midst of his agony, so that Bale the Dread himself would know fear. As we know, sharp gravelstone comes from the scales of ancient dragons, and as such, it can create tools we can use to fell the drakes. Egon's ingenuity gave him the perfect weapon to face Bale the Dread once again, and he joins us when we reach the Jagged Peak summit. It's at the top of the summit where we face Bale the Dread alongside our new companion, Egon, the broken Drake warrior, and upon summoning him, he states his business clearly.
Curse you, Bale! I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold, a true Drake warrior, and I, Egon, your fears made flesh. Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes your rotten hide. With a hail of harpoons! With every last drop of my being!
This is quite possibly one of the best voice-acted lines I have ever heard in my life. The battle is epic,
with Baal breathing fire and attacking us both with the bones left behind by his tattered wing. He summons spectral ancient dragon wings and rains fire down upon us. All the while our companion lets loose his harpoons, never wavering in his task. Egon has gone from a man completely broken and filled with fear to a warrior, his former self, who feels as though he can topple the mightiest of drakes with the help of our tarnished. He refers to the two of us as Baal's fears made flesh. I think it's safe to assume Baal was aware that the ancient dragon started dragon communion as a means of putting him to an end. So I believe this is what Egon is referring to, Baal's fear of communion come to claim his still beating heart. Through the use of his harpoons, Egon helps us to fell this beast, bringing an end to his greatest foe.
Baal the Dread! You shall haunt me no longer!
After completing his mission, his spirit fades away, and we can make our way back down the hill to see if we can celebrate our victory alongside our friend. Unfortunately, this battle with Baal took everything Egon had left, as when we find him, he's lying dead in the very same spot where he gave us his finger. It turns out by summoning his spirit, we allowed him his final confrontation, at the cost of his life. I believe there's no better outcome here, as if we don't summon him, Egon will still succumb to his injuries by the time we defeat Baal. So by allowing him to join us, bringing him into the fray, we're at least able to grant his final wish, and he can watch the lifeless body of Baal the Dread fall at his feet. His mission fulfilled, he can pass on as one of the greatest Drake warriors to ever live, in part, responsible for the defeat of the very Drake the practice was started to kill. It's obvious that the story of Egon and Baal is meant to be a kind of retelling of Moby Dick. Egon is deeply obsessed with his white whale. Baal takes Egon's legs, and he swears vengeance against the father of drakes, obsessively clawing his way closer and closer to his prey. The twist here is that Ahab was undone by his obsession, dragged into the depths by his own harpoon, which he darted into the white whale's flank, while Egon has no intention of living through his ordeal, and achieves his goal of getting vengeance on Baal. Through the help of our tarnished, we're able to subvert the expectation of Egon's failure, and give him that final bit of closure before breathing his last. Egon is able to be at peace, tormented no longer by his hunger, or the fact that Baal is still out there, causing chaos across the land. He dies a true Drake warrior, broken yes, but a Drake warrior who is able to see the ultimate mission of their order through till the end. From humble beginnings, he rose to take his place as one of the greatest Drake Knights to ever live. Thank you for joining us for the last in our 3-part series on Baal, Florisax, and Egon. Why do you think Egon was never granted his own set of Drake Knight armor? Where did he and Baal first meet on the battlefield? Did you let him finish off Baal, allowing his final harpoon to fly true? Should they have had Egon yell, "From hell's heart I stab at thee," or would that have been too on the nose? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
By the time we reach the Land of Shadows, the horn-steed have been under the heel of the Golden Order for more years than we can possibly know. We know that Queen Marika sealed away the land that persecuted her people, and sent her son to raze its culture and customs to the ground. But there are still traces of their ancient practices found throughout the land. When we come to the Bellarat Tower settlement, we encounter horn-steed warriors. We experience the ritual dancing of the divine beast. We come face to face with the horn-steed Grand Dam, and we see the architecture of the land the horn-steed used to rule. We encounter the practices of their old world both here and in Enir Alim, which sits above the settlement. But there are other areas where these adherents to the old ways still reside, Today we'll be discussing one of these groups of horn-sent, which seems untouched by time, still carrying out their duties even after the city's burned. The horn-sent Inquisitors. You're most likely to encounter the Inquisitors of the Land of Shadow for the first time when exploring the Abyssal Woods. But you likely have no frame of reference for who they are, or why they wield candlesticks as weapons. But the more we learn about them, the clearer this becomes. We know that they actually originate from Bellerad, as the incantation Golden Arcs tells us it's a sorcery of the Inquisitors of the Tower, wielded as an incantation of the Spiral. A swing of the arm releases a procession of golden arcs. The arcs resemble barbs, a known symbol of coercive questioning. It makes sense that these enemies would originate from the area, as they're found most prominently in Anira Lim, just above the settlement. While they can be fought elsewhere, I think the area that tells us the most about them is actually Midra's Manse. At the bottom of the Darklight Catacombs, we come across the Elder Inquisitor Jori, who's defending the exit, or rather, the entrance, to a land burned and destroyed by the Flame of Frenzy. As we fight her, she summons multiple Candle Inquisitors to attack us at her behest, trying to bathe us in flame in order to keep us away. Interestingly, this shows the Inquisitors, who almost definitely held their positions before Mesmer's crusade, also utilize flame to punish and torture those who would be considered enemies of the horn-sent. Jori is particularly interesting, as she's referred to as an elder, and is shown to lead the other Inquisitors. The Inquisitor's ashes shed some light on this by telling us the Inquisitor hags wielded barbed candlesticks. One of the Inquisitors casts a tower hex to heal HP, while the hex of the other boosts her own attack power. Inquisitions often perplex the minds of the uninitiated, and so seniority was viewed as an asset. So those outside the Inquisitor's order did not have a strong idea of what exactly it meant to be an Inquisitor, only that the oldest among them had enough knowledge and experience to lead the others. Once we defeat Jori, we earn her weapon, the barbed staff spear, which tells us the tip bristles with golden barbs, symbolic of the Inquisition's torture, allowing one to wield the staff as a great spear. These golden barbs are a symbol of their order, and you could be forgiven for thinking that torture is the main purpose of the Inquisitors. That is until we learn what Jori was hiding, or rather, what she and her compatriots acted as a bulwark against to keep the Land of Shadow from falling. As we explore the abyssal woods beyond the catacombs, burned and destroyed by the Flame of Frenzy, we come across multiple small groups of Inquisitors who've lost themselves entirely to the flame, eyes now blazing yellow. However, their sacrifice seems to serve a greater purpose. When approaching Midra's Manse deep within this area, we see beheaded bodies lined up as if to tell us, turn away unless you want to meet the same fate. These bodies are obviously a warning, but the golden light sticking out of their necks serves a purpose. These are barbs that are keeping the Flame of Frenzy that infected their bodies locked in place, unable to burst forth, slowing the spread. In fact, it's fair to assume that the Great Sword of Damnation stabbed through Midra's head, holding the Lord of Frenzied Flame at bay, was also an instrument used by the Inquisitors, as before it coils back around itself, it too shares the barbed symbol of Jori's signature weapon. Outside of their work in keeping the flame at bay, it seems these Candle Inquisitors are also slowly destroying the Manse and all of the knowledge within it, in order to keep anyone from unlocking the same knowledge Midra came across. Aside from the Candlestick Inquisitors and Jori, there's one other variation of this enemy found in both Midra's Manse and Anira Lim that I haven't quite figured out. The Fat Inquisitors. These are basically enormous Inquisitors, able to cast all of the incantations associated with their order. While these enemies can't move very quickly, they are tougher than they appear and can take a beating. All this to say that the Fat Inquisitors clearly have some level of seniority and have significant power compared to their counterparts, but I don't know why this comes with the additional bulk, especially given that their horns should be enough of a symbol of their strength. Perhaps you could argue that those that sit at the higher echelons of their order grow fat on the luxuries they're afforded with their status. But there's no written lore to imply whether or not this is truly the case. A couple of these enemies will actually drop revered spirit ashes, so I believe that's a strong indication that these particular Inquisitors are a couple of rungs up from your typical Candle Inquisitor. But I'm not certain that they rank above the Elders like Jory. One last thing I wanted to call out about the Inquisitors is their possible tie to the base game of Elden Ring. As they are horn-sent and far removed from the events of our adventure through the Lands Between, you'd think they couldn't possibly have any influence on the Lands of Gold. However, I think Praetor Rykard and his own Inquisitor, Giza, may have taken inspiration from these enemies. The Inquisitor's Girandol is described as an instrument of torture used on nobles behind the curtain at the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Its numerous spikes pierce the flesh, then singe the wounds with flame. The smell of burnt blood induces despair in the victim, a candlestick conceived by a thorough mind. I've always thought that the mind this was referring to was either Rykard or Giza, but now knowing that the Candle Inquisitors were essentially the most common of their order, I believe this thorough mind was actually repurposing the practices of other people. For Rykard, this would make perfect sense, as we know he often traveled outside the Lands Between due to his relationship with Lady Tanith and the associated lore. Perhaps the Inquisitors of the Volcano Manor were modeled after those of the Hornsent all along. This is all there is to say about the Inquisitors, as they have very little lore associated with them. What we can gather of their background is that it's murky. We don't know why the Hornsent needed Inquisitors to question their enemies, as they didn't seem to have any capable of higher thought, aside from possibly the Giants. Perhaps they were primarily meant to be used against the Shamans, but given their subjugation, I'm not sure this would make much sense. Regardless, we saw what they could do for the land, both the good and the bad, as they defend their home from the spread of frenzy by sacrificing themselves to wander the abyssal woods. I'd love to know more about their history and conception in Hornsent society, but unfortunately, it seems like these things will forever be a mystery to those of us combing through the pages of the Land of Shadows, looking for answers. Thank you for joining me as I shared everything I could find on the Inquisitors of the Land of Shadows. Do you believe these Inquisitors predate the Erdtree's rise, or were they conceived after Marika became a god? Is Jory the Elder Inquisitor at the top of their order, or do the Fat Inquisitors outrank her? Did Rykard borrow the practices of the Hornsent in order to fulfill his role as the Golden Order's Praetor? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The spooky season is upon us, which means that it's time to dive into the more disturbing enemies of Elden Ring. This time around, we're going to focus on some of the scarier concepts found in the Land of Shadow, and unfortunately, I've already discussed the jar innards in our video on Marika, so here's some footage of the actual most disgusting thing in this DLC. That aside, we're going to kick off our Scary Terror Gaming episodes with an enemy you may find unsettling due to the way their bodies move as if they're straight out of a horror movie. The Curse Blades were one of the first still images we were given ramping up to the release of Shadow of the Erdtree, and these horrifically bent over Hornsent ascetics are a creeping threat throughout our time exploring this land. You never know when you will turn a corner and have one of these terrifyingly powerful enemies cut you to ribbons. Join us as we break down what they are and what they strove to be long ago. When entering the Land of Shadow, there's a strong possibility that the first enemy to attack you will be a Curse Blade. It hops off its perch and dances towards you, spinning its blades, ready to cut you down. This enemy is hunched over, its spine an upside-down V, but it seems this stance is merely part of the dance, as it elongates its body as it fights.
The Curseblades use their form of dance to put you off guard, and make you second guess when to attack and when to dodge, keeping you off balance. Any of these enemies can drop the ascetic set, and their loincloth gives us details on who they are. Attire of the Tower's ascetics, embodying their commitment to an austere existence of strict self-control. In order to ascend from their mortal flesh into tutelary deities of the land, they heighten their spirituality through severe ascetic training. When it says they partook in severe ascetic training, it's important we define what that means. To be an ascetic means practicing strict self-denial as a measure of personal and especially spiritual discipline. And we're going to explain what that means for the Curseblades momentarily. The term has come up once before in Elden Ring, when referring to Elmer of the Briar, the bell-bearing hunter, but there seems to be no connection between his homeland of Eocade, that was a proud land of ascetics, and the land of Shadow. The Curseblade mask draws an interesting connection between these enemies and the Horned Warriors, as it seems they practice the same divinity for different reasons. A mask affixed with a crown of tangled horns, worn by those who would invoke divinity. Divine invocation heightens the dexterity of the wearer, but causes the blessing of the Erdtree to become nauseating, reducing the restorative effect of drinking from a flask of sacred tears. Focus is also troubled while wearing this mask. The Horned Warriors practiced divine invocation, but this was as a way to bring themselves closer to the divine, so that they may one day become sculpted keepers, unlike the Curseblades, who wish to become tutelary deities. Presumably, another aspect to becoming one of these deities was to ritualistically harm oneself, as we learned from the Curseblade's Circu. Weapon of the masked Curseblades: circular backhand blade with wave-like cutting edges, sharpened into points that incite blood loss. Long ago, this was employed by the ascetics who strove to become tutelary deities as a ritualistic object in their self-flagellating dances. In order to truly understand their goal, there's only one item we can look to, the only other item to mention these tutelary deities: revered spirit ash. Spirit ash of those who came before, infused with potent spirituality, acquired from the corpses of Hornsent and other objects that ritually decorate townships and villages across the realm of Shadow. Consume these at sites of grace to bolster your revered spirit ash blessing. The revered spirit ash blessing bolsters both summoned spirits and spectral steeds' abilities to deal and negate damage, but has no influence outside the realm of Shadow. The withered corpses were called tutelary deities, and revered spirit ash was said to quietly accumulate in the palm of their hands. So this was the original pursuit of the Curseblades. Those that succeeded in their practice of divine invocation became the very statues, or as we now know, corpses, where we find revered spirit ash. It would seem that through their ascetic practices, they would abstain from everything, even food and water, choosing instead to sit perfectly still so that they may one day accumulate revered spirit ash. However, it seems those we do battle with failed in their pursuits, and were punished for their failure. We can face Curseblade Labyrinth in the depths of the Bonny Jail, and upon defeating him, we receive the ashes of Curseblade Mira. These ashes tell us they are ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirit of Curseblade Mira. Curseblades appear to dance when they spin their shimmering circular blades. These ascetics who failed to become tutelary deities were a scourge for those who attempted to invade the Hornsent homeland. Long ago, before the land was overshadowed by invasion, this scourge was shunned, and the Curseblades were imprisoned. It was during this confinement that Mira met Labyrinth, and upon her death, Labyrinth was plunged into a devastating darkness. What I gather from these ashes is that before Mesmer began his march against the land of Shadow, Curseblades were kept imprisoned in the many jails across the land due to their failure in becoming tutelary deities, and Labyrinth and Mira were imprisoned together, becoming deeply connected friends, or possibly falling in love. When Mesmer attacked, it seems as though the Curseblades were conscripted to fight for the horn-steed, given a chance to redeem themselves for their failures, but Labyrinth chose to stay in the Bonnie jail, with nothing left to live for after Mira passed on. It's unknown why a failure to become a tutelary deity carried such a harsh sentencing, but we can see how deeply respected they were with the many corpses holding revered spirit ash across the land. Something you'll notice when coming across these mummified remains is that most of them have their heads cut off, and I'm willing to bet this is the work of Mesmer's forces, showing outright disdain for the spiritual practices of the horn-steed. It's only in areas these forces didn't reach, such as Bellarat Tower and Enir Alim, where they retain their heads, no longer wearing their masks, now having their own large, glorious horns sprouting from their skulls. Perhaps it was their failure to sprout large horns of their own that caused the rest of the horn-steed to lock them away. Their dancing rituals and weapons of self-flagellation came to serve a new purpose after fire began to spread across their lands. It seems the horn-steed were so desperate in their struggle that allowing those who failed them in their faith to serve on the battlefield was considered acceptable. Perhaps this was their chance to prove they could still be of use after all. I find it interesting that the Curseblades who failed in shunning the physical world in the pursuit of becoming tutelary deities, and were locked away for not being able to endure what the process entailed, seem to have taken to their new role as defenders of their land. The Curseblades could have just as easily turned against their jailers after their release, but they didn't. I believe this means these horrifying creatures actually believe that they deserve to be locked away for failing the other horn-steed, for failing their faith, and now that they have a new position, they do not plan to fail their people again. These elongated dancers will hunt any who mean to harm the land of shadows, and we need to watch our backs, because you never know when one of these masked monstrosities is hiding just past the next wall, or ready to strike from above, cutting into your flesh the same way they once cut into their own. Thank you for joining us for this breakdown of the Curseblades, the first in this year's Scary Terror Gaming Spooky Season series. Why do you think FromSoft teased us with an image of the Curseblades before the release of Shadow of the Erdtree? The statues of tutelary deities seem to be sitting just fine, so what caused the Curseblades' horrifying posture? What exactly do you think being a dedicated ascetic entailed for these horn-steed? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. If you've been following the channel at all, you know we like to dive into specifics on the knights and factions found in the Lands Between and the Land of Shadow. We've uncovered the stories of so many chivalric orders, from the Redmanes to the Mausoleum Knights, and Shadow of the Erdtree has given us many more avenues to explore. One of the new factions you're likely to face early on your journey through the Land of Shadow would be the Horned Warriors. Large, imposing figures, able to attack with not only great strength, but with spectral horns that will track down their foes. What's most interesting about these warriors is that they're at the lowest point of a larger group with a clear line of progression, becoming more divine as they go, until finally taking their place as part of a dancing lion. Today we will be taking a look at not only the Horned Warriors, but the Divine Beast Warriors, Divine Bird Warriors, and the Dancing Lions, as all of these enemies are tied together through a divinity predating the Erdtree itself, the divinity of the Primordial Crucible. The Horned Warriors are massive figures that can reduce our tarnished to mush within seconds if we're not careful. The best explanation of what they are comes from the Horned Warrior ashes, which tell us. This heavily armored guardian spirit of the tower attained inhuman strength through divine invocation, and wields a curved greatsword that brings horns to bear on its foes. In the tower, these warriors and their weapons both are spiritual vessels. So what does it mean to be a spiritual vessel? Presumably, as a spiritual vessel, these warriors are honing themselves to become closer to the Crucible. The sword being considered a vessel as well is likely due to the ash of war hewn into it. This weapon is described as a curved sword of the horned warriors, keepers of the tower. The ornamental tangled horns allow the blade to serve as a medium for horn calling. We can see the power of horn calling while fighting these enemies, and can wield it for ourselves should we take their blades. The strength of this spiritual vessel allows us to call forth horns of light to pierce our foes, and given the strong connection between the Crucible and horns, it's fair to say the light they summon is the light of the Crucible. While these enemies are powerful in their own right, it seems as if they can become even stronger through divine invocation. The Horned Warrior helm tells us it's a helm featuring a crown of sturdy tangled horns, allowing the wearer to invoke divinity. Attire of the Horned Warriors, keepers of the tower. Divine invocation bolsters the strength of the wearer, but causes the blessing of the Erdtree to become nauseating, reducing the restorative effect of drinking from a flask of sacred tears. Focus is also troubled by wearing this helm. Many armor pieces associated with these divine warriors have the effect of making the blessing of the Erdtree nauseating, and this makes perfect sense, as the power of the Erdtree was a force that was seeking to supplant the current order, based in spiritual worship and divine invocation of the Crucible. By wearing these masks and practicing their rituals, the Horned Warriors make it clear who they fight for and why. The two-handed sword talisman drives this point home as well, telling us the Horned Warriors were fitting figureheads for the military might of the tower they kept watch over, their deft attacks slashing through any and all foes. All this said, it would seem that becoming a Horned Warrior is only the first step in a much larger role as a protector of Enir Elim. After burning the tree which hides Enir Elim with Mesmer's fire, we can explore this place. The very first enemy you encounter here wields the Horned Warrior's swords, but instead of their flowing tabard and helm of horns, they wear golden armor and the visage of a bird on their helm. These are the Divine Bird Warriors, and we can begin to learn of them through the spirit ashes of one of their own, Ornis. Spirit of the Divine Bird Warrior, from whom the Horned Warriors claim descent. Clad in golden armor and granted wings and feathers by divine invocation, Ornis succeeded in taming the divine bird and made its wings his own as he soared through the sky. When he finally fell to earth, he lived on as the guardian deity of the temple quarter. It seems the Horned Warriors were not the first of their kind. They're simply copying the divine invocations of the past first seen from the Divine Bird Warriors. Their armor tells us it is armor of Divine Bird Warriors, the very first of all Horned Warriors, made from a golden metal. The golden-hued divine birds are known to be cruel, never taking to human companionship. Those who invoked their divinity were few and far between. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the Divine Bird Warriors we can do battle with in the Rao Ruins and in Enir Elim are of the few who invoked the divinity of the divine birds in order to become a knight. As their item descriptions imply, they are ancient compared to the Horned Warriors. They're capable of using the incantation Divine Bird Feathers, which tells us the Divine Bird Warriors, and indeed this technique, are said to bear resemblance to the Golden Crucible, further tying their strength, and the strength of all these Horned Warriors, to the primordial Crucible itself. I will say, these enemies being portrayed as birds, as well as possessing the ability to summon golden wings, and the mention of Ornis taking the divine bird, does bring to mind the idea of the Stormlord of Stormvale Castle. While there are many theories on who the Stormlord is, there are two types of animals strongly associated with storms, eagles and lions, both of which are found in the castle. When we remember that the divine dancing lions are masters of storms, it does make one consider that maybe the Stormlord actually originates from the Land of Shadow, and was once a warrior who partook in divine invocation, a faith of the old days. Now that we have an idea of who the Horned Warriors are and where their ritual practices originated, we can look into another variation of these enemies found in Enir Elim, the Divine Beast Warriors. There are only 4 Divine Beast Warriors, with one specializing in lightning, one in ice, and two in wind. These enemies were a smaller version of the divine beast head worn by the dancing lions, and they do this because they've transcended merely being horned warriors, and are working toward performing the lion dances themselves one day. Their armor, the divine beast warrior tunic, tells us it is armor of fetid horned warriors, chosen to become divine beast warriors, adorned with a lion's pelt. Among the divine beast warriors, only those who truly excel at divine invocation become sculpted keepers, and are granted the honor of the lion dance. The goal of every horned warrior is to someday become a sculpted keeper. But when we consider what the divine lion dance was originally intended for, it makes this practice a little less clear. Apparently, the divine lion dance was not always meant to be a form of combat. The remembrance of the divine dancing lion tells us, when the Impaler's army assailed the tower, the ritual of the lion dance was turned toward martial ends. Its divinity, its fury, its light-footed beauty. In the past, before Mesmer marched on the Land of Shadow, these dancers wielded great power, but it was not used for aggression, rather, for worship. The lion dance used to be performed at festivals, as the enraged divine beast talisman tells us. A charm depicting the crazed, cavorting dance of the divine beast conducted at the Tower Festival raises potency of storms. Divine beasts are messengers of the heavens, and their rage mirrors the tumult of the skies, of which storms are the pinnacle. In times long past, the divine lion dance was meant to worship the crucible. Its displays of lightning, ice, and wind were meant to express its great power and reverence for all it was. This begs the question, why did one need to become a warrior in order to hone this skill? I believe becoming a horned warrior was the first step in understanding the power of nature, or the heavens. Before one could begin to master the destructive forces of lightning, ice, or wind, they needed to strengthen their bodies and learn the art of horn calling to become closer to the crucible. Eventually, those that mastered themselves and the elements would be capable of showing true reverence for the heavens by invoking all forms of its power at will. The horn-sent grandam helps us understand the reverence the people of the Land of Shadow had for those that protected their tower. Upon greeting her while wearing the divine beast head, she expresses her joy at our presence.
Oh, such a joy to smell the scent again. Does a sculpted keeper stand before me? Oh, as I felt the sacred beast's essence fade, a great anxiety welled up within. Forgive this old woman her foolish fears. 'Tis such relief I cannot express. After an eternity of the mind, our voices have at last reached the heavens, as evinced by thy gracious arrival. Oh, oh, oh.
Once a sculpted keeper reached the point where they could perform the dance, they too were seen as divine. However, this divinity would not be enough to protect them from the fate that awaited at the hands of Queen Marika and her son. After Mesmer attacked, the Hornsent believed they could use the strength of the heavens their sculpted keepers possess to push back against his flames. But the incantation, Divine Beast Tornado, tells us how this plan worked out for them. The majority of divine beasts were gored and hung upon Mesmer's spears, then burned in his flame. Those who witnessed the deed likened it to a funeral pyre for the tower itself. Even though these sculpted keepers trained their entire lives in the art of divine invocation, it was not enough to fight back against the unimaginable power of Mesmer's flame. And upon our defeat of the last two divine dancing lions in the Land of Shadow, this ritual has been ended permanently. No more will a sculpted keeper wield the strength of the heavens, and the horned and divine beast warriors will likely never reach a point where they can don the lion's head alongside another keeper and perform the dance. After all, if there are no divine lions left to teach them to dance, then this art has truly been lost forever. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the Horned Warriors, their inspiration, and the path they followed to one day become divine dancing lions. Do you believe the dance is doomed to end permanently after we enter the Land of Shadow? Was the original Stormlord a divine bird warrior who established Stormvale Castle and still practiced their divine invocations within the lands between? Why was fire suspiciously absent from the divine lion dance? Lightning, ice, and wind are all forces of nature. Wouldn't fire fall under this purview as well? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
While exploring the Land of Shadow, we encounter so many new enemies and factions that are unique to this place. There are the Horn-sent Warriors, the Inquisitors, the Divine Birds, and the Curseblades, to name a few. One of the most interesting factions I've come across in my research of this land and its inhabitants has to be the Sword Hands of Night. We can only encounter 2 of them during our journey, and their connection to Count Ymir helps to flesh out their individual stories and how they found themselves donning their dark armor to work in service of their guiding starlight. Though Yolan, the more prominent of the 2, speaks with us on multiple occasions, she never lets on the truth behind her origins. Thankfully, that is something we can come to unpack if we're paying attention. Today, join us in unraveling the mysterious Yolan and Anna, Sword Hands of Night, who fought to serve their star. That is until Anna had second thoughts, and Yolan had nothing left to fight for. We first meet the Sword Hand of Night, Yolan, after reaching Lamementor. If we speak to her after introducing ourselves to Count Ymir, she's cold with us, but does offer a word of advice.
No interest in small talk. My only concerns are the concerns of Count Ymir, and you are not among them. Only, there is one thing I will say. Count Ymir's kindness is a gift. Should you cross him, you will sorely regret it. Begone. There is nothing more to say.
So Yolan is Ymir's right hand, and has little interest in associating with anyone outside of her master's gaze. We can ask him about her directly afterward, and he'll say,
"You met Yolan? Well, I hope that she behaved at least. The poor girl has overcome grave misfortune. Her tongue can be sharp at the best of times, but don't think that makes her a bad person. It's no surprise her little sister, too, has a heart of gold."
Once we sound the first bell and prove ourselves worthy of Ymir's attention, Yolan will start to come around on working with us.
Did Count Ymir reward you with that? Then I see you have gained his trust, and therefore mine. I am Yolan. The night is yours now to wield. Don't get the wrong idea. We are neither friends nor confidants. I am merely honoring Count Ymir's wishes.
Yolan is still keeping us at arm's length, but the distance between us has shortened. In following this questline, we find our way underneath Lamementor, and in the distance, we can see one of these bells we've been tracking down for Ymir. As we make our way toward it, we're attacked by an invader, a Sword Hand of Night known as Anna, wearing the exact same armor as Yolan. Unlike the sword we see carried by our callous companion, this sword hand wields the Claws of Night, which we receive upon defeating her. These weapons tell us they are claws of a bottomless black from which no light can escape. Wielded by Anna, Sword Hand of Night, engraved with the Smith script, enabling strong attacks to launch all 3 claws at a target. The blades are only semi-corporeal and cannot be fully guarded against. Interestingly,
These semi-corporeal blades speak to the idea that they are literally wielding night as a weapon. Once we return from our trek underground, we can tell Yolan about the Sword Hand of Night we encountered, and she seems surprised.
Stop. What did you just say? Wait, no. Say nothing. I have one star alone, and only his words will do. I will say this much. I am in your debt, but I will hear no more. I have one star alone, and only his words will do. Be on your way. I will hear no more about this.
It seems as if Yolan is planning on asking Ymir about this incident directly, but unfortunately, we never find out whether or not she did, and what his response would have been. Yolan will not speak on the matter any further, and she won't truly interact with us again until we sound the second bell Ymir has sent us to find. Once we do, she seems to appreciate that we are on Count Ymir's side, and begins to think of us as a compatriot.
Once, I've no interest in companionship, but I must admit, Count Ymir did seem very pleased. Perhaps an exception is in order. Ymir is a shining star, in our eyes, the only star upon the black canvas of the night. Our meeting with the Count taught us of the star-draped sky. We know that we cannot reach out to touch it, but we can peer up at its brilliance and heed its guidance. We will never again lose our way in the night. I have spoken far too freely. Pay me no mind. Let us focus on our shared purpose, our service to Count Ymir. Now, be on your way.
While Yolan comes across as very cool and level-headed, her dedication to Ymir seems almost fanatical. And if we investigate the Bonnie jail, we can find the armor of the Sword Hands of Night, which may give us a clue on why this is. Bottomless armor, cool to the touch. Flowing lines in the seeming shape of a fingerprint adorn the surface. Imprisons the wearer in utterly lightless dark. Bestowed upon those born deep underground, ordaining them as Sword Hands of Night. This armor is found on top of a guillotine, implying that perhaps there was once another sword hand who wasn't exactly serving the purpose of their master, and paid for it with their life. While the finger markings on the armor are reminiscent of the symbol of the Glomide Queen, I think there's a more simple explanation. The sword hands were all meant to serve Ymir, the would-be Mother of Fingers. I'll dive into this idea a bit more later. It's once we've made our way to the section of the map containing the second bell that we have the opportunity to explore around the shaman village. And if we're thorough, we can find a path of cliffs leading down to a previously inaccessible area of Robot's Rise. Once we reach this landing, we can walk inside to find an alarming sight. A Sword Hand of Night, turned to a doll, limp on the ground as if we just found Celavis's collection. This doll is Anna, Yolan's sister, who Ymir claimed had a heart of gold. It seems as though the version of Anna we faced below the church was actually a doll, and someone has gone to the trouble of hiding their handiwork in a place inaccessible to most. Given what we've experienced so far, the most likely candidate for this would be Ymir. It seems this is the secret he is keeping from Yolan, and I wonder if she'd continue to see him as her guiding star if she knew the truth. After we defeat Metter, the Mother of Fingers, we return to the church and make our way to Ymir's seat, but it seems to be empty. Once we get close enough, we're invaded by Yolan, who claims we've betrayed her master.
What have you done? You've wounded Count Ymir most irreparably, such that he wishes for your death, and I must attend to the Count's concerns.
This is incredibly confusing, because up to this point, we've been following Ymir's directions. And how could he become the new Mother of Fingers if we didn't dispatch the old one? I believe that we've played out Ymir's plan to the letter,
and that he's lied to Yolan so that she wouldn't question her orders to do away with us. In Ymir's eyes, if we can defeat Metter, then we're a threat to him as well. This is why when we defeat Yolan, he attacks us himself, desperately trying to put an end to his patsy. If you believe we didn't truly kill Metter, and that she simply escaped into the microcosm, it's also possible that Ymir is upset with us because we didn't finish the job. Unfortunately for Yolan, she was simply a weapon to Ymir, and her blind faith in him meant she would believe anything he told her. We're able to have one last conversation with Yolan after Ymir is dead. She can be found in her usual spot against the pillar in the church, but now she lies on the ground, barely holding on to her life after her battle with us.
Count Ymir, the stars, the sky, I see them not.
This is one of the occasions in Shadow of the Erdtree where we can choose between two different endings for an NPC. The Iris of Occultation can be placed on another to deny them light in all its forms, which means we'd be denying Yolan's final wish, and forcing her to see nothing but darkness in her dying moments. If we do this, she says,
No light anywhere at all. This is the night I know. Our night.
I assume when she says our night, she means the night she and her sister were born into, before they were approached by their guiding star. Doing this grants us the weapon, the Sword of Night. Sword of an all-consuming, bottomless black that devours even the light that shines upon it. Wielded by Yolan, Sword Hand of Night. The blade of the sword is only semi-corporeal, and thus cannot be guarded against completely. Much like the claws of her sister, this weapon is as black as night, completely devoid of light, a weapon fit for a Sword Hand of Night. However, we can also choose to give Yolan the Iris of Grace. Placing it on her eye, we grant her the light of grace as a fleeting blessing. While this item would typically be used by an Erdtree priest to quell the fears of the flock for a short time, these are Yolan's final moments. So in this case, we are kindly fulfilling her dying wish.
Oh, it blinds, as if our night simply never was.
In giving her this iris, we're granted Yolan's ashes. Perhaps this means she's accepted the truth of Ymir's cruel manipulations and embraced light, deciding to walk alongside us. Yolan's ashes are described as the spirit of a sword hand, granted light by the Iris of Grace, wields a sword of bottomless black that penetrates the enemy's guard. Though it was not by the shining star that she had longed for, thus was her night illuminated. But this was an at times blinding light, and threatened to expunge the night entirely. This description reinforces the idea that the light she saw was not the one she wanted, but it was enough to make her reconsider darkness altogether. The most interesting thing about these ashes is that they can be manipulated if we make our way back to the doll of Anna. By having Yolan with you, the puppet of Anna can actually inhabit her ashes, giving you the ability to summon them both together. Spirits of two sword hands of night, one of them being possessed by Count Ymir's doll, Anna. Together, Yolan's sword and Anna's claws are as bottomless black, and penetrate the enemy's guard. Yolan and Anna were born in a cold, dark jail, where they were raised, deprived of light, to be sword hands of night. Thus were they cultivated to become the most terrifying masters of their blades, though the burden of the deed left their hearts frail and pliant. These ashes confirm the doll belonged to Ymir, and I think the mention of their hearts being frail and pliant alludes to what may have happened to Anna. It's my belief that Yolan, Anna, and possibly a third child were raised in the Bonnie jail, under the order of Count Ymir, to become sword hands of night that would follow his direction on the day he would rescue them from the jail and become their guiding star. Clearly something went wrong with one of these sword hands, as we can take their armor off the guillotine where they most likely met their end, and we even find a shield of night not far from the armor. Then, sometime after Ymir took in both herself and her sister, Anna discovered the truth of their upbringing, possibly turning her blades against Ymir, forcing him to turn her into a doll so that she could comply with his orders. This left only Yolan, who still believed in her guiding star, allowing her heart to be manipulated by the very man who was responsible for the deaths of the other sword hands. At the very least, Yolan and Anna can be reunited as warriors within our spirit ashes, but only if we choose to free Yolan from the lies Ymir used to manipulate her, by showing her a light beyond the one star she was allowed to gaze upon. The sword hands of night are like many others who choose to take up a blade in Elden Ring. Tragic figures, manipulated by others into fighting for a lord, or in this case a mother, that never had their best interest at heart. Anna, who may have discovered the truth of Ymir's influence on her life, was forced to follow orders in the most sadistic way possible, being turned into a puppet with no will of her own. And Yolan was so deeply indoctrinated that this wasn't even necessary. She listened to anything Count Ymir told her, believing so thoroughly that he was the only light within the darkness, the only star she could follow. As with so many others, we can at least bring a modicum of peace to Yolan by showing her there's a light among the darkness, and reuniting her with her sister, even if it's only a spirit ash meant to fight at our side. Perhaps one day, when the battle is won, and a future's been chosen for the lands between, we can lay them to rest together, and there will never be another child indoctrinated into becoming a sword hand of night. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of Yolan and Anna, the sword hands of night. What did you think of our theories on how Anna became Ymir's puppet? Do you believe there were originally 3 sword hands, and we can take the armor of one who failed to take it for themselves? Was Yolan lied to by Ymir so that she would fight us, or did we truly anger him by defeating Metter? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The glintstone sorcerers number few in the Land of Shadow. In fact, they're really only found in Castle Ensis, along with Akarian Knight and R'hllana, the Twin Moon Knight. They don't really make their presence known outside of this area, save for a rise to the northeast, which once belonged to a sorcerer known as Rabbath. Upon inspecting this place, we are likely to spy a church in the distance. If we make our way there, we learn that this is known as Manflies, and it seems the only inhabitants of this place are a knight in dark armor, known as Yolan, and a glintstone sorcerer, Ymir. This man is very cordial with our tarnished, welcoming us to this place and asking us to take on a quest for him. One that will see us travel across the Land of Shadow and uncover a story taking us back to the earliest days of the lands between. However, Count Ymir does not teach us this history out of the kindness of his heart. He has his own motivations, and with a little help from our tarnished, he believes his dreams can be fully realized. Today, we discuss Count Ymir and his aspirations of motherhood. But before getting started, I wanted to mention that today I'm joined by Coleslaw, a creator just getting started in the Elden Ring space, who gives life advice over Elden Ring gameplay. Coleslaw will be reading all of our item descriptions for this video, so make sure you check out the link to his channel in the description below. When we first meet Count Ymir, he welcomes us with open arms.
We don't often receive visitors. I am Ymir. Welcome to Manflies. It is a pleasure to have you. In lands so forsaken as these, chance encounters are precious indeed. Seeing that we have convened here on this day, allow me to mark the occasion with a modest offering. The map I gave you charts the site of a hallowed ruin. It is said that after sounding the hanging bell there, one's fate will be guided by the stars. I only wish to be of service, to help those who fight for their purpose. I'm not mistaken, am I? I can see it in your eyes. You are a fighter, are you not?
Though he wears a garb unfamiliar to us, he speaks of fate guided by the stars, which clues us into his standing as a glintstone sorcerer. You could be forgiven for thinking this interaction is much more reminiscent of Topes rather than Selen, with Ymir offering to help us in whatever meager way he can. If we look at the hole-laden necklace he's handed us, we learn what it is.
A pale blue necklace made from a thin, elongated stone hollowed out from the inside. It was a teaching of Khan Ymir. The fate of the one who sounds the hanging bell will be guided by the stars.
It seems he's looking for a warrior with enough resolve to sound the bell, though we don't yet know why. If we speak with him again after our introduction, Ymir will offer to teach us various sorceries.
Something the matter? I've given you a map to the hallowed ruin? Oh, I suppose you expect a lesson of me, do you? I know the feeling. Those with purpose are nothing if not ravenous. For power. For truth.
Among these sorceries are Carian Phalanx, Carian Retaliation, and Miriam's Vanishing. Skills not just any glintstone sorcerer would know. Apparently Ymir is quite powerful, and more knowledgeable than most. We can ask him about sorcery, and he will tell us something we wouldn't expect to hear from anyone we meet at the Academy.
I am a glintstone sorcerer. We study the stars and examine the life therein. Are you familiar with our findings? Long ago, we began as stardust, born of a great rupture far across the skies. We too are children of the greater will. Is that not divine? Is that not sublime? And yet, none can fathom its implications. Its utter brilliance.
Unlike other sorcerers who study the cosmos to find the knowledge of the stars, those that fought against the Golden Order before being brought into the fold, Ymir sees the connection between the stars and the greater will itself. If we advance his quest further, he will offer new sorceries, not known to any of the inhabitants of the lands between, but we'll discuss these a bit later. Before ringing the first bell, there are a few more interactions we can have with Ymir, one in which he refers to someone unseen living in the church.
Yes. Do mind your feet around the church. You wouldn't want to hurt the little boy.
He will also tell us about his knight, Yolan, if we've taken the time to speak with her.
You met Yolan? Well, I hope that she behaved at least. The poor girl has overcome grave misfortune. Her tongue can be sharp at the best of times, but don't think that makes her a bad person. It's no surprise her little sister too has a heart of gold.
We'll dive into the implications of the relationship between Ymir and Yolan later, but needless to say, while Ymir has not yet lied to us, he isn't being entirely truthful. The last interaction we have a chance of seeing before the first bell rings finds Ymir holding a tiny finger creeper, and he says,
"Why, you poor thing. Another bad dream, Yuri. Put that rotten thing out of your mind. That tangled mess can't hurt you."
Those who watched our previous video on Meter know that the tangled mess being referred to here is actually the Mother of Fingers, but at this point, we have no context, and it seems as though Ymir may be a bit more unhinged than we first thought. After blowing the bell at the finger ruins of Rhea, Ymir will share more of his thoughts with us and give us a symbol of his trust.
Oh, there you are. The exalted timbre of the bell has reached these ears of mine. Gracious, the starry sky is wondrous tonight indeed. Only your fate shines brighter. Now, these are for you. Think nothing of it. I have made my decision to be of help. May the gleaming stars guide you evermore.
The Count gives us the talisman, Beloved Stardust.
A talisman depicting a wizened hand gently gripping a glintstone. Count Emir was known for his recitations. One need only envision the romance of the stars above. With adoration for stardust in one's heart to become a great sorcerer. Do so and you will know love.
So it seems Emir was once known very well amongst glintstone sorcerers. This raises the question, how did he end up sequestered at Manflies? Before leaving to find the next finger ruins dictated by the map he's given us, we can ask Emir a couple of questions. If we ask him about the nature of the world, he tells us,
"Hear that you have borne witness to the whole of it. The conceits, the hypocrisy of the world built upon the Erdtree. The follies of men, their bitter suffering. Is there no hope for redemption? The answer, sadly, is clear. There never was any hope. They were each of them defective, unhinged from the start. Marika herself, and the fingers that guided her. And this is what troubles me. No matter our efforts, if the roots are rotten, then we have little recourse."
Emir is speaking in riddles. He has something he wants to share with us, but he's not quite ready to tell us everything. We can also ask about Mikola, and he will say,
Young Mikola saw things for what they were. He knew that his bloodline was tainted, his roots mired in madness. A tragedy if ever there was one. That he would feel compelled to renounce everything when the blame lay squarely with the mother.
It's unknown whether he spoke directly with Mikola, or if word of this Empyrean made its way to him. But I'd venture to guess they've spoken, and when they did, Emir was much less cryptic with the young demigod than he is with us. Again, if we choose to visit the church before completing our task, we can find additional dialogues with Emir. Upon spawning at the site of grace and walking in, we can see his throne is empty, and we can explore outside, where we find a graveyard, and Emir weeping by a gravestone.
Forgive me. I failed you. Failed to birth you whole. I was not ready to be your mother, but I can still stay here. Nice and close. For now, my dear. Sleep soundly. I will return shortly. Please, allow the two of us a moment alone.
What could he mean by this? How could this man become a mother? Are the graves piled nearly on top of each other outside this church all of his failed children? Time will tell, but for now, we can make our way back to his throne, where we're able to trigger a mechanism that will take us below the church, to a ruin much like the one we just visited, where a giant bell waits for the whole-laden necklace to be blown. However, as we approach, we find that we are not alone. A sword hand of night wearing identical armor to Yolan, known as Anna, attacks us with bladed hands, and we must do battle with her in order to survive. If we ask Emir about this place and the person we fought afterward, he says,
Did you espy something unsightly, perchance? Well, put it out of your mind. The stars will reveal the truth in time. Free yourself of any misconceptions, lest they bring woe upon the both of us.
If ever we thought we could trust Emir before this point, surely that notion has left us. After blowing the bell at the finger ruins of Dio, hidden amongst the lands of the shaman where Marika was born, Emir will speak with us again.
Hello there. I heard another sound, colored by your essence. Simply exhilarating, I must say. The stars are dark tonight. but rest assured, this is no ill omen. On the contrary, I believe that this portends a magnificent starry cascade. Now, take this, my final gift to you. May you join the glimmering stars above.
If you made your way underground once already, you know where this third map is leading you. But before you make your way down again, there's still more we can learn from Ymir. If we ask him about the nature of the world again, he expounds on his previous thoughts.
Recall what I said, that Marika and the fingers that guided her were unsound from the start. Well, the truth lies deeper still. It is their mother who is damaged and unhinged. The fingers are but unripe children, victims in their own right. We all need a mother, do we not? A new mother. A true mother who will not give birth to further malady.
With what we've seen of Ymir so far, it seems as though he wants to be the mother of the fingers and finger creepers, able to birth them without malady, healthier, and possibly connected to the greater will themselves. It's at this point we can learn more spells from Ymir. Glintstone Nails is a
Glintstone sorcery of Count Ymir, High Priest. One of the finger sorceries said to have been discovered in a hollowed ruin. Count Ymir boasts that this is mere child's play, an echo of a greater truth.
The enemies found in the finger ruins cast these relentless nails as we fight our way to the bell, so we already know how annoying this sorcery can be. We can also learn Fleeting Microcosm.
A finger sorcery of Count Ymir, High Priest, one of the secret hallowed rites, conjures an image of a microcosm at the foe's feet that pulses with a single wave before disappearing in a burst. The broken and discarded are fully willing to cling to fleeting simulacra, earning them some modicum of sympathy.
The microcosm is essentially the tool used by Metter, the Mother of Fingers, to speak with the greater will before its connection was severed. So this sorcery is essentially creating a sort of makeshift copy of this tool, though it cannot match the original's power, and is useless for the purpose of communication. That said, it seems as though Ymir has been studying, preparing, making himself a simulacrum of the Mother of Fingers in an attempt to take her place. Upon making our way to the final bell, ringing it, and defeating the Mother of Fingers, we can enter Manus Metter again. But there is no warm welcome waiting for us. No proud teacher praising our conquest over the damaged and unhinged mother. Instead, we are attacked by Yolan, who claims we have wounded Ymir irreparably, and he now wants us dead. I plan on exploring Yolan in another video, so I won't dive into this too deeply. But it's fair to assume this was a lie told to her by the Count, as up to this point, we've essentially brought his plan to fruition, and now that our work is done, he simply wishes to be rid of us. After defeating Yolan, Ymir faces us, wielding the maternal staff and wearing the finger robe. He yells at us,
Shining star, grant me a mother's strength. Look here at my fingers. I will be the true mother, and I will be the only mother.
He then attacks with all of his might, casting sorceries and birthing finger creepers that will attack us on sight. Upon defeating him, he says,
Truly, I desired to be your mother.
Now that this is over, we're left with the question, what just happened? The answer to this lies in Ymir's armor and weapon, along with the sorcery, Cherishing Fingers. The High Priest hat tells us it is
the hat of Count Ymir, High Priest. The circular design at the top represents the greater will and its lightless abyss. Though Count Ymir instructed Rolana in the sorcerer's arts, he abandoned his allegiance to the moon. It was merely the closest of the celestial bodies, nothing more.
This outlines not only that Ymir held a deeper understanding of the greater will, but that he was easily able to cast aside his place in the Carian hierarchy after learning these deeper truths. The only thing the High Priest robe tells us that's of any interest is that it conceals the abundance of squirming beneath. But if we alter this item, we receive the finger robe, which is described as the
Robe of Count Ymir, High Priest. This robe is the image of his fervent desire having broken free, laying bare his greatest wish. I will be the true mother. My fingers will grant us redemption.
So it seems that defeating Metter was the last piece of Ymir's plan, because after this, he's able to birth finger creepers. And the finger robe shows how they were literally bursting from his body, just as they did with Metter. This also lays out his belief that the fingers he would birth would lead to some kind of salvation for the lands between, that the broken fingers we encounter are unable to make manifest. Lastly, Ymir's weapon, the maternal staff, shows how he's planning to do things differently from Metter.
Staff of Count Ymir, who made himself a mother of fingers, carried for want of tail fingers of his own. The crystal ball, though representative of a microcosm, would not receive any sign.
This staff is almost identical to the Staff of the Great Beyond, which we can gain through Metter's remembrance, with the distinct difference that the microcosm atop the staff has no color, and it comes with no skill. Ymir's staff could not communicate with the Greater Will, which means the fingers would be following his instructions directly. He believed it was his place to guide the fingers and save the world the way he saw fit. Surely Ymir cared for the fingers, but ultimately, they were his means of achieving salvation by bringing about a world he personally envisioned. And surely, this man is as flawed as any other, perhaps even as flawed as Metter herself. After the final battle with Ymir, we can find the sorcery cherishing fingers in the graveyard, where he buried the failed births of fingers before we defeated Metter.
A finger sorcery of Count Ymir, aspiring mother of fingers. The dear fingers look after their mother, or perhaps that's merely what the mother wishes to believe.
One implication of this description is that the fingers Ymir created were unlike those that spawned from Metter. His were incomplete and lacked their own will. They didn't defend their mother because they loved him, but rather because they would simply follow any order given. Whether or not Ymir truly knew this is up for debate, but the ruthless nature of this man leads me to believe it would not matter to him if this were the case. I feel confident referring to him as ruthless due to his involvement with Yolan and Anna, which is hinted at in their spirit ashes.
Spirits of two sword hands of night, one of them being possessed by Count Ymir's doll, Anna. Together, Jolan's sword and Anna's claws are as bottomless black, and penetrate the enemy's guard. Jolan and Anna were born in a cold, dark jail, where they were raised, deprived of light, to be sword hands of night. Thus they were cultivated to become the most terrifying masters of their blade, though the burden of the deed left their hearts frail and pliant.
As mentioned before, I'm going to dedicate an entire video to the Sword Hands of Night, but for now, I will simply say that I believe the reason these sisters were raised deprived of light is due to the machinations of Count Ymir himself. And the only reason I see for Anna to be made into the doll we find at Roboth's Rise is that she questioned her master, and Ymir acted accordingly. Count Ymir wished to become a mother of fingers, and while his true motivations for doing so never truly come to light, we know that in his twisted mind, he believed this would somehow lead to the salvation of the lands between. Say what you will of his methods, at the core, he did see the truth of the Golden Order, that it was broken from the very start, and that not a single person in power was capable of truly putting the world right. It's a fine line to ride, writing a character who's so deeply untrustworthy, but also shares harsh truths with us that cannot be denied. And I think FromSoft did this wonderfully with Ymir. While he believed he and the Fingers could save the world, the madness he displayed upon meeting us after the death of Metter made it clear that we needed to put a stop to him. Unfortunately, poor Yuri will have to fend for himself, as the birthing of new Fingers has been put to an end, permanently. After all, with Metter fled into the cosmos, and Ymir dead by our hand, There are no mothers left in these lands to hold the young fingers and guide them towards some kind of future. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of Count Ymir, the would-be mother of fingers. And thanks again to Coleslaw for reading this week's item descriptions. Be sure to check out his channel in the description below. Do you believe Ymir's intentions were noble, or did he simply want to see his vision for the world come to fruition? Some speculate that Yuri is the name of Ymir's late son. Do you believe he's trying to recreate his family by becoming the mother of fingers? Why was he unable to properly birth finger creepers before we defeated Metter? Are you looking forward to our video on Yolan and Anna? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. If you're familiar with our Elden Lore series, you know I've never been shy about sharing my thoughts on the Fingers and what I believe to be their ultimate betrayal of our Tarnished. The Fingers are said to lead us down the path of becoming Elden Lord, but in truth, it's grace that guides us, and grace which pushes us to the foot of the Erdtree, where we face Morgott and attempt to take the Elden Throne. At this point, the Fingers are at a loss for how to open the Erdtree, and claim to be attempting to commune with the Greater Will. I've always believed this is a farce, and the Fingers push Tarnished to fight the demigods because they believe it to be an impossible task. To put it plainly, I think the Fingers are deceptive, and much like White Mask Vare, I never thought they had our best interest at heart. Just to be clear, that's where my opinions stop lining up with Vare's. Now that I've played Shadow of the Erdtree and learned the secrets of Metter, the Mother of Fingers, my suspicions have been validated. Because as it turns out, no one, man or finger, truly knows the path forward envisioned by the Greater Will, if there was one at all. Today, we will unravel the truth of Metter and the Fingers. According to Hyetta, the Maiden of the Three Fingers, in the beginning, there was only the one Great. Then the Greater Will stepped in. The Greater Will fractured the one Great, which led to life as we know it in the lands between. From here, the Greater Will saw the need to impose some level of order across the land, and sent a falling star containing the Elden Beast down to become the Elden Ring. This was known to us through the description of the incantation Elden Stars. The Elden Remembrance gives us more background on the Elden Beast. It was the vassal beast of the Greater Will, and living incarnation of the concept of order. So it was that the Greater Will created both life and, through its vassal, order. What exactly this order was, and when it started, is up for debate. But if we consider that Placidusax was an Elden Lord in the time before the Erdtree, we can make some assumptions. We know that the Dragon Lord's god fled the lands between, and if we look at the way he waits in the heart of the storm beyond time, his head seemed to be forming a position very similar to that of the Fingers when they're attempting to commune with the Greater Will. If we assume the Greater Will was Placidusax's god, then we can also assume that the Elden Beast must have been sent to the lands between after the Greater Will fled. However, the Elden Beast does not lead the rulers of the lands between. It's a source of power, the very Elden Ring itself. So the question used to be, where did the Fingers come from, and how did they know what the Greater Will wanted for the land? And now we have some answers. Metter, the Mother of Fingers, much like the Elden Beast, is a child of the Greater Will, also sent down to the lands between from space. The remembrance of the Mother of Fingers tells us, the mother of all two fingers and finger creepers was in turn a magnificently gleaming daughter of the Greater Will, and the first shooting star to fall upon the lands between. It would seem the Mother of Fingers was the first of these children to reach the surface, and perhaps that's how Placidusax knew how to commune with the Greater Will before the time of the Erdtree. It learned how from its own fingers. This remembrance allows us to create the Staff of the Great Beyond, which is described as a staff fashioned from the tail fingers of Metter, the Mother of Fingers, and the microcosm raised aloft over the crux they form. It tells us the mother receives signs from the greater will from the beyond of the microcosm. Despite being broken and abandoned, she kept waiting for another message to come. Aside from this staff, we can also create the gazing finger, which is described as the head of Meter, the finger mother, wielded as a weapon without modification. From within the center of the fingerprint that wrinkles the creature's foremost protrusion, a tiny wart-like eye gazes vacantly into the beyond. These descriptions lead me to believe that in the time before the Erdtree, living beings were actually able to discern instructions from the Greater Will, thanks to its first daughter, Meter. She would communicate with her parent through the microcosm, which we can see on her staff, sending and receiving messages in turn. So what changed? We can't say for sure what caused the Greater Will to flee the lands between. Perhaps it got bored with its creations asking for assistance in how to live their lives and rule their lands. Or maybe it took issue with Baal and Placidusax doing battle over the current order of the world and was disappointed with Placidusax for not ending Baal outright. Whatever the reason, I believe the Greater Will sent down the Elden Beast to bring order to the lands between, so it would no longer have to interact with its creations. It would impose order through a god that would ascend using the instructions provided to Meter and passed down to her children. If I were to speculate, this could be why Meter suddenly has her connection to the Greater Will severed, able to send messages through the microcosm, but not able to receive any word back. When speaking with Enya, she says the Greater Will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. But we know that Enya is getting her information from the Two Fingers, an entity that has a vested interest in making sure the Tarnished think it is all-knowing and able to provide them with the path forward. In the intro cinematic of Elden Ring, we're told that the Lands Between was abandoned by the Greater Will due to the Shattering, which would contradict this statement, but the Japanese translation clears this up. The direct translation tells us, Marika's children, demigods, received fragments of the Elden Ring. That power corrupted them, causing the Shattering War, where there was no lord at the end of the battle. They were abandoned by the Greater Will. This more directly implies that it was only the demigod children of Marika who were abandoned, and not the land as a whole. However, both of these explanations are directly contradicted by Count Ymir in Shadow of the Erdtree. This scholar of all things fingers tells us,
There never was any hope. They were each of them defective, unhinged from the start. Marika herself, and the fingers that guided her.
This strongly implies that by the time the fingers were guiding Marika as an Empyrean, they were already cut off from communicating with the Greater Will through their mother, meaning it had abandoned the land long ago, and they were now trying to guide Empyreans the best they could, without a full understanding of what they were supposed to do next. Thanks to MoxieWatts for pointing out these base game contradictions, as well as providing me with the Japanese translation from Reddit user The Deep Dark Abyss. Once Meter's sibling reached the Lands Between, the Greater Will washed its hands of this place, and left to explore the cosmos. I'm referring to the Elden Beast as Meter's sibling because the legendary incantation, Elden Stars, tells us it is said that long ago, the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the Lands Between, which would later become the Elden Ring. This makes the Elden Beast the second being sent to the Lands Between by the Greater Will. This then left a hole in the future of the Lands Between. Who would ascend to godhood and create the Erdtree, and how was this done? Given that we do have the secret Rite Scroll which outlines how to become a god, I believe these were the instructions left to Meter. We know the rite within the scroll works because Marika ascended to godhood, as did Miquella, even if his method left him bodiless. So the only logical origin point of the secrets contained within the scroll would be Meter, the only being capable of truly communing with the Greater Will. However, I believe this scroll could be interpreted multiple ways, and without the Greater Will's guidance, Meter simply decided for herself what it meant, and passed these words down to her children, the Two Fingers. During his questline, Count Ymir shares some interesting information with us. He tells us Mikolas saw that his roots were mired in madness, and that the fault lies with the mother, implying Marika. But after speaking with him again, he elaborates.
Recall what I said, that Marika and the fingers that guided her were unsound from the start. Well, the truth lies deeper still. It is their mother who is damaged and unhinged. The fingers are but unripe children, victims in their own right. We all need a mother, do we not? A new mother. A true mother who will not give birth to further malady.
By following this quest, we see how Ymir's mind has truly unraveled. But in this, we can assume he's correct. The fingers simply listen to their mother, and if their mother is blankly staring into space, incapable of discerning what comes next without the guidance of a god who's no longer there, then the fingers simply have to wing it and make assumptions about what we need to do. I believe that this is what sets into motion the events of Elden Ring. The shattering is brought about because each two fingers has their own idea of who should be Elden Lord, and each has the ears of their own demigods. Ranni's fingers see her as the next vessel for the Elden Ring, and so she slays them to avoid her fate. Other fingers hold the power of their demigods' great runes, and whether dead or alive, they're now unable to communicate. The fingers of the Round Table Hold saw the danger of a tarnished changing the world to suit their own whims, and intentionally misdirect us, trying to play off the guidance of grace as part of their own machinations. Just as everyone in the Lands Between fumbles for meaning, so too do the fingers, who claim to be envoys of the greater will. Without their god's guidance and abandoned by their mother, they're simply trying their best to find a way forward, whatever that may be. Perhaps this is why they make one last attempt to communicate with the greater will once we reach the foot of the Erdtree. The Cipher Pata and the Coded Sword both show us how the fingers communicated through light, and Ratatoskr has previously mentioned how he believes that the reason it would take thousands of years for the fingers to receive an answer from the greater will is due to how long it would take light to travel the cosmos to their grandparent. After all, the fingers don't seem to have the ability to use the microcosm in the way their mother does. I like this theory, but I'd layer on top of it that even if the greater will did receive the message, I don't believe it has any interest in answering. With all this said, there was a set of fingers born to Metter that had another plan. Instead of moving forward, they would guide a new lord to move back. The Finger Creepers and Two Fingers are both born from Metter, so it stands to reason that the Three Fingers were as well. If each set of fingers is fumbling for meaning and answers as their connection to the greater will has been disconnected, then it makes sense that the Three Fingers were brought into this world with their own views. The Three Fingers see the insanity of eternally reaching out to a god that abandoned its creations, begging for meaning and direction, and instead believe the entire experiment itself is the issue. In the estimation of the Three Fingers, the problem started with the greater will fracturing the one great, so the only solution is to burn it all away, return to one. There's no reason to reach out to the greater will, if we simply return from whence we came, and their Lord of Frenzied Flame is capable of doing just that. Metter, the Mother of Fingers, first daughter of the greater will, is the original abandoned child of a god. Her entire purpose was to act as a mouthpiece for the greater will, and as the world grew, she sent her children to act as these mouthpieces as well. Her connection to the greater will allowed her to receive messages, and the Two Fingers' connection to her meant they could relay these messages as well. Unfortunately, the fickle nature of gods affects even their own offspring, just as we saw from Marika and the way she treated her children. If anything, the story of Metter proves that the world envisioned by the greater will no longer matters. What comes next is up to our tarnished. The future will be crafted by man, not gods. Whether we choose to repair the Elden Ring and create a world with our own ideals, abandon the world created by the greater will in order to travel the stars with Our Lady, or burn it all back to one, the future is not crafted by those above, but by those below. Those that were left to clean up the mess of a god that couldn't be bothered to oversee its creation. We can only hope that Metter finds some kind of solace after our battle with her, as she escapes into the microcosm. I believe she could have done this at any time, but chose not to, as she didn't want to leave her children the same way that she was left behind. But when your options are to be put to the blade or flee, it would seem escaping was the better option. Perhaps she will one day find the greater will, and discover why it abandoned her, and the land it cultivated. Thank you for joining us for our dissection of Metter, the Mother of Fingers. Why do you believe the greater will left the world it created behind? When do you think Metter's connection to the greater will was severed? Was she still able to communicate with the two fingers of the lands between, after the Land of Shadow was sealed away? Or does her plane exist alongside it? Why did the greater will choose for its daughter and envoy to take the shape of fingers? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Welcome. I'm very happy to announce the return of the Tarnished Files, our series diving into the Tarnished of the Lands Between, who don't necessarily have enough lore of their own to support an entire video. Thanks to Shadow of the Erdtree, we have a new batch of enemies that we face in the Nameless Mausoleums, who I'm assuming are all tarnished, because it makes it possible to give this series one last hurrah. In this episode, we're diving into the Land of Shadows and looking into the stories of the Black Jail Knight, the Dancer of Rana, Red Bear, and Rakshasa. Each of these enemies must be found and faced in battle in order to earn their armor and weapons, and are easily missed if we don't truly explore every inch of this land. However, unlike with most of our lore dives in the Tarnished Files, these four actually have a connection that explains why none of them are truly named, and instead carry titles. A connection based on the locations we find them waiting to do battle with anyone who crosses their path. The Dancer of Rana arguably has close ties to a major player in the Lands Between, Tanith, the Lady of the Volcano Manor. We know that Tanith was once a dancer from a faraway land that bewitched Praetor Rykard, making him fall in love with her. Rykard went on to take her away from her homeland to become his consort and the de facto leader of the Recusants. Thanks to the Dancer of Rana, we now know the name of this foreign land. We find her in the southern Nameless Mausoleum, and upon defeating her, we receive both the Dancing Blade of Rana and the Dancer's Set, which give us more information about the dancers. The Dancer's Hood tells us it is the bright red hood of the Rana dancers. The Dance of Rana is one of burning passion, and the most passionate dancers never allow their fiery dance to end, losing even their names as they dance on. To see the passion fade is to see the dancer's flame extinguished. This set's dress gives us the same information, but interestingly, the gauntlet tells us something new. Metal bracer of the Rana dancers, designed to protect the sword-wielding hand. Given this description, I believe it's fair to assume that their blades were part of the dance, and this particular dancer is not unique in her ability to wield a blade. There's one other item that sheds light on these dancers, the perfumed oil of Rana. A small bottle wrapped in a bright red cloth, filled with flammable perfume oil. The dancers of Rana keep these concealed as they dance, marking the height of their passion with an explosion of searing flame and sweet, enticing scents. It seems this perfume, now used as a weapon, was originally meant to be a part of the show-stopping finale for these dancers. When it comes to this dancer, it's not clear why we find her in the southern Nameless Mausoleum. However, there's one thing we can confirm. She's not native to the Land of Shadow. There's no area of the map in the Land of Shadow known as Rana, no abandoned towns or wide stretches of land. Her clothing is also unique and unlike anything found throughout Elden Ring. I believe the Dancer of Rana confirms that Rykard did not meet Tanith in the Land of Shadow before it was cut off from the Lands Between, but truly did leave the areas known to us, possibly on some kind of political mission.
This increases the number of areas we know of that exist outside of the Lands Between. The Land of Reeds, the Badlands, Eocade, the home of House Hoslow, Roderika's homeland, and now, Rana. It makes you wonder if perhaps the swordsman of legend who wielded the flowing curved sword and sealed away the god of rot also originated from Rana, the fairy bestowing his sword to him actually being a dancer clad in blue rather than red. This could also mean that Rana is the original home of our tarnished, should we choose the warrior class at the start of our journey. One last note that I think solidifies the connection between the dancer of Rana and Tanith is that their face models are almost exactly the same. Red Bear is an interesting enemy we can face after finding our way to the northern Nameless Mausoleum. He wears the iron rivet set, along with the pelt of a red bear over his head and shoulders. The most surprising thing we can learn about Red Bear is that he's actually a former Redmane. The fang helm, which drops when we defeat him, even though he isn't wearing it, is described as the Helm of Red Bear, whose name is lost to madness. The cheek guards are shaped after lion fangs. Perhaps his fascination with the untamed strength of the wild stemmed from his past as a Redmane. This is more proof that Radahn and his forces existed alongside the Land of Shadow before it was banished, as we find in Red Bear a former Redmane, so focused on accumulating strength that he left what was arguably the most powerful army in the Lands Between. The rest of his armor, as well as his weapon, the Red Bear's Claw, tells us more about this man's encounter with the Red Bears of the Land of Shadows. Claw of a great red bear wielded without modification by Red Bear, whose name is lost to madness. After killing the great red bear in a blood-soaked bout, he became fascinated by the untainted glory of its naked strength. I wish to be a bear, no more and no less. And become a bear he did, as he's capable of using the Roar of Rugalia, a special incantation of Bear Communion. We learn more about Bear Communion by taking this incantation for ourselves by defeating Rugalia the Great Red Bear. An incantation of what is jokingly called the Bear Communion channels the power of Rugalia the Great Red Bear. Transform oneself into a great red bear and emit a mighty roar. An incantation that is more akin to the divine invocation of the horn-steed than it is to the Dragon Communion. Only through desperate battle with the feral wild can one discover a god unique to oneself. So it would seem that Bear Communion is actually much closer to an incantation of the primordial crucible than it is to communion as we know it. While there have been many theories about the bears of the Lands Between and their ties to dragons, unfortunately, Bear Communion is not the cohesive thread many of us have been looking for. It seems that the bears from the early test of Elden Ring dropping dragon hearts truly is a piece of lore lost to the ages. Red Bear is not a man seeking to devour the hearts of bears to take their strength. He's simply a berserker, fascinated by the bear's majesty. As the pelt of Ralva tells us if we defeat Ralva the Great Red Bear, an untouched pelt is just the thing to make a wild bear out of a warrior, which is exactly what it did for Red Bear. Rakshasa is arguably the coolest of these new tarnished, but also offers the least amount of lore amongst the bunch. Found in the eastern Nameless Mausoleum, Rakshasa is a fearsome opponent whose blade is reminiscent of an enormous version of Rivers of Blood. All of her armor provides us with the exact same lore, and there are no items associated with her outside of her set and weapon. Every piece of armor is described as soaked in the spurting blood of her victims. Tatters of ragged cloth jut out haphazardly, as if her lust for carnage threatens to break free, cut down and devour. Only those who repeat the cycle without rest can truly subvert the self and become Rakshasa. Much like the other tarnished we've discussed so far, she has no name. The armor proves that Rakshasa is simply a title, earned by one who's given themselves away to bloodlust. To me, this is very reminiscent of Shura from Sekiro, a title given to one who has become a demon, a mindless source of death. The Rakshasa blade being essentially a giant Rivers of Blood solidifies this idea for me, and creates a connection between this person and the Land of Reeds, even though her armor looks nothing like that of others we've seen from this land. The blade tells us it is a great katana with the tempering pattern of its blade forever stained red with blood. Weapon of Rakshasa, who cuts down and devours. A berserker's weapon, used to endure enemy attacks and reply with one's full fury. When attacking, the wielder is less likely to stagger from counterattacks, but will also take increased damage. It would seem that Rakshasa is nothing more than a demon, bent on letting blood for the hell of it. The term Rakshasa outside of Elden Ring is used in Hindu mythology to describe a demon with the ability to change its form, and they're often depicted as animals or monsters. However, female Rakshasa will appear as beautiful women to attract their prey. These demons are also known to haunt cemeteries and eat flesh, which is alluded to in their armor when it says, cut down and devour. I believe making the tarnished Rakshasa a woman was an intentional move here, as it portrays the image of a flesh-eating demon, without bringing to mind the ability to shapeshift into animal forms. The penchant for a Rakshasa to haunt cemeteries also works here, as we find her in a mausoleum. Also, this has nothing to do with the lore, but her armor is amazing for high damage builds, as long as you don't end up fat rolling everywhere you go. Lastly, we have the Black Jail Knight, found in the Western Nameless Mausoleum. The name Black Jail brings to mind the Everjails found across the Lands Between, which are suspiciously absent from the DLC. However, it may also be an allusion to the various jails found in the Land of Shadow. Given that we only ever find one of these knights, I think it's fair to assume that they're from a rare sect, and originated in the Land of Shadow due to there being no sign of this faction anywhere around the Everjails of the Lands Between. Regardless, the Great Sword of Solitude tells us a little about them. Steel greatsword wielded by the Knights of the Solitary Jail. Through a secret rite, they relinquish their hearts for heightened battle prowess. Next, they engrave their blades with two crests, one depicting the light of birth, and the other, solitude. This creates the final connection between the four tarnished found in the nameless mausoleums. Each gave up a piece of themselves, along with their names, for some form of heightened abilities. The Black Jail armor is described as steel chest armor of the Knights of the Solitary Jail, part of a heavy armor set that covers the whole body in overlapping plates of steel, and bedecked with a black cloak. The nameless mausoleums of the Realm of Shadow are said to hold the spirits of warriors who lost their names, or their hearts. Again, we can see those that are housed in these mausoleums are the spirits of warriors who have long since relinquished their names, which leads me to believe that the spirits of people like this were intentionally brought to these nameless graves. The tarnished we face in each of these nameless mausoleums are fearsome foes, and I believe their spirits were put in these places by the horn-scent. The dancer of Rana lost her name to the dance. Red Bear relinquished his name in pursuit of the strength of bears. Rakshasa became a demon, giving away her name to violence. And the Black Jail Knight traded his heart, and by extension his name, in order to gain heightened battle prowess. It would make sense that the ashes of each of these warriors would be brought to each mausoleum to protect them from intruders. I don't believe these warriors did this to themselves, as their stories are those of people sacrificing pieces of, or their whole selves, for power, and not for the protection of these locations. I have a hard time believing a woman known as a Rakshasa would be content only to engage in violence with those who enter her mausoleum, rather than constantly tracking down new prey. Unfortunately, I've been unable to find a deeper reason for why the nameless mausoleums exist, so this is what I've landed on. These spirits were far too dangerous, and the nameless mausoleums were created to keep the remains of nameless warriors tucked away, inaccessible to the general public. After all, spirits were integral to the religious practices of the horn-scent, and if there were spirits too powerful for them to manage, then at the very least, they could contain them. Thank you for joining us for what I believe will be the final episode of the Tarnished Files, unless FromSoft surprises us with another DLC announcement. They did specify that there will be no more Elden Ring DLC, but they've toyed with our expectations in the past, so who's to say what the future holds? Which Nameless Tarnished was your favorite fight between the four mausoleums?
Which of their armor and weapons do you find yourself using in your builds? Does Tanith originate from Rana, and does Rakshasa originate from the land of reeds? What jail did the Black Jail Knight watch over in life? Do you wish to be a bear? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. I had thought there were no more roads to travel when it came to the Tarnished files. I was convinced I'd covered every possible Tarnished invasion we can do battle against throughout the lands between. But when I looked back into Shadow of the Erdtree, I realized there were at least a few battles I'd never discussed. Granted, the chances of any of these characters actually being tarnished are ridiculously slim, but Deathblight works on them. And while I disagree with it, my community loves to posit that Deathblight only works on tarnished. So I'm going to exploit that possible misunderstanding to talk about the only invaders left to discuss that have not been addressed in previous videos. So, while they may not really be tarnished, let's just pretend they are for these last few deep dives, and dig into the stories of Logar the Beastclaw, the Carian Knight Moonrathil, and Madding Hand. Welcome to the final installment of the Tarnished Files, unless we get an Elden Ring 2. The first character I want to analyze is actually the first battle I fought when entering Shadow of the Erdtree. I didn't follow the road immediately after entering the Land of Shadow, and ended up wandering off to the right, which is exactly where you find Logar the Beastclaw. This wild, hairy man wears nothing but the soiled loincloth and wields the Beastclaw, a weapon in the form of a carnivorous beast's vicious claws, used to perform bestial slashing attacks uncanny to humankind, an imitation of the esoteric technique of the horned warriors. Those that carry this weapon wield it as though they have been possessed by a savage beast. For those unfamiliar with X-Men, this character is an obvious homage to Logan, the Wolverine, who's also known for fighting like a savage beast with his claws, and impressive facial hair. Funny enough, one of his most iconic looks is also mostly naked with just some underwear. You could write this character off as a fun pop culture reference and leave it at that, but this is not the first time we've seen the title, the Beastclaw, in Elden Ring. In a previous episode of the Tarnished Files, we discussed Magnus the Beastclaw, a Tarnished who was added to the game after release in order for anyone who didn't particularly enjoy online play to be able to finish White Masquerari's questline and reach the Mohgwyn dynasty. In exploring Magnus, we learned that his title came from his understanding of bestial incantations, and it's worth noting that he too donned minimal clothing, just some furs over his body that, again, gave him a bestial look. If we take a step back and consider that this title, Beastclaw, is used for multiple characters, it opens up the possibility that they're actually a faction of their own. Perhaps Logar used the Beastclaw weapon to fight more like Garrock, the Beast Clergyman. The weapon itself says that it's an imitation of the Horned Warriors, but every Horned Warrior we're able to do battle with uses weapons, not their own two hands. Perhaps this practice harkens back to the Beast Dance, and this bestial fighting style lived on through the beasts of the lands between after the dancers were all put to the sword. While yes, Logar is absolutely a play on Logan, real thought was given to this character based on his title, and it actually ties him back to the lands between, and possibly the Beast Clergyman himself. The Madding Hand is both the name of a warrior we encounter in the Abyssal Woods, and the name of the weapon he wields and drops upon his death. These fists are described as a glove stitched together from the flayed skin of the victims of a butcherous bloodbath, afflicts target with madness, forged of an unyielding, black impulse toward revenge, fostered in those who were hunted down as heretics by their own brethren. These are the weapons of the utterly downtrodden. It would be easy to assume we know everything there is to know about Madding Hand from the description of his weapon. He followed the frenzied flame, was labeled a heretic, and now hunts those who turned on him. But I don't think he ever actually followed the frenzied flame. Instead, I believe the faction he followed was that of the Deathbirds, and ghost flame due to the armor he's wearing when we face him. Matting Hand wears the Gravebird's armor set with a blindfold around his eyes, likely due to falling to the frenzied flame and having his eyes turned to grapes. The Gravebird's black quill armor is described as stone armor with a tinge of green, one of a set of armor pieces cast in the image of the Gravebird, featuring a cape of black deathbird feathers. Gravebirds are ancient golems, created to guard the spirit graves built where all manners of death ultimately drift. In our video about the Gravebirds, we dove into the connection between these automatons and the Deathrite birds, who raked the ghost flame kilns where the dead were burned. This connection between the grave and deathbirds implies to me that Matting Hand was once an adherent to the deathbirds and the religious practice of burning the dead in ghost flame. These rituals would be considered heretical in the eyes of the Hornset, meaning that the Hornset hunted down those who practiced them, and the Matting Hand weapon itself was created using the flesh of those who were put to death for their beliefs. The man who calls himself the Matting Hand likely created these fists from the flayed skin of his brethren, and the burning desire for revenge felt both in himself and in the weapon he fashioned were overtaken by frenzy. Much like Irina's father, Edgar, after he found that his daughter was slain by the misbegotten. This is how Matting Hand fell to the frenzied flame, out of a desire for retribution. The last of our enemies to be discussed has been brought up in the past during our video about R'hllana, the Twin Moon Knight. Moonrithil is a Carian knight, the only one found in the Land of Shadow, and she reports directly to the Carian princess. She stands outside the very building where we do battle with R'hllana, and acts as a sort of skill check to see if we're ready to face her. She wields her own unique knight's sword, which tells us it's a great sword embedded with a blue glintstone, the favored weapon of the steadfast Carian knight, Moonrithil. Moonrithil was the Twin Moon Knight's chamberlain. She was also a friend to the trolls, who served the royal family, and proudly wielded their weapons as she fought arm in arm with her gargantuan comrades. The term chamberlain may take your mind to an attendant to a lord or lady's personal quarters, but it could also mean that this person is in charge of their nobleman or woman's entire household, tending to the day-to-day needs of their lord or lady. In Moonrithil's case, I believe this role also dictated that she was in charge of the defense of Castle Ensis, where R'hllana made her home in the Land of Shadow. With this in mind, we can assume that the two were quite close, as the Carian filigreed crest tells us it was an honor said to have once been awarded to Carian knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. This means each Carian princess had a knight of their own, Moongrim for Rennala, possibly Blythe for Ranni, and Moonrithil for R'hllana. Her relationship to the trolls is also interesting, as we knew that trolls were accepted into the Carian forces, sometimes as knights, but we never learned much about them outside of this. While she doesn't really add anything new to our understanding of troll knights, it does give us an interesting look at the camaraderie between humanoid Carian knights and their troll brethren. It's likely Moonrithil was seen as a novelty to the trolls, as Carian knights seem to be known for their sword and shield mix of combat and sorcery, while she adopted their fighting style, and instead swung her sword much more bluntly than others of her order. I believe Moonrithil misses her Carian troll brothers in arms, as we don't encounter any of them in the Land of Shadow. Her dedication to R'hllana and Carian royalty as a whole saw her give up her friendships in order to play her part in barring the way to R'hllana, who in turn was keeping others from Mesmer. This is proof of just how dedicated the Carian knights were. Thank you again for joining us for what will almost definitely be the final episode of the Tarnished Files. Did you learn anything new from these quick dissections of each of these characters? Are any of them tarnished? If you believe they are, why do you think so? Was Logar meant to be a one-off joke, or is his title of Beastclaw intentional? Was the Matting Hand locked away in the Abyssal Woods for the safety of the Land of Shadow? Do you believe Moonrithil and R'hllana had a close relationship, or was she simply her attendant? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Redmanes have earned a reputation of being one of the fiercest armies in the lands between. These knights, who lost their master to both Malenia's rot and our very own hand during the Radahn festival, have every reason to abandon their post for greener pastures. But instead, they still fight back against the rot taking over Caelid, burning it where they can in an attempt to preserve the land. The Redmanes place their service to Starscourge Radahn above all else, so it's interesting when we find our way to the Land of Shadow and are greeted by a distinctive warrior claiming to have fought alongside the Lion himself, and later revealing that she is indeed a Redmane. Freya stands out from the other knights found fighting for Radahn, as she does not utilize the Redmane armor, instead donning a set much more reminiscent of the armor of Radahn himself. Today, we're going to explore the story and mindset of Freya, the Redmane turned follower of Miquella. Because while she may place Radahn above all else, I believe she has a gross misunderstanding of who he was as a person, and as a lord. Upon entering the Land of Shadow, we're free to explore this space to our heart's content. However, it's very likely the first thing to really catch your eye will be a golden sign with NPCs huddled around it. Outside of Needle Knight Leda, there's a strong possibility the first character you speak with in the DLC will be Freya, and she's more than happy to make your acquaintance.
Lady Leda spoke of you. You're that tarnished. Guided here by kindly Miquella, weren't we all? I am Freya. I once fought alongside General Radahn. In battle, you can be sure I'll hold my own. Oh, another thing. Did you speak to our dour little friend? If you've yet to do so, have him give you a map of the Cross's whereabouts. You'll find more of them dotted about these lands. They are Miquella the Kind's footprints.
The dour friend she speaks of is Horn-steed, a man with his own story and path through this land. But the important thing this teaches us about Freya is that she cares not for a person's disposition. As long as she can call them an ally on the field of battle, that's more than enough for her. We get the opportunity to become Freya's ally on the field if we explore the Bellarat Tower settlement and make our way to the Divine Beast Dancing Lion, where we can summon her as a cooperator. The battle is fierce, but Freya charges into the fray without a word, ready to help us bring this towering beast down. After we do speak with her again, she will praise us for our battle prowess and reveal a bit more about herself.
Well met. That was a fine battle indeed. It heartens me that another warrior stands among us, among the beckoned. Long ago, I was stricken by scarlet rot in the swamp of Aeonia. Immobile, feverish, and in great pain, I was entirely resigned to death. I was left behind, and only kindly Miquella was good enough to seek me out. My wound was swollen and festering, exuding a most pungent odor, and yet he drained the poison from it, despite my wretched visage. Now, I consider this wound my compass. Let us both take kindly Miquella's guidance to heart. May we meet again on the battlefield, brave warrior.
This story confirms something very interesting about the timeline of Elden Ring, because many have assumed Miquella was already residing within his cocoon when Malenia and Radahn did battle. But no. Freya was visited by Miquella personally in the swamp of Aeonia, left behind after their battle. We have to assume this wasn't too long after the battle either, because the Scarlet Rot is known to take those afflicted with it fairly quickly. This also means it's possible Miquella was along for the journey with Clean Rot Knight Finlay, as they brought Malenia back to the Erdtree, which would explain how Finlay was able to take that journey without facing heavy resistance. While it seems Freya has been charmed, just as every other member of this merry band of misfits has been, I'd venture to say it may not have been necessary in her case. You could make the argument that Miquella charmed her so that she would not stay behind with the other Redmanes to try and mitigate the spread of rot across Caelid. But I believe it's equally valid to think Freya may have joined Miquella of her own accord, as she owed him her life. Saving Freya can be seen as a benevolent or calculated act on behalf of Miquella, depending on your personal interpretation. Either Miquella saw a distinguished knight of his promised consort and felt compelled to help, or he saw the opportunity to bring a particularly powerful pawn under his control. Either way, because she was saved, Freya now serves Miquella, and that is why we find her in the Land of Shadow. We can continue to speak with Freya and learn more about Horn-steed, the man she introduced us to initially.
I wonder why the eternally dour fellow keeps his distance. He's one of the tower's horn-steed. I can only assume he fights for his own reasons and carries his own burdens, but we needn't concern ourselves with his affairs. He too was charmed by kindly Miquella and guided here, and that makes us allies. We're not gods, you and I. Even if we did manage to dig up the secrets of his past, I doubt our meddling could ever amount to much.
This conversation clues us into Freya's opinion on the demigods of the Lands Between. Unlike Ansbach, who saw himself as fighting for a lord and ultimately asks us to establish a world ruled by men and not gods, Freya sees the demigods as so far above the regular people that we can have no effect on their greater machinations. We know this isn't true, but for Freya, this is gospel. If we look at Freya's armor, we can learn a bit more about her past, but mostly we again hear the story of how she was saved by Miquella. Freya's helm tells us it is the golden helm of Redmane Freya, member of General Radahn's most distinguished knights. A hideous scarlet wound was once hewn into the center of the face. Later, Miquella gently put his lips to it, and the unfading scar became the compass that Freya would thereafter follow. Not only did Miquella heal her, he did so with a kiss, which is interesting, because he was able to quell the rot without a needle. Her armor tells us it's the golden armor of Redmane Freya, member of General Radahn's most distinguished knights. Affixed with a black woolen mantle. After witnessing Freya's valor as a gladiator in his youth, Radahn invited her to join the ranks of his most trusted warriors. To me, this indicated that Freya was a higher level of Redmane than those knights we're familiar with, which would explain why she doesn't wear the Redmane set. We get confirmation of this later on, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. After we reach the Shadowkeep and Miquella's Great Rune is broken, we can speak with Freya again, and she'll have something new to tell us.
There you are. Good. If you happen to see Lady Leda, tell her that I'm striking out on my own. Don't worry, I've no mind to cross any of you. The guidance of kind Miquella remains etched into my very flesh. It's only... there's something that I must know. Kindly Miquella spoke of the vow he once made with General Radahn, and it is here the vow shall be honored. I am a Redmane. I must know the nature of the vow. There is no need for concern. I will be true to my word. Although I do feel a hint of regret. Lady Leda, Honorable Ansbach, and warriors like you are all of a special breed. How glorious it would have been had we met in battle as sworn enemies.
Now that Miquella's hold over her is broken, we see a bit more of Freya's true personality, her lust for battle seeping through. She's adamant that while we all follow the path of Miquella and we are allies, she recognizes the strength of her companions and fantasizes about meeting them in battle in order to test her mettle. A true Redmane through and through, Freya lives for a challenge. This point is further proven by our ability to summon her for our fight against the great red bear Rugalia, which I almost definitely just mispronounced. As we make our way through the Shadowkeep and up the specimen storehouse, we hear Freya overhead, having an issue reading something.
Let me see. Fickle, fidgety little letters. I should wipe you. Now, Freya. Don't let it pile you up. Take it slow. Take it slow. By my lord, will I ever make sense of this jumble?
Once we find her, we can speak with her about the tablets that are vexing her.
Hello? I'm afraid I'm busy. Curse upon my lack of foresight. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the chance.
If we're following Ansbach's quest, we can tell him of Freya's plight, and he'll give us a letter to deliver explaining the situation. That Mikola has taken Mohg's body, so that he may place Radahn's soul inside, reviving his promised consort.
Sir Ansbach? To me? What on earth could it... Yes. Of course. I see. As the Festival of War concluded, General Radahn's soul met an honorable end, but kindly Mikola wishes to revive it, which is fine by me. I know it would pain old Jeren, but war has always suited General Radahn best, and certainly far more than any honorable death. Endless war to invigorate the soul, as befits General Radahn, the great lion. Thank you. Now I finally cast off my misgivings. Give my regards to Honorable Ansbach. Tell him, if we should meet in battle, to face your bow would be fine enough, but to face your blade would be an honor. All that remains is the fight, for our kind Mikola.
There is a lot to unpack here, but I want to start with the shield she gave us. The Golden Lion Shield is a shield made to resemble a fierce golden lion with a luxuriant mane, awarded to especially valorous members of Radahn's personal guard on the occasion of its formation. This confirms Freya was no simple Redmane, but a member of Radahn's personal guard, meaning she had access to him on a more personal level than most Redmanes. Given this information, it raises the question, is she right for thinking Radahn would not have been satisfied with an honorable death? During this interaction, she mentions old Jeren, and how he would disagree with the idea that war suited Radahn best. We need only look at the eccentric's hood to prove she's wrong in her assumption that an honorable death was not what Radahn would have wanted. A pointy, ragged hood, worn by the knight Jeren. The hood hides an aged, bearded mask. Jeren served General Radahn as a guest commander, and they're said to have sworn an oath of honorable death to one another. Here in black and white we can see that Radahn swore an oath to Jeren that his death needed to be an honorable one, meaning that he never expected to be a conqueror forever, and that if he wanted to be defeated, it needed to be in combat. Jeren himself expresses his gratitude after we defeat Radahn by saying,
"Last, the war festival has ended. Brave champion, you have our gratitude. The celebration was spectacular. General Radahn is surely pleased. Festering with rot and crippled by madness, all he wanted was an honorable death."
So given what we learned directly from Jeren, Radahn wanted an honorable death, and while Freya believes war suits him best, that's her opinion, and not the truth of what Radahn wanted. After all, if eternal war was his goal, there was no need for the festival. A crazed Radahn pointed in any direction would have been enough to honor his wishes. We don't meet with Freya again until we make our way through Enir Elim, where Needle Knight Leda pits her forces against us, so that we do not get the chance to defeat the promised consort and kindly Mikola. During this fight, Freya will face us, and she says,
I could not hope for a worthier foe. This is our moment. Let's make it something to remember.
We can finally give Freya the confrontation she always wanted, a battle between true warriors, each fighting for what they believe is the right path for the lands between, either guided by kindly Mikola or our tarnished, regardless of our goal. Upon her death, she can say to us,
We're fine. In your part, truly a glorious battle. It was.
Unlike what she believed for her master, it seems an honorable death in battle is enough for Freya. And once the dust has settled, we can take a moment to pay our respects to this warrior.
While I truly believe that Freya thought she understood Radahn, Jaren's words still ring true in my head. That the Conqueror of the Stars wanted an honorable death above all else, and that we were right to deliver it to him. While Radahn may have made a promise to Miquella to be his consort, the responsibility of protecting the lands between by holding back the stars clearly took precedence. If Miquella's plan was always to revive Radahn after having Melania kill him, which didn't quite take, then it's a betrayal of his final wishes for himself. Sure, Freya believed that war suited General Radahn better than the peace of an honorable death, but that was a misguided idea, from a woman who only saw the side of her lord that lived for battle. She failed to consider the other side of Radahn, his intelligence, his noble spirit, his willingness to sacrifice himself for the safety of the lands between. And in that, she misunderstood who her liege was. Yes, Freya was always loyal, but siding with Leda to revive Radahn's soul so that he could wage war as Miquella's consort makes her the most misguided of all the Redmanes. Thank you for joining us for our exploration of Redmane Freya, the royal guard of Starscourge Radahn. What did you think of our breakdown of her story? Was Freya wrong to believe that Radahn would welcome being revived after he finally attained the honorable death he and Jaren agreed upon? How did Miquella heal Freya without a golden needle? How did Freya know of Ansbach's prowess as a warrior? Do you think we should have been able to swing her to our side in the battle against Leda? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The denizens of the Land of Shadow are well accustomed to tragedy, whether they're the ones inflicting it or they're suffering themselves. We know how the practices of this land subjugated the shamans and used their malleable flesh in unspeakable experiments, all for the sake of the Hornsent's religious goals. But even those who were Hornsent themselves were twisted into blood fiends, turned into flymen, and had their homes razed by Mesmer's flames as he purged the land in the name of Queen Marika. Suffice to say, the culture of the Hornsent stands hand in hand with tragedy, and Miquella's follower, referred to only by the name of his people, is no exception. Hornsent is a man seeking vengeance for all those who once called the Land of Shadow home, and while we never learn his true name, his tale is one of the more interesting our primary NPCs in Shadow of the Erdtree has to offer, as our actions either help him fulfill his deepest wish, or break him entirely. When meeting the various allies who accompany us across the Land of Shadow, Hornsent can be encountered alongside Freya, who tells us a small bit about him.
I wonder why the eternally dour fellow keeps his distance. He's one of the tower's Hornsent. I can only assume he fights for his own reasons and carries his own burdens, but we needn't concern ourselves with his affairs. He too was charmed by kindly Miquella and guided here, and that makes us allies. We're not gods, you and I. Even if we did manage to dig up the secrets of his past, I doubt our meddling could ever amount to much.
This doesn't tell us much, as we have no context at this point to know what a Hornsent is, but we do know that for now, he's on our side. We can speak with him ourselves, and he urges us to follow in Miquella's footsteps.
Another. Treading the heels of Miquella. Then, as that woman would surely say, we are in our purposes well aligned. But understand, your kind are not forgiven. The Erdtree is my people's enemy. By Marika long betrayed. Set aflame. I believe Miquella's apologies when he says our delivery will come, but never will I see your kind as worthy. And yet my oath I cannot overlook. If Miquella it is whom you would seek, then comrade, allow me to give you this. These are the sites of the crosses I found. I urge you, follow after Miquella, As long as you abide by his footfalls, you will be no enemy to me.
Very quickly, we understand where Hornsent stands. Though we fight on the same side, he sees us as unforgivable for the atrocities visited upon his land, as we hail from the lands between. It's tough to reconcile, being seen as both an ally and an enemy. Upon leaving Castle Ensis, we see both Leda and Hornsent standing by a piece of Mikola, and Leda can tell us more about Hornsent's origins.
About the Hornsent, are you? True enough? In any other circumstance, he'd be at our throats. Long ago, Queen Marika commanded Sir Mesmer to purge the Tower folk, a cleansing by fire. It's no wonder the Hornsent holds the Erdtree in contempt. That aside, man is by nature a creature of conquest, and in this regard, the Tower folk are no different. They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war, but it's still a wretched shame.
This is the first conversation we have laying plain that the Hornsent as a people were victims to Marika and her first son. This man has every right to despise us as people of the Erdtree, and the new prospective Elden Lord no less. When we encounter Hornsent again, he's still trying to be helpful toward us.
Mikola has said as much himself. He wishes now to throw it all away. He says the act, though undoubtedly painful, will sear clean the Erdtree's wanton sin. The truth of his claim can be found at each cross. It is evidence enough to earn my belief. Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra. In that forsaken place, blood must spill. The blood of your fellows, the Erdtree faithful.
Hornsent believes in Mikola's promise to right his mother's wrongs, and that we have come to help him achieve this goal. He points us in the right direction, so that we might do battle with those who sacked his home. But on the way, Mikola's great rune shatters, which allows the true nature of Hornsent to be laid plain. Speaking with him after Mikola's enchantment has been destroyed has him share his true goal with us, the defeat of Mesmer the Impaler, the man who burned his home and loved ones.
What remains there to be said? Do you presume us allies even now? Though Mikola's spell is newly broken, I must profess, the spell mattered little. Uphold his covenant, Mikola shall, and in godhood redeem our rueful clan. Then Marika and vilest Erdtree both will at last be from divinity wrenched. And surely, contented I will be. But first, clear resounds the call of vengeance. The Impaler, Mesmer, must pay his due. In vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield. How could I allow myself to forget? Revenge alone assures me peace of mind. Think not to hinder me upon my path, lest you too wish to face the reckoning.
It's at this point Hornsent's quest opens up, because there are multiple outcomes possible. If we speak with Needle Knight Leda, she will share with us her trepidations about her companions, and ask us who we think needs to be weeded out from our band of miscreants. If we suggest Hornsent, she sees wisdom in our words.
Hornsent. On one hand, he trusts Mikola the Kind to bring salvation to his people. With the enchantment lifted, his vengeful passions may once again ignite. But surely he'd be mindful of kindly Mikola's promise. On the other hand, the Hornsent does present his own dangers. Perhaps your concerns are well-founded after all. Allow me some time to mull it over. There you are. It took me long enough, I know. But I've made my decision. I believe it wisest to eliminate the Hornsent. If he were to point his blade at Sir Mesmer or Queen Marika, perhaps it would not matter, but vengeance changes a man. And one day, his blade may turn towards Mikola the Kind. Kindly Mikola is, after all, the true golden child. Even if he discards every last drop of his being, his lineage will always remain. I believe the horn-scent suspects what I have in mind. He never placed his full trust in me, even under the effect of kindly Mikula's spell. He must have recognized something. The scent of the killer that slept within me, the stench of crusted blood. I will follow the horn scent. To have his revenge on Sir Mesmer, there is only one place he will go. The Black Keep.
From here we have 4 choices. Help Leda murder Hornscent due to his potential to betray Mikula. Defend Hornscent from Leda's attack. Summon Hornscent to help us defeat Mesmer the Impaler. Or ignore his summon sign and face Mesmer ourselves without his help. If we choose to fight Hornscent alongside Leda, he's unsurprised, saying,
So, your mongrel blood shows through at last. I was a fool to expect more of you. Small wonder Mikula employed his spells.
Once we defeat him, we learn the truth of his vengeance, as he says,
Apologies. Oh, mother, wife, and child.
In days now past, Hornscent had a family. His grudge was not just for his people, but his mother, wife, and children were taken from him by Mesmer the Impaler, and following Mikula is his best chance at vengeance. If we choose to help Hornscent, not much changes. We can still summon him for our fight with Mesmer, where he shouts to this demigod.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
We can then help him achieve his vengeance and attempt to fill that emptiness within our friend.
Meet again, I see, comrade in arms, upon his end. Did you see Mesmer's face? 'Twas sublime. A very tangle of snakes. To think he dared call us savages, when he himself was most base of all. To say the least, I am to you indebted, yet unquenched remains my thirst for revenge. The death of Mesmer was merely the start. Now comes the piper to collect from Marika, her offspring, and all the Erdtree's denizens. In vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield. If Mikula's redemption soothes the ache that throbs within, demanding blessed vengeance, then I wish not to be by him redeemed.
Unfortunately, Leda's assumption that the death of Mesmer may not be enough to slake Hornscent's thirst comes true, and he plans to turn his blade against any and all who hail from the land of the Erdtree, even us. As we make our way to the Church of the Bud, Hornscent will invade our world and try to cut us down. Regardless of our previous relationship as comrades, fighting side by side to quell the flames of the Impaler, Hornscent will attack with fervor and bloodlust, and we must cut him down in order to proceed. If we choose not to summon him in the fight against Mesmer, he's found after the battle, completely broken.
What cruelty is this? Who would rob me of my one vital purpose? Am I so feeble, witless, dull of blade, that vengeance was never to have been mine? Oh, mother. Oh, most cherished wife and child. It seems vengeance was not mine to enact. Where now should I point my tired blade? Where now should I point my tired blade?
In this scenario, we actually face Hornscent again as he stands by Leda, fully committed to Mikula. Leda manipulates Hornscent's despair in order to utilize him as another weapon for her lord, as his broken spirit has lost all purpose. These various possible quest lines all show us how Hornscent was shaped by tragedy and doomed to have his life end in tragedy as well. But there's more to learn about this man from his set and his weapons. Hornsent wears the caterpillar mask, as well as the braided cord robe, both of which are meant to help him in his quest for vengeance. The caterpillar mask is a grotesque mask constructed from countless solidified caterpillars, a ritual implement of the greater potentates of Bonny Village, used to ward off thoughts of impurity, doubt, temptation, and other wickedness one is vulnerable to while absorbed in divine ritual. This points us toward the idea that perhaps Hornsent was once a potentate, cutting up shamans and stuffing them into jars, but I don't believe that's the case. The potentates wield large cleavers, very different from Hornsent's slender falks, and they wear no clothes aside from undergarments. I think Hornsent wears this mask for its benefits of warding off impurity, doubt, and temptation, all things that may make him stray from his path of vengeance. In fact, I believe Falks gives us a better idea of who Hornsent was in times of peace. Curved swords with long sickle-like blades, a pair of weapons made to wield in both hands, forged by a Hornsent in the name of revenge. In vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield. As we learn throughout Shadow of the Erdtree, smithing and the forge are important to Hornsent culture, and if this man could forge his dual blades himself, I believe that may indicate to us that Hornsent was once a blacksmith, a noble profession in his land that likely afforded him a comfortable life with his family. This makes it all the more tragic that they were ripped away from him, and that he needed to use his skills to forge a blade of his own that would cut down Mesmer and avenge their deaths. The braided cord robe also helps us see into the mind of Hornsent. Ragged black cloak overlaid with braided cord, attire of a vengeance-seeking Hornsent. The braided cord ties together the vow of the Revenger with the victim's grudges. It must never come undone. With this in mind, we can see that unlike the nearly naked potentates of the Bonny Village, Hornsent wore his braided cords, perhaps one for each member of his family, to represent the loss he's endured and his vow to hold it close until his revenge is complete. The Hornsent seeker of revenge never shares his name with us, nor can we learn it from our compatriots or any item description in Shadow of the Erdtree. Instead, we simply refer to him as Hornsent, and in this way, he becomes the face of his people. He carries the anguish of their destroyed land on his shoulders, as he fights to bring justice to the man who burned the very souls of so many. This faceless avenger can be seen as a representation of the will of all Hornsent to take back their land from the oppressors who subjugated it. However, no man can be a symbol alone. While we never learn his name, underneath the mask, Hornsent was a son, a husband, and a father, who had all the most important people of his life taken from him, burned by Mesmer's flame until they were naught but ash. Hornsent may claim to fight for the will of his people, in vengeance for the flames, but he calls those very people rueful, as if to acknowledge that they performed acts that led them to their demise. In truth, those Hornsent wishes to avenge are those closest to him, his family. Avenging the rest of his people is merely a cover for a more selfish, if truly understandable, desire. It's a shame that Hornsent could not let go of his lust for vengeance, even after Miquella's defeat. If he never attacked us outside of the Church of the Bud, perhaps he would have witnessed our ascension as Elden Lord, and we could have done something to quell his anger. But then again, once you're lost so deeply in your pursuit of vengeance, is there really any way out? Thank you for joining us for this week's episode of Elden Lore as we explored the tragedy of Hornsent, our ally and enemy. Why do you think Hornsent donned the caterpillar mask on his quest for vengeance? Was he a potentate, stuffing shamans into jars, or a blacksmith with the knowledge to forge fine blades? Did he truly wish to avenge his people, or did he want to cut down Mesmer to avenge his family?
How is Hornsent so easily swayed if he's denied his revenge? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. After entering the Land of Shadows for the first time, we're quick to meet our companions and search for kindly Miquella. Among those we encounter first, we have Leda, a knight of Miquella, Freya, a warrior of Radahn, Hornsent, a man out for revenge, Sir Moore, a man who likes to find things, and Sir Ansbach, a former pureblood knight who's left the Mohgwyn dynasty in order to serve a new lord. Each of these characters has their own path and motivations, but one among them seems to be the only one who understands just how dangerous Miquella truly is. Sir Ansbach may be the oldest of the troop, but his blade is unmatched, and he's seen firsthand how the hearts of men can be bent to do the bidding of an Empyrean. His quest is fairly straightforward, but it reveals a side of kindly Miquella none of our other compatriots do, while also shedding light on the tragedy of luminary Mohg, the Lord of Blood. Today we will explore Ansbach, the scholar who believes not in the strength of gods, but of men. When we first meet Ansbach, much like the rest of his troop, he's under the influence of Miquella's enchantment. He's quick to greet us and give us some background on his skill when he was a younger man.
The Tarnished. I am Ansbach. Formerly in service to Lord Mohg, but now, like you, another soul guided by kindly Miquella. I'm hardly the steady hand I once was. My fighting days are far behind me, which is why I have chosen to dedicate myself to investigation, to discern tender Miquella's ultimate purpose. I'd rather not volunteer service to a new master unless I know that I can be of use.
He's quick to tell us he previously served Mohg, which is interesting considering our understanding that Mohg absconded with Miquella's cocoon, essentially kidnapping him. You would think he'd be more hesitant to admit he may have played a part in Mohg's machinations, but we'll learn more about the reason he's so forthright later. Ansbach, it seems, is searching for the crosses left behind by Miquella as he walked the land, and he's quick to turn to us for assistance.
May I request a service of you? 6 crosses identical to this one have been discovered in these lands. They are akin to tender Miquella's footprints, or gravestones, which mark what he's left behind. If you discover any more crosses, be certain to tell me. I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Miquella is doing here.
Whether we find these crosses for him or not will not affect our relationship with the man, but a few of these lead to interesting comments. If we find where Miquella divested himself of his eye, Ansbach will say,
I am much obliged. I can hardly believe it. He's divested himself of his very eye. Tender Miquella's eye is no mere morsel of flesh. It is a vessel of soaring grace, proof of his Empyrean lineage. I wonder, does Miquella the Kind intend to sever his very birthright, his fate as a child of the Erdtree?
This is an incredibly interesting tidbit. The idea that an Empyrean's eye is a proof of their lineage. It brings to mind the fact that Malenia was an Empyrean, but an unfit vessel, and no longer has her eyes. Eyes in general have interesting implications throughout Elden Ring, but this is a new development in our understanding of Empyreans. Ansbach will also speak on St. Trina if we find the cross where Miquella cast her away, telling us he has divested himself of even that, his adoring other self, his blossom of slumber. The use of the term his other self is important, because it reflects the way Marika spoke of Radahn, calling him her other self, and shows how Trina truly was part of Miquella, and not a separate person entirely. After finding enough of these crosses for Ansbach, he will tell us.
Just tarnished. I have reasoned through my findings. concerning kind Mikola's intentions, why he is here. The full picture is yet to coalesce, but we do know that he is bound for the Tower of Shadow, and that is where he intends to rise to true godhood. The Tower of Shadow houses a divine gateway. A well-kept secret it was, but the gateway was once the birthplace of a god we know all too well.
This is the first we hear of the gateway, and by his manner of speaking, we know the god he's referring to is Queen Marika herself. So it is that Ansbach is our best source of truly understanding what exactly is happening in the Land of Shadow, even after Mikola's Great Rune breaks, and we learn more about who this man truly is without his enchantment. Should we speak to him after seeing the message that the Great Rune has been broken, he tells us of his experience with Mikola before reaching the Land of Shadow.
Mikola has discarded his Great Rune. The fog that vexed my aging faculties has been lifted, and follies better left forgotten haunt me once again. Once, in an attempt to free Lord Mohg from his enchantment, I challenged tender Mikola, only to have my own heart rather artfully stolen. I knew not how weak I was. I believed that with sufficient mastery, even an Empyrean would be within reach of my blade. I could not have been more mistaken. Mikola the Kind is a monster, pure and radiant. He wields love to shrive clean the hearts of men. There is nothing more terrifying. Righteous Tarnished, Mikola the Kind makes my blood run cold. I am loath to admit it, but even at this very instant I wish to run very far away indeed.
Ansbach is forthright with us. He believed that the gods were not above men, and that his steady hand could protect his lord from Mikola's influence. But unfortunately, he was not up to the task. That said, he seems to be the only one of this group who understands the horror of Mikola's ability to change the hearts of anyone he may have use of. The armor and weapons of Sir Ansbach help us to see what kind of warrior he once was as a pure-blood knight of Luminary Mohg. The wise man's mask is described as the iron mask of Sir Ansbach, giving the appearance of a quiet, wise, old bearded man. But an old fear lurks beneath, together with the cold, unflinching discipline that once honed his blade, now employed to enhance blood oath and dynastic skills. Ansbach's attire tells us the embroidered crest of the pure-blood knights has now all but faded away. Ansbach understood that keeping his oath to his old master was not an act of logic, nor would it bear any justice, but it was for these very reasons he was unable to let go. From this we learn that this knight of a dead dynasty held fast to his oath to Mohg, for no reason other than loyalty. He would seek to honor the memory of his lord by avenging his downfall. Ansbach's longbow doesn't tell us much outside of the fact that its wielder must have extraordinary dexterity, but his scythe, the obsidian lamina, tells us a bit more. Signature weapon of the pure-blood knight Ansbach, a viciously keen and slender scythe made for combat. The obsidian edge relies not upon trickery to fulfill its violent purpose. Through skill alone, the wielder can rip and rend through foes, sowing blossoms of red upon the battlefield. As if we needed even more confirmation of Ansbach's prowess with letting blood, we have the incantation, Furious Blade of Ansbach. Incantation of Ansbach, Pure Blood Knight, produces a blood flame blade from the side of the hand, then lunges at enemies to cleave through them. Markedly different from the finesse swordplay of the Dynast, this is an aggressive last resort of an incantation that gave rise to Ansbach's fearsome reputation. So we now understand that this man is not just a scholar, but he was the most fearsome warrior among Mohg's forces. While he may demean himself by focusing on his age and inability to face a demigod, Ansbach was a fearsome warrior, and that should make Mikola stealing his heart all the more terrifying. From this point forward, we'll mostly be interacting with Ansbach in the specimen storehouse of the Shadowkeep, where he's pouring through text, trying to figure out Mikola's true intentions.
Righteous Tarnished, It's been some time. After unburdening my soul to you, I had hoped to make a fresh start, but there was one thought I could not dislodge from my mind. So, here I am, quite unable to move on. After Lord Moke's slaying at his dynastic palace, it appears his body has been absconded with, and taken straight to kind Mikola. Surely you recall that I once served Lord Moog as a pureblood knight, after failing him in every regard, and losing sight of my vows. I'd do anything to make amends, in whatever meager way I can. What could they possibly have in mind for Lord Moog's remains? The implications are rather unnerving.
It's during this time in the keep that we see how Ansbach truly did care for his allies, regardless of Mikola's enchantment, as we can inform him about Freya's decision to uncover the oath made by General Radahn to Mikola sometime in the distant past.
Freya, by the gods. She must be feeling the need to reaffirm her allegiance before she heads to war. A true Redmane she is, hardly troubled by the rot, but no one is without their shortcomings. She has a hard road ahead. It does make one think. Perhaps our concerns are but two sides of the same coin.
Ansbach had no idea just how close he was to the truth, until we bring him the sacred Right Scroll. Upon seeing the contents of the scroll, Ansbach will share his thoughts.
What's this? Yes, I should have known. Even the truth was itself mere folly. As if using Lord Moog to gain entrance to the Land of Shadow were not enough, he plans to use his corpse as the vessel of his king consort. He has forsaken Lord Moog's soul. He desires only his empty shell. It beggars belief, but I'm afraid tender Mikola fails to grasp the humiliation implied by this act. One thing is certain. My dear lord deserved better. Righteous Tarnished, you have my gratitude. You have given me the answers I needed, but I can hardly fathom it. Such folly. Unto the end. I am a warrior, but I've aged. I cannot afford to act hastily. Curse it all. I know my limits. I could spend the rest of my life honing my craft, and still that creature would be out of my blade's reach. The absolute folly of it all.
Ansbach seems to be falling into despair, and given his past, it's hard to blame him. He has challenged Mikola before, and his blade was not enough. So how could he challenge him again and expect a different outcome? Perhaps with allies. After leaving Ansbach with his thoughts, he'll give us a letter for Freya to help her along her path for answers.
Just Tarnished, could you please give this to Freya? Thanks to you, she too will have the answers she requires. Freya possesses a youth I no longer have. This knowledge will surely stoke the flames of valor within her. Yes. I can see her barreling into the fray right now. Perhaps I shouldn't meddle in her affairs, but this is the only way I can help.
After sharing this letter with her and hearing her intent to face him in an honorable battle, he says,
I should have expected as much from Freya. Some things simply never occur to her. Paralyzing fear. True despair. That's Freya through and through.
He takes her challenge not as the declaration of an enemy, but the proposal of a worthy warrior and friend. This is where our journey with Ansbach comes to an end, at least for a time. We have the opportunity to either join him in battle against Needle Knight Leda, or fell him by our own hand alongside her, but ignoring this battle will not affect our endgame. We don't meet with Ansbach again until we face what is left of Mikola's forces in Enir Lim. If we followed their quests, we can summon both Ansbach and Tiolye to help us in our desperate struggle against Leda and her companions. And upon winning this fight, we can speak with Ansbach one last time.
Just tarnished. That was an astounding battle, to be sure. Now I suppose this leaves only one, but in truth I cannot calm my quivering. Challenging a god is no small matter.
If asked, he will express how impressed he is with Tiolye, as he previously did not see him as much of a warrior.
Afraid I underestimated the lad. Appearing frail in both body and mind, I presumed he'd be like to stumble upon the field of battle. What a fool I was. He serves another master, but Sir Tiolye performed magnificently. Perhaps he too quivers with anticipation, as do we.
Finally, we have the option to speak with him about Mohg, to divulge the truth, that we are the tarnished that put an end to his lord. But the Honorable Sir Ansbach reacts in a way you may not expect.
Something you want to get off your chest? Well, you needn't worry. It was you, wasn't it? Who defeated Lord Mohg. Fear not. I bear no grudge against you. His Eminence was felled in an honorable duel. And such are the risks of seeking lordship. Besides, what right have I to complain? I blame the enchantment more than anything. Righteous tarnished, we will have our victory. I swear upon my blood.
He believes that lords being felled as they try to rise above others is simply the way of things, and that if Miquella had never charmed Mohg and himself in the first place, you'd never have had to slay him. He still sees us as righteous, and wants to fight alongside us as we challenge a god. Before we enter the final confrontation, we can summon Ansbach, and he tells Radahn it's a pleasure to see him after all this time. But those remains do not belong to him. Lord Mohg will have his dignity. We can see how brilliantly Ansbach fights during this battle, but odds are he will be felled during its course. And when he is, he asks that we become the new Lord of the Lands Between, a lord not for gods, but for men. With that, Ansbach's story ends, as once the battle is over, we can find him lying dead to the side of the arena. He did what he'd set out to do, and avenged his lord. The indignity of destroying Mohg's soul so that Radahn could take his body did not stand, as Mohg's most fearsome pureblood knight stood for his lord against a god he had no chance of defeating. He left the future in our hands, believing we would create a better world than the gods that came before, and it's up to us to decide exactly what that new world will look like. Sir Ansbach sheds light on what the Mohgwyn dynasty may have been before the influence of Miquella. Yes, he wields blood incantations, but his demeanor stands in stark contrast to Vare, a man whose major concern was having us spill blood to slake Mohg's chambers. Ansbach sitting at Mohg's right hand makes it seem as though in the past, the bloody fingers may not have run rampant, cutting down every tarnish they could find. This man of strength and wisdom is likely a symbol of what this dynasty could have been if Miquella had never bewitched Mohg in order to put his plans for godhood into motion. Ansbach's willingness to acknowledge his own weakness and limits, while constantly seeking to improve both his mind and his blade, shows what a pureblood knight was truly meant to be. If only we could have seen what Luminary Mohg would have been without Miquella's influence. Though to be fair, he did still follow the Formless Mother, so it may not have been much better. Thank you for joining us for this walkthrough of the story and history of Sir Ansbach, pureblood knight and true companion to our tarnished. Do you believe Ansbach led a troop of pureblood knights before they came to be known as the Bloody Fingers? Did he and Vare have a contentious relationship while serving Mohg? What did the Mohgwyn dynasty look like before Miquella's influence affected all of Mohg's decisions? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In this series, we've covered almost all of the followers of kindly Miquella that helped us along our journey through the Land of Shadow.
Leda leads the charge for her lord. Ansbach fights back against the defilement of his. Freya chooses to side with those who would bring Radahn back to life. Tiolier chooses to make St. Trina's final wish come true. Horn-steed pursues his vengeance, and Dane fights us in service of Miquella. Each of these characters is a warrior in their own right, whether they fight with blades, fists, or poisons. But there's one more of their band that was simply not built for battle. Mor is a simple merchant who truly enjoys finding trinkets and curiosities for those who he holds close as allies. He's covered from head to toe in thick armor and wields no weapon, but carries an oversized shield. His relationship to Miquella's other followers and the Forager brood is compelling, as it comes across as wholly unselfish. So let's take a closer look at the final member of Miquella's followers and see what we can learn about the man behind the pot. When we enter the Land of Shadow, we meet a number of Miquella's followers that lead us towards Ballarat Tower in search of Miquella's discarded flesh. Alongside the Honorable Sir Ansbach, there's an unassuming knight donning armor with an unusual color that looks to be weighing him down. We can ask this learned scholar about him, and Ansbach will tell us.
Must mean some more. Some more is a kind and stalwart ally. He provisions our little outfit. Some more traffics with the Forager brood, his brethren, who collect supplies from all corners of the land. No doubt they find inspiration in his many virtues. These are not your foes, Tarnished. Should you spot any Forager brood, be sure to mind your manners.
Who exactly the Forager brood are, we'll get to later. For now, let's focus on Mor. He's perched behind a pot, and when you speak with him, his words come softly to us.
Together, we work. Together, for Miquella the Kind. Many things we have found. I like finding things. For you, Lady Leda, her allies, and the Forager brood. Things bring joy to all.
This tells us all we need to know about our bulky boy. He speaks plainly, and he enjoys his place as a provisioner and outfitter of Needle Knight Leda and her allies. If we visit him often enough, he comes to see us as a compatriot and tells us as much.
You come often. You enjoy things. I like finding things. I like you.
The only way to learn more about Mor at this point is to follow Tiolier's questline. After we meet Tiolier, Mor speaks with us again.
I know. Give this to Tiolier. He asked me to find it. I finally found it.
This item, the black syrup, reads, an ebony black syrup held in an unglazed jar. Mor asks that this be delivered to Tiolier, an unknown liquid apparently gathered and aged by the Forager brood. This tells us more about the culture of the Forager brood. They have a knack for chemistry, it seems. We can take this mysterious black syrup to Tiolier, and he says,
What's this? I have to say, Sir Mor has an awfully sharp eye, doesn't he? It's wonderful. This ebony, as lustrous as the night sky unending. I don't think I could ever thank him enough, but I'll have to think of something.
As we already know, Sir Mor is very good at his job, but we never actually see him leave his post outside Ballarat. So how did he discover these deep purple lilies? Simply put, he has the help of the Forager brood. The Forager brood are confusing. They're essentially kindred of rot. However, they do not attack us on sight. Actually, they'll ignore us altogether unless we approach them. Once we do, they will hand us a Forager brood cookbook that gives us the ability to craft an item that grants a large stat boost. These items even tell us the effects of the Forager brood's pickled delights are enhanced by the fermentation, or rotting, of the ingredients. Though this results in a pungent odor, some come to find the aroma irresistible. These kindred of rot are unlike the red variations we see in the Land of Shadow and closely resemble those found in the lands between.
but they seem to worship the goddess of rot by fermenting the items they find around the world, focusing more on the life aspect of the cycle of rot. They've somehow bonded with Mor, perhaps through shared interest, or maybe by raising him as one of their own, and they're essentially his boots on the ground, gathering resources and knowledge, which they relay to this merchant. If we go out of our way to meet with each member of the Forager Brood, even help one who's fallen cold, we do Mor a great service, and he will appreciate your companionship. The Forager Brood cookbooks further drive home their partnership with Mor, a record of crafting techniques left by the non-human Forager Brood, shared out of kindness towards Mor and his kin. If we meet with all of the brood, Mor will even reward us with the 7th cookbook, which tells us something a little different. A record of crafting techniques left by the non-human Forager Brood, shared out of kindness toward their savior, whose name was unknown. Perhaps the savior whose name is unknown is actually us, but more important are the items this cookbook teaches us to make: the spirit raisin and the charming branch. Aside from the DLC announcement image showing us Miquella riding Torrent, this item is the only thing about Shadow of the Erdtree to tie these two together. One of Torrent's favorite treats, and a branch with a sliver of Miquella's power. This aside, the mystery remains. What does Mor have to do with the Forager Brood? I believe his armor and shield hold the answer. The verdigris armor set tells us it is made from an unusual metal known as verdigris. Verdigris is said to be the gift of an outer god, possessed of an enormously hefty yet supple strength, thanks to its rusted nature. Both the armor and the verdigris great shield are made of this unique metal. But what outer god could possibly be connected to rust? What is rust but metal's rot? Mor, in some way, is directly tied to the goddess of rot, and regardless of whether he himself was gifted this armor, or it was passed down to him, it's likely that this is why he was seen as a friend to the Forager Brood. Upon seeing him wear the metal of their god, these creatures likely fell in line behind him. If we consider the idea that Mor may have received this armor from Malenia, then the Forager Brood would be of those kindred of rot who once resided at the Erdtree. Perhaps Mor's connection to Miquella and his sister is older than we know, and he was enchanted specifically because he was a kind soul who Miquella trusted to take care of his allies. Upon the shattering of Miquella's Great Rune, things became more complicated for Mor.
Don't feel it. It's broken. Kind Miquella's light is gone. But I stand tall. Together, we work. Together, for Miquella the Kind. I don't know what to do. Our mother abandoned her brood. She did not love us. We are her children. What should we do? Must we be sad forever?
For me, this line of dialogue solidifies the idea that Malenia is the goddess referred to by Mor's armor, and that Mor himself was likely raised among the kindred of rot as one of their own. This would explain his strange way of speaking, as if he's uncertain of every word, barely able to get them out. As Gowry told us, Malenia abandoned the kindred of rot, which means she could have abandoned Mor as well. We can then choose to tell Mor to either put his feelings behind him or remain sad forever. Neither are very good options, but we can also choose to simply tell him we don't know what this means for him. If we tell him to put the pain behind him, he says,
Maybe that's kindly Miquella's love. Love for all the unloved. Love to banish the pain.
Which leads to him siding with Leda against us in order to fight for Miquella. If we tell him to remain sad forever, we will eventually come across his corpse outside the Church of the Crusade, but there's no true explanation as to why. The best option in my eyes is to say we don't know what Mor should do next, and in doing so, we spare him from a terrible fate either way. If we choose not to influence Mor, he will simply stay at his little jar, selling us items as needed, and will even sit out the final battle with Lady Leda. He may not fight by our side against Radahn, but he survives, the only member of Miquella's troop who can successfully do so. After defeating Mesmer, he will tell us,
I don't know how to be still. I have my brood. I enjoy foraging. It is enough.
But after we defeat the promised consort Radahn, he will say,
My brood is no more. No one comes to visit. Not Lady Leda. Not Father Dane. Not Sir Ansbach. Not Freya. Not Tiolier. Not the horn-steed. Where have they all gone? Thank you. No one comes to visit. Except you.
It is sad to think that all of Mor's compatriots met death either at our hand or that of kindly Miquella and his consort. But as some small consolation, Mor still gets to walk away with his life. It's fitting that the most gentle member of our DLC compatriots is the only one with the potential to make it through the Land of Shadow in one piece. Not only that, he's our only tie, be it an ambiguous one, to Malenia in Shadow of the Erdtree. As long as we treat the Forager brood with respect, and we don't pretend to have the answers to Mor's larger questions, we can enjoy a long and fruitful relationship with our favorite vendor. I only wish we could bring him with us to the lands between, so he's not trapped in the Land of Shadow, forever waiting for compatriots who will never return to his side. At least he has us, and should we finish our journey, it's never bad to be friends with the Elden Lord. Thank you for joining us for a closer look at Mor, the gentle knight who defends the foragers. Do you believe the verdigris armor directly ties Mor and his specific forager brood to Malenia? Did you kill the forager brood, thinking they were regular enemies, and face the wrath of Mor? Is his name meant to portray a need for more foraging, more things? After all, things bring joy to all. Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Up until now, we followed the stories of many who pledged their lives to the demigods. From knights bearing the banners of those who fought to rule the lands between, to the warrior and tactician who served the Lady of the Moon. There have been many who take up the call to serve. We recently took a closer look at Needle Knight Leda and her order of knights which served Miquella before she cut them down for wavering in their devotion. But there's one who followed Miquella's path even before Leda. Dryleaf Dne is a martial artist and member of an old order who chose to believe in Miquella's power and promise. Through his own ascetic training, Dane developed a style of fighting that saw him take to the Land of Shadow without a blade, instead turning his very body into a weapon. Silent as the night, there is more below the surface when it comes to this stoic warrior. So join us as we piece together the story of Dryleaf Dne by exploring the Dryleaf Order of Clergymen. The most we can learn about Dane himself is told to us through Needle Knight Leda when we ask her about her compatriots.
That man is known as Dane. He's been in the service of Miquella the Kind longer than I. He might be solemn of cheer, but is a fierce warrior nevertheless. There's no cause for concern. Dane's reluctance to speak to you is no fault of your own. We've been acquainted for quite some time, but even I am yet to hear his voice. Perhaps one day.
It's not a lot to go on, but the most important piece of information here is just how long Dane has been in service to Miquella. We can assume Needle Knight Leda has been with him for some time, but to put both her and Dane's service somewhere on the timeline of the events of Elden Ring, we need to look at an item hidden in the Land of Shadow, the Dryleaf Seal. Sacred seal of the spiritual seekers known as the Dryleaf Sect. Enhances incantations which conjure golden rings of light.
those who saw the decline of the Erdtree in the fallen leaves long ago braced themselves for the weakening of the Order and embraced a strict faith, and then they made to serve a new god. The term fallen leaves should make any of us raise an eyebrow upon reading it, because as we know, the fallen leaves tell a story. We can assume that the leaves of the Erdtree only began to fall after the shattering, as the story they tell is that of the many wars between the demigods. Keeping this in mind, it would seem the Dryleaf sect was founded soon after this event, perhaps being seen by those in the lands between as a type of doomsday cult that believed the shattering of the Elden Ring meant the end of the Golden Order, and so they would need a new god to follow. Perhaps this order does not find solace in weakness. Given that this seal enhances golden rings of light, it's safe to assume they believe this new god would be Miquella the Kind. Interestingly, those that joined the Dryleaves were seen as a type of clergyman, as the description of their robes tells us. Sun-faded and lightly soiled travel attire worn by clergymen. The gold necklace found under the breast belongs to a group of spiritual seekers known as the Dryleaf sect. This sect rejects dependence on others in all matters of faith, seeking self-discipline and self-sufficiency above all else. This concept of self-discipline has been seen before in the Lands Between, and has been associated with others following a religious path. Like the Curseblades and Elamur of the Briar, the bell-bearing hunter, the Dryleaf sect practiced asceticism as a means of gaining strength through rigorous self-denial. However, unlike Elamur, who took up the sword, or the Curseblades, whose asceticism was meant to turn them into tutelary deities, the Dryleaves followed this practice much like warrior monks, and trained their bodies to become lethal weapons. Why they believed attaining physical strength and discipline to be the path forward in better serving their god is a mystery. The Dryleaf arts are a unique weapon in Elden Ring, and they let us fight with our bare hands against the many horrors we can face in these lands. The Dryleaf arts are described as a technique for hand-to-hand combat without the aid of a weapon. The martial art combines fist strikes and kicks, the teachings of a group of spiritual seekers known as the Dryleaf sect, revealed only to those of worthy valor and character. The practice of this martial art marks the dawn of an ascetic's journey. These warrior monks were also known as spiritual seekers, and knowing that they carried their own seal dedicated to the incantations of kindly Miquella, I believe they found the new god they were seeking, as it seems Miquella only made himself known to those he wanted to be aware of his presence. In this case, that makes Dane a very special member of the Dryleaf sect, as he was considered devoted enough to be brought under Miquella's enchantment, and followed him closely before even Needle Knight Leda. Through the descriptions of Dane's hat and his personal Dryleaf arts, we get an idea of what set him apart from others of his order. Dane's hat tells us it is the sun-faded and lightly soiled hat of Dryleaf Dne. Worn low over the eyes, it obscures the wearer's vision. Meeting the gaze of another can overcome the senses, often leading to the downfall of those who would walk the noble and solitary seeker's path. It's fair to assume this item was originally unique to Dane. While his order of ascetics believed in stripping themselves of earthly items, it's likely Dane saw his hat as a way to better follow through on his training, rather than a vain accessory. By obscuring his vision, Dane ensured that he would not meet the eyes of his opponents, and be whipped into a frenzy for battle. Even his fighting would be controlled, tempered, by his extreme ascetic views. Through the use of his hat, his martial arts would remain passionless, and more effective than any other member of the Dryleaf sect. I believe this is what led the rest of the Dryleaves to adopt this accessory for themselves. Dane also has his own unique style of fighting aside from the regular Dryleaf arts. Dane's footwork is known as a technique for hand-to-hand combat without the aid of a weapon. The martial art focused on kicking techniques. This kick-based martial art is unique to Dane, a Dryleaf and sworn ally of Leda. He acquired these skills by training with the aid of a waterfall, letting the water beat his body and throwing himself into its basin. Dane, unlike the rest of his order,
dedicated himself so thoroughly to his training that he was able to incorporate not only his fists, but also kicks into his personal style of combat. The imagery of a monk sitting beneath a waterfall in order to obtain new clarity and power is essentially a cliché at this point, but it goes a long way in showing us who Dane was and how hard he pushed himself to be a better tool for kindly Miquella. In fact, this is where we find the Dryleaf set, beside a corpse underneath a waterfall, who likely fell prey to the enemies nearby, dying in his pursuit of the same arts Dane himself perfected. While Dane does not speak a word to us, not even when challenging us to a sparring match, we get to hear his voice in our final confrontation with Leda and her companions in Enir Alim. Upon defeating him, he says,
Miquella, in Godwin shall you rise.
It's worth noting that it's possible to save or kill every other member in this merry band of Miquella's followers before reaching this final chamber. But no matter what you do, you will always do battle with at least Dane and Leda, the two followers of Miquella, who chose their god, likely before they were ever enchanted. Unfortunately for Dane, this is where he will meet his end in the Land of Shadow, regardless of what quest lines we've chosen to follow. In the end, his dedication to Miquella and his ascetic practices were deeply intertwined, and he was only our ally as long as we towed the line for his god. Dane used to offer his services against R'hllana the Twin Moon Knight, and still does against Romina, Saint of the Bud. He encourages us after defeating him in a sparring match by leaving a letter that says, "Grow not complacent, continue to temper your strength." It's another one of Dane's letters that tells us we need Mesmer's kindling to burn the sealing tree and reach Miquella. Much like Leda, it seems as though we are nothing but a tool to Dane, a tarnished who doesn't know when to quit, and must be brought down should we threaten his lord's claim to the lands between. Just as with so many others, Dane falls to our tarnished on our road to conquer all we survey. But what's especially poetic is that we can defeat Dane using the very martial arts taught to us by his order. Dane can be his own undoing, and no amount of ascetic practice will ever prepare you for an angry tarnished, ready to take their seat on the Elden throne. Thank you for joining us for a closer look at Dane and the Dryleaf sect of warrior monks. Did you want to see more of Dryleaf Dne throughout Shadow of the Erdtree? Was the Dryleaf sect founded immediately after the Shattering, when the leaves of the Erdtree began to fall to the ground? Was Dane ever under Miquella's enchantment, or was he already so deeply devoted to his lord that it was unnecessary? Why do you think the Dryleaf sect focused so heavily on honing their bodies and minds? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. As I'm sure you've realized by now, Shadow of the Erdtree is more than just a simple expansion to Elden Ring. The Land of Shadow is the size of Limgrave, sure, but what Miyazaki failed to tell us is that it happens to be several Limgraves stacked on top of each other. With that said, I'm still exploring this land, gathering materials. I've taken down bosses, and gathered enough Erdtree shards to follow in the steps of kindly Miquella. I've fought my way to the end of this story, and in doing so, I've managed to uncover the full stories of all of our companions in the Land of Shadows. And one in particular seems to align with my pre-DLC release theories on a certain character. Needless to say, there are spoilers ahead for Shadow of the Erdtree, but I'm willing to bet if you clicked on this video, you saw that coming. This is the story of Teal'c and his love for Saint Trina. The first time we as a community got a look at Teal'c was during the first trailer for Shadow of the Erdtree, when we saw a man in a mask lying on the ground amongst purple flowers. We can find this man near Pillar Path Cross, east of Castle Ensis, sitting by a piece of Miquella that he's discarded. Upon speaking with him, he will share a bit about himself.
Hello there. Are you the Tarnished? Lady Leda spoke of you. Another Tarnished, guided here by Mikola the Kind. My name is Tiolier. I too am Tarnished, and here on kindly Mikola's account.
From here, your interactions with Tiolier will vary based on when you found him. For instance, I hadn't encountered him until after Mikola's spell on Leda and her compatriots was broken, so we took notice to this. If you found Tiolier early enough, you can speak with Moore, who will give you black syrup to deliver to him. After doing so, you can buy Tiolier's concoction, which tells us it is an ebony black concoction mixed by Tiolier, a condensed, somniferous elixir purported to be capable of putting even an ancient dragon to sleep. For an ordinary mortal, a single sip would assuredly result in swift and certain death. Tiolier thought of St. Trina's sleep when he created this, but the ebony sleep he concocted had not the sweetness of nectar, nor the gentleness of rest's embrace. This is our first look at this Tarnished's obsession with St. Trina, and after the spell is broken, he will speak to us of his woes.
Feeling rather lost, haunted by memories of St. Trina, her visage, her scent, the lure of velvety sleep. Would kindly Mikola chasten me for falling for St. Trina, while knowing that she was the discarded half? The problem is, I simply cannot help it. I would sacrifice everything just to gaze upon her one last time.
At this point, you may have to wait until some time later, and Tiolier will then tell you Moore has given him some information, a lead he must track down. But if you've already found St. Trina yourself, you can point him in the right direction.
Are you certain of this? Is this all a plot to make a mockery of me? Oh heavens, what am I saying? Forgive me. You deserve my deepest gratitude. I will make the journey to the southern coast, as you say, to venture into the depths of the fissure.
You won't speak with Tiolier again until you make your way through the Stone Temple fissure and find him on the brink of sleep, mere feet away from his personal deity. In order to understand what happens next, it's important to take a look at the armor associated with this Tarnished, which can't actually be obtained without beating the final boss of the DLC. Tiolier's mask tells us it is a mask upon which is carved a tranquil sleeping face. The silver hair is arranged in the same style as St. Trina's, increasing arcane. Just once, Tiolier was granted the sweet repose of velvety sleep. The remainder of his days would be spent attempting to recapture it. While his mask speaks of his attachment to Trina, his armor speaks of his prowess with poison. The dark attire of those who wield poison in secret. The silver hair is arranged in the same style as St. Trina's, increasing arcane. Additionally, countless needles are sewn onto the exterior, apparently for talismanic effect. As a merchant, he was able to sell us the deadly perfume poison bottle, which gives us an idea of his past before Trina. Perfume bottle customized by Tiolier. Attacks releasing perfumed powder producing deadly poison. There are some techniques of the perfuming arts that employ poison. Upon learning of this, Tiolier threw himself into mastering those techniques, and he made them his own. So it would seem he may have been a type of perfumer before his chance encounter with St. Trina. There is another item this Tarnished can drop known as Tiolier's Hidden Needle, which gives an idea of why this particularly congenial man perhaps should not be trusted. Concealed weapon used by Tiolier, of a design generally favored by poison wielders for dark and subtle purposes. Like St. Trina, who blossomed in the deep purple garden, a rich poison is secreted from within, which sends its victims into an eternal sleep. With this context, I believe we can better understand what comes next in this story. When we find him, Tiolier sits before St. Trina herself, and it's just as I theorized in previous videos. She's been cast off by Mikola. The marker we find before encountering her says Mikola abandoned his love, that love being St. Trina. He cast that piece of himself into the depths, just as we saw in the DLC trailer, where he believes no one would find her. But we did, and so did Tiolier. Once we speak to him, he says,
Hello. Thank you. It was all just as you said. To think, without your guidance, I wouldn't have seen St. Trina again. I'm drifting off in the sea of her poison. Soon, I will hear her voice. Let me be. I won't be long. Oh, I almost forgot. You mustn't follow my example. St. Trina's poison would plunge you into an eternal slumber. It must be me, and only me.
We must then drink the nectar of St. Trina multiple times, dying with each attempt and respawning, until Trina speaks to us.
Mikilla, stop. Don't turn the poor thing into a god. Godhood would be Mikilla's prison. A caged divinity is beyond saving. You must kill Mikilla. Grant him forgiveness.
It seems that by casting aside St. Trina, Mikilla removed the part of himself that saw the flaws of his plan, instead choosing to blindly march forward. We can share Trina's words with Tiolye, but he's not pleased to hear we've spoken with his love.
Thank you not to lie to me. I am the chosen, not you. Only I can doze off in the sea of St. Trina. Why would you hear her voice when I cannot? If you should utter these cruel untruths to me again, I won't be held responsible for my actions. Please, enough. I cannot believe your cheek. And I will stand for it no longer.
Tiolye will then invade us after resting at the nearby site of grace, using his poisons in an attempt to punish us for conversing with the woman he loves. When we defeat him, we are rewarded with St. Trina's smile. A talisman depicting a smiling St. Trina, a vision conjured deep within a certain man's heart. Raises attack power when sleep is triggered in the vicinity. Only I am allowed to know of your velvety sleep, its sweetly gentle embrace, so please smile for me and only me. The obsession we've seen in Tiolye is rooted deep. He is now beaten on the ground where he once sat, and we can speak with him again.
I was no good to anyone. Beginning to end. Weak as a kitten, and thick as two planks. I suppose dying in disgrace is fitting, in a way. Tell me, please, assuming you spoke the truth back then, what did St. Trina tell you? You are a wretched, wretched soul. A nightmare come to plague me. Such a thing could possibly be. Could it? St. Trina, please let me hear your voice in my everlasting slumber.
After a line like that, you would expect Tiolye to roll over and die, but he doesn't. He will actually act as an ally moving forward for the final two boss fights of Shadow of the Erdtree, coming to terms with what St. Trina has asked of us, and helping in our quest in order to please the woman he loves. Unfortunately, if he does help us, nothing awaits this poor soul but oblivion,
as he can be found dead after the final battle. This is just one of the many stories to be told in the Land of Shadow. Each of our new companions has their own journey to follow and history to unfold. Except Dryleaf Dne. I'm sure he's got something going on, but the guy never says a word. Teolier was a complex man, a patron of the perfumer's arts with a penchant for poisons, a follower of Miquella who fell in love with his alter ego, a man obsessed who wished to possess this god of sleep for himself, never to share her power of beautiful sleep with another. In the end, I like to think we help Teolier find some solace. He accepts the truth in St. Trina's words and takes up arms on her behalf, alongside our tarnished. And in this way, he becomes a true comrade, even after shunning us and trying to put us to the sword. This is the story of Teolier, and we can't wait to bring you everyone else's as well. Thank you for joining us for this lore dive into Shadow of the Erdtree. What do you think of the poisonous perfumer and adherent to St. Trina, Teolier? Was his obsession based in love, or was it the frenzy of an addict who dove too deep into velvety sleep? Do you think he broke free of his own need to control St. Trina and keep her to himself? Or is helping us simply a means to an end? Whose story should we tell next as I make my way through the Land of Shadow? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Who pledges themselves to a demigod in the lands between can tell us a lot about who that demigod is. Ranni has numerous vassals, and while Celavis is a snake lying in wait, E.G. shows himself to be a dedicated soul with his mistress's best interest at heart, and Blythe shows unshaking loyalty until the fingers themselves break him. Cleanrot Knight Finlay has the strength of will to carry Melania from Caelid to the Erdtree, essentially across the entire lands between. The Redmanes show themselves to be fearless warriors with the courage to push back against the rot in their homeland, while Jaren puts his life on hold in order to make sure Radahn can have a proper death. So what of kindly Miquella? His forces at the Erdtree seem to be cookie-cutter knights, with a bit more power behind their swings, and those that follow him into the Land of Shadow needed to be enchanted into coming along. Freya stays loyal due to Radahn's revival. Mor cares more for the Forager brood than anything else. Dryleaf Dne seems to side with Miquella due to religion, and his other followers join our cause in the end. Except for Needle Knight Leda. Leda stays truly loyal to Miquella and Miquella alone, and is willing to kill her companions if she believes they are wavering. In fact, the murderous intent of this White Knight may be our best window into what Miquella has become in order to attain his goals. Today, we dissect the leader of Miquella's band of warriors, Needle Knight Leda, and try to understand what it meant to be an Oathseeker. The first time we heard Leda's voice was in the story trailer for Shadow of the Erdtree, and while she did give us the context we needed to better understand this land, we didn't learn anything about her specifically. We speak to her ourselves upon visiting Miquella's cocoon after defeating Luminary Mohg.
Were you guided here by kindly Miquella? I am Leda. And like you, I was guided by faith along his honorable path. Touch the withered arm, and you too will be transported to the realm of shadow where Miquella the Kind now dwells. My compatriots are there already. Like us, they have heard kindly Miquella's call. If you can find them, they are certain to lend you aid. Come now, touch the withered arm, and travel to the realm of shadow. I will not be far behind. May we meet again.
Leda makes it seem as if she too has only just answered Miquella's call, but that seems highly unlikely. It would make more sense if she simply waits by the cocoon for new followers, so that she can determine their worth. As we make our way through the beginning areas of the Land of Shadow,
we can meet many of these compatriots Leda spoke of. But it's not until we get through Castle Ensis that Leda makes herself known to us again. We can choose to have her fight at our side against R'hllana, or simply speak with her after leaving the castle in order to learn more about our compatriots.
Hello again. Did you meet my compatriots? They're quite the congregation, from places as far and wide as you can imagine. Doubtless they'd have all come to blows at first glance, were it not for the charm kindly Miquella put upon us. This is what allows us to serve together, the work of a living god.
From here, Leda can give us information on both Horn-scent and Dryleaf Dne, but she continues to stay tight-lipped about herself. In fact, we can learn nothing more from Needle Knight Leda until after Miquella's Great Rune is shattered. Upon making our way to the Shadowkeep, the Great Rune of kindly Miquella is destroyed, and his enchantments are undone. Every member of his merry band of followers will begin to show their true colors, and this is true of Leda as well.
Hello. Did you feel it? Miquella the Kind's enchantment appears to have broken. But while my devotion to kindly Miquella remains unchanged, by my troth I am not so sure about the others. No, wait. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. I can wield my sword to cull the undeserving, those unfit to bask in tender Miquella's presence. I should have thought of this earlier. Right. It's time to begin ferreting out those of us who don't deserve to be at kindly Miquella's side.
This is an alarming turn for the Needle Knight to take, immediately considering that her companions may want to stand in the way of her lord, and that it's her duty to put them to the sword before they can even try. If we suggest she look into Tiolier, she dismisses the idea, due to a misunderstanding of just what St. Trina is.
It's true. His devotion to St. Trina is plain to see. I fear his vows to Miquella the Kind are merely secondary. But for this very reason, Tiolier is incapable of betrayal. St. Trina's love for kind Miquella is boundless. She is, after all, his other half. Or perhaps her feelings go beyond even that. Even if she was left behind, I doubt her heart would waver.
As we who follow Tiolier's quest know, Leda's assertion about Trina's loyalty is wrong, perhaps revealing a flaw in her perspective, as she's able to temper her distrustful nature for an aspect of Miquella, believing it cannot possibly disagree with her lord. We are also able to suggest looking into Horn-scent, and this is where we begin to see Leda's lust for blood.
The horn-scent. On one hand, he trusts Miquella the Kind to bring salvation to his people. With the enchantment lifted, his vengeful passions may once again ignite. But surely he'd be mindful of kindly Miquella's promise. On the other hand, the horn-scent does present his own dangers. Perhaps your concerns are well-founded after all. Allow me some time to mull it over. There you are. It took me long enough, I know. But I've made my decision. I believe it wisest to eliminate the horn-scent. If he were to point his blade at Sir Mesmer or Queen Marika, perhaps it would not matter. But vengeance changes a man. And one day, his blade may turn towards Miquella the Kind. Kindly Miquella is, after all, the true golden child. Even if he discards every last drop of his being, his lineage will always remain. I believe the horn-scent suspects what I have in mind. He never placed his full trust in me, even under the effect of kindly Miquella's spell. He must have recognized something. The scent of the killer that slept within me, the stench of crusted blood. I will follow the horn-scent. To have his revenge on Sir Mesmer, there is only one place he will go. The Black Keep.
Leda is correct, as once we reach Mesmer's chamber, we're able to summon Horn-scent to help us defeat the Impaler. But if we choose to do battle with Horn-scent alongside Leda, she'll speak with us again.
There you are. Well fought. You have my gratitude. He was never going to see eye to eye with us, but his words were ill-founded. It was hard to hear, I know. I know I shouldn't let myself, but I suppose it's only natural to feel the weight of one's deeds at times like these. There's plenty left to be done, and I will see to it.
Before discussing the next steps in this quest, I want to talk about the armor Needle Knight Leda wears, as it can give us some idea of her past. Aside from her chest armor, Leda wears the Oathseeker set, which tells us it is black with gold ornamentation. These knights set off on quests of discovery, hoping to find by themselves an oath of their own choosing to serve in perfect lifelong devotion. We can find this armor in the Church of Benediction, a place, it would seem, these knights start their journeys. A benediction is described as a short prayer or blessing that expresses good wishes or asks for divine help and guidance. So it would make sense that a church dedicated to this idea is where an Oathkeeper would start their journey. But it brings up an interesting question. Is Leda originally from the Land of Shadow? I don't believe this can be confirmed one way or the other, but due to the description of Leda's armor, it seems she must have known Miquella well before the Land of Shadow was locked away. Chest armor of Needle Knight Leda, embroidered with a golden cross-tree motif. The chalk-white cloak and surcoat symbolize the honor of the Needle Knights. Kindly Miquella fashioned us as his needles to quell all, to ward away all. Given this description, we can safely assume that Leda was not the only Needle Knight, and that they based themselves on the concept of Miquella's needle, which warded away the meddling of the outer gods. After defeating Hornsent, Leda rewards you with a talisman, the Lacerating Cross Tree, which tells us a little more about the Needle Knights. Handicraft depicting a golden cross tree, one of the items conferred to the Needle Knights. Long ago, the Needle Knights were in service of Miquella, but now they are no more, save for one. Leda is the last Needle Knight. Her sword holds the secret as to why this is. It tells us it is a light greatsword with gold inlaid. Weapon of Leda, the Needle Knight. Deals holy damage. Though polished to a mirror sheen, this blade still reeks with the stench of crusted blood that lingers from the cull of her knightly comrades. Leda murdered the rest of the Needle Knights, almost definitely because she saw them as wavering in their dedication to Miquella. After all, we know that none of Miquella's knights ever claimed the Miquella Knight's sword, and perhaps it was considered an ill-fated blade because those who could have claimed it were cut down by the most zealous of their order. With all this in mind, it suddenly becomes clear that Leda has no issue whatsoever putting those she is supposed to work alongside to the sword based on her own assertions. Perhaps this is why Miquella needed to put one of his own knights under his enchantment, to quell her murderous intent and have her safely work alongside others. Immediately after cutting down Hornsent, Leda is back to considering which of our companions is most likely to betray kindly Miquella.
Who else, I wonder? I don't enjoy casting suspicion on anyone I've called a comrade, but it's a small sacrifice in the grand scheme of things. We must eradicate all doubt. There you are. I'm afraid Sir Ansbach will have to be next. He insists that he's nothing but a worn-down over-the-hill soldier. But in his day, he was the feared commander of the pure-blood knights, who cleaved open Miquella the Kind with his blood blade. He claims he hasn't the spirit to take up his sword again, but I doubt it'll be very long before he recalls, as I have, the cascading sheets of blood. I'm afraid he cannot be left to fester. I've come to a realization. There's ample evidence. Without kindly Miquella's influence, I'm quite mistrustful of others.
The way she claims that without Mikola's influence she is mistrustful of others seems to imply that this is something Leda didn't know about herself. It's possible she's been under Mikola's enchantment so long that she has little, if any, recognition of her life before. If she truly did murder the rest of the Needle Knights, then it's possible Mikola enchanted her to make her stop and follow his orders as he intended, rather than as she interpreted them. Given this line, we can assume she doesn't even remember the heinous act she's committed. Either that, or those memories have yet to surface since the enchantment was broken. Either way, we're given another choice: to help her kill the Honorable Sir Ansbach, or defend him against the Needle Knight. Should we help Leda kill Ansbach, she gives us the retaliatory cross-tree talisman and says,
There you are. I appreciate the help in battle. Sir Ansbach must have considered it an honourable end, being felled by your hand. After all, the good fellow held you in the highest regard. When we speak of it, we may speak with pride that we were Sir Ansbach's final adversaries. You are an odd one, aren't you? The enchantment is broken, and yet you alone appear completely unchanged, as if nothing was ever cast upon you. No matter. If you found your way here, it was because kindly Mikola wished it so. But I am afraid this is our farewell. When next we meet, let it be under the eyes of Mikola the Kind. Goodbye, comrade.
While she calls us comrade, she seems to finally understand that we were never under Mikola's spell. And we know how Leda treats her comrades, if she detects even the slightest whiff of treason against kindly Mikola. From this point on, we cannot encounter Leda again until we reach the cleansing chamber of Enigma. Upon following the letters left to us by Ansbach, Dane, and Leda, we make our way to the Church of the Bud, and use Mesmer's flame to burn the sealing tree obscuring Enigma. We explore this ancient divine structure as we make our way to the peak, where the Gate of Divinity and Mikola await us. However, after we fight our way through to the last chamber before the top of the tower, Needle Knight Leda stands before us, blocking our way.
I thought I'd see you here. It'd been quite some time. It was never kindly Mikola, was it? The Erdtree was leading you all along, so that you might ascend to lordship. Why come to these lands to begin with? I suppose it must be what His Eminence, or perhaps the Erdtree, desired all along. The clashing of the favoured lords. Such that one would prevail. So be it. If you insist upon facing Mikola the Kind, then I will run you through whoever you might be. Don't tarry now.
Depending on who we've killed or brought over to our side of the battle, we will face off against a number of foes, but it will always include both Leda and Dryleaf Dne, the two followers of kindly Mikola, who cannot be swayed to see the error of their lord's ways. Leda will chastise herself for ever acting as our compatriot, and begin trying to put us to death with the many needles produced by her sword. Upon defeating her, she says, "Kindly Mikola, make the world a gentler place." This is where the Needle Knight meets her end, so that we may ascend to the gate and face Mikola and his promised consort, so that we may determine the new order that shall take hold of the lands between. Needle Knight Leda was a knight who believed the path to peace was paved in bloodshed, not only of her enemies, but of those who would question the intentions of her lord. Her final words to us make it clear that she always wanted to see Mikola's dream of a gentler world come to fruition, but it stands to reason that by its very definition, she should have no place in that world. Leda was always a deeply bloodthirsty warrior, and a lands between under the guidance of Mikola may have been the only way for her to calm her sword hand. Mikola's enchantment was the only thing that stood between Leda and the death of her companions. She cut down the other Needle Knights, leaving herself the last remaining member of their order. forcing her own lord's hand to enchant her. Leda, though her appearance was that of a gentle woman, was a monster without Mikola's power, bottling up her murderous intent. In this case, the white of her cloak should not denote pure intention, but instead would serve to amplify the appearance of the blood she spilled. While we can choose to help the Needle Knight ferret out those who would betray her lord, she makes it all too clear that we should not put any stock in our status as comrades in arms. We know from the start that we are not under Mikola's enchantment, and as she reveals her true self to us throughout Shadow of the Erdtree, it should become apparent that this fact would always lead to a final confrontation with the Needle Knight. After all, if Leda can't trust those who were enchanted alongside her, what chance did we have of her trusting us, even if we helped her weed out possible pockets of future insurrection against kindly Mikola and the world he and Leda wished to create? Thank you for joining us for our dissection of Needle Knight Leda, the leader of those enchanted by Mikola. What do you think of our analysis of this bloodthirsty warrior clad in white? Did Leda murder the rest of the Needle Knights for some perceived treason? Did Mikola enchant her because there was no other way to make this knight play well with others? After defeating her, did you take up Leda's sword and use Mikola's needles to cut down those who stood in the way of your ascension? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In the past, we've explored all of Mesmer's commanders and elite forces. Gaius, Mesmer's chosen brother and friend. R'hllana, the woman who loved the serpent. The Fire Knights, his personal guard. And the Black Knights. Mesmer commanded some of the most fearsome warriors the Lands Between had ever seen. However, these were the cream of the crop, the people in command of the forces beneath them. Surely, the common foot soldiers of Mesmer's armies were simply just disposable grunts to throw into the fray, right? Actually, this is not the case. Even Mesmer's common soldiers carry with them a strength unlike that of many knights in the Lands Between. These brutish soldiers never stop being a threat, should we choose to do battle with them. And today, we're going to take a look at where that strength and the soldiers themselves come from. The soldiers of Mesmer are unique compared to those we see in the Lands Between, because they don't wield swords or wear the color most often associated with their demigod. The Redmane soldiers don blazing red, the soldiers of Leyndell proudly display the gold of the Erdtree, and the soldiers of the Haligtree are dressed in pure white. But Mesmer seemed to favor practicality over all else, with no real ornamentation to their chainmail armor, aside from an image of the Shadow Tree engraved in gold. Their armor set tells us it is worn by soldiers who serve Mesmer the Impaler. A ragged cloak is draped over rusted mail. Though the chest piece features a Shadow Tree motif, gold has also been used for its engraving, a small consolation to those forced to wage a war without grace or honor. So they really were given nothing more than a weapon, a shield, and a set of basic armor to raise the Land of Shadow beside their lord. It seems as though they were given a tactical disadvantage, being sent to wage a never-ending war with nothing but the clothes on their backs. But the ashes of Mesmer's soldiers do shed light on why this may be. The Mesmer soldier ashes tell us they are ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirits of two of Mesmer's soldiers. One soldier wields an axe, while the other wields a spear. Both of them are adept at charge attacks. These soldiers belong to the ignoble Penal Battalion, and were buried hidden from the Shadow Tree's sight. This is the context we were looking for. As members of a Penal Battalion, these soldiers were likely convicts or undesirables in the Lands Between, that were conscripted into the army, so that they might follow Mesmer to the Land of Shadow.
To die in the lands between means that you would have your soul returned to the Erdtree, an honor for those who believe in the Golden Order. So it makes sense that those who broke the laws of the land would not be granted death. Instead of returning to the Erdtree, these prisoners would be sent to the Land of Shadow, where they could both serve a purpose and meet their deaths without any chance of being given an Erdtree burial. It makes you wonder what exactly kept these soldiers in line and following the orders of their commanders. I have to assume it was the prospect of being burned by Mesmer's flame and having their souls burned away. I'm not sure what to make of the fact that these soldiers were buried hidden from the Shadow Tree's sight. Possibly because the Shadow Tree, as the shadow of the Erdtree, may still be seen with some reverence by those who came from the lands between. There's another aspect of these soldiers' armor that I find interesting, and that's their helm, having a visor that comes down past their nose. No other soldier helm in the lands between shares this visor motif, and I can think of a few reasons why this may have been used for Mesmer's forces. First off, it certainly gives the ambiance of an executioner, which when paired with the axes so many of these soldiers carry, we have to assume was intentional. Mesmer and his army were essentially a marching force of death, meant to destroy the horn-scent and punish them for their horrific practices, and these masks made these soldiers essentially faceless dealers of death. There may have also been a more practical reason for these helms, and it's actually the foot soldiers' armor that tells us why this may be. Cloth armor of the rank-and-file soldiers of Mesmer's army. A pitch-dark soot clings to it, much like the inner faces of the men who wore them. These helms kept the soot of the burning land of shadows out of the eyes and mouths of those who wore them. When speaking to the strength of these soldiers, their equipment paints a picture of men who carried themselves with a competence we don't see in the lands between. Their spears are not much different from those we find in the base game, but they come with the ability to unleash consecutive attacks, and their axes express the ferocity with which they fight. Weapon used by the soldiers who served Mesmer the Impaler, a steel axe worn from use, a favorite of those who lost themselves utterly in their lord's war, capable of performing powerful charge attacks. Finally, we have their shields, which while simple and lacking ornamentation, are actually the largest metal round shields worn by any soldier in the game. In short, their equipment was nothing special, but it was particularly heavy and made to last, so that it would be by their side throughout the never-ending war they were sent to wage. You can draw an interesting parallel between Mesmer's soldiers and the exiled soldiers that find themselves in the employ of Godric the Grafted. These soldiers too were said to be sent from the penal colonies, and also wield axes, but they're not nearly as hardy as Mesmer's soldiers. If anything, I think the existence of these men, banished to the Land of Shadow, creates additional context for the exile soldiers. What if they were what was left behind after all the men suitable for war were given to the Impaler? The exile soldiers may well have been those left behind in the penal colonies, come to fight for Godric in order to do something to get away from their ceaseless toil. Then again, it's possible these enemies are unrelated. I just find it interesting that this idea of the lands between's penal colonies resurfaced with the introduction of Mesmer's soldiers. Presumably, these enemies are still kept in line by the chain of command we can see when exploring Mesmer's army. While the Fire Knights report directly to Mesmer himself, they don't seem to have much hold outside of the Shadowkeep. They stay close to their master. It's the Black Knights who are never too far from the common soldiers. These Black Knights command the movements of the soldiers we do battle with, and I don't believe they were from the penal colonies. Their weapons are imbued with gold, and their armor dons much more ornamentation than the soldiers under their command. So I believe they were more likely to be the very knights that watched over these colonies. Unfortunately, we can't know for sure, as they bear no color of their original masters, donning the black for their march with Mesmer. I have to assume their immense strength was not only meant to ravage the Land of Shadow, but also to keep their soldiers on the battlefield. As former residents of the Lands Between's penal colonies, you'd think they have very little loyalty to the cause, but the right commander with a blackened hammer is good enough incentive not to step out of line. Mesmer's soldiers are the strongest of their kind that we've come across in the Lands Between. You could argue that the only reason they have access to such strength is because they need to in order to challenge our tarnished as we make our way across the Land of Shadow. However, the lore does give us a good reason why these soldiers can so easily destroy us. As nothing more than a simple man, separated entirely from the land where grace flowed and granted its blessings, a soldier of Mesmer's army became strong through the slaughter of the horn-steed. Perhaps these soldiers started as nothing more than a group brought together by sentencing, forced to fight on behalf of their jailers. But after living in a world of endless war, they gained a strength many in the Lands Between would tremble at the thought of encountering. These soldiers, these executioners, continue to live for the slaughter, and the only way to stop them is to cut them down ourselves. Thank you for joining us as we uncovered the history of Mesmer's soldiers, the strongest of the Lands Between, even if they could never prove it. Did you enjoy our breakdown of these soldiers' lore? Do you believe their visors and cloth masks were meant to keep the soot of the burning land of shadow out of their face? Were their weapons of axes and lances meant to portray their role as executioners across the land? Did these soldiers know that they would never see the light of the Erdtree again when they crossed over into the Land of Shadow? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Watch that button below light up as I say like this video, and if you think we've earned it, please consider subscribing, hitting the bell, and setting notifications to all so you never miss out on our weekly lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
The army of Mesmer the Impaler is made up of soldiers from the penal colonies of the Lands Between. Perhaps because her armies were busy waging war elsewhere, or because she knew they would never return from the Land of Shadow, Marika sent her son with these lesser-trained warriors in order to raise her enemies' lands. Many lost themselves to bloodlust and fire as they slaughtered the horn-steed, but there were those who were actually considered knights of this army, either taking this title with them from their homeland, or earning it for their prowess in battle. The Black Knights acted as Mesmer's leads on the ground when it came to subjugating the Land of Shadow, ranking below his most trusted companions and personal attaché of Fire Knights. These fearsome knights harbored incredible strength, utilizing heavy shields and weapons imbued with gold, as well as aspects of the Crucible, likely discovered while slaughtering the horn-steed. However, while many continue to fight on behalf of the Impaler, it seems there was once dissension in their ranks. The Black Knights can be fought all across the fields of the Land of Shadows, sometimes on horseback patrolling areas their forces have overtaken, sometimes actively fighting the inhabitants of the land, including a ghost flame dragon. Once they see us, they immediately target our tarnished with heavy blows from their massive hammers imbued with golden light, swings of their twin blades, or massive arrows. The fact that they're found in these places with no other oversight from Mesmer's higher forces shows how these knights were trusted to lead their own commands, as long as they brought purifying light down on the natives of this land. Their priority is to take territory in the name of the Impaler and the Golden Order, even if they've been completely cut off from the Lands Between. However, after reading the descriptions of their armor, it's hard to say whether or not they still care about their orders, as it's possible the only thing on their minds at this point is bloodshed. The Black Knight helm is described as a helm worn by the Black Knights, servants of Mesmer the Impaler. Black iron ornamented with gold. A rotten odor stubbornly clings to it. Perhaps it arises from the tainted nature of the blood that splattered upon it. Or perhaps it is the wearer's own blackened soul, festering after endless slaughter. And their armor says, though the engraving above the heart is a Erdtree design, it is etched in gold. A small consolation for those forced to wage a war without grace or honor. These armor pieces paint the picture of a group of knights who knew that the war they were going to wage would be a bloody affair, meant only to subjugate, their speck of gold being their only reminder as to why they fight The stench of a blackened soul speaks to what's become of these knights now that they've endured so many years of senseless killing. That said, the Blacksteel Great Shield shows us that the Black Knights still hold true to their convictions after all this time. Weighty shields carried by the Black Knights, servants of Mesmer the Impaler, made of black steel with decorative embellishments in gold, symbolic of their iron conviction in their crusade. The Black Knights will never yield, nor will they ever doubt their purpose. This unwavering faith they have in their war drives their slaughter, and it makes it all the more surprising that some of these knights actually did rebel against Mesmer after discovering the truth of their master. Black Knight Commander Andreas was once the commander of all the Black Knights under Mesmer, and it would seem both he and his son Hugh saw their conviction waver when they learned of their master's curse. Andreas' ashes tell us, the Black Knights were the primary force of Mesmer's army. Their first leader was Andreas, a man endowed with great strength and command over the powers of the Crucible, and whose spirit in these ashes dwell. Though he remained a devout follower of Mesmer after his flight from the Erdtree, he would rebel after learning of his liege's serpentine nature. His righteous stand was rewarded with imprisonment in an underground tomb. Hugh followed in his father's mutiny, as his ashes tell us he was second to their first knight commander, a man with agile command of both twin blade techniques and the powers of the Crucible. Though a champion of the divine beast hunt, he followed his father, Andreas, into rebellion against Mesmer, and like his father, he too was imprisoned in an underground tomb. Mesmer mourned the loss of a brother in arms. These descriptions tell us that no one in the lands between knew the true extent of Mesmer's curse, or that he housed the base serpent within his body. Both Andreas and Hugh, much like the rest of the Black Knights, believed entirely in their cause, that the war they waged was a just one, meant to further solidify the control of the Golden Order across the lands between. So learning that the demigod son of Marika you've been following is inherently heretical came as a shock to these knights. The gold imbued in their weapons was something Mesmer could never know, as he harbored no grace within him, a fact that Andreas was likely unaware of when he was placed in command of the Black Knights. Learning the truth of Mesmer's serpentine nature was enough to convince him that his lord was unworthy of taking this land, and it was with this belief that he dragged his son, a champion of the divine beast hunt, who likely felled a dancing lion beast on his own, down to his level in order to further cleanse the land of shadow by cleansing it of the base serpent. The saddest part of this betrayal is that it must have caught Mesmer off guard. He's said to have mourned the loss of his brothers in arms, so he likely struck the final blows against them himself, even though he saw them as trusted companions. It's unknown how many of the Black Knights Andreas and Hugh won over to their cause, as there are no spirit ashes of these knights strewn across the land. One thing we do know for sure is that there are plenty of Black Knights still chasing their original purpose, and it seems that those who rose through the ranks likely did so by mastering powers native to the land of shadow, powers of the Crucible. When exploring the Fog-Rift Fort, we can do battle with Black Knight Garu, one of the knights capable of utilizing primordial aspects of the Crucible. He carries the only aspect we cannot attain for ourselves in the form of a toad's tongue, which can lash out and hit us from a distance. Another named Black Knight, Erdtree, is found within the fort of Reprimand, and has learned to utilize the wings of the Crucible, much in the way that the Crucible Knights have. In fact, upon his defeat, we can finally use this skill for ourselves in the form of an Ash of War. While it's possible that these Black Knights used to be Crucible Knights, I highly doubt it due to their size and stature. I believe these knights fought for so long against the Horn-steed that they discovered their best-kept secrets in communing with the Crucible, and used that very power against them. No matter the means, the Black Knights fought for the Golden Order, putting the Horn-steed to the blade, regardless of whether or not they would ever see the golden honeyed rays of the lands between again. The Black Knights have every reason to fall into despair and give up their ceaseless battle, but they never do. These knights saw their crusade as their duty to the Golden Order, Led by the first son of Marika, they burned the lands of the horn-steed to the ground, while their leader and his Fire Knights found their base of operations at the Shadowkeep, along with a small number of their own order. The rest of the Black Knights continued to strike down any who would stand against them, across the entire land of Shadow. Nowhere and no one was safe from their gold-imbued hammers and twin blades. The only question left to answer about these knights is whether or not they're still in their right minds. Did the countless years of endless slaughter break them? Turn them into mindless hunters out for their next kill? Or did they still retain their faculties, fighting a never-ending battle on behalf of an order that's forsaken them? Regardless of the answer, these knights continue to fight until they're cut down for good. And in this way, they are true knights of the lands between. Thank you for joining us for this breakdown of the Black Knights. Do you believe Andreas and Hugh were right to turn against Mesmer? Or was their betrayal born of a misunderstanding of their lord's nature, as he never wanted to release the base serpent? Were the Black Knights once members of other factions? Or were they themselves recruited from the penal colonies, just as Mesmer's soldiers were? How did these knights come to understand and utilize aspects of the Crucible? Something we've only ever seen the Crucible Knights and Tarnished able to do. Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
While Mesmer was known as a curse to the horn-steed and a traitor to the Golden Order due to his serpentine nature, he was also an inspiration to the men he led into the Land of Shadow. The Black Knights followed him from the lands between, leaving the Erdtree behind, and whether due to their fear of him or respect for his strength, the penal battalions he commanded fell in line. Mesmer commanded many forces as he razed the Land of Shadow and burned it to the ground. But the strongest of these warriors are the Fire Knights. These knights were comprised of those who came from the upper echelons of noble families in the Golden Order, who believed so deeply in Lord Mesmer that they would leave their easy lives, bathed in honeyed rays of gold, to follow him into battle, casting aside their family name and station. So who were the Fire Knights really? Thankfully, along with the more generic Fire Knights poised to ruin our day on our way to Mesmer's chamber, there are 5 named knights worthy of exploring. Today, we're going to tell the stories of these Fire Knights, and see what they tell us about the overall lore of Mesmer and the Land of Shadow. While the Fire Knights were an elite force, they did have their own rank and file. These are the unnamed knights we face throughout the Shadowkeep, who fight us with Mesmer's flame, their greatswords and short swords. Their helm and armor go a long way in telling us who they truly were. The Fire Knight helm is described as the pointed helm of the Fire Knights under Mesmer the Impaler's personal command. Each and every knight hailed from a renowned family of the Erdtree's upper echelons, but were shunned and chased from their homes after pledging allegiance to Mesmer as their master. The Fire Knight armor tells us it is armor of the Fire Knights under Mesmer the Impaler's personal command, distinguished by its red cape and twin gold snakes which adorn the neck, enhancing incantations of Mesmer's flame. These were the only ones who truly knew Mesmer, his flames like serpents, the painful fate that accompanied his accursed form. So even those Fire Knights who remained unnamed were considered important enough to truly know Mesmer on a more personal level. For me, this is reminiscent of the Cleanrot Knights, who presumably had a deeper personal connection to Melania. If nothing else, these knights make it clear that Mesmer was seen by some as righteous and worthy of being followed. These knights wield greatswords and short swords that undulate with fire, and have been blessed with a flame incantation. In this way, Mesmer shared his fire with his knights. The incantation Fire Serpent gives us a better look at why he would do this rather than give them direct control over his fire. Incantation of the Fire Knights under Mesmer the Impaler's personal command launches a flame with a serpentine coil.
When the flame they received from Mesmer would not find purchase within them, the Fire Knights relied on fire incantations to honor their bond. It seems that Mesmer did indeed try to share his fire with his loyal knights, but for many, the flame would not find purchase within them. So instead, he imbued their weapons and outfitted them with a Fire Knight seal. Sacred Seal of the Fire Knights, who answer directly to Mesmer the Impaler, enhances fire incantations of Mesmer. The emblem of Mesmer's army depicts a golden ring and the fire of his sacred seal. By doing this, his knights can still wield his flames on his behalf. Some would even go on to create more practical items with the strength of this flame. The Fire Knights' cookbooks are records of crafting techniques left by the Fire Knights who served Mesmer the Impaler. They detail the art of wielding fire for the benefit of soldiers setting out to join the crusade. Through these cookbooks, soldiers learned to create Mesmer fire grease and fire coils, so that all fighting under Mesmer's banner could cleanse the land in flame. This is how the Fire Knights would use flame to protect the keep and their lord. But what of those whom Mesmer's flame did find purchase within? Well, they each have their own story, and we can do battle with most of them as we explore the Land of Shadow. The first Fire Knight we have the opportunity to do battle with is Quaylen. This knight has his own questline associated with our fights, which can be done in any order. However, I believe the correct way to start this quest would be to first face him in the Belorat Tower settlement. As we explore Belorat, we can find our way to the gravesite plain where he will invade us, making his intentions clear from the start.
Stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
This is the same line Mesmer speaks when we face him, so perhaps this was akin to a battle cry of the Fire Knights when they faced their enemies. Upon our first victory against him, Quaylen drops the Crusade insignia, which is described as a talisman depicting a raised spear on a backdrop of flames in remembrance of the lives lost in the sacred crusade led by Mesmer. The warriors who fought in the crusade set aside both honor and mercy to wantonly impale and scorch those deemed impure. Those who felt invigorated by each cry of death were the same men who were certain of the sanctity of the campaign. As we can see, Crusader is certainly the proper term for these knights, as they were so sure of their purpose that they reveled in the slaughter of their enemies, believing themselves to be burning away those unworthy to sit beneath the Erdtree. We can find Quaylen again just before entering the Shaded Castle if we follow the main road past Castle Ensis. To the west of this path, we find the Church of the Crusade, which houses a Erdtree fragment, and our second encounter with this crazed knight. Once he invades us, he speaks again, sure that he will burn us away.
Thou shalt not evade the flame of Mesmer.
If we happen to lose this fight, he says something interesting, addressing Queen Marika directly.
Queen Marika, behold, I have excised another cancer to thy joy.
So Quaylen understood how personal this crusade was to the Queen, and if we defeat him, he says,
How could this be? Forsake me not, Queen Marika, my grace.
On this occasion, he drops the prayer room key and the Ash of War, Flame Skewer, an attack we recognize from Mesmer himself. We don't meet with Quaylen again until diving deep into the Shadowkeep and uncovering its mysteries. If you approach the keep from behind and find the back entrance, this is where you will find the prayer room which Quaylen dropped the key for in our previous battle. Getting there can be difficult, but once we find our way to the entrance, there's no telling what we'll find behind that door. Most would assume there would be another battle with this bowl-cut sporting knight, but it seems his losses to our tarnished have broken him. We find Quaylen balled up on the floor, talking to himself.
Marika, mother to us all, favor me with thy grace. I have met many who would threaten or distress thee, and quelled each and all. and I hereby swear to never cease. So please, grant me thy grace. Leave me with my solitary light.
It's at this point we can choose to give him either the Iris of Occultation or the Iris of Grace. If we give him the Iris of Occultation, he sees only darkness and believes he's been forsaken by Queen Marika. Which is actually accurate, considering she never had any intention of retrieving the forces sent to the Land of Shadows.
I would not. Am I not pure? Defile thee I would never. I ask, why wouldst thou think to purloin from me? Deignest thou not to look upon me? All this time, I held in my heart only thee.
We then find his greatsword, a weighty piercing sword with a blade that undulates like fire. Quaylen devoted his all to the crusade and remade his greatsword in the shape of the lance wielded by his liege, aspiring to become a second impaler. It seems Quaylen was more fanatical than most when it came to his dedication to Mesmer and Queen Marika. If we give him the Iris of Grace, he says,
Queen Marika, dearest mother, I shall silence all who would trespass upon thy peace, as decreed by the grace of gold. No soul shall thy sanctity imperil.
We are then granted his Spirit Ash, which gives us more insight into his fanaticism. Spirit of a Knight granted relief by the Iris of Grace. Wields a spear-like greatsword that impales foes upon fire, keeping the taint of impurity away from fair Mother Marika. That grace was his salvation, though it was but a fleeting blessing, and having been saved, all that was left to him was to wage war. It's not incorrect for those under her rule to refer to Marika as the dearest mother, but with Quaylen, I believe this takes on a deeper meaning. He was not just obsessed with Mesmer, but he mirrored him, aspiring to be a second impaler, and showed deep dedication, an obsession with Marika. I believe Quaylen's ultimate goal was to be seen as one of Marika's children himself, as he desperately tried to mimic her firstborn. This may explain why he is found locked in the prayer room, essentially caved in on himself. While he may have once been a trusted member of Mesmer's forces, it's possible they now consider him to be unstable, and they needed to keep him under lock and key, just in case his obsession led to treason against his lord. Once we lower the water level in the church district, there's another Fire Knight we can do battle with outside of the entrance to the path that leads us to the Erdtree avatar. This knight wears a tall mask with two sorrowful faces stacked upon it. This mask, the Death Mask Helm, is how we learn who this knight is. Helm of Wego, elder among the Fire Knights. Two warped death masks stacked one atop the other. Gnawed at by loneliness, the old man turned his attention to the spirituality of Mesmer's flame, using it in a rite of resurrection. Yet the soulless bodies he brought back to life were no comfort to poor Wego. We can see as we do battle with Wego that there are numerous burning putrid corpses surrounding the area. These are the people Wego has brought back from the dead using Mesmer's flame. It may be surprising to see this same flame that's brought destruction and has the power to burn away spirits themselves, grant life. However, it's a double-edged sword. Wego is said to be an old man who's engrossed himself in the spirituality of Mesmer's flame, meaning that he must understand his flame is related to the Abyssal Serpent, a being that stands in contrast to the Golden Order. I'm willing to bet that Wego was the last of his noble family in the Lands Between, and that's why he chose to follow Mesmer. His helm itself may be the death masks of his loved ones, possibly a wife and child. Perhaps he thought he could bring back his family through the resurrection rites of the flame, but unfortunately, due to the nature of the thing itself, anything he brings back is only a physical body. The spirit within has already burned away. It's also worth noting that every Fire Knight in the Church District wears the Death Mask Helm,
I do believe that the one we fight surrounded by these putrid corpses is Wego himself, due to the fact that he clearly brought them back from the dead. But it's possible that the rest of the knights in this area were actually under his command, thus they would wear the mask representative of their commander. That said, we find Wego in the church district, perhaps living in self-pity, surrounded by those he could not properly return to life. However, this was likely not always the case, and he must have performed his duties as a knight during the Purge, because another of the named Fire Knights is actually said to have been a disciple of poor old Wego. Salza is encountered on the bridge leading from the Shadowkeep to the Rao Ruins. This Fire Knight has perfected an incantation no other can wield, possibly having created it himself after taking on Mesmer's flame. Salza is able to rain fire down upon us as we make our way toward the exit, but once we fight him face to face, he seems to be no stronger than your typical Fire Knight. Upon defeating him, we receive his hood and incantation. His helm tells us it is the Hood of Salza, Sage of the Fire Knights. A prodigious amount of cloth wound around it, giving the impression of a greatly swollen head, and wearing it increases intelligence. A disciple of the elder Wego, he refused to burn down an old ruin, at the risk of his own life. His incantation, Rain of Fire, tells us it's the Incantation of Salza, Sage of the Fire Knights. Summons a cloud of flame overhead that pelts foe with rain of fire from above. Salza's disdain for barbarism never waned, even as he burned more villages and scorched more land than any other. When taking these two descriptions into account, it seems as though Salza may have reached a breaking point during the crusade against the Horn-steed. I believe what we're being told with these items is that Salza, at the beginning of the crusade, believed wholeheartedly that they were in the right to be destroying everything remotely related to the Horn-steed, razing it to the ground. But over time, his conviction may have waned. Apparently, he found something about this land worth preserving, and we can look at Fire Knight Hild to learn exactly what that was. While we dig through the secrets of the Shadowkeep, we can make our way up to the rafters of this great structure, and while exploring there, we can find the spirit ashes of Fire Knight Hild. A spirit who belonged to the Fire Knights, an order which answers directly to Mesmer. Hild swings a slender greatsword and casts fire incantations. Hild was a dear friend to Salza the Sage, and joined those who urged that the specimens be preserved. Hild's ashes were enshrined as a charm to protect the storehouse. This tells us all we need to know about Hild. She believed that the specimens should be preserved, as they may serve a purpose in the future, perhaps as a way to combat the spread of omened babies being born in the lands between, or maybe just so that history would not be forgotten, so that it couldn't repeat itself. It's likely she and the other Fire Knights didn't know they'd be forever separated from the lands between when she gave her life to act as protective spirit ash. The other important detail in this description is her relationship to Salza. As his close friend, perhaps it was Hild's words that reached Salza and convinced him he should not burn down this old ruin. Maybe the ruin referred to here is the Shadowkeep itself, and the two of them convinced their Lord Mesmer that instead of destroying this place, they should instead take it for themselves, preserving the specimens within. Such a proclamation would of course mean putting their lives on the line, but Mesmer respected his forces and saw logic in their words. Yes, Mesmer was a zealot, but he was no one's fool, outside of his mother. The last named Fire Knight we can encounter in the Land of Shadow is Cood, the very knight that guards the way to Mesmer himself. While fighting Cood, he uses the unique art of war, Flame Spear. Skill of Cood, captain of the Fire Knights. Ready weapon for a thrusting attack, and unleash a spear of flame straight ahead. This is one of those rare occasions where the description of an art of war gives us the most important detail of a character. Cood was not just a trusted knight, he was the leader of this force, just below Mesmer. Upon defeating Cood, he drops the winged serpent helm. Helm of Cood, captain of the Fire Knights. A winged serpent perches atop it.
The winged serpent is the token creature of Mesmer's military forces. It is a wise friend, which keeps the base serpent at bay and holds its power in check. This is very interesting to me, because what I believe it's saying is that the winged serpent we see flowing in and out of Mesmer's body is actually part of the seal that keeps the abyssal serpent in check, along with the seal placed by Marika on Mesmer's eye. Regardless of what this item just taught us, the story of Khud is the most straightforward of the Fire Knights. He is their leader, directly relaying the words and orders of Mesmer to the others of his order, while defending his lord from any and all threats that would approach. Too bad he wasn't prepared for us. This brings us to the end of all the named Fire Knights, but there are a few other details worth examining. You don't face any Fire Knights aside from Quaylin outside of the Shadowkeep, which makes sense, as Mesmer's keeping his most elite forces close by. It's also interesting that 2 of the exits found within the Shadowkeep are guarded by these named knights, meaning that Mesmer did not want anyone wandering into the keep to be able to make their way out, or for any of the horn-scent found within to be able to escape during the crusade. Even the unnamed Fire Knights are some of the most powerful enemies you'll face walking around the Land of Shadow, and their strength is more than commendable. These knights left their lives behind, chased from their homes, because they believed in the goal of Mesmer the Impaler, the Holy Crusade, secretly sanctioned by Queen Marika. Khud, Salza, Wego, Hild, and Quaylin fought directly under Mesmer the Impaler himself. Each of them had his ear, as he treated these knights as equals, and each should be remembered after we finish our time in the Land of Shadows. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the Fire Knights, the elite forces of Mesmer the Impaler. Do you believe Quaylin was loyal to Mesmer, or did he serve a higher purpose under Queen Marika? Was Khud the one who stationed his Fire Knights at the exits of the Shadowkeep, or did that order come from Mesmer directly? Was the old ruins Salza refused to burn down the Shadowkeep itself, or perhaps the ruins of Rao? Do we actually face Wego when we explore the Church District, or are we simply fighting his forces? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Furnace Golems were an enemy that was featured predominantly in both trailers for Shadow of the Erdtree, and the first time we entered the Land of Shadow, we were all forced to grapple with the question, do I fight this thing? Truly, the Furnace Golem at the beginning of the DLC served the same purpose as the Tree Sentinel from the base game. No matter how accustomed to FromSoft games we were, that enemy was meant to humble us and remind us to play smart, and the Furnace Golem did the same thing. No matter how strong our journey through the lands between made us, this enemy will still destroy you until you learn how to fight it and gather some Shadow Tree fragments. No matter where we go in the Land of Shadow, there's always the chance that a Furnace Golem could be around the next bend, making us panic and reassess how we want to move through the area. An enemy this fearsome deserves to be explored, and that's what we're going to do. Today, we turn up the heat and feel the flames of the Furnace Golems. The Furnace Golems stand over 100 feet tall, meaning that fighting each one is like taking on Godzilla himself. They're deadly both up close and from a distance, shooting their flames in our direction through either fireballs or spirals, and rending the very earth beneath our feet in fire. Intimidating would be the perfect word to describe these automatons, and it seems that was the exact intent behind their design. Each golem we defeat will drop a Furnace Golem Visage, an extremely rare item that's only gathered from either fighting these enemies or coming across the corpses of those that no longer work. The item is described as a smaller imitation of the Furnace Golem's visage, exceedingly rare to find. A stone mask surrounded by curled horns, depicting the fell god of fire that haunts the sagas of the horn-scent. Apparently, the face carved into the Furnace Golems is specifically meant to strike fear into the hearts of the horn-steed. Also, as if to drive home the point further, just below the waist of these creatures, on each leg, you can see what looks to be a visage of the fire giants themselves. This is the only written indication that the denizens of the Land of Shadow see the fire giants as their sworn enemies. But it makes perfect sense when you consider that their society was built around their religious beliefs regarding the importance of spirits, and what fire could do to those spirits. The only item that can be crafted from the furnace golem visage is the hefty furnace pot, which is a capacious cracked pot imbued with a hex of the furnace. Throw at an enemy to create a whirlwind of flame. The furnace's flame burns away both body and soul. When impurity is thus expunged, one calls it cleansing. The furnace golems didn't just burn those it attacked, it cleansed them, destroying both their body and their soul, their spirit, the very thing that the horn-steed saw as divine. To add another layer of horror onto this idea, if we look inside the furnace golems, we can see that it isn't just enormous coals being burned behind their iron barbs, but the flesh of people. The smoldering flames of these golems thrive on the bodies of those it puts inside itself. As a horn-steed under siege by Mesmer's forces, the visage of the fell god would be enough to strike fear into your heart, but the knowledge that your spirit could be burned away by the flames as well likely caused many to simply turn and run when these imposing figures made their way to the tower settlement under the command of Mesmer the Impaler and his forces. There is the question of who built the furnace golems, and we actually have contradictory evidence showing us who their potential creators could be. Obviously, as they are massive constructs and use the visage of the fell god, you could assume that they were made by the giants, intending for them to cleanse the land before they were co-opted by the Golden Order. However, I don't believe this is the case. We learn from a furnace keeper's note that the golems will have some kind of reaction to being hit with the whirlwind flames of the hefty furnace pots. A note left presumably by a furnace keeper, containing admonitions regarding the furnace's proper use. Keep fire pots well and clear when the golem's furnace is ablaze, and never let me catch you with pots that produce flaming whirlwinds, for goodness sake. If we decide to do the exact opposite of what the furnace keeper is telling us in this note, we can see two possible outcomes. Those furnace golems that are already patrolling the Land of Shadow can actually be defeated by throwing one of these pots directly into their kiln. And some corpses of furnace golems can actually be reignited and brought back to life by these flames. All this to say, the flames of the hefty furnace pot can either give these constructs life or bring them death. By looking at the ingredients of these pots, we can find the flame's origin, and surprisingly, it's not the flames of the fell god. To make a hefty furnace pot, you need red flesh mushrooms, a furnace visage, an empty hefty cracked pot, and 2 embers of Mesmer. This means that the flames ignited by the furnace golem's visage are actually Mesmer's flames. The furnace golems were created by the Golden Order, and they operate using the flames of Marika's first son. It seems as though the Golden Order took what they learned warring with the fire giants and used it to create these golems and raise the Land of Shadow. This also means it's Mesmer's flames, not the flames of the fell god, that actually have the potential to burn away spirits as a whole. You may want to argue that the furnace golems can't have been created by the Golden Order, because if they were, why don't we find any in the base game? To which I say, why would we? These golems were created for the express purpose of burning the Land of Shadow down, and were conceived using Mesmer's flame. Marika would not want any trace of these golems in her Golden Land, as they only existed to fight under Mesmer, who she knew when sending to the Land of Shadow that she was going to abandon in order to protect the Erdtree from yet another flame with the potential to burn it to the ground. There's another item type that each furnace golem drops that could contradict the idea that they were created by the Golden Order: the crystal tears. While these tears are typically described as being created by the sap of the Erdtree, the ones found from killing furnace golems actually specify they are crystal tears
formed slowly over the ages, where the scattered sap of the shadow tree pulls deep within the furnace golems. So if they're made from the sap of the shadow tree, they must originate from the land of shadow, right? I don't believe this is the case, as the sap of the shadow tree doesn't seem to be intrinsically linked to the creation of the golems themselves. Rather, this sap either fell into them as they wandered the land, or was held by those added to their corpse piles within their furnace-like bodies. From here, the tears fed on the souls and corpses burning away within, just as the Erdtree feeds on the corpses and souls buried beneath the lands between. Basically, the tears are a byproduct of the furnace golems, and did not exist during their initial creation. The furnace golems were conceived for the express purpose of raining flame down across the land of shadow, and burning the home of the horn-steed to the ground. By using Mesmer's flame to power these massive structures, Marika brought the terror of the fire giants to the doorstep of the people who subjugated the shamans and tortured them through their religious practices. She placed these massive automatons under her son's command, and sent them along to destroy all they could with swirling flame, burning not only the homeland of her oppressors, but destroying the very spirits they worshipped. Then, without a second thought, she sealed them away, so that they could never become a threat to her own rule. The Erdtree would be safe from the weapons she created. Her son's flame would be contained to the land of shadow, and never again would they pass back into the lands between. Thank you for joining me for this exploration of the furnace golems, the enormous enemies that greet us as we enter the land of shadow. What did you think of our breakdown of their history? Do you believe the furnace golems were created in the lands between and sent to the land of shadow? Or were they constructed in secret beneath the shadow tree? They're brought to life by a mixture of the visage of the fell god and Mesmer's flame. So whose flame is more prominent, the fell god's or Mesmer's? Did you search the land destroying these monstrosities and gathering their crystal tears? Or do you simply stay out of their way? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Watch that button light up as I ask you to like this video. And if you think we've earned it, subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Every remembrance boss of Elden Ring has a story to tell. From Mesmer the Impaler, first son of Marika, to Midra, the scholar cursed to harbor the flame of frenzy. While there's always a story, many of them are fairly insulated, having their most important chapters being directly related to the land of shadow. However, there are times this is not the case. In fact, there is a warrior who followed Mesmer on his crusade, one of his closest allies, who was given a station to defend from any who would dare trespass it. And while it sounds like I'm talking about R'hllana, I'm not. The warrior I'm referring to is Commander Gaius. This boar-riding commander of Mesmer's army protects the Shadow Tree Chalice just outside the Shadow Keep, and has a deeper relationship to both Mesmer and his brother than you might suspect. When we face Gaius in battle, we're not met with any fanfare. We walk out into a field and are immediately taken off guard by an enormous boar charging at our tarnished, with a rider in unique black armor riding atop. This black knight barrels down on us with unrelenting swings of his sword lance, gravity rock spears, and the strength of his boar companion. We can take this blade for ourselves, and it tells us it is a weapon once wielded by Commander Gaius, a combination of great sword and lance, weighty and capable of being brought to bear with great force. This armament shows its true potential when used astride a mount. Gaius himself was never without his boar. This is a testament to the strength required for Gaius to swing this weapon, but also touches on his deeper connection to his mount. We'll explore this momentarily, but first we want to take a look at who Gaius was, long before we came to find him defending the Shadow Tree Chalice. Gaius was not always the commander of Mesmer's forces.
Once he was nothing more than a mere student of gravity sorceries. Long ago, the Alabaster Lords took on pupils worthy of learning their magic arts, and until now, we only knew of one who learned their secrets, General Radahn. Gaius' armor tells us it is the black iron chest armor of Commander Gaius, part of an armor set patterned after fallen seeds. Gaius was the most senior disciple of the same Alabaster Lord who taught Radahn and Gaia gravitational technique. This means that in Radahn's earliest days, Gaius was actually his senior, studying the gravity arts. It seems they even sprung up a friendly rivalry, as we learned from the sorcery Blades of Stone. Gravity manipulating sorcery of Commander Gaius pulls blade-like clumps of rock from the earth. Gaius and Radahn were good rivals in their youth, and this sorcery is a product of their friendly competition. With this in mind, it's interesting to think which of Radahn's sorceries may have been inspired by Gaius. When it comes to his relation to Mesmer, we can look to his remembrance. Remembrance of Commander Gaius hewn into the Erdtree. Both were as elder brothers to the lion, and both were cursed from birth. In spite of that, or perhaps because of this very reason, Gaius was both Mesmer's friend and the leader of his men. So it would seem that Gaius and Mesmer were friends well before they started their crusade on the Land of Shadow, back when they both resided in the Lands Between, alongside the other demigods, long before the Shattering. What I find most interesting about this description is that it confirms Mesmer had a brotherly relationship with Radahn long ago, and it expands on the idea of Gaius and Radahn's rivalry. They weren't just striving to outdo each other. Gaius likely acted as a steady hand in guiding Radahn's sorceries, and Radahn saw him as an older brother figure, someone to emulate alongside the first Elden Lord, Godfrey. With all of this said, the detail of both Mesmer and Gaius being cursed from birth needs to be explored, because while we know the affliction Mesmer was born with, how was Gaius cursed? After defeating this boar-riding commander, we can explore the area around him and find an Albinauric shack, defended by a wolf-riding Albinauric archer. Upon defeating the archer and her wolf, we obtain a piece of Gaius' armor that wasn't dropped when we defeated him, Gaius' greaves. Black iron greaves made for Commander Gaius, a cruel joke, for he could not wear them. Riding atop the boar he called his other half, Gaius was in fact a warrior of Albinauric extraction. Commander Gaius, the leader of Mesmer's men, confidant of Mesmer, brother and inspiration to the conqueror of the stars himself, was an Albinauric. You would not expect these people, devoid of grace and persecuted by the Golden Order, to have any kind of relation to the Golden lineage. But Gaius must have been a special case, as he was able to prove himself in a way no other had. He's also the only male Albinauric we see throughout the Lands Between to ride a mount, calling it his other half, and show a significant level of physical strength. How he was able to cultivate this strength is unknown, but his prowess for sorcery can easily be explained by the Albinauric's natural aptitude for magic. However, I wonder if the fact that Gaius was an Albinauric was hidden from all but those who were closest to him. Perhaps the existence of these greaves is proof that the person who created his armor was unaware he had no legs to protect in the first place. Maybe the reason he was never seen without his other half, his boar, was because it would give away his secret. I have to assume Mesmer would do whatever he could to protect his friend and keep this secret, so that he could remain by his side and have him lead his forces. While Commander Gaius was considered by many to be nothing more than an irritating boss fight in the early days of Shadow of the Erdtree, it turns out he's actually one of the most compelling enemies to come from the DLC. By looking into who Gaius was and his place in the history of the Lands Between, we come to learn more about Mesmer and his relationship to his family. The story of Gaius helps us to better understand the overall timeline of Elden Ring, and how everything we can learn in Shadow of the Erdtree fits into the history we already knew of the Lands Between. Gaius is a perfect example of how learning everything we can about the new characters in Shadow of the Erdtree can help tie together the overall lore of Elden Ring. And I think that's incredibly important when it comes to a DLC that many consider to be disjointed or too unrelated to the main game. If you pay attention, you can find how these threads tie back to the core themes and story of Elden Ring. You just have to be willing to dig a little deeper. Thank you for joining us for this dissection of Commander Gaius, the gravity-wielding Albinoric classmate of Star Scourge Radahn and friend of Mesmer the Impaler. What do you think of the story of Gaius? Do you like that his armor and weapons revealed key information about the history of Mesmer and Radahn? Or would you have wanted their story to be told elsewhere? Were the greaves made for Gaius meant to be a slight against his heritage? Or were they created as part of his set by someone who wasn't in the know? Did you fight Gaius on horseback, rider against rider? How did he survive without ever leaving his boar? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Carian royal family has always been thought to be larger than just Rennala and her demigod offspring. In the past, we've speculated that the snowy witch, Rena, may have been a Carian, the grandmother of Ranni the Witch, but that assumption comes more from context clues than in-game lore. The Carian filigreed crest is said to have been awarded to Carian knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses, plural. It even specifies that Ranni is the last Carian princess, so we know that at some point there were other princesses. Thanks to Shadow of the Erdtree, we now know the identity of one of these princesses, Rellana, the Twin Moon Knight, sister of the Carian queen, Rennala. When we fight her, we face the true might of Carian royalty, and see the strength of one who's found their own moon. But what bearing did she have on the lands between before finding her way to the Land of Shadow? Her sister held a prestigious position as leader of Raya Lucaria, so why is it Rellana did not follow in her footsteps? Perhaps she did, because the history of Rellana is that of a woman falling for a man with fiery red hair and working to make his goals a reality. Today, we explore the life of Rellana, the Twin Moon Knight, her relation to the Golden Order, and Mesmer the Impaler. The tale of Rellana starts long ago, likely sometime after Rennala took over as the head of Raya Lucaria. The incantation Rellana's Twin Moons tells us it's a sorcery of Rellana, the Twin Moon Knight, associated with a Carian princess. Incarnate overlapping twin moons, which strike the ground one after the other, violently shaking the earth with moonlight. In her childhood, she and her elder sister Rennala met these moons, overlapping as though nestled against one another. I believe this event, where the sisters walked side by side encountering these moons, happened after Rennala became the Carian queen, because of the description of Rennala's full moon. Sorcery associated with the Carian queen uses the caster as a vessel to incarnate a full moon, then sends it floating towards foes. The full moon dispels all sorcery that touches it. Queen Rennala encountered this enchanting moon when she was young, and later, it would bewitch the Academy. This description calls out only one moon, the full moon, which Rennala was then able to use to earn her place at the head of the Academy. I believe much like she did for her daughter, Rennala took her sister to see the moon when she was young, so that she could discover her own version of this incantation. This trip bore fruit, as Rellana discovered the twin moons, and from that point on, devoted herself to her studies, so that she could wield their power. We know this to be the case because of the High Priest hat worn by Count Ymir. The hat of Count Ymir, High Priest. The circular design at the top represents the Greater Will and its lightless abyss, imparting increased intelligence and arcane to the wearer. Though Count Ymir instructed Rellana in the sorcerous arts, he abandoned his allegiance to the moon. It was merely the closest of the celestial bodies, nothing more. So Ymir was Rellana's personal tutor, and it seems his knowledge paid off.
as she would come to be known as a formidable knight. During the Second Liurdian War, a peace accord was struck that would see the Carian queen marry a champion of the Golden Order. The marriage of Rennala and Radahn solidified peace between the capital and the academy, and it was during this time that Rellana decided to make a show of fealty to the Golden Order through ritual combat. The ritual shield talisman tells us, the practice of ritual combat had died out by the age of King Consort Radahn, but remains of the arenas where ritual combat took place can still be found in every land. When also taking into account the ritual sword talisman, we can see that swords and shields were the symbol of this rite, and this was a popular ritual amongst the strong in the lands between. Perhaps this is why Rellana entered into combat using the Carian thrusting shield. As both a sword and a shield, it could be seen as the perfect weapon for these matches. Silver thrusting shield embedded with glintstones enables the wielder to attack and guard simultaneously. Once wielded by Rellana the Twin Moon Knight during her sole entry into ritual combat, a demonstration of fidelity to the Erdtree. Why exactly she would pledge herself to the Golden Order as a member of the Carian royal family is unclear, but there's one possibility. Perhaps, just perhaps, a certain red-haired demigod, one that looked much like his sister's husband, had caught her eye, and she wanted to show her devotion to his cause, or maybe her devotion to him. After we face Rellana in battle, we are granted her remembrance, which tells us it's the remembrance of Rellana, the Twin Moon Knight, hewn into the Scadu tree. Once a Carian princess, Rellana disavowed her birthright and chose to stand at Mesmer's side instead, knowing full well that not even the brilliance of the moon could grant him succor. Before long, she became known as the Sword of Mesmer. This wording is interesting as it can be taken multiple ways. It could be that Rellana had a romantic relationship with Mesmer and stood by his side as his lady, or it could be that she simply wished to lift his burden, knowing she could never truly do so, and settling for being his blade. Whether or not the two were romantically involved is left ambiguous, but her feelings for Mesmer are clear when we look at the other items describing her time leaving the lands between for the Land of Shadow. Ornate helm of Rellana, the Twin Moon Knight, fashioned from silver steel. Rennala, head of the royal family of Caria, was said to have given her younger sister, who renounced her lineage to chase after Mesmer, a gift of lustrous black hair. The hair flowing from this helm is almost definitely that which the description mentions, but more importantly, this tells us Rellana chased after Mesmer, not that she followed him into the Land of Shadow. This paints a picture of Rellana having already developed feelings for Mesmer, learning of his crusade only after it had begun, and deciding to give up her place as a Carian royal in order to follow him. Interestingly, this is an act Rennala seems to have supported, with her gift of black hair acting as a form of approval, pushing her sister to follow the path she believes is best. Of course, Rellana does not take this trip alone. Rellana's cameo tells us it is a talisman featuring a gallant portrait of Rellana, the Twin Moon Knight, engraved as a reminder of the unparalleled devotion of those who left their homelands to serve Rellana. By your leave, we will accompany you wherever your lunar vessel takes you. Rellana took a number of Lazuli sorcerers, as well as Ymir and her personal Carian knight, Moonrathil, along with her, where they would eventually establish themselves in Castle Ensis. Seemingly all who followed her stayed by her side after she was named the Sword of Mesmer, aside from Ymir, who found his own path after coming to the Land of Shadow. One piece of evidence against the idea that Rellana and Mesmer were together romantically comes in the form of Rellana's twin blades. Carian light greatsword embedded with blue glintstone, weapon of Rellana, the Twin Moon Knight, two swords as a single armament. When two-handing, a straight sword engraved with golden flame will be carried in the left hand. Here and here alone were moon and fire ever together. That wording, here and here alone, could imply that Mesmer was not able to return Rellana's affection. The two swords she carries are of different styles, one being a Carian sword embedded with a deep blue glintstone, and able to cast glintstone light waves. The other being gold and depicting twisted snakes, able to bathe the area around you in fire. If the Blade of Flame was given to her by Mesmer, along with her place at his side as his knight, this could be a sort of consolation prize for her unrequited love. While he could not love her back, he could see her strength and devotion, even admire it, and grant her the closest station there was as his knight, even giving her Castle Ensis, so she could defend the route to the Shadowkeep, keeping safe the man she loved above all others. This, however, is only one interpretation. Regardless of whether you believe R'hllana and Mesmer could be together, it's undeniable that she set aside her life, her family, her station as royalty, for the man that housed the abyssal serpent within his flesh. Even so, she never forgot her home or her sister, as she still wears the helm with R'hllana's hair woven into it, and her very own armor shows how deeply she still cares for her Carian roots. R'hllana's armor is the ornate armor of R'hllana the Twin Moon Knight, fashioned from silver steel, adorned with the lapis lazuli blue that is symbolic of Caria. Its radiance is yet to fully fade. She proudly wears the colors of Caria and maintains her armor as best she can. After all this time, there is no rust. The shine of her armor is not faded, meaning she must take excellent care of it. Aside from this, we can see in various areas of Castle Ensis, it's been adorned with banners of Carian blue containing Mesmer's symbol, a show of fealty to her lord and a reminder of her past. In the end, as powerful as R'hllana is, she seems almost shackled to others, keeping her from truly being her own person. First, she was connected to her sister, a seemingly loving relationship to be sure, but one where she could only discover new power through her aid, hence the development of her twin moons. After this, she became shackled by her love for Mesmer, again expressing it through the imagery of twins, this time in the form of blades. R'hllana exists alongside others, never standing as her own moon, forever in the shadow of those she loves. Hence the Twin Moon Knight lived to fight for others, and eventually fell at the hands of a lowly tarnished, hell-bent on making their way to the Shaded Castle, so that they might steal the embers of Mesmer's flame. Ultimately, R'hllana failed in her duties. She failed to protect her sister from Radahnn's machinations, and she failed to defend Mesmer from those who would do him harm. But really, what chance did she have? Those she loved were always doomed to be crushed beneath the heel of the Golden Order. At the very least, she decided for herself who she would wield her blade for, and in that, I'm sure she found solace. Thank you for joining us for our exploration of R'hllana, the Twin Moon Knight, former Carian princess and sister of the Carian queen. Do you believe that the story of R'hllana and Mesmer is one of unrequited love? Or were they closer than the written lore would have you believe? What was it about Mesmer that made R'hllana throw away her station as a Carian princess? Why were her twin moons not regarded as a sorcery powerful enough to make her the head of Raya Lucaria Academy? Did the rise Celavis finds himself in once belong to R'hllana? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The history of Mesmer the Impaler has long been hidden by Queen Marika herself. The first son of the Elden Ring's vessel wields a fire so potent he brought the land of shadow to its knees at the behest of his mother. This man would wield his curse to do her bidding, and eventually be rewarded with exile. This is what we learned from the story trailer for Shadow of the Erdtree, and now that we can enter the land of shadow for ourselves, we can not only face Mesmer in battle, but we can uncover the story of his followers, his crusade, and his flame, while also learning the secrets of his origins and build a timeline of when exactly he was banished. I also have a suspicion that we can more or less confirm both sides of his parentage, thanks to the greater implications of the lore of this land. Today, we will explore Mesmer, the keeper of the Land of Shadow, the ever-watchful eye keeping this place in check. I believe the best place to start the story of Mesmer is at the very beginning, a place that holds one of the greatest mysteries of the character. Who was his father? In the past, I thought Mesmer's parentage would be a curveball, but after playing through the DLC, I've joined the ranks of the masses and believe that Mesmer was born to Marika and Radahn, well before Marika became a god. In this time, Marika and Radahn were two separate entities, not yet joined into one flesh. Thanks to Reddit user the Eldritch Creep, I believe we can confirm that Marika and Radahn were together before her marriage to Godfrey, and that calling Radahn back to be the second Elden Lord was not the first time they were wed. There's an item in the Shadow Keep known as the Secret Rite Scroll that explains how one ascends to godhood. A scroll made of white tree bark. Few can decipher the scroll, which describes the secret rite of the Divine Gateway, said to be found at the tower enshrouded by shadow. A lord will usher in a god's return, and the lord's soul will require a vessel. I long suspected that Radahn and Marika were not always one, and upon finding this scroll, I had first assumed it was only meant to explain our current situation in the DLC. But now it seems as though Radahn was the lord who ushered in Marika as a god, and Marika acted as a vessel for her lord's soul. This would make the two inseparable, as they shared a body and had their first children, Mesmer and Melina. The idea of Mesmer and Melina not only being native to the Land of Shadow, but also related, could seem out of left field. But Mesmer's kindling confirms he did have a sibling. The kindling that burned inside Mesmer the Impaler, a dark thing eaten away at by a wicked serpent, burns the sealing tree said to be found at the old Rao ruins. Mesmer, much like his younger sister, bore a vision of fire. If we consider both that Melina is the kindling maiden, and her words telling us that her mother resides within the Erdtree, it makes sense that she and Mesmer were the first of Marika's children, born with curses due to the nature of their parents' union. Mesmer with the base serpent festering within, and Melina burnt and bodiless, possibly by Mesmer's hand. Mesmer would be the first of the demigods, and he would accompany his mother into the land she became a god of, the lands between. We know he followed her here due to the remembrance of Commander Gaius. Remembrance of Commander Gaius, hewn into the Skadu tree. Both were as elder brothers to the lion, and both were cursed from birth. In spite of, or perhaps because of this very reason, Gaius was both Mesmer's friend and the leader of his men. Since we know Gaius was the first student of the Alabaster Lord who taught both him and Radahn, this would mean the three of them interacted often, and that would not have been done in the Land of Shadow. Along with this confirmation, we also see Mesmer's handiwork on the mountaintop of giants, as many giants are seen impaled and brought to their knees, meaning Mesmer marched alongside Lord Godfrey. Lastly, we have the Impaler's Catacombs, an area that bears Mesmer's moniker, and is likely a tribute to him in some way. We can still see what little remains of how Mesmer left a mark on the lands between, but his true claim to fame is the raising of the Land of Shadow. This attack came at the order of Queen Marika as described by Mesmer's armor. Black armor of Mesmer the Impaler, draped with a red cloak bearing his crest embroidered. On his mother's wishes, Mesmer made himself a symbol of fear, undertaking the cleansing crusade she desired. Direct thy maledictions, thine ire, and thy grief, towards me alone. Mesmer wanted those of the Land of Shadow to blame him for the fires he used to cleanse their land, not to blame his mother. But it seems, unbeknownst to Mesmer, Marika sent him away for her own reasons as well. His remembrance tells us, a malevolent snake writhed within Mesmer, and so his very mother plucked out his eye and put in its place a seal of grace.
Yet having done so, her fear compelled her to secret away her child within the realm of shadow, hidden away, keeping company with the original sin and a hatred that would not be confined. Yes, Marika wanted to subjugate the land of shadow, but by using Mesmer, she was also able to hide the history of his curse, which I believe to be tied to the origins of his birth, much like Marika's other cursed children, Malenia and Miquella. Mesmer himself despised his fire and his snakes, as we can learn from the spell Mesmer's Orb and his helm. The incantation tells us Mesmer despised his own fire. Time and again he hoped to rid himself of it, but ever did it burn. And the helm tells us the winged snakes were Mesmer's constant companions. They were there when the base serpent was sealed away behind his eye. They were there through his eternity of suffering. They will accompany him yet, in his hideous new form, born when he destroyed the grace granted by his mother. They have accepted his fate as much as he. I believe the march against the giants was Mesmer's first attempt to undo his curse of flames. Perhaps by wiping out the giants, he hoped to make their god flee, which would release him. But after this failed, he saw the futility of trying to rid himself of his curse. So it was that Mesmer would lead his forces, which are worthy of their own video diving into their lore, and burn the land of shadow to the ground. Given that once we meet Mesmer, he is already missing an eye, I would assume he allowed himself to use the power of the base serpent to achieve his conquest. After this, he would take his place at the top of the Shadow Keep, in the darkest chamber, where he would protect the secrets of his mother, and keep the land sealed in shadow. That is until we arrive, ready to take his flame for ourselves. Upon meeting us, Mesmer has an intense distaste for our kind, the Tarnished.
Mongrel intruder. That tarnished, it seemeth. Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light? Yet, my purpose standeth unchanged. Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death. In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
Mesmer has a deep hatred for all those stripped of grace, though he seems to have none himself aside from the seal placed within his eye by his mother. It stands to reason that Mesmer was still in the Lands Between during Godfrey's exile, and the subsequent stripping of grace from all the Tarnished. Given his line about our potential ascension, it seems clear that Marika did not tell him her intention was always for us to grow strong and return to her golden lands. Without this understanding, he sees us as more of a usurper to the Golden Order, and fights us with everything he has. When pushed to his limit, we see his true strength.
I will not suffer. Our Lord, devoid of light, no, Mother, forgive me. soon, tarnished. Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light?
We now face Mesmer at his strongest, the full might of his fire and serpents on display. The only way to claim his flame is to strike him down, and so we do, putting an end to the story of Mesmer the Impaler. Mesmer is yet another pitiable god, a child of an obscenely selfish woman who would use her children in order to further her own bid for power. He was nothing more than a pawn, and eventually a source of shame that needed to be hidden away, along with the entire land of Shadow, in order for Marika to claim her divinity to be legitimate. Mesmer has no frame of reference for the current state of the world thanks to his banishment. He's unaware of the Shattering, and never received a great rune. His name was scrubbed from the history of the Lands Between, even though he had such an integral role in establishing it. In the end, Mesmer and his flames of doom and destruction were confined and locked away from the eyes of those who would bask in honeyed rays of gold. Yet again, a cruel fate is bestowed on someone whose original sin was not of their own doing, but rather the union of Queen Marika and her consort, Radahn. Thank you for joining us for this look at the history of Mesmer the Impaler. Do you think we covered everything there is to know about this demigod? Do you believe Radahn was Mesmer's father, and that Marika acted as his vessel so she could attain godhood? How long do you think Mesmer stayed in the Lands Between before being sent off to scorch the Land of Shadows? Is the younger sister mentioned in Mesmer's kindling, Melina? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Crucible Knights are the enemies who launched Square Table Gaming into the Elden Ring lore space. Our first video that the community really responded to was an early look at who the Crucible Knights were, how many of them there were, and where we could find them. Our first attempt was crude at best, but for whatever reason it resonated with Elden Ring fans at a time when creators were only interested in exploring the demigods. Months later, we went back and made a more accurate video, detailing everything we had learned as a community, and uncovering more of these enemies found in the Lands Between. With all that said, you can only imagine my excitement when exploring the Rao ruins and coming across a new Crucible Knight. One which did not belong to either of the factions we saw in the Lands Between. Devonia, the first Crucible Knight, is clearly the closest to the Crucible among her order, and today we're going to talk about why. It was thought there were only 16 Crucible Knights in existence due to old item descriptions that specified 16 Crucible Knights served Lord Godfrey. In fact, you can find all of these knights throughout the Lands Between if you look hard enough, and they all seem to have taken up arms for various factions. One serves Lady Tanith, while another fights on behalf of Radahn alongside a Leonine Misbegotten. Yet another defends the lowest part of Stormvale Castle, keeping watch over Godwin's lineage. What's interesting about these enemies and their dedication to the Golden Order is that they're deeply tied to the Primordial Crucible, meaning they were most likely shunned by Queen Marika. It was Elden Lord Godfrey that saw potential in their raw strength and brought them under his command, caring not about the reddish hue of their primordial gold, but rather their strength and what could be accomplished through it. Up to this point, we only knew of two named Crucible Knights that acted as Godfrey's generals, Ordovis and Cerulia, but now we've discovered another, a knight that goes by the name Devonia. Devonia is encountered in the Rao ruins as we make our way to the Church of the Bud. She carries a massive hammer, and her helmet utilizes hammer ornamentation. This stands in stark contrast to the rest of the Crucible Knights, as they were split into two factions, Ordovis's Axe Knights that wielded swords, and Siluria's Tree Knights, which wielded great spears. The symbols of these factions were straightforward. Godfrey was known for his axe, and the Axe Knights represented his strength. The Tree Knights were meant to portray the strength of the Erdtree and fight on its behalf. But Devonia's symbol was that of a hammer, which could only represent the blacksmithing practices of the Land of Shadow. From the beginning, she was set apart as having closer ties to this land than that of the Erdtree, and her armor pieces tell us a little more about that connection. The Crucible Hammer helm is described as the helm worn by Devonia, longest serving of the Crucible Knights. Holds the power of the Crucible of Life, the primordial form of the Erdtree. It is said Devonia quested in search of the Crucible's origin, and departed from the lands of the Erdtree alone. She also wields her own unique hammer, which is described as the Great Hammer wielded by Devonia, longest serving of the Crucible Knights. Weapon forged of primordial gold, marked by its reddish hue, and inhabited by ancient holiness. A torrent of life is engraved upon the striking face. This helm, along with her weapon, tell us how her connection to the Crucible was Devonia's top priority, which explains why we find her locked away in the Land of Shadow. As for why she's found in the Rao Ruins specifically, the aspect of the Crucible Thorn's incantation tells us, remains of this, the primordial Crucible, can be seen in the ancient ruins. This place likely has the strongest connection to the Crucible in all the Land of Shadow. There is a question as to whether Devonia, or rather all Crucible Knights, are originally from the Land of Shadow. Personally, I believe this to be the case, as the Land of Shadow has significantly deeper ties to the primordial Crucible than the lands between. Worship of the Crucible was the way of the land, and those born with, or who developed, horns were seen as divine. We need only look to tutelary deities and the winding horns on their heads, or the divine beast dancing lions, to see how the creatures and aspects of the Crucible were revered by the Hornsen. Devonia's helm tells us she departed from the lands of the Erdtree alone, so it would seem that after whatever conquest these knights assisted Godfrey with, they were given a choice as to whether they would like to have a place in the new order established by Queen Marika and her first Elden Lord or not. Devonia chose to walk away, devoting herself wholly to the Crucible. This explains why she's the only Hammer Knight. Either she didn't stay in the lands between long enough to establish her own command and train other Hammer Knights, or those who followed her during that time eventually chose sides with either Ordovis or Cerulia. When we first see Devonia, she stands atop a rock, staring deeply at Enir Elim, which is still obscured by the sealing tree beyond the Church of the Bud. Perhaps she believes what she's been searching for can be found there, but has no way of reaching that holy place herself. Devonia will attack us on sight, and we see what kind of power she's cultivated over her time searching for the Crucible's origins in the Land of Shadow. She wields her hammer as if it were much lighter than it is, and can even use the spinning golden sword trick of Ordovis with this massive weapon. She can also use aspects of the Crucible, previously unseen to any of the Crucible Knights, that are clearly much more ancient in origin. Devonia is able to use Bloom, an aspect of the Crucible incantation that we can obtain for ourselves. Aspect of the Crucible discovered in the ancient ruins. Creates a Miranda flower on one's chest before calling down a rain of light. And an age long past, before this land was enshrouded in shadow, the vitality of the Crucible flourished. This attack sees a Miranda flower grow from the chest of its user, and as we all know, Miranda was a maiden of the Flower Crucible, which has more ancient origins than most of the creatures we can encounter. Devonia is also able to transform the lower half of her body into a literal beast with 4 hooves, a tail, and 2 large arms. What exactly this beast is supposed to be is unintelligible, as it seems to be an amalgam of creatures. This makes perfect sense for Devonia, as she was the Crucible Knight with the strongest ties to the primordial Crucible, and it's there that all life started as one,
the creature that Devonia can transform her body into isn't actually one singular animal, but rather the strength of the crucible in its purest form, with all life being an amalgamation. This is likely a power that Devonia uncovered through years of searching for the origins of the crucible, and coming to a better understanding of just what lies beyond. As the longest-serving Crucible Knight, it's likely she herself was the one to start their order, meaning she would have access to secrets no other knight would. This explains her incantations, and the sheer strength of the lone Crucible Knight we can find in the Land of Shadow. It was likely a truly heartbreaking day for Devonia when she chose to leave her knights in order to continue their mission to hunt for the Crucible's origins, but another had come along who her compatriots chose to follow. They rejected the red gold of their order so that they might bask in honeyed rays under the command of the Golden Order's champion. Even so, the original Crucible Knight could not be swayed to stay under the employ of the Order. Her mission was too important. Her purpose was all-consuming. It matters not that she was trapped in the Land of Shadow, because she believed the truth she long searched for lay somewhere in these lands, and none would dare get in her way. Devonia survived for so long among the wreckage of this land, untouched by Mesmer's flames. Perhaps she was spared because she once fought alongside the Elden Lore to establish the lands between. Or maybe, even Mesmer recognized the strength of this knight, and feared what it would mean to cross her. This is all we can learn about Devonia, the singular Crucible Hammer Knight who watches from the Rao ruins, contemplating what to do next on her quest, trying to uncover a way to plumb the depths of the primordial crucible, and truly understand the origin of all life. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of Devonia, the first Crucible Knight and only Hammer Knight. Do you believe Devonia once fought alongside her brethren to help Godfrey bring order to the lands between? Why is Devonia steering off towards Enir Alim when we find her? Was her quest to find the origins of the primordial crucible always doomed? Or is her ability to transform into an amalgam of creatures proof that she completed her mission? Why do you believe the different leaders of the Crucible Knights were all named after different time periods? Will you take up the hammer to honor this lost faction of knights? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In the lands between, creatures often tell the stories of various factions. Lions were associated with Godfrey and later Radahn, while wolves came to represent the Carians, with Radagon's red wolf wielding glintstone sorcery, Blythe protecting his mistress, and Ranni granting us a pack of wolves as one of our first spirit ashes. Even creatures like the golden centipede came to be a symbol of Golden Order fundamentalists who hunted those who live in death. However, it seems these symbols can be twisted from their original meaning, as lions used to be associated with divine dance before Godfrey. The red wolf came to be more of a jailer, and Blythe ultimately went mad due to the influence of the fingers, becoming something dangerous to Ranni rather than her protector. With a little bit of influence from the gods, the symbols we know can be tainted. And there's no better example of this than Romina, Saint of the Bud. A woman tainted by the Scarlet Rot, a fate she never would have met if not for Mesmer's flame engulfing the land as he marched on the tower. For our spooky season finale, we're going to tell the story of Romina, the woman twisted by rot, who wanted nothing more than to help the flowers of her church bloom again. There is no written lore on who Romina was before Mesmer marched on the Land of Shadow, but there's one thing I can say with certainty. The woman we see in the trailer for this DLC, backdropped by the Flaming City, is Romina. There were plenty of theories and speculation in the past, but with what we know now, it's abundantly clear that this is the Saint of the Bud before her transformation, cradling her pole blade as her church burns around her. This detail can be confusing if you're familiar with the lore of Salza the Fire Knight, who asked that Mesmer not burn the Rao ruins. But if we consider that the Church of the Bud is where we ultimately burn the small tree that conceals Anira limb, it stands to reason that even if Mesmer never specifically attacked the ruins, the church would be caught in the crossfire of the sack of Bellarat Tower, which reduced it to a crumbling mess. Perhaps Romina was a maiden of this church, dedicated to the buds that grew within, as her weapon seems to imply. The pole blade of the bud tells us it is the weapon of Romina, Saint of the Bud, a scarlet glaive with a dangling bud-like blade. Once, in the crumbling, burning church, Romina held the bud in speechless silence. That bud would become her blade. We can take the meaning of the bud becoming her blade a little less literally, because after the church was burned to the ground, she discovered something new lurking beneath that would make her blade all the more deadly to those who would threaten her buds. The remembrance of the Saint of the Bud tells us, after the church was burned to the ground, Romina discovered a twisted divine element, which she weaved into the baleful scarlet rot. Perhaps then the buds might find somewhere to gain purchase once more, within the scorched remains. So it was that Romina uncovered that which would become the scarlet rot deep below the church, and she never would have if not for Mesmer's flame. Unfortunately for Romina, the plan to have the buds return to their former glory would never come to fruition. As the scarlet bud tells us, it is a large, rotten bud that will never come into bloom. Grows in lands blighted by the scarlet rot. There was a time when these buds were not touched by the scarlet rot's blight, when they were the symbol of the small church deep in the ancient ruins of Rao. While she may have been able to propagate them once more, they'll never fully bloom, but this was the least of Romina's problems. It would seem her attempt to propagate the bud with the scarlet rot had certain side effects. When we discover the spider-scorpion ashes, we learn that this breed of scorpion was native to the realm of shadow, but was far smaller in size. Recent giant scorpions are said to trace back to the Church of the Bud. This would mean that the rot granted power to those scorpions who already carried it within their bodies. This makes sense, as all signs seem to point toward the rot's first avatar being a scorpion. The scorpion stinger is a dagger found in the Lake of Rot, being worshipped as a religious item by the kindred of Rot. Its description tells us it's a dagger fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, glistening with scarlet rot. A ceremonial tool used by heretics, crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. We know it was the blind swordsman who sealed this outer god, and if the scorpion stinger was once a piece of this monster, it would make sense that the rot would find purchase within scorpions, and make them grow in size rather than kill them. This also partially explains what happened to Romina after she started working with the rot. We know Romina used to be some form of human from the DLC trailer, so how did she become this enormous creature dripping with rot, with the tail of a scorpion and front of a centipede wound beneath her own, now transformed, body? She seems to be made up of 3 different creatures: a scorpion, a butterfly, and a centipede. I believe we already know enough about the scorpion to understand why this would sprout from her body. It was likely the physical form of the outer god of Rot, and it now holds sway over her. The butterfly wings are actually explained by the incantation Rotten Butterflies. Incantation used by Romina, Saint of the Bud. Summons a myriad of butterflies while performing a gentle twirl. The butterflies break apart on contact, scattering rot and setting off a chain reaction. The scarlet butterflies are as the goddess of Rot's wings. Bereft of a master, they were soothed by Romina, who reached out to them. Romina found the rot well before Melania bloomed enough to take on her rot wings made of butterflies. So by reaching out to them, Romina inherited their power and gained wings of her own. This leaves the centipede half of her body somewhat of an enigma. You could chalk this up to the kindred of Rot being the abandoned servants of the goddess of Rot. After all, Pest Thread Spear tells us, "The pests are abandoned servants, and it is for this reason that they found a mother in the Saint of the Bud." This explains why so many of them take on the red coloration of Romina. But I believe this isn't quite the right answer, as if we look at the Kindred of Rot, their faces are not one for one with the centipede body of their new mother. I believe that the true reason for the centipede half of Romina's body comes from the golden centipedes that were found near churches. If a golden centipede, a symbol of the Golden Order, was found in the Church of the Bud when Romina wove together the rot from the element found beneath, perhaps she tainted this symbol of those responsible for the raising of her church and its buds, taking its strength for herself. She twisted the symbol of the Golden Order fundamentalists who hunted death itself into a part of her body that would dole out death and rot, turning any who oppose her into nothing but a puddle. In this way, Romina made herself into something more than a simple maiden of the Church of the Bud. She was now its defender, struggling to help the buds find a way to bloom once again. Unfortunately for her, the flowers of the rot could never bloom without the power of the rot goddess, and while Romina may have been granted a sliver of that power, it was nothing compared to the original god, or its new vessel, Malenia. Now we understand why these creatures make up Romina's body, but we still don't have an explanation as to how. It would be easy to wave this away by saying it's the power of the rock goddess working through the divine element she discovered, and that's a valid interpretation. But I think there's another that makes sense when considering the history of the Land of Shadow. Romina is a shaman. The Tooth Whip tells us shaman flesh is said to meld harmoniously with others, and we know the horrifying outcomes of the jar rituals performed by the potentates of the Bonnie village. If Romina was actually a shaman, rather than a random maiden of the Church of the Bud, then she would have the innate ability to meld the flesh of the scorpion and the centipede to her own body. In fact, when looking at her torso, its coloration is similar to that of the jar innards. While I believe her wings were granted by the butterfly she took in, it's possible the rest of her body is the result of Romina melding the flesh of these creatures to her own, so that she may better defend her church and the future of the buds yet to bloom. It's interesting to think that without the actions of Mesmer the Impaler, Romina would simply be a maiden of the church, and the Scarlet Rot would never have found a foothold in the Land of Shadow. Without his attack on Bellarat and his burning of the Church of the Bud, Romina would not have found the ancient disease lurking beneath the ground. The twisted divine element would never become the Scarlet Rot, and the scorpions of the Land of Shadow would not have become the hulking monstrosities we now face. If not for his relentless attack, Romina herself would never have taken up the bud and melded her flesh with the scorpion and the centipede so that she might defend her rotted home. Behind this twisted amalgamation of creatures is a maiden whose only wish was to help the buds of her church bloom. A woman who would soothe the butterflies of rot who knew not what to do after being abandoned by their goddess. Sometimes, the monsters we face are those who have been wronged the worst. So give a thought to Romina before you slay her, because in this battle, the monster is you. Thank you for joining us for our exploration of Romina, Saint of the Bud. Do you believe the woman we see in the trailer for Shadow of the Erdtree holding her weapon, backdropped by the flaming tower, is truly Romina? Why do you think half of her body is now a centipede? Will the butterflies finding a home with Romina someday return to Malenia once she blooms a third time? What is the divine element that became the rot? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In the time of the Erdtree, death no longer exists in the lands between. Marika removed the rune of death from the Elden Ring, creating a world that would force its people to live so long that they resemble the dead themselves, before returning to the Erdtree in its cycle. In fact, it seems the only way people truly died was if they met a violent end and were granted an Erdtree burial. But even that could see them return as spirit ash. It's important to understand that things were not always this way. In the past, the dead were given a different kind of burial, that of being burned in ghost flame, with their ashes being raked from the kilns of the death birds. However, ash was not all that was left behind by the birds. The flesh of those with tainted bodies created something else, putrescence, a substance which is implied to never truly find rest, until it came across the nectar of St. Trina. Congealed putrescence is a crafting material that's found when we explore the stone coffin fissure. Bruise-colored putrescence that oozes from stone coffins, congealed into a large viscous lump, found underground in the land to where stone coffins drift. The putrescence is what remains of the impure lives kept within the stone coffins. The stone coffins that litter the fissure can also be seen above ground in the Land of Shadow, and will often have gloveworts waiting for us to take for ourselves. You can see by the way they've been beached upon the shores that they most likely didn't come from the lands between. It would seem that wherever these coffins first embarked from, they were struck by a disease native to their land, much like dragon rot in Sekiro, though I wouldn't consider this a link between these universes, as the coffins do not share any kind of iconography with Ashina. These corpses were likely shipped out to sea in order to stop the spread of this impurity, and upon arriving in the Land of Shadow in ancient times, the gravebirds seem to have tried burning them in ghost flame, as was their ritual. But in doing so, they created putrescence. We know that this congealed substance was created by the gravebirds thanks to massive putrescence, which tells us it's a sorcery originating from the putrid liquor of the stone coffins, flings a great mass of putrescence that bathes its landing area in ghost flame. In an age long past, death was burned by ghost flame. Even the remains of tainted flesh were given equal treatment in death. Perhaps the stone coffin fissure itself only exists to be a resting place for this putrescence, so it could never spread to the land above. While all were treated as equal in death, their runoff needed to be contained to prevent the Land of Shadow from falling prey to this putrid disease. So it was that this half-living putrescence found a home in the stone coffin fissure, silently existing in this state, and only disturbed by the odd creature that made its way down, or was forced into living amongst the coffins. That is until Miquella came to divest himself of that which he held most dear. As we know, Miquella divested himself of his love, St. Trina, his other half, and cast her into the deepest part of the fissure. From here, Trina bloomed into a beautiful flower, as her very essence was imbued into the ground below her. The nectar of St. Trina began to flow at the bottom of the fissure, and it was on this fateful day that the putrescence would become something more than a clump of congealed flesh. It would become a champion for one as powerful as a demigod. It would become the Putrescent Knight. The remembrance of putrescence tells us how this mass of death came to be, and why it defends what's left of St. Trina. Remembrance of the Putrescent Knight hewn into the Shadow Tree. All tainted flesh eventually becomes putrescence, and this clump of it imbibes St. Trina's nectar, which granted it eternal rest. And so it was that putrescence became her knight. The implication here is that after being burned by the ghost flame, the clumps of putrescent flesh left behind retained a type of sentience and never knew the calm of death. But thanks to the nectar of St. Trina, it was able to feel truly at rest. After this, the putrescence took up its cleaver of human bone in defense of St. Trina, protecting what was left of her at all costs, either out of selfishness, so it could continue to imbibe her nectar, or out of a sense of duty to what was surely a god in their eyes. Not only did it take this form, but it seems to want to hinder any making their way to Trina, as we face skeletons puppeted by it as well, and an enormous mass of putrescence that blocks our way. The question most have when it comes to the putrescent knight is why does it ride a horse and vaguely resembles Star-Scourge Radahn? I think I have the answer, but I will admit this is purely speculation on my part. Many believe that the putrescent knight is somehow made up of the bones of Radahn himself after we defeated him. After all, if Mohg's body could be brought to the Land of Shadow, surely Radahn's could have been too. The issue I take with this is that Mohg's body was retrieved intentionally in order to be used as a vessel for Radahn's soul, and as far as we know, there would have been no need for Miquella to bring Radahn's corpse to the Land of Shadow. Also, in the base game of Elden Ring, we know that our good friend Alexander gathers up Radahn's remains to add to the innards within his jar. If we take this into consideration, I don't believe it would make sense for the bones of this knight to be the literal bones of Radahn. However, given its connection to St. Trina, I still believe it's possible this resemblance is not a coincidence. As far as we know, putrescence does not typically take a physical form. In fact, the putrescent knight and the skeletons we face are the only instances of this we're able to see in our time exploring the Stone Coffin Fissure. This leads me to believe that the putrescence truly connected with Trina when it imbibed her nectar, and perhaps Trina's memory of Miquella's promised consort was the base for the body that putrescence would create. Trina and Miquella were once one being, so it would make sense that Trina would know everything Miquella knows. She would have experienced his life from within him, and even have remembered the promise Radahn once made to his younger brother. If the putrescence connected with Trina and insisted on defending her, it would be the image of Radahn riding into battle on Leonard that Trina would likely conjure up as an example of the perfect knight. This would explain the visual connection between the putrescent knight and Radahn. He was simply the model of what knighthood was that this congealed ooze would base itself on, even going so far as to fashion its own horse to ride atop, in order to defend the only being in existence to ever give it respite. To me, this is the more likely scenario for why these very different enemies share so much, but unfortunately, there's no proof to back up this claim, just as there's no hard evidence that the putrescent knight uses Radahn's body. It's hard to believe a byproduct of using ghost flame on a tainted body could someday gain enough sentience to become a knight in its own right, but here we are. Just as Miquella could use his great rune to compel affection from others, it seems Trina could compel affection through the simple act of giving others true rest. I, for one, know I would dedicate my life to any godlike being who could make me actually feel like I had a full 8 hours of sleep every night, and I'm willing to bet most of you would as well. Like many of the enemies we face in Shadow of the Erdtree, the putrescent knight has no grander lore or ties to the overall story of Elden Ring, but it does give us yet another example of both death and devotion. Perhaps St. Trina is the only being truly worthy of worship in this world. Because if a lump of decayed, rotten flesh can find peace through her power, maybe the rest of the lands between could have as well. Unfortunately, we may never know, because Miquella chose to cast aside love in search of a perfect order, and in doing so, we see Trina wilt and die before our eyes. But then again, flowers are known to propagate, and maybe one day the putrescence will take up its cleaver again and defend its one true God. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the putrescent knight and its ties to both Trina and Radahn. Do you believe this knight defended Trina out of valor or selfishness? Where did the putrescence originate if not from the lands we explore? Did Miquella know the power of this ooze before casting Trina into the fissure? Where do you stand on why this knight resembles the promised consort? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Shadow Tree has been the topic of debate and exploration since the very first image from the DLC was posted online. Many thought it may have been the Hellfin, a tree associated with ghost flame and death. But as we learned more, we came to understand that this tree is the literal shadow of the Erdtree. The darkness and leaking gold sap of the Shadow Tree serve as a polar opposite to the Erdtree's blazing light that can be seen across the land between. This shadow was once seen as a blessing, but as Marika locked away this land behind the Veil of Shadow, the Horn-steed came to understand the Shadow Tree was not a symbol of prosperity, but of total abandonment. The god that sprang forth from their practices had forsaken them, and the brittle tree left behind served as a constant reminder of their isolation and persecution. However, just because this tree is nothing more than a shadow, disdained by those forced to look upon it, doesn't mean that it has no power of its own. There is power within the Shadow Tree, and that power gave birth to its very own avatar. The Shadow Tree avatar resides at the base of the tree itself, and while its purpose was meant to be the defense of its roots, I believe Miquella found a way to use it for his own means. In order to find our way to the Shadow Tree base, hidden far below the Shadowkeep, we need to drain the water from its adjoining town, which has clearly been flooded intentionally. Once we descend deep below and exit the Shadowkeep Church District, we can clearly see enormous fragments of the Shadow Tree jutting from the ground. As we know, the smaller Shadow Tree fragments grant us power as we explore the Land of Shadow. A splinter of the Shadow Tree that contains golden brilliance. Consume these at sites of grace to bolster your Shadow Tree blessing. The Shadow Tree blessing bolsters the bearer's ability to deal and negate damage, but has no influence outside the realm of shadow. It is said that when the Shadow Tree crumbles from its core, that it will scatter across the entire realm of shadow. The people of the Erdtree collect the splinters and use them in prayer. This means the Shadow Tree fragments are akin to the golden seeds we find across the lands between, which are used to bolster our sacred flasks. The fragments explain that they only have an effect within the Land of Shadow, meaning that the veil between these lands blocks any strength that can be gathered from the Shadow Tree itself. It seems these giant fragments of the Shadow Tree have the same power which we make use of ourselves, as the land around them is teeming with shadowed gold, and at its base, we find the Shadow Tree avatar. The head of this avatar is in the shape of a sunflower, which reflects shadow sunflowers, found both in this arena and across the Land of Shadow. A large flower that blooms facing the Shadow Tree. These flowers, veiled in shadow and covered in impenetrable thorns, are suffused with profound holiness, much akin to the Shadow Tree itself. This is the first item description you're likely to find mentioning impenetrable thorns, and I want us to keep that top of mind moving forward. Its body resembles the Shadow Tree itself, with roots intertwined, squeezing against each other, but only one of these trunks has produced a fully formed flower at its head. At one point in the battle, the Shadow Tree avatar explodes into light, but before it does this, it strikes a very familiar pose. The avatar is clearly meant to resemble the Shadow Tree. There are 4 prongs that can be seen as arms reflecting Miquella himself in his god form, with 3 fully formed arms and a stunted 4th, as was first pointed out by Bonfire VN. But I believe this is a thematic visualization, and is not meant to be taken as a literal representation of Miquella having anything to do with the avatar personally. It's very likely that the Shadow Tree avatar was born to protect the Shadow Tree, just as the Erdtree avatars defend the minor Erdtrees of the lands between, and its superior strength comes from being constantly bathed in the shadowed light of the Shadow Tree itself. The large chunks of the withering tree falling to its base actually made the Shadow Tree avatar significantly stronger, and it was because of this that Miquella needed it to bring his plans to fruition. Upon defeating the Shadow Tree avatar, it drops a remembrance, along with Miquella's Great Rune. The remembrance tells us the following: The Shadow Tree is the shadow of the Erdtree, born of dark notions that bear no sense of order, that twist and bend its stalk, rendering it brittle. From this remembrance, we can create the Shadow Sunflower Blossom, or the incantation, Land of Shadow. The weapon tells us it is the head of a monstrous shadow sunflower manifestation of the Shadow Tree. Then again, it might be just a flower, wielded as a weapon. Much like the Shadow Tree itself in appearance, a second stalk winds tightly around the first, almost as if in a tender embrace. While this incantation tells us it originates from the Shadow Tree avatars, creates a hail of golden projectiles, which are fired towards foes after a brief delay. This incantation channels the force of the Shadow Tree's power, and its gold is accompanied by shadow. The use of the plural avatars is interesting, as I used to believe that the 3 avatars we face were simply the same avatar, reviving after each defeat, due to both the way it dies, only fading after hitting the ground until its 3rd defeat, and the fact that the 2nd and 3rd fights spawn with 3/4 of their health, if we pull off a visceral attack before their death. If you believe this fight is the same avatar respawning on each defeat, it implies the avatar we face is the last of its kind, possibly because its own twisted roots rendered them so brittle they could no longer survive. Maybe this avatar was the only one constantly fed the dwindling strength of the tree itself, making it able to thrive in this land. Or perhaps its gnarled body and twisted roots are those of the other avatars that formed at the base of the tree, all coalescing into one, the strongest of their kind. These items help us to understand the dichotomy of the Shadow Tree avatar. It is both extremely powerful and as brittle as the Shadow Tree itself. However, it, like the many sunflowers of this land, retains its impenetrable thorns due to its constant exposure to the golden sap of the Shadow Tree. It was these thorns and the avatar's strength that Miquella needed in order to divest himself of his Great Rune. There are 2 incantations of the Shadow Tree that can be found while exploring the Shadowkeep: Impenetrable Thorns and Mantle of Thorns, both of which tell us the caster wounds their own flesh using impenetrable thorns grown from the Shadow Tree. These incantations seem to have been created for the express purpose of wounding and killing those who follow the Erdtree, and the thorns of the Shadow Tree were thought to be strong enough to achieve this goal. So now we have Miquella, who is traveling the land in order to divest himself of everything, as his Great Rune tells us. A Great Rune relinquished by Miquella, broken and bereft of its bounty. It retains naught but the power to resist charms. Miquella set off for the tower enshrouded by shadow, abandoning everything. His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate, all in an effort to bury the original sin, to embrace the whole of it, and be reborn as a new god. Through some unknown means, Miquella was able to divest himself of his flesh piece by piece, leaving a trail all the way to the Divine Gate. But it would seem whatever means he used were not strong enough to destroy his own Great Rune. This is why Miquella journeyed to the base of the Shadow Tree, to face its avatar. Miquella allowed the Shadow Tree avatar to tear the Great Rune from his body, and using all the strength it had gathered from the sap of the Shadow Tree, the avatar was able to destroy the rune with its impenetrable thorns. This is why we find the shattered Great Rune after defeating the avatar. Its remains still clung to its thorns until the avatar fell by our hand. So it was that Miquella divested himself of his Great Rune, and in order to better hide it from any who would come searching, he had the church district flooded, further burying the remains of the power granted to him by the mother whose wrongs he was attempting to right. It seems the origins of the Shadow Tree avatar are very simple, as they reflect those of the Erdtree avatars. It came into existence to protect the Shadow Tree. The Shadow Tree was created as a literal shadow of the Erdtree, and due to this, it was brittle and crumbling from the very start. These pieces of the Shadow Tree were always going to fall to its base, and this divine power, being fed to the earth below, is the origin of the Avatar's strength. What I believe is far more interesting about this creature is that without it, Miquella's plans may have been stopped in their tracks. We don't know how Miquella divested himself of his flesh, but perhaps the shards of the Shadow Tree held the key all along. What if Miquella used these shards to leave behind his body, cutting away his divinity? And when it came time to divest himself of his Great Rune, he needed something far stronger, sturdier, a truly impenetrable thorn. The strength gained from the sap of the Shadow Tree itself made it possible for the Shadow Tree Avatar to do the unthinkable and shatter a rune of the Elden Ring. Perhaps this is yet another reason the Land of Shadow was locked away. Because if the shadow of the Erdtree contained a power to rival the Erdtree itself, then Marika's rule would never truly be safe, as long as the Shadow Tree stood. Thank you for joining us as we shared our thoughts and theories related to the Shadow Tree Avatar and the fate of Miquella's Great Rune. Do you believe the Shadow Tree was necessary for Miquella to divest himself of his rune? Did he reach the base of this tree with the permission and blessing of Mesmer the Impaler? Is the Shadow Tree Avatar the last of its kind, because other avatars withered without the strength of the Shadow Tree fragments? Or do we truly fight 3 distinct Shadow Tree avatars? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. How does one become the Lord of Frenzied Flame? We thought we understood this process. You have to accept the flame, be taken in the grasp of the 3 fingers, and allow it to flow through every fiber of your being. You cannot accept this gift while armored, lest you end up like the festering fingerprint Vike, touched by madness, but incapable of wielding it to its true potential. Heed the words of Shabriri and your finger maiden, and you can burn the world to the ground, cleansing the land of all. However, it seems this is not the only path to lordship. While exploring the Land of Shadow, we can find our way to a place that has not only been touched by the frenzied flame, it has succumbed to it entirely. The eyes of animals are glowing yellow. Strange creatures with heads of swollen grapes roam the swamp. And just off in the distance lies a manor, where another touched by the flame lives in complete agony. Today, we will be exploring the Abyssal Woods, and the man who resides in this place, the sage known as Midra. In order to reach the Abyssal Woods, we need to pass through the Darklight Catacombs, an area hidden away below the Shadow Keep. While this area is associated with Mesmer and the horrific atrocities he's committed against the Horn-steed, once we reach the end of this place, we're challenged by Jori, the Elder Inquisitor, and a horn-steed. It seems as though both parties had a vested interest in no one new exploring this tainted land, far below the keep. Once we make our way past this last line of defense between the outside world and the Abyssal Woods, we begin exploring the area. But there's a hiccup. Torrent is too scared to meet our call, and he refuses to join us as we explore these woods. A strange occurrence to be sure, but we've only scratched the surface of what makes this place so terribly wrong. As we explore, we find more Inquisitors patrolling the place, as well as animals with eyes of frenzy. They don't attack us on sight, but the fact that they're going about their day-to-day while afflicted with the flame is concerning, to say the least. The closer we get to the manse at the edge of the woods, the more dangerous the road becomes. Along the path we see these hideous monsters, with heads like so many ripened Shabriri grapes, and should we engage them in battle, we quickly learn they're immune to our attacks. Their eyes emit madness, and they carry a staff in one hand, which can be used to ensnare us, draining our life through the power of the frenzied flame. If we knock their attack away at the right moment, we can counter, making it possible to kill these things, and one of them will drop the Aged One's exaltation.
This item is described as a talisman depicting the exaltation of the aging untouchable, whose head resembles a sprig of ripe grapes. Raises attack power when madness is triggered in the vicinity. Gift your madness to our Lord. Bless our brethren with grapes. Take care that they fully ripen. This tells us what these creatures are, the aging untouchables, and their heads truly are large ripened grapes. Given how long these things must have been down here, I think it's fair to assume that this is the fate of any who succumb to madness and are unable to become the new Lord. Eventually, the grapes envelop their very being. We can tell these enemies are just around the corner whenever we pick up a winter lanternfly, a winged insect carrying a dangling frenzied flame grape, material used for crafting items, flies lazily around the abyssal forest, said to be heralds of the aging untouchable. On seeing these, the wise know to stay well clear of that place. Their description tells us the wise know to stay clear of these flies, but I'd argue everyone, at this point, knows to stay clear of the woods in general. When we reach the manse off in the distance, we learn that its owner's name is Midra. If we examine the map of the abyssal woods, it tells us a bit about this man. At the east of the gravesite plain, a thick forest sprawls at the depths of the ravine that is untouched even by sunlight. Known as the Sanctum of Sage Midra, and is a region forbidden by the horn-scent. So now we know, the Sage Midra studied here, and the area is now forbidden by the horn-scent. This explains why within the manor, we're surrounded by inquisitors and horn-scent knights, who wish to stomp us into the ground. Unlike with other areas though, it's not simply a matter of them seeing an enemy and attacking. They are specifically trying to keep us from disturbing someone, lest we bring about a dark fate for the land. When we first enter Midra's home, we're greeted by a specter of a former servant who tells us, "I welcome you, O uninvited guest, but I must warn as you venture in. Heed the words of our great master, Midra. Approach not the madness, lest ye succumb." We can see as we explore that the halls of this great manor have seen better days. His title of sage is evident as Midra seems to have collected enough books to fill several libraries, gaining knowledge beyond what we could possibly infer. However, these books are now destroyed, burned to a crisp. We can see plainly who's responsible for the state of the manse as we make our way through. Many horn-scent inquisitors holding candlesticks roam the halls, as if they are the last line of defense against something terrible. We can find another spirit who says to us, "I beg you stop. Haven't I taken enough? Are we not brethren, common in our line, and yet you offer only cruelty? I ask, what crime did great Midra commit?" What's interesting about this is that both spirits appear to be horn-scent, while the portrait of Midra we've all come to know shows that he's not one of their people. It's possible he was even a shaman, but his title as sage likely kept him from the same tortures the rest of his people endured. Still, we press on hoping to meet the lord of the manor, and along the way, we uncover more clues about what has happened to allow the frenzy to spread. We find a mad craftsman's cookbook, which tells us it is a record of crafting techniques left by a craftsman who served Midra, master of the manse, and Nanaya, its lady. His eyes were burned by the flame of frenzy. We can also find swollen grapes, an eyeball of frenzied flame that is swollen from within, material used for crafting items, exceedingly rare to find, marked with fingerprint burns, proof of having been touched directly by the three fingers embrace. Lastly, we find tools known as surging frenzied flame, which are spirit grave stone burned by frenzied flame. Spirits are eternal, and yet frenzied flame melts them away regardless. No wonder the horn-scent forbid the flame's use. Each item gives us a new piece to the puzzle. First, Midra had a wife, or lady, known as Nanaya, likely the woman standing beside him in his portrait. Then, that those who worked for Midra clearly fell under the influence of the flame, their eyes turning to swollen grapes. Although the idea that they were touched directly by the three fingers is a little suspect.
as it would mean that the three fingers must have resided somewhere nearby before being moved beneath Lanedale. And now we know why Torrent and the horn-scent were so terrified of the flame to begin with. It has the power to burn away spirits. Torrent himself is a spirit steed, and the horn-scent revered spirits, meaning there could be no greater blasphemy than to have them burned to nothing. At this point, we've likely heard the screams of Midra himself, warning us to stay away from him.
Leave. Now. Come no closer. No closer, I say. The madness wells.
Our tarnished knows better, though. This man is yet another enemy to fall at our blade, and we make our way to him, as he admonishes us for approaching.
The depths of your foolishness!
This weakened form is easy enough for us to fell, but after we do, the true battle begins.
Enough. I have endured more than enough. I ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
Midra, upon removing the weapon holding him to the ground from his very head, has become a lord of frenzied flame, though an incomplete one, and he's ready to wield the full might of the flame against us. What ensues is a difficult battle, one that we will, eventually, come out on top of. Upon defeating him, we gain his remembrance, which sheds light on his history. As the golden barbs inflicted eternal agony upon him, Midra held fast to Nanaya's entreaty. Endure. The word was a curse. The possible rewards for trading in his remembrance tell us more. The Greatsword of Damnation is described as a golden greatsword that once pierced the body of Midra, master of the manse, used by the horn-scent in the execution of a damnation like no other. The barbs that pierce the victim from within wind gently around the blade. And the incantation we can gain is known as Midra's Flame of Frenzy. Incantation in praise of Midra, Lord of Frenzied Flame. The Lord of Frenzied Flame shall take their torment, despair, their affliction, every sin, every curse, all melted away. Yet Midra, like others before him, was too weak to become a lord. Knowing this, we can start to paint a picture of what happened to this man, and how he came to be under the influence of the flame. But first, let us take a moment to address the Lady of the Manse, Nanaya. We can find what remains of Nanaya as we explore these grand libraries. Her corpse sits alone, clutching something very tightly. The item, Nanaya's torch, is described as a torch made by attaching a dying flame of frenzy to a small spinal column. In a distant land, in an age long past, was born a man who failed to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. All that remains of him is cradled gently by Nanaya. When Midra removes the Great Sword of Damnation from his head, he has no neck, so we can assume that this small spinal column actually belongs to Midra himself. And after he was pinned to the ground by the horn-steed, Nanaya took this piece of her lord with her, after asking him to endure the pain and flames so that the Lord of Frenzied Flame would not burn the land to the ground. It would seem Nanaya met her fate in the manse the same as all the other servants. But the true tragedy is that it seems from their portrait that Nanaya may have been pregnant before this punishment was passed down, and there's nothing that tells us what may have happened to her child. Some speculate that this child may have been Marika, but I'm not quite convinced. I won't discredit this theory as it's fun to speculate, but I believe if this were the case, we'd have been given something more to confirm it. That said, the mystery of Nanaya's pregnancy cannot truly be solved. It's another tragedy in a world full of tragedy. While many have speculated that Nanaya was a deathbed companion, or possibly a maiden of the three fingers leading Midra to madness, I don't believe this is the case. Anything we read of Nanaya paints her in a much more benevolent light, as a lady who cared for her lord, and wanted nothing more than for him to stay strong, so that he might spare the world of the fate of the frenzied flame. As for Midra, it's clear that the horn-sent inquisitors are the ones who put a stop to his transformation by piercing his skull with the Great Sword of Damnation. But what got them to this point? His servants and colleagues in the manse seemed to be horn-sent as well, so I don't believe this was a matter of prejudice. We also see how his servants were tortured and had no idea why any of this was happening. I have a theory on how this situation started, and it comes back to a torn diary page we can find during our investigation. A discarded page ripped from a diary, bearing a passage written in a tremulous hand. I touched him, but only once. When he thrust his staff in my face, I brushed it aside. It was then that I touched him, the aging untouchable. Not only does this letter tell us how to fight the aging untouchables, I believe it also gives us insight into how Midra became a victim of the flame. The Abyssal Woods have clearly been dealing with the effects of the flame for some time, so what if Midra was not the initial cause? We know from Ymir's questline that the fingers are fumbling for meaning the same as everyone else, so perhaps this land was touched long ago, and Midra took up residence here to study the flame and look for a way to stop its effects. This would explain how the sage working alongside the horn-sent would eventually be attacked by their inquisitors. If it was his job to stop the flame through his research, and he instead unwittingly inherited it through his study of the aging untouchables, that would get the inquisitors' attention. Suddenly, a man who was once seen as an asset to the horn-sent was now nothing more than another heretic, one that they needed to put a stop to. I don't believe Midra had any grand plans of becoming the Lord of Frenzied Flame and bringing the world to its knees. I believe this scholar simply fell too deep into his studies, uncovering cosmic truths, and he got careless. In his interactions with those wholly controlled by the flame, he too became tainted, and rather than accept his fate, he chose to heed the words of his love, to endure the burning of the frenzy, and instead keep it locked deep within him for as long as he could. In this time of enduring the flame, Midra would grow weaker and weaker, essentially making it impossible for him to become the true Lord of Frenzied Flame. Ultimately, our Tarnished coming to the manse and allowing him to release the flame was a mercy on poor old Midra. Not only could he finally let go of his pain and suffering, but we could see to it that this incomplete lord never rose to power, effectively putting Midra's spirit to rest. That is, if it wasn't burned up by the very flame he kept at bay for so long. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of Midra and the Abyssal Woods. What do you think of our analysis of this area and the Lord and Lady of the Manse? Do you believe Midra was an innocent bystander, undone by his own attempts to free this land from the flame? Or do you think he was seeking this power? Was Nanaya truly a lady of good standing with a caring heart for her lord? Or do you believe she had darker intentions? Do you believe this Lord of Frenzied Flame has any ties to Marika? And if so, why do you think that? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. And please be detailed, because I am very curious. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. It was originally thought that the Knight of Black Knives was strictly Ranni's plot to free herself from her 2 fingers. However, the deeper you dive into the lore of Elden Ring, the clearer it becomes that she was not the only person who participated in this attack against the Golden Order. It's confirmed through item descriptions that her brother, Praetor Rykard, was aware of the plot, and may have had a hand in its execution, and many believe that Queen Marika herself may have been involved, given how easy it was for the Black Knives to both infiltrate Leyndell and steal a piece of the Rune of Death from Malekith, who slept in the Queen's chambers. I want to take this idea a step further, because in my research trying to understand the big picture in the lands between, I used to think that the buck stopped with Ranni, her brother, and possibly the Queen. However, after digging through Shadow of the Erdtree, I now believe that Miquella, the boy who wished to give his brother a true death, may have either had a hand in that same brother's demise, or allowed it to happen in order to further his own goals. In doing research for last week's video about Torrent, I dove into an idea that I had considered before but hadn't elaborated on, that Miquella was Torrent's former master, and he must have had some kind of relationship with Ranni in order for her to have been bequeathed the spirit-calling bell for the next person found to be riding Torrent. I am confident that Miquella is Torrent's former master due to the promotional image for Shadow of the Erdtree that depicts Miquella riding Torrent in the Land of Shadow. While I know many believe this could be a young Marika riding side saddle, and that she was Torrent's former master, I believe there are 3 main points that can be made which make it impossible for this to be Marika. First, the braids on the hair of this rider are a 1-to-1 match with the only image of Miquella we have, as well as Miquella's hair when facing the promised consort Radahn, and the braids that we've seen on Queen Marika are both significantly less intricate and fall in front of her shoulders. Second, the side saddle position, while typically reserved for female characters, makes sense for Miquella for 2 different reasons. He presents as a highly feminine young boy, nothing new for FromSoft, and he wears a white dress that would make it impossible to ride any other way, the same white dress he's wearing in his other appearances. Third, the Shadow Tree is clearly seen in this image, meaning that it's impossible for this to be Marika riding on Torrent's back. The remembrance of the Shadow Tree avatar tells us, the Shadow Tree is the shadow of the Erdtree, born of dark notions that bear no sense of order, that twist and bend its stalk, rendering it brittle. If we take this idea literally, it's telling us the Shadow Tree was born at the same time as the Erdtree, and represents the ideals of the horn-steed that would not fit into Marika's new order. There is an argument that can be made for the Shadow Tree existing before the Erdtree, but I can't subscribe to these ideas due to its clear depiction as the literal shadow of the Erdtree. A shadow can't exist without light, and a light will always cast a shadow. The 2 trees are inextricably linked, and if they were born together, then Marika was already an adult when the Shadow Tree came into being, making it impossible for her younger self to be riding Torrent and staring at the tree in the distance. With this explanation laid out for why I believe Miquella is the most likely candidate for being Torrent's former master, we can move forward in establishing some kind of relationship between Miquella and Ranni. At the very least, we know the demigods were somewhat civil with each other before the Shattering. They would meet in Leyndell, each in their respective chairs just outside the entrance to the Erdtree, where I assume they would discuss matters of state. However, we don't know how often they associated with each other outside of this venue. We know Radahn spent most of his time in Sellia and had a fondness for Godfrey, also carrying his father's legacy through his fiery red hair. Miquella and Malenia were bonded closely as twins, to the point where Malenia forsook her place as an Empyrean, and instead acted as Miquella's blade, which is likely the reason neither of them were given shadows. Godwin the Golden was a hero of the Golden Order, but the only known connection between him and his siblings was with Miquella, and this is based on an assumed affinity for each other. as Mikola took it upon himself to give his brother a true death after he was slain and turned into the Prince of Death. But what if the motivation here was more selfish? Plenty of people believe that Radahn being the promised consort was a mistake, as the information we have about Godwin seemed to make him a much more likely candidate. But I'm going to go against the grain here and posit that while I do believe Radahn was always the intended consort, it was Godwin's body that was supposed to house his soul. I believe that Mikola was aware of the Night of Black Knives, and may have even assisted Ranni in some way, maybe even just through silence, in order to secure Godwin's body for his own purposes. After all, who could have known that slaying Godwin's soul would create the Prince of Death? Presumably, they were creating a soulless vessel, a perfect body that could have been used in order for Mikola to ascend to godhood. And in doing this, Ranni would be able to slay her flesh, becoming a spirit and subverting the Two Fingers' plans for her to someday house the Elden Ring within herself. Except Ranni, being the mastermind of this plot, may have known the outcome for Godwin before sending the Black Knife assassins to complete their mission. This would mean Ranni keeps her word to Mikola, but also ensures that his plan could not interfere with her own. After all, what other vessel would be fit for her lord brother Radahn's spirit? With this hiccup of Godwin's body being tainted, Mikola would go on to set his plan in motion, sending Malenia to give Radahn a warrior's death in battle, and trying to find a way to purify Godwin's body through the use of Castle Sol. If he could give Godwin a true death, then he would have the body he needed to house Radahn. However, as time went on, Mikola would find no way to give his brother a true death, and he needed to make a backup plan. Mikola saw the need to pick a new vessel, and determined that Mohg was the only option he had left available to him. Radahn himself was a mindless beast that needed to be brought down, and who better to take on this task than the Tarnished, a people long exiled from the lands between, that had begun finding their way back, guided by grace. It was then that Mikola asked Ranni to take the spirit-calling bell, telling her that whoever becomes his steed's new master would need it in their journey. Ranni, wanting to keep up the facade of an ally, agreed to do this for her stepbrother, anything to keep him off the scent of her true goal. The forever young Empyrean would then orchestrate his capture by Mohg, and made his way to the Land of Shadow, where he met Melina, the sister of Mesmer the Impaler, and the only known kindling maiden with the power to burn the Erdtree. It was to her that Mikola entrusted Torrent, knowing that not only did Melina need a Tarnished to fulfill her role of burning the Erdtree, but that the Tarnished would need great runes to access Leyndell, and any able to attain those runes could put an end to Mohg and Radahn, giving Mikola the vessel and soul he needed for his ascension. After the death of Mohg, Mikola could start stripping himself of his flesh, and began his pilgrimage to purify his spirit, so that he may ascend to godhood. Ranni had no idea that the defeat of Radahn was needed to set her fate back into motion, until we discovered this information for her. So perhaps the siblings were actually playing each other on the Night of Black Knives, both helping and sabotaging each other where they could, each with their own plans, and the determination and strength of will to see them through. It's by mere happenstance that our Tarnished would come across Ranni again after she fulfilled her duty to Mikola in giving us the tools that would help us tackle the lands between. We were the missing piece for both of these plots to find their endings. Unfortunately for Mikola, whether he planned to bring us to his side or never intended for us to follow him at all, we ultimately followed the guidance of grace, the guidance of his mother, and put his dream to an end by defeating his newfound godly power and his promised consort. Whereas we have the opportunity to truly join Ranni and even become her consort in the new age of stars she brings to the lands between. If we believe this theory to be true, then everything truly does come back to the Night of Black Knives and the death of Godwin the Golden. This attack not only set in motion the Shattering, but the plans of every demigod who wanted to take the throne for themselves, whether they planned to continue the order, devour the gods, break the chains of the world, or create a new age of compassion by ascending to godhood. All the bloodshed and tragedy of the lands between comes back to this night. And the more stones we turn over, the more it looks like the demigods who weren't involved, or the proud lion, Radahn, the cowardly Godric, the forgotten Mohg, and the loyal Morgoth, while the nascent Mikola and his blade Melania, the serpent Rykard, and the lunar princess Ranni were all too happy to throw away the status quo so that they might uproot this land from its current order. If we believe that Marika too wanted the Night of Black Knives to play out, then we have a leader to each side. Radahn trying to hold the order together, and Marika, the woman who unbound herself from the horn-scent, only to find that her godhood came with strings that needed to be cut. Each side had a god and 4 demigods, while poor Godwin, the golden sun, was caught in the middle, quite possibly the only innocent casualty of this family. Thank you for listening to my theory on the relationship between Ranni and Mikola, and what this meant for the greater story of the Night of Black Knives, the Shattering, and the lands between. Do you think Ranni and Mikola worked together to plot the death of Godwin? Or was Mikola truly taken by surprise at his brother's death? Was Godwin always meant to be Mikola's vessel, or was he simply trying to do the right thing by his brother in giving him a true death? Were Mikola and Ranni hiding their true intentions from each other? Do you believe Marika was involved in the plot that killed her son? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Mikola's promised consort was a pretty big twist for those of us following the lore of Elden Ring. Many assumed the demigod who would have the closest relationship to Mikola outside of Melania would have been Godwin, as we came to understand that one of Mikola's goals was to give his brother a proper death, putting his body to rest after his soul was destroyed. This previously untouched-on relationship between Mikola and Radahn ends up changing what we thought the course of this DLC would be, and even adds context to the battle between Radahn and Melania, a clash which we were never given enough information to understand the motivation behind, outside of, it was the Shattering and the demigods were warring. While ultimately, Mikola saw Radahn as a model of knighthood, the man most fitting to sit at his side as he ushered in an age of compassion. I believe the only reason the young lion was chosen was due to Mikola's childish hero worship of his brother, much in the same way Radahn looked up to Godfrey. Today, we're going to discuss the promised consort, and why he was chosen to help bring Mikola's dreams to life. The remembrance of a god and lord tells us, Mikola saw in Radahn a lord, his strength and his kindness, that stood in stark contrast with their afflicted selves. And so Mikola made his heartfelt wish, that Radahn would one day be his king consort. We can see this wish for ourselves after defeating the duo.
Lord brother, I'm going to be a god. If we honor our part of the vow, promise me you'll be my consort.
There's a lot to unpack here, and we'll start with the way Mikola viewed Radahn, as you could argue it mirrors how Radahn saw the first Elden Lord, Godfrey. Mikola seems to see Radahn in the same way much of the Elden Ring fandom does, as a paragon of virtue and a true warrior in the purest sense. But he also considers his brother to be kind, a side of Radahn that wasn't explored before Shadow of the Erdtree. Through this lens, we can recontextualize some of Radahn's actions through the history of the lands between. He clearly respected cultures outside of his own, likely due to being both of Carian and Erdtree descent,
He learned the mysteries of gravity sorcery from the Alabaster Lords in order to protect Celia, and befriended an Albinoric who studied alongside him, coming to form a brotherly bond with Gaius, someone his own family likely would have seen as inferior. He used his mastery of gravity sorcery to ensure that he would never be without his closest animal companion, Leonard, and he held back the stars themselves, knowing that it would cause his own fate, and that of his family, to be held in place, because he wanted to keep the people of the lands between safe from the monstrosities that litter the cosmos. In Mikola's eyes, these were all acts of a man who believed in kindness as strength, a man who sought the throne of the Elden Lord in order to be a virtuous ruler. But it's possible this was simply a naive, childish way to view Radahn. Redmane Freya speaks on Radahn multiple times through her questline, even going as far as to say war suited him best, rather than dying through the festival he was promised by Jaren. If the rest of the Redmane shared this sentiment, it's likely he was seen by his own troops as a man of action and war, rather than a ruler interested in creating a kinder world. His march against the capital city was a clear bid for power, and if Radahn truly was this paragon of virtue, fit to create a new age, then I sincerely doubt that Morgott would have stopped him from ascending to the throne. If we look at Radahn through the lens of the man he molded himself after, we can understand the great legacy he felt he needed to live up to. Radahn's lion armor tells us, the golden lion is said to symbolize Godfrey, the Elden Lord, and his beast regent, Sarosh. From his youngest years, Radahn was naturally captivated by the Lord of the battlefield. Radahn modeled himself in the image of his hero, the fearsome warrior and first Elden Lord to Queen Marika, which may mean his pursuit of strength was first and foremost an attempt to become like the man who brought the entire lands between under one rule. His helm goes on to further explain how Radahn saw himself during his days on the battlefield. Radahn inherited the furious flaming red hair of his father Radahn, and is fond of its heroic implications. I was born a champion's cub, but I am the lord of the battlefield's lion. Radahn saw himself as a lion, the very symbol of Godfrey's rule, and it's not unreasonable to assume his goal was to unite the lands between after the Shattering through force, rather than diplomacy. That's what makes his vow to Mikola compelling. I believe he never intended to keep it without a fight. Rather, it was part of a death pact, much like he made with his friend and general, Jaren. Mikola's dialogue tells us that he and someone else have a part to play in the pact with Radahn, specifically when he says, if we honor our part of the vow, promise me you'll be my consort. I believe this use of our is referring to Mikola and Malenia, fulfilling a sort of duty to Radahn. Witch Hunter Jaren's eccentric armor tells us, Jaren preferred a nomadic existence, but after spending time as a guest of the Carian royals, he became a guest commander for General Radahn, and for the first time, the restless tumbleweed would be bound by honorable oath, and his hood tells us this was an oath of honorable death. We help Jaren to fulfill his oath by defeating what is left of Starscourge Radahn as we make our way through the lands between, and it got me thinking, perhaps the vow made by Mikola to Radahn was one of honorable death, just as he had with Jaren. Depending on your opinion of Radahn, you can assume he would never be content with a world of kindness and peace, as he longed to be the strongest on the battlefield. However, that need to prove himself could be his reason for agreeing to become Mikola's consort. What if Mikola and Radahn made a vow that when Malenia came for Radahn's life, they would battle to the death, and if Malenia won, Radahn would become Mikola's consort? The young lion's helm tells us it is the golden helm worn by Radahn in his younger years, proudly displaying his heroic red hair. It is fitting attire for a lion. When Malenia, blade of Mikola, let the wrought flower blossom in Aeonia, Radahn heard a murmur in his ear. Mikola awaits thee, O promised consort. This gives us a reason why Malenia was so comfortable with essentially using chemical warfare against Radahn. In order for her brother's new rule to come to fruition, Radahn had to die at any cost. After all, What is the cost of peace and an age of compassion? What are the lives of Caelid when weighed against the lives of all those in the lands between? Unfortunately for Malenia, even her bloom was not enough to defeat the Star Scourge. However, it was enough to weaken him to the point where we can put an end to the mindless creature she left behind, and Miquella could repurpose his spirit by using the body of Luminary Mohg. When ruminating on the promised consort and Miquella's true plans, I think we look at the story of Godwin the Golden with new context. Clearly, while they likely had a good relationship, Godwin did not live up to Miquella's expectations of what it meant to be the promised consort to the Age of Compassion. If you've watched our video on Godwin, you know that I theorize he was not the paragon of virtue many assume him to be. Yes, he made peace with the dragons and was regarded as a hero, but when following the story of his descendant, Godric, and that of Kenneth Height, it seems as though Godwin may have used his station to be somewhat of a philanderer in the lands between, diluting the golden lineage by having children with common folk. With this in mind, and the knowledge that Miquella needed a vessel for his promised consort, I believe Miquella had a hand in the Night of Black Knives, and that Godwin's body was his first choice for housing the soul of Radahn. We know Miquella and Ranni had some kind of relationship, due to her recognizing Torrent upon our first meeting, and the strongly held belief that Miquella was Torrent's former master. What if Ranni was aware of Miquella's plans as well, and killing Godwin's soul was meant to make him a vessel? No one knew that the act of leaving him soulless would putrefy his flesh and make him the Prince of Death. So perhaps this was an unexpected consequence. Ranni would also have no issue with this plan, as her fate would be set back in motion by the release of the stars. We know through the dialogue of ghosts at Castle Sol that Miquella wanted to grant Godwin a true death. In fact, it's even said in the description of the Golden Epitaph. A sword made to commemorate the death of Godwin the Golden, first of the demigods to die, infused with the humble prayer of a young boy. O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death. If Godwin could die a true death, his body could be used for Radahn's spirit. But since this was impossible, Miquella had to turn to another of his blood relatives, Luminary Mohg, who ultimately had his body used to create the promised consort. So it was that the remains of Luminary Mohg were used to bring Miquella's promised consort back to life and under his spell. I believe Radahn did make this vow to Miquella, on the condition that he could be defeated in battle, which I truly believe he never expected to be. Miquella, being a child with a childish view of his knightly brother, took him at his word, and started planning to make sure Malenia could defeat Radahn, and start the series of events that would lead to his ascension as the new god of the lands between. It was by pure coincidence that we found our way to the lands between, and managed to defeat not only the rotten remains of the Star Scourge, but also the luminary omen Mohg, giving Miquella all the pieces he needed to start on his path toward godhood. Miquella would have a kind lord to stand by his side, regardless of his true nature, thanks to our involvement. And the true battle for the future of the lands between would commence at the Divine Gate. Perhaps if it were possible to use Godwin's body as a vessel for Radahn, things may have ended differently. But as it stands, I believe the omened body of Mohg was likely what gave us the edge in defeating Radahn. The strength of the promised consort is still awe-inspiring, but I don't believe it's quite as powerful as Radahn in his prime, and I believe the omen horns below his gloves, and the blood flame attacks he has access to, are proof of this. The promised consort is Miquella's idealized version of who Radahn was in life. He believes Radahn to be a peerless knight and kind soul who brought light wherever he went in the lands between. But we'll never know if that is who he truly was. In fact, we don't know if the promised consort is fighting for Miquella because he genuinely wanted to fulfill his vow, or if Miquella is simply controlling him, compelling affection in a way only he knows how. While he may be bereft of his great rune, Miquella is still able to steal our hearts as we fight him. So who's to say he isn't doing the same exact thing with the resurrected Radahn? In the end, it was a kindness when we put Radahn out of his misery the first time. And I believe it was again when we defeated the promised consort and freed his soul from the confines of Mohg's body. Miquella's childish view of his brother ultimately led to his death, another soul tossed aside in pursuit of a compassionate world. Perhaps if this compassion didn't need to be on Miquella's terms, things may have worked out differently. But as it stands, the promise is never truly fulfilled, and the world never experiences an age of compassion. Miquella, though ascending to a godlike form, never overcomes his curse, and Radahn can finally rest in peace, knowing that the same warrior granted him an honorable death not once, but twice. Thank you for listening to my findings and thoughts on the promised consort, and the questions surrounding him. Was Miquella involved in the Night of Black Knives, planning so early on for his ascension to godhood? Was Mohg always meant to be the vessel for Radahn's soul, or was Godwin Miquella's first choice? Do you believe Radahn agreed to the terms of his vow with the caveat that he needed to be defeated in battle? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
Queen Marika the Eternal is a deity of unmatched mystique and power. She is the vessel for the Elden Ring, the mother of demigods, ruler of the lands between, and vassal of the Greater Will. Our goal from the very start has been to repair the Elden Ring, repair Marika, who sits broken inside the Erdtree, so that we can ascend and become Elden Lord. Marika has always been the catalyst for the events of our story. She's responsible for the shattering, as she brought her hammer down on the Elden Ring. She set our story in motion. It's easy to see this woman, this god, and imagine her motivations to be unknowable to mere mortals. But thanks to Shadow of the Erdtree, those hidden truths have been uncovered. And what we found is the story of a victim of genocide, who refused to allow her oppressors to take her life, as they did the rest of her people. Queen Marika the Eternal and her people, the shamans, once sat at the absolute bottom of society, which makes her ascension all the more extraordinary. The history of the shamans is the history of Queen Marika. They are a race of people originating from the Land of Shadows. The shamans were born without horns, and were thought to be both inferior and divine simultaneously by the Hornsent. This divinity gave them a place in the ancient rituals of the Hornsent, but that place was one of blood, sacrifice, and horror. Upon reaching Bonny Village, we see how exactly the Hornsent treated the shaman people. They were nothing more than sacrifices, lambs to the slaughter. In this village roam the greater potentates, who take on a much more menacing tone now that we know of their true origins. Previously, Jarbairn told us that a potentate was simply someone with smooth hands who protected the jars. Now we know that they were actually butchers, much more reminiscent of Anastasia Tarnished Eater. These enemies carry only 2 items and are otherwise naked, possibly as part of their ritual. The potentates wield the Bonny butchering knife, an outsized butcher's cleaver used to dismember human bodies in the making of great jars stored in jails. They also wear the caterpillar mask, which is a grotesque mask constructed from countless solidified caterpillars, a ritual implement of the greater potentates of Bonny Village, used to ward off thoughts of impurity, doubt, temptation, and other wickedness one is vulnerable to while absorbed in divine ritual. An interesting note here is that the same mask is worn by Hornsent, our companion, as we search for kindly Miquella, so it seems he too may have been a potentate in his past. We can start to see a picture being painted of just what the Hornsent did to the shamans, but nearby there's a shack that gives us even more detail on these matters. When we reach the whipping hut, we find the tooth whip and a wandering spirit. This spirit seems trapped in a moment from their life, speaking the words, "For pity's sake, your place is in the jar. Nigh sainthood awaits within. For shamans like you, this is your lot. Life you were accorded for this alone." The tooth whip sheds light on this statement. Whip bestrewn with rotting, misshapen teeth. Filthy and seething with disease, the teeth are embedded in the whip, and dose the victim with deadly poison upon each strike. As the wounds ripen, they grow inflamed and ooze pus. The flesh of shamans was said to meld harmoniously with others. So the horn-sent potentates engaged in these rituals, where they would butcher the shamans and stuff them into jars so that their flesh could meld together and create some new form of life, and this process was seen as divine. The final confirmation of this comes from the item innard meat, which can be found in each jail. Scraps of flesh for filling great jars. Rancorous spirits cling to the pinkish-red twitching meat, throw at enemies to inflict damage. This is what becomes of the condemned, who get sliced up and stuffed into jars to become saints instead. It seems some shaman actually believed in this practice, as the Great Jar Helm tells us it is a great jar which fits comfortably over the head when upturned. Attire of the shamans who perform their worship at jails. They offer their prayers to the innards of the great jars, such that they might be reborn one day into sainthood. This is the cycle of death and rebirth, taken into the hands of mortal men. Some of the shamans kept in jails seem to think the innards of these jars would someday achieve sainthood, whatever that meant for them. But I have a different theory. While the shamans in jails may have thought this process would end in sainthood, there are also horn-sent inside these jails. A spirit of one of these horn-sent can be found, and they say, "Oh please, not the jar, anything but that. I promise I won't ever do it again. I swear a living saint I'll surely be. Please, you must forgive me. Forgive me, please." Horn-sent and shaman alike were placed within the jars, but I believe the horn-sent were only placed in them after the shamans became the hideous amalgams of flesh we see whenever their jars are opened. These things all appear female and bear a striking resemblance to Queen Marika herself. When they attack us, they grab us with flesh and pull us in, trying to assimilate us into the mass. What I think this all comes back to is the idea of all life being conjoined within the crucible, and what that would mean for the horn-sent should they want to achieve godhood. If we take a look at the Gate of Divinity from both the cinematic trailer of Shadow of the Erdtree and the final boss area of the game, we see bodies melded together in mounds of flesh. Among these bodies we see both shaman and horn-sent, which to me reads as their understanding of the divine rituals being about conjoining life in order to open the gates to godhood. Perhaps this is how the horn-sent believed they could become closer to the crucible, by using these people with malleable bodies to meld together life itself through divine right. This is where we stand in our understanding of the treatment of the shamans, and perhaps this would be the way things always were, had a young woman not been born amongst them, who was chosen as an Empyrean by her own 2 fingers. With the birth of Marika, the wheels of change were set in motion. Change and revenge. Marika was likely born to an area just past the Shadowkeep, known as the Shaman Village, where her people presumably lived in relative peace until the day they were taken away for the slaughter. At some point, the 2 fingers chose her as an Empyrean, capable of ascending to godhood, and Marika used this to eventually bring that dream to fruition, but we don't know exactly how she was able to do this. The Empyrean Grand Dame refers to her as a strumpet, which implies Marika may have used her feminine charm in order to work her way up the ladder of royalty and attain her goals. This lines up well with the cinematic trailer, where Letta tells us Miquella spoke of the seduction and betrayal, an affair from which gold arose. However, given the horn-sent's hatred of Marika, I do believe this interpretation should be taken with a grain of salt. Regardless, Marika used the gateway to become the vessel for the Elden Ring and ascend to godhood, possibly with the intention of ruling over a land where her people would never experience the cruelty of the Land of Shadows again. A land with no death, bathed in honeyed rays of gold. When it comes to how Marika was able to ascend, I believe I have a solid theory. In order to become a god, one must have prepared a lord and a vessel. For Miquella, the lord was Radahn and the vessel was Mohg, and he himself became a god. For Marika, I believe that through the use of her shaman flesh, she was able to act as both vessel and god, ascending to godhood, while also acting as a vessel for her lord, Radahn. This would explain their duality, two people sharing one body, and their nature as two people in one could also be the reason for their children's afflictions. Mesmer born with his flames in the abyssal serpent, Melina born burned and bodiless, Melania born with the scarlet rot, and Miquella born with eternal youth. I believe that after she ascended and opened a door to the lands between, Marika took one last trip back home. She walked to the center of her village and cast a secret incantation, Minor Erdtree, an incantation she would pass down to her daughter, Melina. Secret incantation of Queen Marika, only the kindness of gold, without order, creates a small illusory Erdtree that continuously restores the HP of nearby allies. Marika bathed the village of her home in gold, knowing full well that there was no one to heal. There was no one left for Marika to say goodbye to. The rest of the shaman were either used in divine rituals, or followed Marika out of the Land of Shadows and became known as the Newmen. But she had one last place where she needed to pay her respects. In front of a wooden carving of a woman within a tree trunk, we find the golden braid. A braid of golden hair cut loose, Queen Marika's offering to the grandmother, boosts holy damage negation by the utmost. What was her prayer, her wish, her confession? There's no one left to answer, and Marika never returned home again. Perhaps this grandmother was like a deity to the shaman, because this is where Marika left a portion of her golden hair. This braid is the reason every depiction of Marika shows her with hair longer on one side than the other. She left this piece of herself out of respect for her home, her traditions, and after this, she never set foot in the village of her birth again. This is not where the story ends, though, as we know Marika would later wage war on the Land of Shadow, and pay back their atrocities against her people tenfold. For a time, the Lands Between and the Land of Shadow must have existed alongside one another. We know from the remembrance of the Wild Boar Rider that Mesmer and Gaius were like older brothers to Radahn, so it stands to reason that at least up to the point where Radahn was studying gravity sorceries, Mesmer resided in the Lands Between. It would be some time between Radahn's studies and the Shattering that Marika would send her son to the Land of Shadow, in order to purge the lands and hide the secret of her history. I think in terms of the timeline, if we're to assume that my theory of Radahn and Marika merging at the Divine Gate is correct, she'd want to do this before she called on Radahn to be the next Elden Lord, so that the secret of their union would be well kept. This would lead to the purge of the Land of Shadows, Mesmer's flames stretching across the land and taking the horn scent with them. This plan was twofold, as while Marika cared for her son as seen in the description of Marika's blessing, she needed Mesmer to be hidden away within the realm of shadow, due to his affliction with his very flame, and the hatred he could not confine. She also set out to show the Hornson exactly what it was like to live in a world where your people were used as nothing but fodder for another who considered you inferior. The furnace golems can be seen as part of Mesmer's assault during the trailer for Shadow of the Erdtree, and we find them in each area of the Land of Shadow. These giant enemies are burning the bodies of so many horn scent in order to stay lit, and through the furnace visage and the hefty furnace pot, we learn more about them. A smaller imitation of the furnace golem's visage, a stone mask surrounded by curled horns, depicting the fell god of fire that haunts the sagas of the horn scent. Craftable item prepared using a capacious cracked pot, imbued with the hex of the furnace, thrown at an enemy to create a whirlwind of flame. The furnace's flame burns away both body and soul, When impurity is thus expunged, one calls it cleansing. So the horn-steed know of the fell god's flame, and they fear it because it burns not only body, but soul, and their entire religion seems to be based around spirits. Every horn-steed body used to keep the fires burning is a mirror to every shaman body cut up and used in pot rituals. Marika traded divine ritual for cleansing ritual, and the horn-steed would know what it was to have no power over their own fate. In this way, Queen Marika the Eternal, who strove to create a land without death, where all could live in harmony, proved herself a hypocrite, unable to put the past behind her. She perpetuated the cycle of violence instead of rising above, and ultimately, it's up to us to consider whether or not this was justified. From what we know of cycles, it seems likely that kindly Miquella's new world would fall to the same hypocrisy over time, so maybe it's best that a tarnished sets a new course for the lands between, and ascends to the throne of the Elden Lord. Before wrapping this up, I had a few other thoughts about how Marika's past as a shaman came to shape the lands between. I believe the new revelation that shaman flesh was malleable actually shed some light on grafting, as well as Rykard's ability to take control of the world-eating serpent. Godric the Grafted attempted to make himself more powerful by grafting the parts of great warriors onto his own body, and perhaps it was the flesh he inherited from his lineage that allowed him to practice this art in the first place. As far as we see, only Godric himself practices grafting, and we assume his scions likely share his lineage, which means he would have been able to graft them. When it comes to Rykard, being devoured by the serpent should have spelled the end for him, but through the power of his great rune he retained himself and was able to take control. But what if it was not just the great rune, but his very body that made it possible for him to become the blasphemous creature we do battle with? The serpent grows Rykard's arms, and his face is protruding from its neck. To me, this lines up with how shaman flesh is able to conjoin to the flesh of others. Finally, kindly Miquella seemed to be casting aside every piece of himself in order to achieve godhood. I believe this is the inverse of how his mother achieved her goal, as Miquella did not use his shaman flesh to meld with the Lord. Rather, he divested himself of the very body that made him a shaman, and instead came to be what looks like a pure golden spirit. Perhaps we'll discuss this more thoroughly at some point in the future. Queen Marika the Eternal likely suffered a life of indignity before ascending to godhood. Her people were used as fodder for divine ritual, some even thinking they would reach a higher plane if they just believed hard enough in the power of the jars. I think Marika saw through this, especially as an Empyrean with her own 2 fingers guiding her path. She would find her way to the divine gate by using every resource she had at her disposal, and take godhood for herself, regardless of the consequences. And with power like that, power to crush one's enemies, those who wronged her and her people, the temptation was too great. Marika did not attack the Land of Shadow right away. She lived alongside this land and its people until the day of her betrayal, when she ordered it be set ablaze by the flames of her first son. Marika, the shaman girl chosen by fate, took her revenge on the horn-steed, and by exploring the Land of Shadow, we come to understand the consequences of these actions, and the path it set her youngest son on to right her wrongs and take godhood for himself. Thank you for joining us as we explored the history of Queen Marika the Eternal, from her humble roots in the shaman village to the purging of the Land of Shadow. What did you think of our timeline of these events? Do you believe Marika used her shaman flesh as a way to become a vessel for her lord Radahn? What did the horn-steed hope to achieve by melding life using the bodies of the shaman to create the divine gate? Was Marika's betrayal her attack on the Land of Shadow, or her taking godhood for herself as a lowly shaman? What was the prayer Marika uttered before leaving her home forever? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.